Hashtag C744-3 Statues Step 4. Su Jingtian invited the army of Xuanhuan and appeared on this battlefield. Xuanhuan? It turns out that the suzerain went to the Xuanhuan Empire and invited the Xuanhuan army. I don't know what the suzerain paid for. It is said that a Xuanhuan emperor appeared in the Xuanhuan Star territory, and like the emperor Xuanyu, he unified a star territory in a short period of time. Today, he actually arrived in the Hanging Arc Star territory. Do you want to go to war with the Xuanyu Empire, directly? In short, the Xuanyu Empire is unstoppable in the Hanging Arc Star territory. When the Xuanhuan Empire arrives, we will be saved. People from the Purple God Realm rejoice from their hearts. This is good news. Only in the battle between the two empires will they have a chance. Today I, Su Jingtian, announced that since then, there will be no Purple Shen Zone, and everyone in the Purple Shen Zone will be ruled by the Xuanhuan Empire, and everyone must believe in the great Emperor Xuanhuan and obey the Emperor's orders. I will personally kill anyone who dares to disobey. Su Jingtian announced this shocking, big news in front of everyone. Purple Shen Zone all turned to the Xuanhuan Empire. The people of Purple Shen Zone were shocked. They originally thought that Su Jingtian's invitation to the Xuanhuan Empire was just promising them some other benefits. But who would know that Su Jingtian actually chose to take refuge in Xuanhuan, and he had to invite the army of Xuanhuan to attack the Xuanyu Empire. Don't look at the fact that there is only one world left in the Purple God sect. It is so miserable, but in fact, under the leadership of Su Jingtian, a large number of sites were abandoned, and the losses were not heavy. Sect Master, is there really no Purple God sect anymore? The elder asked in surprise. No, there is no Purple Shen Zone, we must all surrender to the Xuanhuan Empire. Su Jingtian respectfully said in the direction of the Gate of Void, Great Emperor, please invite the Z Shen Zone to be organized into the Xuanhuan Legion, and the minister will directly lead this division to kill the Xuanyu Empire. During this period of time, he followed the Xuanhuan Empire's expedition to the Hanging Arc Star region, and felt more and more that the mighty power of the Xuanhuan Emperor was unstoppable. He is very smart and knows that if he is half-hearted and dares to have other ideas, he will definitely die miserably. Express yourself in front of the Emperor. Meet the Emperor Xuanhuan. The sect master has spoken. Do the people of the Purple God sect dare not to obey? From this moment on, they became the people of the Empire. Emperor Xuanhuan? Seeing this scene, the Grand Marshal of the Xuanyu Empire did not panic, but said in an indifferent tone, Su Jingtian, this is the reinforcement you invited. The great Emperor Xuanhuan of the Xuanhuan Empire thinks that this can stop my Xuanyu Empire. Conquest? Haha, the power of the Emperor is not what you can imagine. Su Jingtian laughed wildly. He wouldn't have come this far, because he was not forced by the Xuanyu Empire. All of this was caused by the Xuanyu Empire. Joke. The Grand Marshal sneered. Boom. At this moment, the infinite power of the world shrouded, and countless armies appeared, and a world god appeared on the battlefield with a large number of powerhouses. Tianhong of the Xuanyu Empire. Su Jingtian shouted, Great Emperor, this is the Prime Minister of the Xuanyu Empire. And me too. Another person appeared. The breath he exudes is also the fourth step. For a young man, he glanced at the battlefield and sneered, Su Jingtian, the helper you invited doesn't look that good. Morongqi. Su Jingtian stared at the young man with an ugly expression, you have also broken through. The fourth step. Are you surprised? The man named Morongqi said, His Majesty, the God Emperor, killed the patriarch of the Bai family. If not, I will break through to the fourth step. Ah. Ancestor, you died miserably. The ancestor of the Bai family was the fourth step that was beheaded by God Emperor Xuanyu. There were also remnants of the Bai family in the Purple God realm. When they heard these words, they all burst into tears. With the death of the ancestor of the Bai family, Morongqi's fourth step was achieved. The God Emperor really didn't expect it wrong. Sujing Tian was not so honest, and indeed invited helpers, but unfortunately it still didn't work. Prime Minister Tian Hong said with a smile, "The Xuanhu Star region is already within the scope of our expedition, and this is just right, saving our expedition time. Come here, and catch it all in one go." This is the prudence of the Xuanhu Empire. If the Xuanhu Empire didn't appear, he and Morongqi would not take it lightly. This was the backhand who was hiding in the dark. Sure enough, with the help of Sujing Tian, they caught the real big fish. It would be great if all these battleships belonged to our Xuanhu Empire. Tian Hong exclaimed. Although the Xuanhu Empire has unified an empire, they are not panic at all. After all, the star field ruled by Xuanhu does not even have a fourth step, which can be said to be far worse than the hanging arc star field. The 3 fourth-step world gods deal with other masters. As for Emperor Xuanhu, their Emperor Xuanhu would also kill him. In the hearts of all the powerhouses in the Xuanhu Empire, the existence of God Emperor Xuanhu is the same as that of Emperor Xuanhu, and he believes in an invincible god. Even if the Xuanhu Empire is invited, are we still going to lose and die here? No, I'm not reconciled. The people in the Purple God realm trembled, and the strength of the Xuanhu Empire was like a nightmare. Attack the Purple God realm. The Grand Marshal of the Xuanhu Empire once again issued an order to attack. Boom! The power of the world permeates, turning the starry sky into a battlefield, blocking the damage of cosmic rays to the gods. Countless large armies are densely packed, I don't know how many, with high fighting spirit, majestic power smashing the starry sky, and slaughtering towards the Purple God realm. Kill. Breaking the Purple God realm, slaying the Xuanhu Empire, and building a career, this is the best time for us to build unparalleled achievements. Yes, the opportunity to make a contribution is now. Haha, the Xuanhu Empire is here to court death. The Xuanhu Empire also pursues a military merit system, so their soldiers are also very belligerent, and these people rushed over. In their eyes, the Xuanhu Empire has become their merits, and they are allowed to obtain them. The great emperor will definitely deal with it. Sujing Tian forced himself to calm down. The army of the gods and warriors set off on an expedition. Chu Yuan's magnificent voice came from the depths of the void gate. His eyes were not looking at the rushing army, but at a very deep place in the starry sky, as if there were 2 emperors' momentum, with supreme artistic conception, colliding fiercely in the starry sky. Beware of Emperor Xuanhu, look at the tactics of their army, and respond at any time. The commander-in-chief ordered. Although they are not afraid of the Xuanhu Empire, sometimes there is nothing wrong with being stable. After all, the Xuanhu Empire was an unfamiliar empire to them, but they were not too worried. They are not familiar with the Xuanhu Empire. Could it be that the Xuanhu Empire is familiar with their Xuanhu Empire? This time, the Emperor Xuanhu returned from the universe and swept across the Arc Star region, but he brought a lot of good things. Kill, kill, kill. The army of Xuanhu also roared and roared the sound of killing intent, and countless troops also spread into the starry sky, with a strong will to fight. #C745 Unstoppable. The Xuanhu Empire was belligerent, but the Xuanhu Empire was even more bellicose. The unparalleled battle has begun. Countless Xuanhu troops were killed in the sound of horns and drums. They had crazy fighting intentions on their faces. They knew very well that if they wanted to stand out in Xuanhu, it was very simple, that is, to prove themselves with military merit. The battleship flew out. All kinds of war equipment fought a gorgeous battle. Xuanhu Army. The Grand Marshal suddenly saw the momentum of this army, and immediately knew that Xuanhu was different from any force he had fought against. This is the real enemy, and he shouted in a loud voice, the whole army strikes, and the warriors of the empire behead the head of the army of Xuanhu. Kill. In an instant, the armies of the two empires collided fiercely, shaking the world. With these countless people fighting together, the Xuanhuan Legion immediately showed their tyrannical combat effectiveness. With the cooperation of various equipment, they also had extremely tyrannical cultivation. Wherever they attacked, the Xuanhuan army was evaporated. In just a moment of fighting and collision, the Xuanhuan Empire did not know how many troops were lost. Good, it's amazing. Tiao was also stunned. He knew that the Xuanhuan army was powerful, but when he really put the combat power in front of him, he knew how powerful it was. In his eyes, the unstoppable Xuanhuan army was extremely weak, and it was not an opponent at all. The Sword of the Sky. Li Jianqing also cultivated to the realm of the world god. Boom! He led the sword army, and countless people's breaths combined to run the mythical battle array, and the extremely terrifying Sword of the Sky erupted. Suddenly, he saw a long sword that traverses the galaxy. The terrifying sword energy annihilated the Xuanhuan Empire army into an established system in an instant. This is the combat power of the Xuanhuan Empire. The Grand Marshal's face was extremely ugly. Their heroic Imperial warriors were no match at all. He knew that the Xuanhuan Empire would not be weak, but it was so strong that he had never thought of it before. Tiao Divine Sword. He gave an order. It is not that the Xuanhuan Empire has no way to deal with it. They will also form a battle formation. Immediately, countless soldiers also condensed their mana into the starry sky, and a divine sword appeared. Under the leadership of a world god, the Tiao Divine Sword collided fiercely with the heavenly sword in an instant. But who is stronger and who is weaker? It was revealed at the touch of a touch that this Tiao Divine Sword could not shake the power of the Sword of Heaven. The sword body was collapsing, and the countless Xuanhuan army encountered extreme pressure. How can their battle formation be compared to the mythical formation? Kill. The ancestor of Tianhua took his Tianhua army and killed him in an instant, and he was also anxious. It's not that he is anxious that this war will fail, but seeing that other legions have killed many people on the other side, he also wants to let His Majesty see his ability at this time. Crazy, crazy, how come the people of this Xuanhuan Empire are like a bunch of lunatics? Tianhong had never seen such a crazy army. Moreover, these people are not only crazy with fighting intent, but the most important thing is that they have a unified morale, completely obey orders, and are not afraid of death. It seems that in their eyes, the people of the Xuanhuan Empire have turned into battle exploits that can move one by one. This ferocious and crazy style of play made the Xuanhuan Empire unable to react for a while. Can't step back. The Grand Marshal's face was gloomy, and the war situation took a turn for the worse, but he also knew that it seemed that it was just a war outside the Purple God realm, but it was related to the national fortunes of the two empires. If they lose, it will be them who will be counterattacked next. However, at this time, there were more than a dozen battle flags fluttering in the wind on the battlefield. These were Xuanhuan battle flags. Each of them was actually a world artifact. Humph! Fang Lei came out with the scourge. Infinite dazzling thunder and lightning erupted in the starry sky, and the veterans before Xuanhuan all broke through to the world gods one after another. Invincible! The howling of the Xuanhuan army was overwhelming, and the rumbling oppressed the past. Ha ha ha, don't let Fang Lei kill him so happily, let me kill him. Yang Ting laughed and led the demons and giant beasts out. Yang Ting, you are here too. Fang Lei and Yang Ting chatted on the battlefield and said, it's just right, come, I will lead the Scourge army to open the way, you are encircling and suppressing on both sides. Your Majesty is supervising the battle today, the Xuanhuan Empire will defeat them in one fell swoop. The terrifying battle pierced the starry sky, and the two armies fought frantically. The people in the Purple God realm were stunned. When had they ever seen such a ferocious battle? What are you still stunned for? Don't hurry up to organize an army, kill with Xuanhuan, and make achievements, the Emperor is watching you. Su Jingtian drank. Kill the opponent's world god. The world god of the Holy Turtle shouted loudly, and the world gods of the squadron gathered together. On top of their heads was a huge picture of the gods. The god-killing array killed the gods, and the extremely terrifying murderous aura was pushed horizontally. As soon as this god-punishing formation came out, it showed an incomparable power, motivated by multiple world gods. Anyone involved was killed. Oops, why is the army of the Xuanhu Empire so powerful, even more terrifying than the most elite warriors of my Xuanhu Empire army, Grand Marshal? What should we do? Our soldiers are being slaughtered. Some world gods saw such a one-sided situation, and they were so anxious that their legs were shaking. You can't retreat, you have to fight back. The Grand Marshal said coldly, what are you worried about? This is just the beginning, we just don't know the means of the Xuanhu Empire, and Su Jingtian must have revealed a lot about our means. Don't forget, the Emperor Xuanhu is still here. Yes, Emperor Xuanhu. These 4 words are like the pillars of the sky, making everyone feel at ease. Although the current battle situation is extremely bad, the army has not collapsed, because they still have invincible beliefs, just like the beliefs of Emperor Xuanhu in the Xuanhu Empire. I'm going to kill them. Morongqi's face was cold. He couldn't bear it anymore, he couldn't watch the Imperial soldiers being suppressed by the Xuanhu Empire. Okay, Morongqi, you do it. Tianhong, you look at Su Jingtian, and I will be wary of the masters, they will burst out. As for their Xuanhu Emperor, Xuanhu Emperor will not watch him kill him wantonly, and will use Invincible Dafa. Stare at him. The Grand Marshal also knew that if he wanted to recover the decline, he had to take the 4th step. Humph. Morongqi rushed out, and the infinite divine light burst out in his hands, each of which was extremely fierce, just to cover the entire army of the Xuanhu Empire. Swish! But as soon as Morongqi came out, a ghost appeared in the void. It was the goddess who wielded a huge dark sickle, and when he slashed him, he saw a figure flying out, and blood spilled into the starry sky. #C7461 Gun Nail. This is amazing. In the 4th step, Morongqi was slashed out by a sickle, blood was dripping from his body, and the gap in strength was vividly reflected at this moment. Who can believe it if you don't see it with your own eyes? The powerhouse of the Xuanhu Empire. Morongqi saw the black gas of death permeating his wound, and his face was extremely gloomy. What kind of strange power are you? Xuanhu didn't speak, he rushed forward, his figure disappeared, and he appeared in front of Morongqi in an instant, and slashed again with the dark sickle. I still want to hurt me in the same way, and I won't suffer the same loss a second time. Morongqi shouted fiercely, he is an extremely conceited person, and he is also the youngest 4th step in the Xuanhu Empire. He blamed the previous losses for being careless. With a wave of his palm, a bluish-blue light appeared, like the sky, and with a wave of his palm, it turned into a sky-high beam and blazed away. But he didn't expect this beam of light to pass through the body of the god and secluded, and it seemed to hit into nothingness, but it didn't hurt him. In an instant, in Morongqi's shocked eyes, he slashed again with a scythe. The scythe cut him flying, leaving another wound. Xuanyu's moves remain unchanged, and they still slash in the same way. Don't want to hurt me a 3rd time. Morongqi was angry. But it seemed like the same move, Morongqi had no way of defending it, and he was cut off for the 3rd time. If it wasn't for his high cultivation, he would have been killed by Xuanhu long ago if he switched to any 3rd step. Xuanhu is a ghost, and the dark scythe perfectly exerted his strength. The 4th time. The 5th time. Xuanhu slashed with a dark sickle, slashing Morongqi beyond his control. The Xuanhu Empire also looked at each other in dismay when they saw it. In the same realm, Morongqi was like a child being toyed with and had no room to fight. Morongqi, I'll help you. After Tianhong saw it, he also knew that if Morongqi was allowed to be slashed by the gods and secluded, he would most likely die here, and immediately pointed, a beam of divine light burst out. Tianhong, your opponent is me. Su Jingtian laughed loudly, he slammed away with a palm, and a burst of purple, demonic energy blocked Tianhong. As the Grand Marshal's eyes flickered, he suddenly disappeared in place, and at the next moment, he actually appeared on the top of Shenyu's head, and fell fiercely, trampled by the war, and wanted to chop off Shenyu's head. His strength is very powerful even in the fourth step. The strangeness of the gods once again shocked his eyes. His foot did step into the head of the goddess, but he seemed to have stepped through a ghost, and what appeared in front of him was just a mirror image. In the next instant, the dark scythe bombarded. After all, the strength of the Grand Marshal was not comparable to that of Murongqi. He reacted extremely quickly, and with a backhand blow, an immortal crit appeared. Okay, Grand Marshal, I'll contain him, you look for opportunities to kill him, hateful, this master of the Xuanhu Empire is too weird. Murongqi's body was covered in blood. He grabbed a large amount of divine pill and stuffed it in his mouth to regain his vitality. His body suddenly divided into 9 paths, and the force of the 9 blockades immediately blasted towards the god. The first time they fought, the Grand Marshal also knew the horror of the gods, and the long spear bombarded. The fourth step of the 5 world gods is fighting. Kill, kill, kill. The fourth step of the 2 sides has been a melee, and it is impossible to interfere in other battlefields. If we can't solve their fourth step, we don't know how many casualties our army will have against them, Grand Marshal. Tianhong was stopped by Su Jingtian, and he was very anxious when he saw the increasingly fierce battle. Their people often had to pay several times more than the enemy to stabilize the situation. How could he not have thought that the Xuanhu Empire from the Xuanhu Star region would be so powerful? I know. The Grand Marshal's face was solemn. Although he joined forces with Murongqi, the existence of the God of Darkness was too strange. When he hit it with a powerful force, the God of Darkness seemed to have entered another world, and his power penetrated into the water. No matter how powerful you are, what you hit is only the shadow in the water. And he also knew that every minute the battle was delayed, the Xuanhu Empire would suffer enormous losses. However, there is no way for him to quickly resolve the battle. Boom, boom, boom. The Xuanhu Empire's divine meteor cannon launched, and under the cover of the army, it launched a salvo bombardment, and fell fiercely into the deepest part of the Xuanhu army. This is simply a disaster. Xianyu's army has never thought that there will be an empire's cannon that is so powerful that countless people will be evaporated immediately, and I don't know how many people died. The world god of the Xuanhu Empire also felt a deep powerlessness in the face of the fierce bombardment of the Xuanhu Empire. The opponent is far above the Xuanhu Empire in terms of equipment and combat power, so how can they fight this battle? Boom. At this moment, when the Xuanhu Empire was bombarded with a new round of huge artillery, an aura that controlled the world emerged. Inside the void, a tall and burly man, wearing a sky-like imperial robe, was extremely majestic, standing in the universe, his deep eyes pierced into the gate of the void, as if he wanted to see through that figure. God Emperor Xuanhu. Countless people from the Xuanhu Empire saw the appearance of the Emperor Xuanhu, and their faces showed fanatical beliefs, and the momentum that was destroyed by the Xuanhu Empire came back again. God Emperor Xuanhu has appeared. Su Jingtian was also surprised. On that day, he teamed up with the ancestor of the Bai family to fight against God Emperor Xuanhu, but after a few moves, he was blasted out. Even the ancestor of the Bai family was beheaded on the spot. If 4 or 5 of them were tied up, it would not be God Emperor Xuanhu. Opponent. The Lord of Divine Martial Arts. God Emperor Xuanhu made a sound that shook the universe. He moved a little, his breath reached the limit of the 4th step, and a force called the creation of heaven and earth was spreading. God Emperor is invincible. The people of the Xuanhu Empire roared. Their Xuanhu Divine Emperor has already realized the realm of opening up the world. Master of Xuanhuan, your empire is indeed powerful, but this emperor will suppress you. Come on, fight this emperor and see who is the overlord in this starry sky. As the Emperor Xuanhuan spoke, he appeared in the sky. He was holding a divine sword in his hand. It was his Xuanhuan divine sword. Infinite dazzling flashes burst out between the piercings, and the infinite sword energy swept across in an instant. Entered the gate of the void. When the soldiers of the Xuanhuan Empire saw God Emperor Xuanhuan attacking in person, they were sure of the fact that the Emperor Xuanhuan was dead. As you wish. A voice responded. A figure emerged from the gate of the void, and he held a blood-stained spear in his hand, which shook the starry sky with one shot. There was a terrifying power hovering on the blood-stained spear, and the blood light dyed the starry sky, as if the most powerful force had been injected into it, and the gun was nailed to the body of the Emperor Xuanhuan. #C747 The dust settles. Emperor Xuanhuan appeared with tyrannical power, and he wanted to defeat Emperor Xuanhuan in one fell swoop and forge divine power. But Emperor Xuanhuan shot too fast. With a thunderbolt, in an instant, a blood-stained spear was sent into his heart. Even God Emperor Xuanhuan did not resist, he was nailed to the spear and put him on the ground. Sent to the region. God Emperor. The people of the Xuanhuan Empire were stunned, unable to believe the scene in front of them. His Majesty the God Emperor, who was arrogant and invincible in their hearts, was nailed to the starry sky with one move. God Emperor Xuanhuan's eyes burst out, his hand firmly grasped the long spear nailed to his chest, trying to pull it out. But a terrifying will to kill everything raged in his body, frantically destroying his vitality, staring at the mighty Emperor Xuanhuan, unbelievable, with his strength, he couldn't bear the opponent's move. Xuanhuan's face was expressionless. The spear provoked God Emperor Xuanhuan and lifted it up. With a slight shock, Emperor Xuanhuan's head drooped down, completely dead. All this is but a fleeting moment of time. Emperor Xuanhuan appeared, and he nailed Emperor Xuanhuan with a single shot. With a wave of the long spear pinned to the Emperor Xuanhuan, it fluttered like a battle flag, and his gaze swept across the entire battlefield. Emperor Xuanhuan! Emperor Xuanhuan! Emperor Xuanhuan! The overwhelming cheers roared the stars. The soldiers of the Xuanhuan Empire were all boiling. You shouted that your God Emperor Xuanhuan was invincible, but as soon as our great emperor appeared, he could nail you to death with a single shot. There is no need to say who is stronger and who is weaker. One shot to nail the Emperor Xuanhuan to death. Tiao trembled, and was a little fortunate afterwards. He was fortunate that when he went to ask for help that day, he did not ask for it in front of Emperor Xuanhuan. Instead, he surrendered all his strength honestly. The strength of this majesty is unimaginable. God Emperor! Tianhong roared sadly, and the belief in his heart collapsed. What? A scream came out, and it was the time when the gods seized the collapse of the Xuanhuan Empire's belief, and the dark sickle harvested Murongqi's life and split him in half. Leave, Xuanhuan Empire withdraws from the Hanging Arc Star territory. The Grand Marshal was indignant, but he did not lose his composure. Although God Emperor Xuanhuan is dead, there is still a prince in the Xuanhuan Empire. He wants to go back this time and take the prince away, so that the Xuanhuan Empire has a chance to make a comeback. He didn't care about the rest and just ran away. Xuanhuan didn't let him go. The moment he escaped, his eyes were already locked on him, and the blood-stained spear with blood flowers was pulled out from Emperor Xuanhuan's chest. Killed the past. Pfft. The Grand Marshal stayed where he was. His eyebrows were pierced by a long spear, his eyes were wide open, he couldn't rest his eyes, and he still didn't believe that he was dead. The bloodstained spear is a terrifying curse artifact. Xuanhuan did not obliterate the internal curse power, but sealed it inside. The internal curse will suddenly absorb 2 strands of blood, and it was about to erupt again. But Xuanhuan pressed hard, and the head of the Grand Marshal was blown away. Curses can only be used by me. Xuanhuan said lightly. He pulled out his long spear. This cursed magic weapon is very strange. Ordinary people can't use it. If it is used, it will backlash. But he was not afraid, regarded it as a powerful weapon, and sealed it again with the great sealing technique, so he couldn't make trouble. The fourth step of the two world gods died in his hands. Xuanhuan's figure appeared more and more stalwart in the starry sky. Kill! Xuanhuan pointed the spear. The God Emperor was dead, the Grand Marshal was dead, Morongqi was dead, and Tianhong, with blood-red eyes, roared. Instead of surrendering, his whole body mana exploded, shouting hysterically, "I'm fighting with you guys." He did not surrender and wanted to be buried with Emperor Xuanyu. It's loyal, but unfortunately. Xuanhuan admired Tianhong's loyalty. Knowing that resistance would be fatal and that surrender might have a chance of survival, he did not surrender. This is the loyal minister of the empire, a figure that every emperor admires. But although he appreciated it, Xuanhuan did not let him go. His loyalty is not his loyalty. Tianhong's desperate efforts are doomed to be useless. It's not that no one surrendered, but these people basically did not belong to the Xuanyu Empire before. Because of the strong force of the Xuanyu Empire who surrendered to the Emperor Xuanyu, they were not so loyal and gave up resistance one by one. The headquarters of the Xuanyu Empire was still stubbornly resisting, and wanted to be buried with the Emperor. Attack! All dust settled. The Xuanyu Empire swept the battlefield, and those who resisted were killed without mercy, and the shots were fierce and direct. The hanging arc starfields were pushed over one by one. With the strongest elites of the Xuanyu Empire killed in battle, it was destined that there was no chance of a comeback, and the rest was just waiting for time. The Emperor is invincible. At this time, Su Jingtian brought all the horses of the Purple God realm and knelt in front of Xuanhuan. God Emperor Xuanyu is dead, and all the stars in the future will belong to my Xuanyu Empire. I, Su Jingtian, have no other skills, and I am willing to fight for His Majesty. We are all willing to take refuge in your Majesty. There are also some world gods trembling over. They were all the world gods who had taken refuge in the Xuanyu Empire before, and now they have taken refuge in the Xuanyu Empire. Facing this powerful and domineering emperor, they were uneasy in their hearts, not knowing what to do with them and what fate would be given to them. Your arrangement. Xuanhuan naturally knew their thoughts and said, Su Jingtian, this group of people will be handed over to you to arrange. Someone will pass the law of Xuanyu to you, and I can accept your surrender, but whoever dares to have two hearts will die. We dare not. They all buried their heads. Su Jingtian, set up the Hanging Arc Army with the Hanging Arc Star territory. You are the commander of the Hanging Arc Army. Xuanhuan said. This time he attacked the Arc Star territory, also because of Su Jingtian's refuge. Xuanhuan will not treat people who have meritorious deeds badly. In this matter, Su Jingtian also made a great contribution. Yes, the great. Su Jingtian was excited. He knew that he was leading the way for the Xuanyu Empire, and he didn't have any other thoughts, and he made a lot of contributions, so that the emperor gave him the reward. The suspended Arc Army obeys the orders of King Zhongyong. Xuanhuan continued. Lu Qianfu is the military marshal of Xuanyu, and besides him the supreme commander of the Ministry of War. Organize the information of the 31 circles of the Arc, and report it to me, and I will appoint the world masters from all walks of life. Xuanhuan issued the order and sat in the Purple God realm. And this battle also shook everyone in the Hanging Arc Star region. Although the Xuanyu Empire ruled the 30 realms, after all, the time was too short and the rule was not consolidated. When the Xuanyu army arrived, they all chose to surrender. The Xuanyu Empire has not stopped the Xuanyu Empire. Xuanyu 7 years. After a period of cleaning, all the dust settled, and with the last Xuanyu starfield being occupied, the entire Hanging Arc starfield was incorporated into the Xuanhu Empire. #C748 Xuanhu 12 years. Ding. The host completes the main quest and obtains 1 million fate points, the 6th-level construction drawing of the Star God battleship, the advanced card of the world artifact, the supernatural power fruit X512, the Chaos God bead X2, the bloodthirsty God insect X1, the random lottery chance X1, the random 3000 avenues X1, Jiuji Xuanhuan treasure map 4 X1. Ding. The current main line has been released, and it has been promoted to a Cosmos-level empire. Promoted to a Cosmos-level empire. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed. He naturally knew what a Cosmos-level empire meant. If you want to be promoted to a Cosmos-level empire, there are at least hundreds of world god-level universes, and the strong ones are like clouds, and the most important thing is that the controller must have the strength of the universe god to meet the requirements for promotion to a universe-level empire. The universe god is beyond the existence of the world god. The world gods can only dominate one world, but the universe gods traverse the starry sky, live with the heavens and the earth, and shine with the sun and the moon. Building blueprint for the 6th level of the Star God battleship. Xuanhuan looked at the evolved battleship, his eyes changed. Through the system projection, he could probably see the Star God battleship. Originally, the Star God battleship was unimaginably large, but this Star God was hundreds of times larger. It was equipped with a terrifying Star God cannon and more powerful armor. It is no exaggeration to say that it is extremely difficult for even the world god to knock down the Star God battleship. Material is as much as ever needed. Xuanhuan saw the material and was not surprised. Although the Star God battleship is so terrifying, the materials are too much and precious. Even if he controls dozens of big worlds, he cannot build a few ships. However, the appearance of the Star God battleship has undoubtedly given the strength of the Xuanhu Empire. Sexual growth. And this bloodthirsty god insect. Xuanhuan spread his hands. In the palm of his hand there was a small blood-colored bug similar to a broad bean, which looked like a small beetle. But through the introduction, this seemingly inconspicuous little beetle possesses extremely terrifying power. He squeezed lightly. The bloodthirsty god insect is extremely hard. You know, with his current power, he can't blast this little bug at once, and feeding a lot of source power can make the bloodthirsty god insect in his hand breed more little bugs. Those little bugs eat flesh and blood to grow. The army of the Xuanhu Empire is fighting. I don't know how many opponents will be fought in the future. The bloodthirsty god insect can eat enough flesh and blood on the battlefield. If it grows to the limit, it can even devour the universe god. Xuanhuan knew that the bloodthirsty divine insect had great potential and was worthy of his cultivation. Turn on the random selection of 3000 avenues of magic. Xuanhuan said. Ding. The host obtains the Great Destruction technique through random selection. Great Quieting technique, one of the 3000 avenues of magical powers, the world is dead, and no one is immortal. Great Silence technique. With a wave of Xuanhuan's big hand, the Great Silent Elimination technique was cast out, and he immediately felt that the entire world was plunged into dead silence. Then he pointed, and a force of annihilation swept through. The world was instantly darkened, and a world god was about to die. Using the black extreme divine light in conjunction with the Great Quieting technique, the power is even more terrifying. Xuanhuan developed a method of coordinating the black extreme light and the Great Annihilation technique. And he used 511 magical fruits to raise the Great Silent Destruction technique to the 10th level. Chaos God Orb contains the chi of chaos that opened up the world. The Chaos God Pearl in front of him was said to be a bead, but it was not a bead at all. Xuanhuan looked at it like a small world sealed in a sphere, with endless Chaos God Thunder and the chaotic aura that created all things. These two Chaos God Orbs are two small chaos realms. The fifth step is to open up a world of world gods with endless world laws. Xuanhuan saw the importance of the Chaos Divine Pearl for the fourth step, and realized the power of creation with the Qi of Chaos. However, although the chaotic atmosphere in the interior is strong, it is still too rare for a terrifying existence like Xuanhuan. He was directly rewarded it to the Xinyu. I hope he can break through to the fifth step as soon as possible and add a fifth to Xinwu. Step World God. The treasure location of Treasure Map 4 is in the Sea of Cosmic Universe. Xuanhuan immediately looked at the location of Treasure Map 4. The breadth was vast, ancient and mysterious. It is rumored that the Universe Sea is the most mysterious place in this universe, with countless ancient ruins. Treasures of every era can be found in the universe, and countless masters are buried there. Now he holds more than 1.5 million fate points in his hands. And with his current realm, fate point obviously cannot be used to exchange realm, he is also accumulating it, and when the high-level mall refreshes what he wants, he will use it to exchange. There are 5 random lottery draws, and Xuanhuan has no idea of drawing a lottery for the time being. The 27 realms of the Xinwu star territory. 31 circles in the hanging arc star field. Eternal world. God's wild world. Xuanhuan has already controlled 60 great worlds, and as his strength becomes stronger and stronger, it is easy to control more worlds. Looking at the map, outside the Xinwu star territory and the hanging arc star territory, it is already a vast cosmic starry sky, and no other world can be found within an extremely distant distance. Time flies, passing like water. It has been the 12th year of Xinwu. In a few years, the hanging arc star region has been completely digested into the territory of Xinwu, and the most important academy system has also been established. Time smoothed everything out, and people gradually forgot about the Xuanyu Empire, knowing that they had become the subjects of the Xinwu Empire, and they did find that after becoming Xinwu people, their treatment was much better than the Xuanyu period. With the unification of Xinwu, dense teleportation arrays have been built in the Xinwu star field and the hanging arc star field, so that people from all walks of life can travel through the worlds unimpeded. With a unified system, it's like clenching your fists, and all resource countries will be deployed uniformly. Those powerhouses have obtained a lot of resources from Xuanhuan in the past few years. The development of an empire cannot be accomplished overnight, and there is a kingdom of emperors in Xuanhuan, 1 day outside and 1 year inside. Although only a few years have passed since looking at the outside world, thousands of years have passed in the kingdom of the emperor. Lu Qianfu, Yang Teng, the ancestor of the Holy Turtle, and Li Songhai all broke through to the second step. The ancestor of Tianhua is also very good. His cultivation base has already reached the late stage of the third step. With the cultivation of Xinwu resources, he did not disappoint Xuanhuan, and he also broke through to the fourth step. This made him sigh uncontrollably, how delicious. Fortunately, he was wise and didn't make 2 stupid moves that day, otherwise how could he break through to the fourth step? Shenyu's refined 2 Chaos Divine Orbs, although they have not broken through immediately, but they are very close to the fifth step. The third step of the World God, the Universe. Boom. The Xinwu Star Field, the Hanging Arc Star Field, the Boundless World Energy, the Turbulent Belief Frenzy, and the vast and endless power flowed under the control of Xuanhuan. He holds Yin and Yang, holds the universe, and has been in seclusion for many years in the kingdom of the Emperor, and finally reached the third step in his realm. #C749 Mysterious Yellow Book. Xuanhuan's realm broke through to the third step of the World God, Qiankuan. Every time he breaks through, the increase in strength is extremely huge. With one punch, the power of 60 World God-level worlds, plus the increase in the human Emperor sword and the many means he controls, even if it is the fifth, he will also be beheaded if he steps into the realm. Ding. The host completed the side quest, broke through the third step of the world god, Xuanhuan, obtained 300,000 fate points, magic fruit x512, world artifact advanced card, mirror of myth x1, endless law den x2, random lottery chance x1, 9 extreme god light treasure map 5x1. Ding! The current branch line has been released, and the fourth step of breaking through the world god is endless. The third step. Xuanhuan put away all his strength. There is an ancient mirror in his hand, and the power of myth is flowing, which can brew a mythical blow, like a distant legend, bringing ancient power, extremely powerful power, and can reflect many reflections, condensing all kinds of incredible mythical power. Boundless world? This treasure map shows that the location of the treasure is in a place called the vast world, but Xuanhuan has never heard of it, and there is no news about it. But there is a treasure map, and he can find it wherever it is hidden. 2 endless law pills were given to him. The Great Sealing technique was raised to the 11th level by him. Start random lottery. Xuanhuan has accumulated too many random lottery draws now, as many as 6 times, and plans to consume a few times. Ding! The host will get Jade Spirit Immortal Paste X1 through random lottery. Inside a jade bottle, it seems to be only a small size, but in fact, there is a mystery inside. Bobo's fairy jelly aura emerges from the bottle, and when you smell it, you will feel relaxed and happy. When you pour it into the water, the bright divine light is refracted, and every drop of water contains extremely pure fairy energy. This jade spirit can wash the body. If a woman uses it to wash herself, she can have a peerless face, and it can be used to change the root bone and enhance her cultivation. The above introduction also said, Jade Spirit Immortal Pulp collects the essence of the universe and is very precious. These fairy juices can be sent to Concubine AI and Chensi. Xuanhuan said lightly. Ding! The host obtained the Holy Spirit Pill X5 through a random lottery. 5 Holy Spirit pills create 5 Holy Spirits, but unfortunately, it is no longer effective for the powerful Xuanwu Empire, and it is not as good as the previous fairy juice. Ding! The host will get the Divine Blood X1 through random lottery. Sacred Blood. Xuanhuan saw a jade bottle in his hand, opened the bottle cap, the divine light was bright, and inside was purple gold divine blood, which was very noble. Divine holy blood, refine divine holy blood to obtain divine holy body. This holy body is suitable for the loyal and brave king. Looking at the introduction of the divine holy body, Xuanhuan knew that this was an extremely tyrannical physique, no worse than Yangting's prehistoric holy body, but it was of no use to him, because he was the supreme human sovereign, and his strength was no longer something. The Eucharist can be manipulated. But Lu Qianfu needed it. He is the military marshal of Xuanwu, who controls the army and horses of the empire. Xuanhuan gave him the divine holy body and the 2 endless law pills, hoping that he could break through to the 4th step in the shortest possible time. One more draw. Xuanhuan continued to draw prizes at this time. Ding! The host obtained the Holy Spirit Pill X5 through a random lottery. Ding! The host obtained the Holy Spirit Pill X5 through a random lottery. Twice in a row, Xuanhuan didn't draw anything too good. Looking at the last chance left, he used it all up. Ding! The host obtained the Blueprint X1 from the Xuanhuan book through a random lottery. Xuanhuangshu Making Blueprint, collect all the materials to create the artifact Xuanhuangshu. Remarks, this crafting blueprint is a one-time use drawing, and it disappears immediately after being built. Mysterious Yellow Book. Xuanhuan suddenly looked at the book. This book represents the profound yellowness of the heavens and the earth, and the vast land. The book given to Xuanhuan is not a book at all, but a boundless world. After the creation is successful, the power must be extremely terrifying. But he looked at the materials, all kinds of divine gold, all kinds of materials that were so precious that he had never heard of it, even if he used the inventory of the Xuanhuan Empire, he could only find 1/10 of the materials, and he didn't get it all together at all. Although the crafting materials are precious, there will be great surprises when they are built. The building of the Xuanhuan book must be put on the agenda, and the empire must look for these materials. Xuanhuan used up all the lottery opportunities and had a good idea. 14 years of Xuanhu. A few years have passed. In the past few years, there have been many masters in Xuanhu. To Xuanhuan's surprise, Kongmi Daokuan, the gold-swallowing beast, has also become a world god. He has also cultivated a lot of bloodthirsty god insects, but there has been no war recently, so there is no way to test its power. Lu Qianfu didn't let him down either. The resources of the empire continued to supply him, refining the divine blood, and adding 2 endless law pills. The emperor's kingdom was closed for 500 or 600 years, and he finally broke through to the 4th step of the world god. Only this kind of cultivation can lead the army. In the past few years, Xuanhuan didn't seem to go to war. In fact, he was digesting the income of the unification of the 2-star fields, and turned it into strength in the shortest time. The number of star god battleships has also broken through to 15, and these battleships can withstand the bombardment of the world god. And such rapid development has brought about a huge consumption of resources. Even if he has a huge power, he will be unable to resist at this moment, and the consumption of resources is too fast. But Xuanhuan doesn't care. Only strong strength can conquer more worlds. Without strength, those worlds will not belong to you obediently. What gave him some headaches was that in the past few years, the collection of materials for the Xuanhuan book was still progressing slowly. The key is that many cherished materials are simply not available in these 2-star fields, and they must go to places with more abundant resources. It's not easy to create this mysterious yellow book. Xuanhuan also had to let out such a sigh. Your Majesty, Sujing Tian asks to see you. At this time, someone reported. Oh? Sujing Tian. Xuanhuan is still very satisfied with Sujing Tian, because his leadership allowed the Xuanhu Empire to control the Hanging Arc Star territory. Although he borrowed his power, he was also a hero. Sujing Tian will not ask him for nothing. I have seen the Emperor. Sujing Tian knelt down and bowed, feeling more and more that Emperor Xuanhu was vast and majestic. The development in the past few years, he has seen it in his eyes, it is so amazing and terrifying, it has reached an incomprehensible speed. Sujing Tian, what are you asking me to do? Xuanhuan said. Your Majesty, I do have something to report to Your Majesty. Sujing Tian said, I know that Your Majesty has been collecting a lot of cherished materials recently, but many of these materials are not available in the Hanging Arc Star territory, only in the deeper universe world, and I also know that some materials may be in the There Is a Place. I have come to inform Your Majesty. #C750 Purple Blood Demon Sect. Say it. Xuanhuan's face remained calm, and then he slowly said, if there is really what I need, you should make a great contribution. Yes, Your Majesty. Sujing Tian hurriedly said what he knew. Actually, this minister is from the Purple Blood Demon Sect, and the Purple Blood Cosmic God died in the universe 100,000 years ago. The collapsed, and I also broke away from the Purple Blood Demon Sect and went to the Hanging Arc Star territory. Xuanhuan nodded slightly. He is not really ignorant of the universe C. There are many epics and indelible products left there. Not to mention the world god, it is not surprising that the universe god has fallen there. The place I mentioned is the Purple Blood Demon Vault. When the Purple Blood Demon Sect disintegrated, many powerful people fought fiercely. In the end, it was discovered that the treasure trove could not be entered. After calculation, it would take 100,000 years to enter. If the Cosmic God even goes to the Cosmic Sea, maybe the Purple Blood Demon Library has what His Majesty needs. Your news is very important, and I will let Xinyu go with you. Chu Yuan said, Shen Yu, follow Su Jingtian to the Purple Blood Magic Library. Yes, Your Majesty, I will go to the Purple Blood Magic Library immediately. The way of God. Let's go. Chu Yuan waved his hand. Shen Yu's and Su Jingtian set off immediately. I hope that I can find more materials that I need in the Purple Blood Demon Library. If the Xuan Wangshu is created, it will be earth-shattering. Even one of the national weapons of the Shenwu Empire, the Sea of Cosmos, and the vast world, some things should be resolved. Chu Yuan flickered and disappeared. Lord Shenyu's, although the Purple Blood Demon sect split up back then, there are actually quite a few masters. There are a lot of treasures stored in the magic library. This time we must get them and dedicate them to Your Majesty. The 100,000 years have come. I don't know how many people will come. Su Jingtian said to the goddess. Shen Yu's didn't speak, just followed Su Jingtian like a ghost, just following Su Jingtian, following His Majesty's order, and protecting him closely. Su Jingtian was annoyed. Of course he knew that the gods were not dumb. Just don't want to talk to him. The journey along the way is very heavy, and there is no other communication between the two except Su Jingtian, who occasionally said a few words. In the vast darkness and vacuum, at this moment there is a huge world, looking into it from a distance, shrouded in a layer of terrifying aura, there are countless continuous palaces. It is the place of the sect of the Purple Blood Demon sect, majestic and magnificent. The Purple Blood Demon sect had a sect of cosmic gods back then. Unfortunately, with the fall of the Purple Blood Cosmic God, it also fell silent. Let's go into the Purple Blood realm, and I believe other masters are coming too, If they hadn't been in a hurry to divide the family and the treasures, the Purple Blood Demon sect would not have broken up. Su Jingtian took Shen Yu into the Purple Blood realm. In the huge world, there is plenty of spiritual energy, and there is amethyst-like light everywhere, mixed with blood-colored brilliance, giving people a strange feeling. Soon they arrived at the place where the palace stretched, all made of purple crystals, and bursts of purple blood permeated out, very large, and the end of the universe could not be seen, showing the majesty of a cosmic sect. It really came. When he arrived, he had already faintly detected a familiar atmosphere. Let's go to the dojo of the Purple Blood Demon sect. It didn't take long for them to come to a huge and wide dojo, still maintaining the appearance of 100,000 years. There are magic seats here, and in the most eye-catching position, there is a huge magic seat. Back then, the Purple Blood Cosmic God sat there and ruled the world. But things are different. 100,000 years have passed, and all the gods of the universe have died, which made Su Jingtian also sigh with emotion. Su Jingtian, you haven't died yet, and you are here. I haven't seen you for 100,000 years. I thought you were already dead. It's a pity. However, just when Su Jingtian arrived, a cold and malicious voice came over, and then a dry old man appeared, filled with a miserable and cold aura, and the cold wind whistled around. Haha, Luing, you didn't die, how could I die? You haven't seen any progress in 100,000 years. Su Jingtian looked at the old man named Luing coldly, and then said lightly, your mouth still stinks as always. It's Su Jingtian and Luing here. They were rivals back then, and they calculated each other. It was fine when the Purple Blood Cosmic God suppressed them. Back then, the two fought for 10 days and 10 nights, with no winner or loser, and then the two of them left in disgust. Yeah, this time the two meet again, and they will definitely fight again. I heard that Luing went to the University and got a huge opportunity there. As time went by, people from this dojo continued to gather, all watching the show. You can see my growth soon. All of a sudden, Luing couldn't help but slash, and the dark magic thunder under his palm swept away like a goshawk fighting a rabbit. Go. Everyone knows the grievances between the two, and it is not surprising for them to act. Humph. Luing, I'll show you that my strength is no longer what you can handle. Su Jingtian snorted heavily, his eyes locked on Luing immediately, one palm for another, and the two palms slammed together. Bang bang bang. Luing suffered a major blow. He never imagined that his ultimate move would be collapsed and disintegrated in an instant. He even took a dozen steps back, and his face also showed shock. Your strength. Luing couldn't believe it. Haha, my strength has long since changed from what it used to be. It's not what you can think of at all. Luing, you have such a little chance to try to be arrogant in front of me, you're just humiliating yourself. Su Jingtian laughed. Since he took refuge in Xuanhuan, he has had the supply of realm pills, and his mana has soared. He swayed in the past, and his hands continued to slash wildly with ultimate moves. Every time he landed, Luing retreated again and again. Boom! The world is shaking. A palm slammed out and immediately hit Lu Ying's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face suddenly turned pale. Goodbye in 100,000 years, Luing is no longer Su Jingtian's opponent. You! Luing shouted. But the next moment, Su Jingtian forced him to come over again. This Luing also made him suffer from the loss of not killing him in the past. Today, he is going to trouble him. If he doesn't give Luing a hard lesson, his thoughts and his heart will not be accessible. Seeing Su Jingtian attacking again, Luing tried his best to fight back. However, Su Jingtian slaughtered with one palm, and there was an invincible charm of Xuanhuan, which was contaminated with the militant temperament of the Xuanhuan Empire. Suddenly, Lu Ying's whole body shook, like a bird with broken wings being smashed, and flew out. Luing, remember, this is the lesson I taught you. If you see me in the future, you have to walk around. #C751 Open the Magic Library. Su Jingtian strongly suppressed Luing. He clearly knew that the reason why he was so strong was because of Emperor Xuanhuan. How did Su Jingtian become so strong, and what kind of chance did he get? 100,000 years ago, he and Luing were at odds with each other. 100,000 years later, he suppressed Luing. Could it be that he also broke through to the fifth step? Possible? Everyone trembled inwardly. The first 4 steps rely on vigorous energy to achieve rapid breakthroughs, but the fifth step is very difficult. Only by cultivating the power of opening up the world can you step out. There were not many people in the huge purple blood demon sect back then. Luing, if you kneel in front of me today and beg for mercy, I will forgive you. If you want me to kneel on your knees, it's impossible to die. Lu Ying's face was hideous. He had fought with Su Jingtian for so many years, how could he surrender to this great enemy, and it was impossible to kill him. Not convinced? Then I will teach you a lesson today, so that you will remember it for life. Su Jingtian showed no mercy. But at this moment, under his vigorous suppression, a deadly murderous intent swept in, and a figure in the void jumped rapidly, holding a bloody big knife, like a butcher's knife, directly killing Su Jingtian. This person was extremely ruthless, completely killing Su Jingtian. Lu Ying's expression brightened, and he showed a sinister smile. But at this time, Xinyu Zhan shot. No one noticed Xinyu Zhan, as if it never existed. The huge dark sickle was in the air, and the moment the big sword came, it collided fiercely. The raider shook violently, feeling that his blood knife could not be cut off. The goddess had no words. His dark scythe was slashing, and the man with the sword quickly retreated, and then saw the god of seclusion take out the divine scepter and empty it, and a huge beam of light crossed time and space, almost ignoring the defense hole and passing through. Boom! The man was shaken violently out of nothingness. A middle-aged man appeared. Chao Qianshan, is you. Su Jingtian shouted, there is an aura of opening up the world, your cultivation has reached the limit of the 4th step, you sneak attack on me. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Chao Qianshan stared at Su Jingtian coldly. He and Lu Ying came from the same hall back then, and they were also friends. Seeing that Lu Ying was being suppressed, he naturally wanted to do it. He looked at Shenyu's. I didn't expect that there was such a master beside you, but I didn't think that it wasn't because of his protection that you died. It seems that you will also have extraordinary opportunities in the past 100,000 years. The temperament is different, obviously you have taken refuge in others. Chao Qianshan guessed that Su Jingtian had taken refuge with others based on just a little detail. Humph, what does it have to do with you? Su Jingtian is also happy. Fortunately, there are Xinyu who follow him, otherwise he will follow Chao Qianshan's way. Today is my purple blood demon sect opening the treasure and reappearing the glorious day. You can't tolerate fighting here. A voice came from the void, and a large number of figures descended, and then a tall, burly, middle-aged man with the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers appeared here, and his eyes glanced coldly here. His cultivation level actually reached the 5th step. I have seen the Great Elder. Although the Purple Blood Demon sect has disintegrated, this man was the Great Elder of the Purple Blood Demon sect 100,000 years ago, and his cultivation was profound, so everyone had to salute him when they saw him. Elder, Han Wuji. Su Jingtian said immediately. Su Jingtian, you have a lot of opportunities these years. Han Wuji looked at Su Jingtian and said lightly, today is the day when my Purple Blood Demon sect opened the treasure. You actually invited foreign aid. Tell me, what is his origin? Elder, this Su Jingtian should be damned. Lu Ying reminded. He's not the only one to be damned. At this time a violent purple spirit brilliance came, and a young woman appeared in the middle. There was a mark of purple blood between her eyebrows, and she looked at Han Wuji and the group of people with extremely bad eyes. This young woman is actually the 5th step. Haha, Xiling Demon God, I haven't seen you for 100,000 years. Your style is even worse. You haven't heard from you for 100,000 years. I'm also looking for your traces. Happy. Han Wuji's face was filled with joy to see his friend. Hypocritical. The Xiling Demon God said coldly, you have set up a new portal and reopened the sect. You do not belong to the Purple Blood Demon sect, and the resources here do not belong to you. She is a direct disciple of the Purple Blood Universe God. The reason why the Purple Blood Demon sect collapsed back then was all thanks to Han Wuji. Seeing that the Purple Blood Demon sect had fallen, this man wanted to obtain the treasure trove of resources and set up a new portal. Ziling, you misunderstood me. If the Purple Blood Demon sect does not disintegrate and there is no cosmic god suppression, those enemies will not let us go, and I have no choice, in order to preserve the power of the sect. Han Wuji smiled hypocritically, when I break through the universe god, I will re-establish the Purple Blood Demon sect. When you come to be the sect master, I will still be the Great Elder. Are you really willing to be this suzerain? Xiling Demon God smiled contemptuously. This man has great ambitions, but when the purple-blooded universe god is there, he dares not show it. If the purple-blooded universe god hadn't set a ban, the treasures inside would have been looted by him long ago, and will be kept there. Now. Of course it's not worth it. After all, you are the direct disciple of the purple-blooded universe god. Han Wuji said. Okay, I didn't come today to listen to your words. The Purple Blood Magic Library is about to open, and it should be opened for 100,000 years. Xiling Demon God knows Han Wuji's thoughts very well. Immediately, as her words fell, the powerhouses present were divided into 2 groups. One group followed Xiling Demon God, the direct disciple of the God of the universe, and the other group followed Han Wuji, the Great Elder. After Han Wuji left, he took away most of the people and re-established the sect with him. It seems that you still insist on splitting the sect, Xiling. Anyway, then as you wish, after opening the treasure house, how to divide the treasure inside. Han Wuji let out a false sigh. This person is very insidious. He deliberately said this sentence, to occupy the general trend. He said it as if the Xiling demon god was the initiator of the split of the purple blood demon sect, not him. Humph. Xiling demon god has already seen too much about this person's methods, and it would be meaningless if he wouldn't talk to him. With a wave of her palm, a purple magic power swept out, turning into a beam of light and bombarding the vast void. Open the purple blood magic library. Han Wuji has also been greedy for the purple blood magic library for a long time. He has been looking for the opportunity to become the god of the universe for 100,000 years. Both of them were once high-ranking people in the purple blood demon sect, so they naturally knew where the treasure trove was. Boom! The roaring sound resounded, the void was torn apart, and a treasure trove emitting purple appeared. #C752 finally come. The treasure house that had been sealed for 100,000 years was finally slowly opened. A breath of time burst out. Purple blood magic library. Han Wuji's eyes were fiery and greedy. He stared at this treasure house, knowing clearly that the purple blood cosmic god likes to collect all kinds of treasures, and the most time in his life is in the Sea of Cosmos, sealing everything in the magic library. He was fortunate enough to go in several times and visit the treasure when the purple blood cosmic god was happy. Treasures, countless treasures. Han Wuji shouted in his heart, if I can obtain all the treasures of the purple blood cosmic god, I may even become the cosmic god, who will overwhelm the universe, the heaven and the earth will live together, the universe will not be destroyed, and the gods will not die. The fifth step, but my lifespan will eventually run out. Although he is still in his prime, he also understands that he is also slowly aging. Don't try to stop me, no one. Han Wuji roared in his heart. Open! Xiling demon god's face was solemn. She knew that Master had sealed a lot of treasures in the treasury, and when it was opened, Han Wuji would definitely fight for it frantically, but she was not afraid. Boom! The door of the treasure is getting bigger and bigger, and the dazzling brilliance of the treasure inside is confusing and dazzling. Opened! As soon as the treasure house opened, Han Wuji couldn't wait to break in. It's fast. Unwilling to be left behind, Xiling demon god also entered in an instant. Arriving in the treasure house, there is a vast world inside, all kinds of treasures are piled up here at will, many divine iron, countless rare medicinal materials, and even some broken divine weapons. These are all collected by the purple blood cosmic god over the endless years. Sujing Tian also widened his eyes. The treasures inside are amazing. In fact, many treasures of the purple blood cosmic god are not needed, but he just likes to collect them. In addition to retreating and practicing, he is in the universe sea, and eventually perishes there forever. My god, you see that it is the divine iron in the beginning, and it is as big as a hill. How you a divine stone has it? Endless treasures. Everyone was shocked by the treasures in the treasure house. These treasures are mine. As soon as Han Wuji came in, he showed a fierce side. Don't think about it. Xiling demon god also shouted, only I can inherit the treasure of Master, you are too greedy. Haha, Xiling, you just want these treasures, defending the purple blood demon sect is all fake in my eyes, I won't talk nonsense with you, if you don't have the purple blood universe god, you can too. Cultivation to the fifth step? And I came out step by step with my own strength. Han Wuji fiercely looked at Xiling demon god. While speaking, he showed his super strength. With one move, the time and space suddenly slowed down, and in an instant, a palm slammed towards the Xiling demon god. He knew that Xiling demon god would not give him the treasure easily, and he was not afraid. In his eyes, the Xiling demon god is just a junior, and his cultivation is so profound. Humph! The Xiling demon god knew that Han Wuji would do something to her, and he was well prepared. Her body was light, her treasure house was flickering, and the purple energy was rising. Although it was dazzling, it was actually a kind of magic art that contained murderous intent. The purple blood universe, God personally directed her. Her amethyst-like palm also patted out. The two powers of the fifth step immediately clashed. If it wasn't for the powerful seal imposed by the purple-blooded universe god and placed in the outside world, the starry sky would have collapsed long ago. It's useless, you are not my opponent. Han Wuji strode forward, fierce and brutal, tearing off the disguise, slamming, and the mana that created the world fluctuated away. Fight for treasures. Seeing the two statues fighting in the fifth step, Su Jingtian was not idle either. This was the best time. He grabbed it with a big hand. There was a huge cauldron in the distance, which was a world artifact, so he grabbed it. You dare! Unexpectedly, when Han Wuji was suppressing the Xiling demon god, he would still be able to spare his efforts to suppress Su Jingtian. A palm fell with fluctuations that covered the sky and the sun, leaving Su Jingtian instantly trapped in place. Swish! Shenyu's slashed with a scythe, breaking the seal, and Su Jingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was the fourth step, the gap between him and the fifth step was huge, not to mention the fifth step like Han Wuji. Of the strong. It's messed up, totally messed up. Everyone in the treasure house is fighting together. Treasures that can be placed in the treasury by the purple blood cosmic god are all treasures, and any world god will be jealous if they take out anyone. Shinyo's eyes flickered. At this moment, no one knew what he was thinking. A pair of ghostly eyes glanced at the entire treasure house, as if looking for something. Purple spirit demon god, I think when we are fighting, we must also clear out the things in the treasury that should not exist here. Han Wuji stared at Shinyu and said suddenly. This goddess is very strange, giving him a very bad feeling. I agree. Xiling demon god also stopped fighting. Suddenly, the two of them seemed to be fighting each other, but they suddenly turned a corner and headed straight towards the goddess. Shenyu's was immediately penetrated by two forces, but what made Xiling demon god and Han Wuji's eyes narrow was that their powers actually penetrated through, and this person turned into nothingness, which didn't hurt him at all. It's really weird. Both of their faces became serious. This Su Jingtian brought in some powerful people. Great instant killing technique. Han Wuji suddenly unleashed a powerful 3000 Dao supernatural power. This technique is called instant kill, which means to condense the most terrifying power to the limit, suddenly cut out the strongest blow, and execute instant kill. The great instant killing technique. Su Jingtian was shocked. This is Han Wuji's technique of becoming famous. The instant killing technique killed the gods, but suddenly, at the moment when they were about to collide with the gods, this instant killing technique did not kill them, but turned to the side and killed Xiling. Demon. His drunkard's intention is not to drink wine, but the real purpose is the purple spirit demon god. Han Wuji, you are indeed treacherous, but I am also guarding against your trick. Xiling demon god wears a jade pendant. This jade pendant shot out a purple brilliance, which became a shield. The moment the instant killing technique came, the shield trembled fiercely, but it did not break. The protective magic weapon refined by the god of the universe. Han Wuji reappeared, his eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, the purple blood cosmic god didn't care about the price, and he personally refined this magic weapon for you. I said long ago that this treasure trove belongs to me. Xiling demon god also said coldly. You are finally here, this treasure house belongs to no one, only me, and only I am the master here. Suddenly, a voice came from the depths of the treasure house. #C753 Purple Blood Magic Book. This voice that controlled everything suddenly echoed in the Purple Blood Magic Library. Who is it? Han Wuji immediately stopped shooting, his cold eyes stared into the magic library, which made him have a bad premonition. Could it be the existence that was sealed in the magic library by the purple blood cosmic god? He didn't know what the purple blood cosmic god had left in the treasury. Han Wuji, the cosmic god, said before his death that you are too ambitious and have many ideas. As expected, as soon as the cosmic god falls, you will be impatient to split the purple blood demon sect. Woohoo! The purple storm whistles, in the midst of infinitely noble brilliance. A figure appeared in the depths of the treasure house. He was an old man in a purple robe with a slight smile on his face. Master? The Xiling demon god looked at the old man and immediately shook his head. No, you are not Xuanhuan, you just look a little like Xuanhuan, and Xuanhuan's face is not as old as you, saying, who are you? Why imitate Master, appear in this purple blood magic library? Although the existence in front of him looks a bit like the purple blood universe god, the purple spirit demon god can be sure that he is not. Haha, you were brought back by the cosmic god when you were young, and the cosmic god has spent a lot of money on you before you can achieve the 5th step of development. The old man laughed and said, I am the owner of this treasure house, you can treat me as the purple blood universe god. Humph. You are not the purple-blooded universe god, quickly show your true colors. Han Wuji no longer wanted to see him continue to play tricks. This old man who looked a bit like the purple blood cosmic god gave him a lot of pressure and anxiety. The universe god has died, I am the suzerain of the purple blood demon sect, Han Wuji, you must obey my orders. This old ancestor waved out his sleeves and regarded himself as the suzerain of the purple blood demon sect. He grabbed it with a large palm print of purple blood, covering the sky and the sun, containing a strong 5th step fluctuation, and directly killing the most disobedient Han Wuji. This is Master's purple blood magic art. You can actually cultivate to this level. As if the universe god had performed it himself, the Xiling demon god was shocked. She had already seen that this old man was deeply familiar with the purple blood demon art, as if he was the founder, but what he exerted was the fluctuation of the world god. It can't be the purple blood universe god. Han Wuji knew that the purple blood cosmic god had been dead for 100,000 years, and perhaps this old man was a backup in the treasury. He roared and tried his best to fight the old man fiercely. But an incredible scene appeared, the strength of the old man completely surpassed him, and just one blow made him fly upside down. Purple blood world. Boom. A world of purple blood shrouded, the old man's eyes were cold, majestic and domineering. At this moment, when he put his hands together, Han Wuji was wrapped in the world of purple blood, and his body was under great pressure. You can even do this trick. Han Wuji was shocked. Boom. The purple blood world exploded, and Han Wuji was blown away. With his strength, he was defeated in a few moves, and lost to the old man. You, who are you? Han Wuji trembled, unable to guess the origin of this old man. Well, you can call me Zixue, the inheritor of the universe god. This old man named Zixue said lightly, controlling everything. Purple blood? The Xiling demon god thought about it and said, I have never heard that the purple blood demon sect has a character like you. Little girl, you haven't heard of me, but you have seen me. The strange words made Xiling demon god even more confused. Immediately, a purple blood demonic energy flowed out from Zixue's body, and then in this treasure house, they actually saw a book, a purple blood-colored magic book, with countless runes flashing on it, hundreds of millions of them. The text is recorded, expounding the true meaning of the purple blood demon Tao. Purple blood magic book. Demon god Xiling and Han Wuji shouted in surprise. This old man is indeed not a human being, his body is a magic book. This purple blood demon book was written by the purple blood cosmic god over the endless years. It recorded various secrets of the demon sect. He devoted his own efforts to the origin. It is the holy book of the purple blood demon sect. Countless disciples have inherited it from it. Unexpectedly, the Purple Blood Magic Book actually gave birth to its own spiritual wisdom, produced a book spirit, and cultivated to an extremely advanced realm. My spiritual wisdom was born long ago, and I have been cultivating it, but you just don't know it. If it wasn't for me at a critical, deep level of cultivation, Han Wuji, you would be able to split into purple blood. Demon sect? Purple Blood Magic Book said disdainfully, the treasures you see are all in my book world. Senior Mashu. Xiling Demon God immediately stepped forward. Senior was compiled by Xuanhuan with painstaking efforts. Now that Xuanhuan is away, Senior can indeed take charge of the sect, but this Han Wuji is disobedient and interesting, we have to clean him up. She was also very kind when she saw the Purple Blood Magic Book. Well, the current cosmic god did not expect that he would die in the universe. This Han Wuji is very powerful, killing him is too wasteful, and it is also troublesome to keep. I will extract his soul imprint and suppress it in the book world, complete control of his life and death. Purple Blood Magic Book said slowly. No, I won't let you extract my soul imprint. Han Wuji shouted loudly. As soon as his soul source was extracted, life and death would be in his hands, and he roared, I can listen to you and build the Purple Blood Demon sect. Then it's up to you. The Purple Blood Demon Book is very domineering, but his eyes turned to the gods, and said, Su Jing Tian, I know you, but the people around you don't belong to my Purple Blood Demon sect, they are so weird and strange, as if there is a ghost in the shadows. Who are you? Outsiders can't live here, no matter how weird you are, but if you enter the universe in my book, even if it's a dragon, you have to take care of it for me. The Purple Blood Magic Book is going to do something to the gods. It seems that his body is just a book, but he poured too much effort into the purple-blooded cosmic god. In order to compile it, he did not know how much he paid. Even the world in his book was created by the purple-blooded cosmic god who collected countless treasures. He went deep into the sea of cosmos many times, and most of the treasures were used to create him. The purple light billowed, and with a single blow, the Purple Blood Magic Book grabbed the Shenyu. Shenyu's wore a mask and could not see his expression. He displayed Shenyu heaven and earth, and the whole person stepped into nothingness. But the Purple Blood Magic Book snorted coldly. If it was outside, this trick of the goddess would indeed be very troublesome, but this is his world, and any laws are mobilized by him. Shenyu's was shaken out, but he did not suffer any damage. Trouble! Su Jingtian screamed badly. He did not expect that the book demon would be born in the Purple Blood Demon Library and fall into the world under his control. Purple Blood Magic Book, a book spirit, do you want to deal with my people? An invincible power descended. Originally, the Purple Blood Magic Library was in a closed state under the control of the Purple Blood Magic Book, and it was almost impossible for the outside world to enter. But a big man carrying the Supreme Emperor's prestige slammed it with a palm, and the giant hand like a god shocked the universe and space and appeared in the Purple Blood Magic Library. #C754 give you two choices. This treasure house is the book world of the Purple Blood Devil Book, opened up by the power of the universe god, and after he seals it, it is almost impossible to break it from the outside world. But the Purple Blood Magic Book suddenly saw that a great figure descended. He holds the vast power of the gods, the majestic power of the world's infinite, and he broke the time and space with a single blow, and appeared in the Purple Blood Treasure House, with the attitude of reigning the world. Great! Seeing this figure, Su Jingtian and Shenyu's immediately looked shocked and rushed to Chuyuan's side. After Su Jingtian left that day, Chuyuan actually came, but he turned the gate of the void and hid himself in a mysterious space and time with the power of eternal exile. If there was no accident, he would not show up. Sure enough, the treasure house of the universe god is not so good. Flat body. Chuyuan said slowly. Great Emperor? The Purple Blood Demon Book's expression suddenly changed. Who are you? You can break the world of my book, you are not the god of the universe. This treasure trove belongs to Emperor Xuanhuan. Su Jingtian shouted, "Purple Blood Devil Book, you don't give up all resistance quickly and surrender to the Emperor, otherwise, you will be born with wisdom, and you will be wiped out here, and relying on the Emperor is your only choice. It's not the God of the universe, you just want me to take refuge, I'll just see how powerful you, the great Emperor Xuanhuan, are." The sudden change also surprised Xuanhuan, but he was also extremely confident in his own strength. Purple Blood God Palm. Back then, when the Purple Blood Cosmic God slammed away with a palm, he could condense a small universe and burst into immortal power. Although he was not that powerful, this palm also contained the strong fluctuations of a world. Just as the Purple Blood Magic Book shot, Chu Yuan's eyes locked on him, and his palm slowly stretched out, seemingly slow, but it was an illusion formed by too strong power. God's Gate, God's Art. The power of this palm came fiercely, suppressed the ancients, and was powerful in the world, causing the time and space in the book to collapse. Chu Yuan and Xuanhuan slapped each other. Completely locking him around, the Purple Blood Divine Palm collapsed in an instant, and even the Purple Blood Magic Book suffered a heavy blow, and the entire body was shaken back. This force has already suppressed the Purple Blood Devil Book, ruling his world with the Gate of Heaven. Purple Blood Magic Book has been suppressed. Xiling Demon God was shocked. Amazing enough. The Purple Blood Demon Book's face was extremely solemn, and he encountered a great enemy. Immediately, he put his hands up, and the purple blood aura permeated the entire world in the book, and then the time and space changed, turning it into the power of opening up. Facing the counterattack of the Purple Blood Magic Book, Chu Yuan remained calm. He clenched his fist tightly and blasted it out directly. This is the purest power without any tricks. Immediately under this strongest force, the various magical powers of the Purple Blood Magic Book were greatly restrained, and the entire Purple Blood time and space were shattered. What, so awesome! The Purple Blood Magic Book was also surprised by the tyrannical strength of Emperor Xuanhuan, but he did not panic. A blood-colored halberd appeared in his palm, and the halberd was pressed down, exuding all his strength. Boom! But there was also a thick golden light spreading on Chu Yuan's palm. He slapped his palm, controlled the fluctuations of the sky, and hit the blood-colored halberd. The huge force made the Purple Blood Magic Book's hands tremble, and his body was bent. The Great Cut. Chu Yuan slashed with one finger, and a beam of extreme light flew past. Snort. The Purple Blood Magic Book snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a shield appeared, blocking the cutting blow. Chu Yuan took the steps of the Supreme, and the rays of light reflected each other. He grabbed it with a palm and immediately saw that the world in front of him was dark. With his strength, it was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. Arrive. Why is it dark today? Everyone exclaimed in shock. A terrifying aura of eternal annihilation came, and the Purple Blood Magic Book was horrified, and he felt that everything in himself was being annihilated. Boom! The Great Silence technique finally fell on him, and he was shaking, and the whole body showed a mass of nothingness, as if the blow just now almost wiped out his intelligence and existence. He didn't vomit blood, because he was not a flesh and blood creature, but a book spirit. Break up the world. The Purple Blood Magic Book endured the damage to him by the Great Silencer, and immediately fully displayed the strength of the fifth step. His hands danced wildly, and the purple blood radiance came across, and the chaotic fluctuations burst out in an instant. Heaven and Earth Catastrophe. Chu Yuan controls the power of the catastrophe. In an instant, a dazzling white light replaced the darkness. With him as the center, time and space became an origin, and everyone suddenly felt a destructive force that could destroy all time and space. Purple Blood Magic Book's face changed drastically. He resisted with various treasures in the treasury, and exerted his own strength to the limit. But when the catastrophe of the earth came, it seemed to bloom inside. The entire universe in the book actually collapsed in a terrifying manner, and many time and space were blasted, presenting a chaotic scene. Burial Tomb. Xuanhuan evolved into the Tomb of the Sky, and instantly enveloped the purple blood magic book in it. What kind of magical power is this? The purple blood magic book was stunned. No, this is the tomb of all the gods, the heaven and the earth, and you must not be trapped here. I want to break this layer of time and space, and gain great freedom. He roared and bombarded again and again, but he was buried in this tomb, and he had almost no way to get out. The restart of the world. Flowers bloom and fall, and it's a cycle of the world again. Immediately, the world in the tomb was buried, and a brand new world appeared. Xuanhuan manipulated the changes in the world, like the master behind the scenes, moving everything, and suddenly a chaotic force exploded. The purple blood magic book's body collapsed, and it was blasted into purple light spots. The light spots reunited, and then the purple blood magic book was formed. The purple blood demon's color is bleak. He was extremely miserable this time. He was blown up by Xuanhuan's ultimate move. Although he didn't die, he also paid a huge price. Although the main body is a bit special, it is impossible for him to reorganize without restrictions. The Emperor in front of him has completely controlled the situation, leaving him with no strength to resist and struggle. Purple blood magic book is no match at all. The Xiling demon god was terrified. She can't imagine how strong this emperor is now. Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed, he dominated the gods, and the supreme majesty enveloped the purple blood devil book in an instant. With a wave of his palm, he formed the hand of God, suppressing the purple blood devil book, making him frozen in place and unable to do so. Move. This great emperor, what are you going to do? The purple blood magic book screamed and shivered. I give you two choices. Xuanhuan looked at the purple blood devil book and personally gave the purple blood devil book two choices. Choose 1, live, choose 2, die. #C755C of death. Option 1, live. Option 2, die. Xuanhuan gave the purple blood magic book two choices. There is no fatality point reward, only the choice of life and death. Me. The purple blood magic book was suppressed by Xuanhuan and he couldn't move. Looking at this great emperor, his heart was filled with fear. He had no doubt that if he made the second choice, he would immediately obliterate his book spirit and become a book without wisdom. He doesn't want to die. I choose 1. Finally, the purple blood demon book gave in, lowered his arrogant head, and knelt at Xuanhuan's feet. The longer he lives, the more he realizes the beauty of life. It is too difficult for him to give birth to his own intelligence from a book, even more difficult than flowers, plants, and trees that already have spirits. Back then, the purple blood cosmic god took him to a book universe and learned a lot of knowledge. He was lucky enough to open up his wisdom, and he didn't want to obliterate it. Purple blood magic book has surrendered. Xiling demon god and Han Wuji were horrified. Having seen the great majesty, the purple blood magic book is willing to obey the orders of the great majesty. The purple blood magic book has lived for countless years, and he knows that once he surrenders, he must be honest, and he must not be half-hearted, otherwise his death will be even more miserable, and the method of his majesty is too terrible. It is good. Xuanhuan waved his palm, as if a phantom of a book appeared in front of him. Ziling, Han Wuji, even I have chosen to be loyal to your majesty, don't hesitate to resist, surrender your beliefs and be loyal to your majesty, the purple blood cosmic god is dead, and there is no need for the purple blood demon sect to exist, this is our only way out. Purple blood magic book turned his head and shouted, his face turned faster than anyone else. Do we still have a choice? Xiling demon god and Han Wuji looked at each other. Extremely bitter. The two were still fighting just now, but the next second they could only rely on others together. I have seen the Emperor. They all knelt down, they were all people in the demon sect, they believed in the law of the jungle, and they had to bow their heads in the face of stronger existences. As a result, Xuanhuan subdued the strong group of purple blood demon sect. Your Majesty, the purple-blooded cosmic god has collected countless treasures in his life. This place is just outside. I will take your Majesty down to see the real treasures that the cosmic god has collected. The purple blood magic book immediately handed over the registration certificate. Xuanhuan nodded. The purple blood magic book did not dare to delay, and immediately pointed a finger, and with a rumbling, a stone gate appeared in the depths of the treasure house, which was pushed open by him. Oh my god, how many treasures did the purple blood cosmic god collect? The treasures inside are 100 times more cherished than those in the outside world. Every one is a peerless treasure, and some even the universe god will be crazy. Look at what that is. There is a long river there, bursting out with incomparably dazzling light, and there are even traces of electric arcs flickering. My god, that is actually the water of divine calamity that is rare and cherished, and there are even such things. The group screamed in surprise. Only then did they realize that the difference between the outside and the inside was the difference between black iron and gold. Your Majesty, please see, this is the body of a divine beast, a giant beast in the starry sky. It was obtained by the purple-blooded universe god who opened a divine tomb in the universe sea. He was a universe god during his lifetime, but unfortunately he no longer has the spirit of the universe god. Under the introduction of the purple blood magic book, Xuanhuan saw a monstrous ancient corpse that was 100,000 feet tall. This beast body is completely dry, and there is no law of essence, but his body has a dark black hard shell, which cannot be broken by ordinary world gods, and his claws have sharp and long nails. Even if the law of the universe god cannot be refined, it is still a treasure. He walked around and looked at the treasures in the treasure house, which made him also nodded. In this treasure house, he actually saw thousands of rare materials for making the Xuanhuan book. Although it is still far from the complete collection, it is still possible. This is? Xuanhuan saw a palm-sized wooden sculpture in the treasure house. This wood carving is of a man, holding a long knife in his hand, looking up at the sky, and the one in his hand is slashing towards the sky. The sword intent of breaking the galaxy. Xuanhuan felt the terrifying sword intent from the wood carving. Although it was only a wood carving, the will contained in it was still terrifying. Your Majesty, this is the wood carving of the God of Swords. The purple blood magic book introduced, the God of Swords is a very ancient mansion. It is rumored that he fought against the universe in order to cut out an immortal and immortal avenue. In the end, he also failed and died in the backlash of the universe. Gain immortality. Although the universe god has the same lifespan, the destruction of the universe is also subject to death. Only by transcending immortality can we achieve the destruction of the heavens and the earth without him, and enter into the next cycle of reincarnation. Wood carving was useless to him, but he thought that there was a Su Dao in Xuanhuan. This man was a sword idiot, but he could give it to him. Unfortunately, although there are many treasures in the treasury, the most important pieces are in the hands of the purple-blooded universe god. The purple-blooded universe god loved to collect treasures so much that he died in the universe sea and was buried there with him. The purple blood magic book was created by the purple blood cosmic god himself, and he knows this cosmic god very well. Cosmic Sea. Xuanhuan said lightly. Well, the Sea of Cosmos is the place with the most miracles in this universe. It is rumored that many epics were buried there, and the powerhouses of many eras were buried there, creating the relics of various eras there. The purple blood demon said, I still remember that when the purple blood cosmic god learned that there was a treasure born in the universe sea, the Shinda area was opened, and in the end he never returned, but I can be sure that he is dead, because I have lost it. The control of the purple blood cosmic god over me. How much do you know about the Universe Sea? Xuanhuan asked. Learn a little bit. There are several biggest ruins in it, the battlefield of the era, the tomb of the gods, the sea of blood moon. There is a place called the mysterious other side, but the purple blood universe god knows only the tip of the iceberg. No one can know the universe. The whole picture of the sea. The purple blood demon wrote, although it has existed there for countless years, it is too dangerous, and the universe god will also be buried. Do you know where these materials are? Xuanhuan showed Purple Blood Magic Book a list of some materials. Although some materials are not in the treasure house, I am sure that there must be in the universe. The Purple Blood Magic Book said in a confident tone, because if there is no universe in the universe, then there is almost no place in the universe. If your majesty needs these materials, you can only go to the universe to find them, and there are too many treasures there. The information you provide is very important. Xuanhuan said, I once got a token, do you know where it represents? He took out a token with the word death written on it, which was what Yang Ting had obtained from Saint Venerable Nia Hai before. This token. After seeing the Purple Blood Magic Book, his face changed. Your Majesty, I know where it is. That is the taboo force of the universe, the Sea of Death, the place shrouded by the Sea of Death, will bring death, terror, and the purple blood universe. Although God is a very strong God of the universe, he does not dare to offend the Sea of Death too much. C756 Fourth Divine Light. Temple of Murder, Sea of Death, Taboo Level Forces. Xuanhuan said slowly. Your Majesty knows about the Temple of Slaughter, and yes, the people of the Temple of Slaughter are extremely arrogant and look down on taboos. They are very famous in the starry sky. They are all self-respecting, and it is very difficult to deal with. They know more about them, and the Sea of Death is different, where it represents death. The finale will be much more low-key. Purple Blood Demon Calligraphy. I will plan to enter the Cosmic Sea, Purple Blood Magic Book. This time you have contributed the Purple Blood Magic Library, I am very pleased, and write down all your knowledge of the Cosmic Sea, and soon I will let people enter the Cosmic Sea. If Xuanhuan wants to create the Xuanhuangshu, it is impossible not to go to the Universe Sea. Everything obeys His Majesty's orders. The Purple Blood Magic Book has accepted its fate. Everyone quit the Purple Blood Magic Library at this time. Boom. Xuanhuan grabbed it with a big hand, and the entire magic library was rapidly shrinking, and finally formed a magic book with a purple blood cover. This is the body of the Purple Blood Magic Book, and his spirit is imprinted in it. Shenyu, you all return to the Shenwu Empire, for now. Xuanhuan said. He didn't go back to Shenwu, this time out, he has other things to do. And he disappeared in place in an instant. This emperor. The book spirit of the Purple Blood Magic Book watched Xuanhuan leave, and the deep domineering frightened him, and could not help but say, I don't know, what will my future destiny be when I join the Shenwu Empire? But my body has been controlled by the emperor, only if you can accept your fate, you will be honest and obedient. Han Wuji. His fierce eyes immediately looked at Han Wuji. What are you going to do? Han Wuji was shocked. Be honest and obedient to me in the future, otherwise I will abolish you and make people a crippled person. Hoof, now that I have been controlled by the emperor, you have to dare to drag me down and make you suffer the most cruel torture. The emperor is going to enter the Sea of Cosmos, and I have to make all preparations. Purple Blood Demon Calligraphy. I'll take you back to Shenwu. Sujing Tian was actually startled. The last remnant of a purple blood demon sect was swallowed up into the empire. At this moment, in the vast starry sky, a figure stepped forward, and every step he took, he was teleported in the starry sky with his own mana. The vast world. Xuanhuan first ordered to let the Purple Blood Magic Book make the first preparations for the Cosmos Sea, and he took advantage of this time to find the Joji Divine Light. The vast starry sky is too big. It is too difficult to prepare to find the vast world with just a name, but with a treasure map, he can find the address accurately. After a while, Xuanhuan appeared in a dead starry sky, not to mention the world, not even a star or a meteorite existed. The location. Xuanhuan looked there. His eyes shot out a terrifying divine light, and there was a terrible scene in the starry sky in front of him. An incomparably huge black hole vortex swallowed everything, as if it was a sea in the ocean, and any existence that approached it would be swallowed up. He did not see the existence of the vast world, but the treasure map pointed here, obviously within this black hole. And the black hole in front of him is also extremely terrifying. Xuanhuan can be sure that even if a big world is put in, it will be swallowed up. Ordinary people can't see this black hole, but he can see that the terrifying power is like a huge mouth of the abyss. After entering, it is very likely to die in it. The Great Devouring Technique. Xuanhuan fought against swallowing by devouring, and a huge black hole also emerged. At the same time, he took a step towards a black hole. Suddenly, just after he entered, the black hole also issued a tyrannical suction force to pull him in. The rolling force of devouring pressure is terrifying, and falling into a world will also be wiped into dust. Swallow. Xuanhuan's great swallowing technique also burst into swallowing power. If anyone sees it, they can find that a black hole has also appeared in a huge black hole, and that black hole is actually plundering the power of this huge black hole, and walked into it leisurely. Although this black hole is huge, it is, after all, produced by changes in the universe. However, Xuanhuan's great devouring technique has a tyrannical and unparalleled will control, which can completely plunder the power of this black hole. Using the great devouring technique, Xuanhuan stepped in. According to the guidance of the treasure map in his hand, he suddenly saw a dazzling light in his eyes. There, he broke through the barriers of time and space in one step and stepped in. Swish! The light in front of you has changed. The strong vitality swept in. Xuanhuan looked around. It turned out to be an incomparably huge world, and he was in a vast area, with towering mountains, virgin jungle-like scenes, and huge birds flying fast in the air. This is in the boundless world. The treasure map in hand points here. This boundless world gave Xuanhuan a very vast sensory area. It was not an area that a big world should have at all. It seemed to be more similar to a small universe. A world that exists within a black hole has not been erased. Xuanhuan was also very interested. This world is of a high level, there is no doubt about that. He exists in the space of exile with eternal exile, walking in the depths of the world, and seeing that this world is not desolate, but there are majestic and huge cities, and countless lives exist here. There are many masters in this world, but they seem to lack something. This lack, he couldn't say anything for a while. In this world, there are no sects, no countries, only families, gathered together in the form of families. What's missing is vitality. Xuanhuan traveled and watched this vast world and knew what was lacking in this world. The vitality, he said, was not the natural vitality of heaven and earth, but a kind of emotional will. Although there are not many masters here, they do not have the kind of enthusiasm for fighting and improving. Even cultivation is more like an instinctive behavior. The big world trapped inside a black hole. Xuanhuan looked at the sky. Although the sky is bright, it is the crystal wall that protects the world. As long as it is torn out, let alone ordinary masters, even the world god will be lost in the vast black hole, and even be strangled to death by terrifying power. Other worlds, after leaving, are exploring the vast starry sky. Whoever dares to go out here will be greeted by death. Think how desperate this would be. You can only cultivate to the level of the gods in this world, and you can't see the magnificent outside world. It's like a group of trapped beasts. Let you be vicious, but you are trapped in a cage. He can understand this feeling. Although it is far away from the external disputes, it is also a kind of sadness. The fourth divine light. Chu Yuan waved his hand and opened the treasure space. Suddenly, a blue light appeared between the heavens and the earth, and he pulled it out like a ribbon. It was a blue light. Black, blue, red, cyan. Chu Yuan has found all 4 divine lights. Hashtag C757, to get out, there is a price to pay. Someone in the boundless world discovered Chu Yuan. Of course, Chu Yuan did not deliberately conceal his existence when he took the divine light of Qingji. Which foreigner is it? Please tell me again. We have no malicious intentions because we haven't heard news from the outside world for a long time, and we are eager to know everything about the outside world. Suddenly, in the vast world, 2 figures appeared in front of Chu Yuan, both of which were opened in the 5th step. A person's immortal style. A person is strong and powerful, and the muscles on his body are going to explode, as hard as a rock, and it will not shatter even if he is bombarded with a world artifact on his body. Huh? Invite me to talk? Chu Yuan frowned, and felt that the 2 were not malicious. He really wanted to talk to him, so he stepped forward and walked towards the 2. Haha, it's too rude to chat here, why don't you go to our mansion? They are sincerely inviting Chu Yuan, and it seems that they are very enthusiastic, because they have not met outsiders for a long time. It is good. Chu Yuan was invited, nodded, and followed them to a place with an elegant environment. This outside friend, my name is Lu Feng, and this one is called Shilong. They have lived in the vast world for too long, so long that even the outside world has not been there for many years. The old man with the immortal style was called Lu Feng, and he served Chu Yuan tea. Pity for Chu Yuan flashed in his eyes. My friend, if I guess correctly, your identity is not simple. With a strong emperor's majesty, you should be an emperor. I do control an empire. Chu Yuan said, it was also a coincidence that I came to the boundless world this time. It was indeed accidental. If there was no treasure map, Chu Yuan would not have found the vast world. Haha, whether you are the peerless sect master or the supreme emperor, it makes no difference when you come to the vast world, you will be trapped in it forever. Without the cultivation of the universe God, it is impossible to leave here, friend. In the future you will die here with us in these years, but you are very young, and Lu Feng and I will sit in front of you. That Shilong laughed. He smiled and laughed, and there seemed to be tears in his eyes, and the 5th step opened up actually laughed and cried. It is conceivable that the depression and helplessness in his heart made Chu Yuan as a pitiful creature like him. The vast world is in a huge black hole, and it's easy to get in and it's hard to get out. Chu Yuan knew what they meant. Indeed, Shilong and Lu Feng were so polite to him. Not only because of his tyrannical cultivation, but also because they all thought that they had become trapped beasts like them. Yeah, it's easy to get in and it's hard to get out. If you're lucky, the Holy Spirit can come in here along the black hole, but if you want to get out, it's difficult, it's too difficult, just like going against the trend in the eyes of the sea, you can't do it without absolute control. To this point, Lu Feng sighed, my friend, I wonder why the vast world is in a black hole. Please speak. Chu Yuan said. Because the calamity of the Age of Gods has come. Lu Feng hadn't seen the outsider for a long time, and he opened the chat box and said, the ruler of the vast world is called the vast universe God, who runs across the starry sky and wants to find a way of detachment and immortality. Overwhelmed the universe. At the end of the Age of Gods, the gods suffered a great disaster, the entire universe was blood-stained, the vast cosmic God was seriously injured, and took the boundless world to be pinned inside this black hole. Appeared. The vast universe God said before the retreat that if he didn't die, he would lead us to leave, but obviously, the vast universe God has already sat down and has not survived. Shilong couldn't help but said, and it was also a burst of sighs. The universe God was also dead. The cosmic God's original intention was to not want us to be affected by the divine catastrophe and take refuge, But the cosmic god would not have thought that the divine catastrophe was avoided, but it trapped us here forever. Friend, you won't understand, although Xuanhuan and I have the power of the fifth step, the world outside is already fixed and we cannot leave. Lu Feng laughed, haha, how miserable and tragic this is. Is the calamity gone? Xuanhuan asked. God has disappeared, only the legend of God remains. Yuan said slowly, you guys want to leave. Can leave, who doesn't want to? Xuanhuan immediately said, we are on the fifth step, we are going to traverse the universe, although the lifespan is long, but there will be a day of old age and death. I would rather die in battle than watch myself die of old age and powerlessness, and in the vastness. There is no way to cultivate the universe God in the world. A trapped beast, no matter how strong it is, it will always be trapped in a cage. Lu Feng sighed. It's not that they haven't tried it over the years. But they all failed. The black hole in the outside world is too powerful, and they can't break it. Over time, they can only accept their fate. There is one more person of the same kind. Xuanhuan regretted. He can see that he is peerless, heroic, a hero in the world, and has great achievements. But after all, if he is not the god of the universe, it is impossible to leave here. Even if you are a monster, the resources in the vast world cannot provide a breakthrough for the universe god, and you will slowly die of old age here and be buried with them in the future. I can leave. Yuan sat quietly on the seat, and said this sentence, with a very calm expression. They can't leave the vast world, nothing more than their own mana is not enough to offset the swallowing power brought by the black hole. But Yuan fought against swallowing with the big swallowing technique. A black hole was in front of him, and he wanted to go out, only with a snap of his fingers. What? You said you could get out of a black hole? Xuanhuan shouted, shaking his head sharply, impossible, you are too confident. Lu Feng and I have tried at least tens of thousands of times, and without exception, we have all failed. Only the universe god can be easily shattered. He said and sighed again, hey, you didn't understand the horror of this black hole, that's why you say such things. You'll know when you live here for a while longer. You can't leave, friend, you can also pass on your bloodline in the vast world, spreading branches and leaves. Lu Feng said. Yuan didn't say much. Or maybe he didn't bother to say more. Boom. Suddenly, an incomparable suction force roared out from behind him, and a huge black hole appeared in the eyes of Xuanhuan and Lu Feng, swallowing everything. This vast and terrifying power is like the huge black hole facing the outside world. Great phagocytosis, to devour against devour. Xuanhuan was shocked again, his throat was dry. This devouring force is too strong, maybe it can really break the blockade of the black hole outside. Let us go out and face the starry sky, instead of being trapped here. Can you take us out? There was hope in Lu Feng's eyes. If you want to go out, you have to pay a price. #C758 as you wish. At what cost? Lu Feng Xuanhuan was awe-inspiring, and he knew that it was not that easy to go out. At this time, the terrifying pressure brought about by swallowing the black hole oppresses them all the time. I even know that the one who came to the vast world today is a dragon, a supreme ruler. Follow my orders. Yuan calmly said in an unquestionable tone. Follow His Majesty's orders. The two looked at each other, and suddenly Lu Feng let out a long sigh and said, Your Majesty, this is to recruit and conquer the masters in the vast world, no matter what. Your Majesty is our last hope. The vast universe God has already sat down. As long as His Majesty can lead us away, we are willing to obey orders. I just want to get out. Lu Feng and Xuanhuan also understood that if they refused, and the Majesty left, it would be almost impossible to leave. With the strength of the fifth step, the possibility of being promoted to the God of the universe, and obtaining the same lifespan of heaven and earth, who is willing to die in the vast world. This time, they are going to fight. If you lose the fight, you just stay here. You should still have something to say to me. Xuanhuan saw through everything. Indeed so. Lu Feng nodded. Before the vast universe god disappeared, he left behind 3 keys. He told us that if he can't come back and we have a way to leave vast world, we will use the keys to open the black hole that he left behind. Things. With a wave of his palm, a bronze key appeared. The 3 major clans in the vast world, my Lu family, the Shilongshi family, and the Yun family, are gathered together to find the last place left by the vast universe god, and it is time to open it. Lu Fengdao. Go to Yun's house, I don't have time to stay here for long. Xuanhuan is very busy. There are still many things in the empire waiting for him to deal with. Go, take your majesty to the Yun family. Lu Feng and Shilong immediately led the way. They have been in the vast world for too long, and as long as they can leave here, they are willing to give everything. You are here. When they arrived at the Yun family site, a voice came out directly. Then a thin, unremarkable old man appeared. His eyes were cold, and he knew that outsiders were coming, but he didn't know what he said, and he was not interested in caring about it. Xuanhuan looked at the old man. He was different from Lu Feng and Shilong. Lu Feng Shilong knew that he was an outsider, and he was very excited, but the old man was very calm. His eyes had lost the brilliance, and he seemed to accept his fate. Yunsheng. Shilong shouted. Is this the outsider who came to the vast world, a pitiful creature like us? The old man named Yunsheng said, I haven't given up yet. When you see an outsider, the idea of you want to go out burns up? How many times have you failed, almost died in the black hole, several times, and this time you want to find me again? Join hands with you to go out. I advise you to give up. The vast universe god has perished and can't go out. Yunsheng, you old man is really looking for a fight. Shilong gritted his teeth. He knew Yunsheng's temperament, being eccentric and withdrawn, and very unsocial. I'm only telling the truth. Yunsheng ignored Shilong's hateful tone and said, also, you can't beat me. This is also true. Although Yunsheng's personality is not good, he is indeed the most powerful of the 3. Only Lu Feng and Shilong can suppress him together. If there is nothing else, don't disturb my cleaning. Yunsheng looked impatient. Qing Xiao, you Qing Xiao. Shilong burst into foul language. You can cultivate to the universe god by pure cultivation? Can you leave the vast world? You are not waiting to die, Yunsheng, you have changed, you have lost all the fighting spirit, and you don't even have the courage to fight. I very sad. Isn't it true that we are waiting to die? Yunsheng said, that's right, we are indeed waiting to die now. Enough. Lu Feng couldn't help it either. Although I don't like your temper very much, we are friends who have known each other for many years, most of our lifespan has passed, and you can see how long this boundless world can support, heaven and earth. The vitality is not half as strong as before. Sooner or later, the whole world will be abandoned, and everyone will die. Before I die, this place will not be deserted. I can't see it anymore. How can I manage what happens after death? Yunsheng's eyes were cold. I tell you today that we already have a chance to leave. This majesty in front of you has a way to fight the power of the black hole and lead us to leave, at the cost of obeying his orders. Shilong and I have agreed. Lu Feng also didn't want to talk nonsense with Yunsheng, and said directly, you have no chance of objecting. With him, you can take us away? If you are not the god of the universe, you will never want to leave. Yunsheng did not believe. In his eyes, Lu Feng and Shilong had gone crazy because they wanted to leave, lost their minds, and were fooled and lame by this person. Anyone who had a word could believe it at will. He turned around directly, not wanting to talk to these 2 lunatics anymore. Interesting. In the eyes of Lu Feng and Shilong, he is a lunatic. In his eyes, these 2 are lunatics. Xuanhuan grabbed his palm. With this grab, a huge gate of God appeared, and in the infinite change, it formed the hand of God and hit Yunsheng. For this kind of person, any words are useless, only use the strongest strength to teach him to be a human being. Can't you help yourself? Yunsheng was not afraid. Although he was thin, he punched him with a punch, but he had a mighty power that opened up the sky and the earth. Boom! Chuyuan's aura dominates the world, and with one palm, Yunsheng's mana is gradually retreating, and with a wave of his hand, the terrifying aura created by Yunsheng also collapses. This Majesty's mighty power! Lu Feng exclaimed in shock. Strong, too strong. Shilong was also not excited. The stronger Chuyuan is, the more likely they are to go out. Tianzuan Thunder Technique. Divine thunder condensed, and a vast thunder light rushed out from Yunsheng, and only in an instant, attacked fiercely. Swallow. The power that Chuyuan devoured appeared. He swallowed up the void, swallowed everything. This huge black hole can swallow all the power that opened up the world in the fifth step, and immediately saw Yunsheng disappear from their eyes, and was swallowed into the black hole. Your Majesty, please don't kill Yunsheng. Lu Feng said anxiously. Although he doesn't like Yunsheng, he has followed the vast universe God together, after all. Boom! The black hole suddenly shook, and Yunsheng was shaken out, and his face was also horrified. Just now, he felt as if he had broken into the black hole in the outside world, unable to escape, and wanted to be lost in it forever, a kind of trembling under the control of others. Now, he can understand why Lu Feng and Shilong would take refuge in this person. It turns out that he has a way to deal with the black hole. Your Majesty is stronger than me, and I am far from an opponent. Yunsheng said, this is the key left by the vast universe God. If you want to kill me or use me, it doesn't matter to me. #C759, the vast universe God. Yunsheng is straightforward. He didn't make any resistance when he lost, and he didn't roar in disapproval like some people did when they lost. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Lu Feng and Shilong, because the strength of the two was not as good as him, but now that Chuyuan's strength suppressed him, in front of the strong, he would appear very interesting. Lu Feng, Shilong laughed. They also knew that if Yunsheng resisted to the end, the Majesty in front of him would not forgive him, and would even kill him directly. After all, they had known each other for so many years, and they did not want to see Yunsheng die. When the three keys are gathered together, the last legacy of the vast universe God can be opened. I only give you 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, I will leave with me and return to the Shenwu Empire. Chuyuan said. 3 days is enough, ha 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 ha, I can finally leave this place. How many thousands of years have passed, I don't know what changes have taken place in the outside world. When we took refuge back then, it was when the catastrophe broke out and the starry sky was stained with blood. Shilong laughed. He was sleepy for a long time. He didn't want to stay for a moment. He would rather die in battle outside than die of old age. Get ready quickly. Lu Fengdao. They went to prepare. For them, this time, they don't need to take everyone away. Those weak clansmen might as well stay in the vast world to be safe as seeds. After all, they have taken refuge with the tyrannical emperor this time, and this place also belongs to the territory of the Shenwu Empire in disguise, so they can still come out. 3 days later, they selected a large number of creatures from the vast world, loaded them into their cave world, and appeared in front of Chuyuan. Ready? Chuyuan said. Your Majesty, we are all ready, just wait for the day we leave, we have longed for the outside world for too long. Shilong was excited. Let's go. Chuyuan walked out of the world. Lu Feng and the three immediately followed. Boom. In an extremely dark vacuum, the inside of this black hole is spinning in a spiral shape. The terrifying suction force, if they rely on their mana to go against the trend, will not break this barrier at all. The sky collapsed, and the surrounding terrifying pressure squeezed. But Lu Feng and the three of them couldn't feel the pressure at all, as if they were covered by a hood, watching the scenery outside. This is His Majesty's mighty power. The three were shocked. They saw that Xuanhuan was running the great devouring technique, and a huge black hole also appeared. Against this suction, they were also in a calm state, unable to feel the external storm. Really able to get out. Shurlong was excited. After all, seeing 100 things is better than seeing them. If they don't really see them, their hearts are always a little uneasy. Now, seeing that Xuanhuan can easily resist this force, he also knows that this time it is stable. Xuanhuan looked pale. 3 keys appeared in the hands of Lu Feng and the three of them, they immediately input a burst of vitality. The prohibition left by the vast universe god inside was triggered, and the 3 beams formed a character shape and impacted the vast vacuum. Then, in the darkness ahead, there was divine light training, and an ancient void was opened. Reserved by the vast universe god. They were startled suddenly. An ancient stone temple is there, sheltered by the mana of the universe god. What will the vast universe god leave inside? Xuanhuan walked away, swallowing the black hole and enclosing the 3 people. Boom! This stone hall exists in the most frantic core of the black hole. It seems to be not far away, but in fact, it is separated by layers of time and space. The unparalleled force hits it, and it seems to shatter everything. No wonder, with the power of Lu Feng's 3rd step, even if they had the key, they couldn't come here. But Xuanhuan is very fearless. His great devouring technique can continuously absorb the energy in this black hole, so as to achieve a cycle and keep it in an extremely delicate balance. Your Majesty's great devouring technique is stronger than anything I've ever seen. Lu Feng and the 3 were shocked. Under the leadership of Xuanhuan, they crossed the layers of darkness and finally came to the stone hall. I don't know what material this stone hall is made of, and it can actually resist the power of the black hole without being wiped out. Open the stone hall. Xuanhuan said. Immediately, Lu Feng and the 3 put the key into the keyhole of the stone hall. The door opened, revealing a hall. The stone hall is not big, there is no auxiliary hall, and there is only one main hall. And there is no danger inside, because this is what the vast universe god left to Lu Feng and the 3. The vast universe god has disappeared. After they came in, they didn't see a human figure, and there was no master on the empty pedestal. However, in the middle of the stone room, there was a pool of several tens of meters in size. The interior actually exuded crystal clear colors, and there were strands of splendid brilliance. After looking at it, it turned out to be a pool of water. But this water is very different, each drop rolling as brightly as a pearl. The origin of the universe, the vast universe god is really dead and transformed into Tiao. There was a sadness in Lu Feng's voice. Yes, the water in this pond is the power of the origin after the death of the universe god and his emergence. Every drop contains a strong source of cosmic breath, and if the Holy Spirit takes it, it will be easier to break through to the world god. But most importantly, the energy of the God of the universe is vast and infinite, pure and supreme. World God uses it, you can quickly understand the next breakthrough. The boundless universe God encountered the divine calamity of the age of gods. Although he was not dead, he was seriously injured. He retreated here and wanted to save his life, but his injuries were too serious, there was no way to treat him, and he did not leave his divine body. Turned into this pool of water. He did not completely let go of the creatures in the vast world, which was left to them. God of the universe. The 3 looked sad, even Yunqing was sad. Next to the pond, there is a big flag, the wind blows in the vast sky, and it is refined by the universe god. When this flag is waved, it seems that a world can be blown away. The vast banner of the vast universe God. Lu Fengdao. There is also an ancient monument here. Xuanhuan also saw an ancient monument left in the stone room. It actually contained an incomparably terrifying will, a cross pressing the universe. The vast universe God has left his inheritance here. Yunxing looked at the ancient monument. Although the cosmic God died, he still left something for us, and he did not give up on us completely. After all, the cosmic God thought he could not die back then, but he didn't expect that his injuries would worsen and could not be recovered. Hey, the calamity of the past was too terrifying. Lu Feng sighed. When he looked at the stone tablet, he suddenly saw a line of text. The power of divine calamity penetrates deep into the bone marrow of the soul. The small universe is completely destroyed and cannot be repaired. I am powerless and destined to survive. I didn't expect that I wanted to bring the vast world here, but it became a trapped place. The injury is too serious, and I can no longer take you away. I don't know if there is still a chance for the creatures in this world to leave. If not, they can avoid catastrophe. My legacy to you. This is the handwriting of the God of the vast universe. Xuanhuan could see that although this cosmic God was facing death, he was not afraid but appeared unusually calm. If you can get here, it means that you have the opportunity or ability to leave. Lu Feng, Shilong, and Yunxing have followed me for a long time. I have left the last treasure for you in Divine Tribulation Star, which can be handed over to me. Your key is open. The last sentence of the vast universe God said, in the end, I still haven't achieved immortality. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C760 Calamity Star. God of the universe has the same life. But that's not their ultimate goal. Their ultimate goal is to achieve immortal detachment, and it is clear that the vast universe God has failed. Your Majesty, the boundless universe God still left us treasures on the Divine Tribulation Star, aren't we? Lu Feng said. Divine Tribulation Star, I have heard of it. Xuanhuan said, a very special star, let's go. After returning to the Empire, I have other things. Maybe I won't be able to go to Divine Tribulation Star in a short time. It's an opportunity, and I also want to see the God of Calamity. He did not refuse to go to Divine Tribulation Star. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Feng and the three were excited. Although Emperor Xuanhuan showed a very domineering side before, but he really regarded him as a man of the Empire, they suddenly felt that the Emperor treated his subordinates very well. He left the stone temple. Looking at this stone hall, the incomparably terrifying suction force grabbed it with a big hand and immediately caught it into the system space. So many origins of the universe are enough to create more masters for the Xuanhuan Empire. Xuanhuan used the devouring technique, going against the trend, fighting the black hole with a black hole. There was no way to block the insurmountable obstacles in front of Lu Feng and others, and he came out of the black hole at an instant speed. Are we leaving? In the universe starry sky, 4 figures appeared. Lu Feng and the others looked around in surprise, and then looked at the black hole, and there was still a trembling that couldn't help, and suddenly said, this is what has trapped us for countless thousands of years, but it has sheltered us from the calamity. Difficult place. Let the vast world remain in this black hole. The world in this black hole is very important, and it may have an unexpected effect, making this an enclave of the Empire. Xuanhuan said. Yes, everything obeys His Majesty's orders. The mighty force that Xuanhuan took them out of the black hole had completely conquered them. God Robbery Star. Xuanhuan went to Xinjiashing. He is also not ignorant of the gods, as it was recorded in the Purple Blood Demon Book. The Purple Blood Cosmic God likes to travel to the major star regions and has recorded many star maps. Among them are the coordinates of the Divine Tribulation Star. The existence of the Divine Tribulation Star is very special. It is an extremely strange place in the universe starry sky. Just like its star name, there are divine calamities everywhere. Your Majesty's speed is too fast. Lu Feng and the three were trapped in the fluctuations of Chuyuan's transmission. They could only open the teleportation between the stars when they saw the wave of the Emperor's hand. If Lu Feng and the three of them were allowed to travel by themselves, they would not even think of the Calamity Star for 10 years. But Chuyuan is different. With his current mana, to use the Gate of the Void, it is a teleportation across the star field. The world god has been difficult to understand his speed. Shortly after, Chuyuan's eyes changed, and at this moment, a star appeared in the vast and empty star field. And this star is dazzling, extremely vast and huge, even bigger than a world god-level world. How can there be such a huge star in this world? It goes against common sense, but it really exists. Boom! Countless flashes of lightning turned into divine calamities and fell on the Divine Calamity Star, each of which was extremely terrifying and powerful, but it could not destroy the star, and when the star turned, the power was inhaled. Xinjie Xing, I have followed the vast universe god once. Shilong immediately said, according to the rumors, the Divine Tribulation Star is the place where all the divine tribulations in this universe converge. The entire star is so hard, not to mention the world god, even the universe god can't break it. Your Majesty, please see, at that time. The divine catastrophe that came down at the moment constitutes the strangeness of the Divine Catastrophe Star. There are countless heavenly tribulations, big and small, of the gods. They are simply wonderful flowers in the universe. Lu Fengdao. There are many calamities that can evolve on the Calamity Star. The famous ones are the 9 calamities, and the 33 calamities. The world gods to the universe gods have to go through the most difficult 9 calamities, and the great life and death that comes from within themselves. Tribulations, act against the sky, and obtain the lifespan of the heaven and the earth, and the 33rd divine calamity is the catastrophe of the gods of the universe, and for such divine calamities, every calamity can smash the gods of the world to death. And on the Divine Tribulation Star, it is possible to simulate the 9th calamity that breaks through the 2 great calamities of the world gods. Yunxing said, and there are countless small calamities on the star of divine tribulation, and big calamities are also coming. There will be tyrannical beings who come to this star to sharpen themselves with divine calamities, and adapt to the calamities when they break through in advance. If you break through by yourself, the catastrophe cannot be stopped. On the Divine Tribulation Star, if you can't bear it, there is still a way to quit. Of course, there are also some arrogant people who blindly endure it and disappear into ashes. I have seen many. How do you know so much? Shilong asked in surprise. Because I am the vast universe god I saw on the Divine Tribulation Star, and I have lived here for a long time. Yunxing said. Why haven't I heard of you before? Shilong rode. Have you asked me? Yunxing said lightly. Enter the Divine Tribulation Star. Chuyuan was not interested in listening to their bickering. He broke through the heavy calamity and entered this big star in one fell swoop. Chuyuan has never seen such a big star that goes against common sense. Ordinary stars can be shattered by the gods. But this Divine Tribulation Star is different. It absorbs the power of countless doomsdays. The Divine Tribulation Star is not dead, and there are also cities. In these cities, there are not only world gods who have cultivated to the sky, but also many ordinary people. However, the weak are not qualified to leave the giant city for shelter, otherwise any lightning strike from the outside world can kill them. If you want to build a city on the Divine Tribulation Star, you need at least the power of the world god to withstand countless small calamities. Those weak people in the city are brought by the world god to do chores. Over time, they become here. Indigenous. Yunxing knows the star of divine tribulation very well, and said, "The stronger the strength, the bigger and more stable the city can be. After all, the star of tribulation is very dangerous. Of course, every time a catastrophe comes, I don't know how many small cities are destroyed. Although the environment here is cruel, there are also many tyrannical beings who come here to experience the power of divine calamity. No one can occupy the divine tribulation star forever, and the forbidden power, like the temple of slaughtering, is not enough. I'll take your majesty to find a place to stay temporarily." Yunxing rode. "Lead the way," Xuanhuan said. Soon, they arrived at the place of the gods, where there was indeed the ruins of a small town, but it had been abandoned and turned into ruins. Without the continuous blessing of the world gods, the gods would destroy this place. Dream world. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and the dream world appeared, shrouded in the small city, and a palace of divine martial arts suddenly appeared. Lu Feng's eyes narrowed. They wanted to send someone to repair it immediately, but Xuanhuan waved his hand, and a hall of divine martial arts appeared. This palace, they can see, is a very unique city of dreams. You go and get the treasure left by the vast universe god for you. Xuanhuan raised his hand and told them not to waste time. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C7619 Divine Tribulations. Lu Feng and the others went to find the treasure left by the vast universe god. Xuanhuan watched the strangeness of this divine robbery star in the dream world. This calamity star seems to be in an eternal origin of the universe, like a gathering place of catastrophe, able to accept the mutation of the universe. As he watched, he felt the change. "Your Majesty, we have found the treasure left by the vast universe god." It didn't take long for Lu Feng and the three to arrive in front of Xuanhuan. In their hands, they each held a treasure pill the size of a pearl, reflecting the brilliance of the universe, like a mirror. This turned out to be a divine pill refined by the universe god, which contained the origin of the universe, and was much more powerful than the universe god pill. "It's good to find it," Xuanhuan said. "The treasure left by the vast universe god, we are willing to contribute to the empire. It is a blessing for His Majesty to take us away from the vast world, and we dare not swallow the treasure alone. They are too smart to contribute treasures in exchange for their status in the Xuanwu Empire. Xuanwu has never been there, but with this His Majesty, it must be terrifying. This is left to you by the vast universe god, and I will not take things from my subjects." Xuanhuan did not want it. He is the emperor, how can he snatch the treasures under his command? He then said, "But if you have materials you don't need to contribute to the empire will give you corresponding contribution points, which can be exchanged for many things in the empire." As for these three divine pills, Xuanhuan also saw that they were precious. There are so many things left by the vast universe god. Only these three divine pills are the most precious. They have spent a lot of effort and are specially prepared for Lu Feng and the three of them. They are in line with their strength. After refining, their cultivation will be greatly increased. "We know." Lu Feng 3 nodded. This is the mind of the emperor. Facing the divine elixir refined by the universe god, he would not be moved. This time when they went to open the treasure house, the vast universe god left a lot of cherished materials for them, and some of them could not be used by themselves. They simply handed it over to the empire and exchanged contribution points. In the past few days, I have noticed that there are unusual fluctuations in vitality on the divine tribulation star. Xuanhuan said again. "Your Majesty is wise, we are going to report this matter to Your Majesty." Lu Feng immediately said, "The 9th level divine calamity on the star of the gods is about to come, and many masters have rushed over from all over the universe, and they do not want to miss this 9th-level divine calamity, and they must use the power of the divine calamity to sharpen themselves. And the time of arrival is within this half-month. The 9th-level divine calamity corresponds to the calamity of the gods breaking through the universe. Every time the heavens and the earth change, the number of divine calamities that come is more frequent. When the gods encountered disasters, they descended hundreds of ninth-level divine calamities in just a few months. 33 divine calamities, and one more immortal catastrophe that surpassed the 33 divine calamities. Yunxing Road. 9 divine tribulations. Xuanhuan said, "It can't be missed." He also wanted to see how terrifying and vast this 9-layered divine tribulation was. He added, "In the past few days, you will refine the universe pill, I will help you, and then face the 9 divine tribulation with the strongest strength. I hope that there will be more powerful powerhouses in my empire in the future." "We know." Lu Feng and the 3 nodded quickly. Following Xuanhuan's side, they knew what the great Emperor Xuanhuan said was. He actually took out a large number of world god pills suitable for the 5th step, helping them, and using his boundless power to help them swallow the power of the universe pills. They feel as if they are in heaven. Without the help of Xuanhuan, refining the universe divine pill would have taken a lot of trouble, but with Emperor Xuanhuan, everything became simpler. This is our chance. All 3 of them knew that Emperor Xuanhuan was the creator of them becoming the god of the universe. As time passed, there were roaring sounds everywhere on the star of divine tribulation, streaks of golden and silver lightning flashed across the sky, and the power of the 9 divine tribulations continued to gather. And because of the 9 divine tribulations, I don't know how many powerhouses came to this big star in a short period of time. When there are too many people, there will be chaos, and there will be more bloodshed and battles. Before the divine catastrophe breaks out, some world gods have already died in the battle. Dead trespasser. Some people are close to the dream world, and Lu Feng and others are not polite to them. This is the place where His Majesty retreats. As courtiers, they cannot let His Majesty do everything. Immediately, as long as anyone dares to break into this restricted area, they will be directly bombarded. The world is getting more and more chaotic, and wars are breaking out everywhere. The powerhouses of countless star fields have gathered, and how many world gods will be there? The robbery is not only the robbery of heaven, but also the robbery of people. Ha ha ha, you people in the fairy empire are expanding too much. On the divine tribulation star, there are a large number of ghosts, and there are many world gods. With a large number of strong men, they coldly stared at a group of troops wearing silver and white battle armor. Empire of 10,000 demons, do you want to start a war ahead of time on the divine tribulation star? There is a middle-aged man in the immortal spirit empire, holding a silver-white spear, exuding cold killing intent, and staring coldly at the powerhouses of the 10,000 demons empire. Why start a war in advance? Hee, I heard that there is a distinguished person in your fairy empire this time, and you need to feel the power of the 9-level divine calamity in advance. If you kill all of you here, it will be a great credit. The powerhouse of the Wan Demon Empire said. Humph. You are not the same people who are here to see the 9 divine tribulations. The fairy empire sneered. Then fight a battle ahead of time. I finally met you on the divine tribulation star. Not long ago, your immortal spirit empire caused great trouble for our 10,000 demon empire on the Sea of Cosmos. How can you tolerate you? The empire of 10,000 demons and the empire of fairies are enemies. This time the enemy met, and there was a surge of boundless killing intent, and the fight was violent before the 9-layer divine tribulation broke out. And as soon as the people of the 2 great empires fought, a boundless sensation broke out. There were shouts of killing everywhere, all kinds of forces were crisscrossing each other, and the forces of the world gods were bombarded together frantically. Although the god of calamity is hard, the world god cannot break it. But there are still some small towns that have been affected. Immortals fight and mortals suffer. Although these people did not deliberately deal with these small towns, the aftermath of the power shattered the shelter formation, and the boundless destruction swept the past, causing countless people to die tragically in their hands. It's too hard to survive on a calamity star. These two empires are very strong, and a big fight will be a disaster, and no one will stop them. They are all watching the show. Hey, the Fairy Empire and the 10,000 Demons Empire are fighting. Yeah, these two empires are traversing the star field. In recent years, they have been fighting annexation wars. I think that if they continue to expand like this, the territories of both sides will border, and sooner or later a war will break out. This is inevitable. Both countries are ambitious and want to annex each other and strengthen their respective strengths. Many people are discussing. This place is a restricted area, trespassers will be killed without mercy. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C762 reserve. Restricted area. The trespasser is dead. Just when the powerhouses of the Immortal Spirit Empire and the 10,000 Demon Empire hit this area, someone suddenly burst into a loud shout. With a burst of vitality, Lu Fengshi Long Yunxing appeared from the city. They used their own mana to divide a circle. No matter how you fight, don't fight here. This place is the restricted area of His Majesty's retreat. Who are you? Dare to stop our fight? The 10,000 Demons Empire is a group of demons who practice magic arts. Seeing that someone dared to stop them from fighting at this time, their faces suddenly became displeased. I don't care who you are, but this is not something you can make a fool of. Whoever dares to go further, come and try. Sherlong's face was not good. He doesn't care whether you are the Empire of 10,000 Demons or the Empire of Immortal Spirits, as long as anyone dares to disturb His Majesty's cultivation, they are their enemies. The fifth step of the three. The powerhouses of the Immortal Spirit Empire suddenly felt the cultivation of Lu Feng and the others, and their expressions changed slightly. There are three powerhouses in the fifth step at once, and looking at their fierce appearance, it can be seen that in the city finger below, it seems to be obeying a more powerful existence. Humph. If you told us not to come, we won't come? There are strong people in the Empire of 10,000 Demons who are dissatisfied. Are they going to lose face? And many more. But the 10,000 Demons Empire obviously knew how powerful the three lords were, and said cautiously, don't go in, we are not afraid of these people, but don't forget, the Immortal Spirit Empire is still watching. If we and them fight, they won't miss the chance to hit us. Yes, the Fairy Empire. The people of the 10,000 Demons Empire seemed to be looking for themselves under the steps, and laughed loudly. Haha, I almost fell for it. Immortal Spirit Empire, don't watch it, let's go in together. Let us find the way for you. Impossible. If you step in, we will follow. The strong man of the Fairy Empire said lightly. Sure enough, there is a conspiracy. The fifth step led by the Empire of 10,000 Demons sneered, what a bunch of despicable and shameless rats, you set a trap here, trying to lure us to go, almost fell for your trick, go, let's leave, after the 9 divine tribulation opens, fight them again. The people of the 10,000 Demons Empire retreated. Although they are arrogant, they are not fools. Knowing that there are 3 fifth steps in a city, there must be terrifying power behind them. The Fairy Empire had no opponents and left. A battle between the two great empires ended because of the existence of Xuanhuan City, which made Lu Feng and the three look at each other in dismay. They had already prepared for a battle. No one can disturb your majesty until the 9 divine tribulation is opened. Lu Fengdao. With the passage of time, the fluctuations on the divine tribulation star became more and more intense, and countless powerhouses gathered from all over the universe. Boom! The thunder light and lightning turned into endless thunder and completely drowned on the divine tribulation star. Looking up, all kinds of terrifying divine light and lightning landed on the entire divine catastrophe indiscriminately, and each one fell down. It was a disaster. The blazing light ripped apart everything, and the power of the robbery made this star the focus of the universe. The infinite void is shattering. This is an unparalleled sight, and this is only the 9th level of divine tribulation. If the 33rd divine tribulation evolves that the universe God is terrifying, every force can kill the world God. The ninefold divine calamity has opened, and the sky has turned into a sea of thunder. And the whole star is bathed in the fluctuations of the gods. The change is not only that, the reason why it is called the 9-level divine tribulation is because it has 9 kinds of calamities, and suddenly saw that the divine tribulation is divided into 9 levels, like a huge plane of 9 levels, brewing 9 types of calamities with different powers. The 9 divine tribulation has opened. There are many people watching the doom. An old man whose cultivation base reached the world God said solemnly, "The calamity star does not know why it exists, but it can evolve into the catastrophe of heaven and earth." You look at the first catastrophe, and the powerful Holy Spirit can also try it. The first level is stronger than the first level. Some world gods can only stop at the 7th level, unable to survive more calamities. If you can't even get through the calamities on the gods, then don't think about becoming a cosmic god. The ninefold divine catastrophe is the catastrophe that the world God to the universe God must go through. Although it can't be compared with the catastrophe of the real calamity, who can break through the 9th level divine calamity can also show their strength. After the universe God, even the weakest can live the same life. No matter how powerful the gods of the world are, they will die of old age one day, but the gods of the universe will not. Not to mention transcendence and immortality, even the longevity of heaven and earth is what countless people are madly pursuing. And whoever can break through the 9-level divine calamity that has evolved on the star of divine calamity is qualified to try to attack the universe God, and can be called the reserve of the universe God. Boom! The doom is brewing in the starry sky, and it is sealed within the Xuanhuan, which is extremely strange. Your cultivation level is less than the 5th step of the world God. Remember not to be arrogant and intrude into higher layers. This time, I brought you here to experience and let you experience the power of divine calamity. This will be beneficial to future cultivation. There will be huge benefits. Someone is reminding. Immediately, a large number of holy gods turned into streamers and rushed into the 9th level of divine tribulation. But with their strength, they could only struggle in the 1st level. There are also world gods who have begun to enter. Although 99% of them have not reached the 5th step, it is also hone to appreciate it in advance. Your Majesty, the 9-layered gods are robbed. Lu Feng respectfully said to where Xuanhuan was. Go and break into your 9-fold divine calamity. Xuanhuan delivered a voice. Yes. The 3 of them also wanted to make a foray into the 9 divine tribulation to verify their combat effectiveness. Bro pa pa pa. Xuanhuan let out a loud roar, and directly entered the 6th level from the 1st level of divine robbery. With the strength of his 5th step, it was not difficult for him. There is a 5th step to start the 9th level divine tribulation. Xuanhuan's entry, like a signal, immediately set off a frenzy. Ha ha ha, Lu Feng, you have also come to the 6th level. Lu Feng appeared in the distance of Xuanhuan, and the endless tribulations were so huge that they wanted to tear him apart. The 6th level of divine tribulation is already strong to this level, and there are 3 levels above it. One can imagine how difficult it will be to become a true cosmic god. Lu Feng gritted his teeth. He was enveloped by the power of divine calamity, and he couldn't relax at all times. His eyes suddenly turned to the side. Yunxing, he directly broke into the 7th level. Humph. We can't fall behind Yunxing, catch up. Xuanhuan's combativeness was also aroused. Whoever is stronger can make His Majesty value him more. He banged his hands violently, and the rays of robbery seemed to be transformed into human shapes. They were the brand in the universe, and the catastrophe came to him. Rip him to powder. The 7th heaven and earth can't stop me. After Xuanhuan came to the 7th level of divine calamity with difficulty, his eyes suddenly widened, and he couldn't help cursing. Yunxing, you are an old man, Do you think you can break into the 8th level? Don't run away, darling. Wait for me there. I'll be waiting for you in the 8th floor. Yunxing appeared in the 8th level of the divine robbery, slowly saying. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C763 Ascension God Dynasty. Hearing this sentence, Shilong's temper as hard as a stone began to explode, thinking that Yunxing was provoking him and making him grumpy. After that Yunxing passed through the 8th level of divine tribulation, he began to stand in the 8th level, bathed in the divine calamity, and looked at him lightly. Yunxing, wait for me. Shilong roared and rose into the sky. Impulse. Lu Feng shook his head. He also wants to enter the 8th layer. However, he also knew that going in with his own strength would have no benefit at all, and he would even be hit by a terrifying divine calamity. Shilong tore the divine light with both hands, and he refused to accept Yunxing. This time, the vast universe gods have left divine pills for the 3 of them, and His Majesty has also spent a lot of world god pills to enhance their strength. Now being provoked by Shilong, although it is impossible to fight directly, he cannot lose here. Boom! Boom! Shilong's hands were torn apart, and a thunderous dragon-like divine light slammed around him. He was covered in blood, his body was about to be completely split, and he finally reached the 8th level. Looking at Yunxing in the distance, he grinned and waved his fist. How about it? I'm also here for the 8th level. If you have the courage to go to the 9th level together, I'll accompany you. Madman. Yunxing was surprised. With his strength, it was almost impossible for Shilong to enter the 8th level, but this lunatic broke in regardless of the price and with his will to not admit defeat. He ignored Shilong. He seemed relaxed, but in fact, he had reached the limit. Even with his strength, if he dared to go to the 9th level, he would most likely die in it. Seeing that Yunxing was ignoring him, Shilong did not foolishly rush to the 9th level. The robbery there is already the most terrifying place in the 9th level of divine robbery, 10 times stronger than the 8th level. It's the 8th level. Lu Feng is envious. He is not as fierce as Shilong, but he just stays at the 7th level honestly. 9-level divine calamity, easy, haha. With a loud laugh, a black-clothed man appeared, his eyes glazed. He actually broke through the thunder tribulations one after another, and reached the 9th level, showing terrifying strength. At the 9th level, the doom here is annihilating the sky and the earth, as if the worlds exploded around them. Directly breaking through the 9-level divine calamity, the reserve of the universe god, that is Xuanhuan of the 10,000 Demons Empire. Countless people were still struggling when they saw that Xuanhuan had reached the 9th level, with shock and envy on his face. The Empire of 10,000 Demons, the tyrannical cosmic-level empire of the cosmic starry sky. As long as you can reach the 9th level, the day I become the god of the universe is when I kill you, Xuanhuan, I will use your head to prove the way. But at this moment, another figure appeared. This is a young man, the sun, moon and stars are embroidered on his clothes, and his eyes are blazing with incomparable rays of light. The fierce aura vibrated, and he directly broke the obstacles in the 9th level of divine tribulation like a god emperor, and the unparalleled power has come to the 9th level. The world was destroyed, and the robbery light condensed by the universe was bombarding him. Ling Li of the Fairy Empire. Everyone was shocked again. The Immortal Spirit Empire and the 10,000 Demons Empire are big forces in the universe. There are already 2 people who have entered the 9th divine tribulation. Lu Feng frowned. Although there are quite a few world gods who have come to the divine tribulation star, and even some in the 5th step, most of them are trapped in the 7th layer, and the 8th layer is rare. At this moment, Xuanhuan and Ling Li were facing each other in the 9th level divine tribulation. The terrifying 9th level divine robbery bombarded them, but they could not shake them. Ling Li, you and I have been fighting for so long, Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to share life and death under the attention of everyone? We don't have to wait until later, you see, this is the best battlefield. Shen Tuyen invited Zhang Lingli. He knew that in the empire of 10,000 demons, everything was based on strength. If he could kill Lingli in public, the country lord would value him even more, and would even help him break through the universe god at all costs. Am I afraid of you? Lingli had already prepared for a battle on the divine tribulation star. And by beheading Shen Tuyen, he can bring this invincible will to break through obstacles and break through the universe god. The Empire of Fairies, the Empire of 10,000 Demons, the two powerhouses are going to fight to the death. The murderous aura between the two people stopped some of the existences who wanted to hit the 9th level. But just when the two of them were about to break out into a great war, a shocking force came, and then a figure appeared, exuding a more powerful force than Shen Tuyen and Lingli, directly bathed in the divine calamity, and ascended into the 9th level. This person entered the 9th level, which was easier than Shen Tuyen and Lingli. Who? The two suddenly looked over, and they were angry that someone was ignorant and dared to disrupt their decisive battle, but when they saw this person's face, they were shocked. Yu Huashan Dynasty, Yu Jingtian. What? Yu Jingtian of Yu Huashan Dynasty, why is he here? Everyone was shocked. Even the empires as strong as the fairy spirits and the 10,000 demons empire would not dare to call themselves the dynasty of gods. But this feathering god dynasty calls itself the god dynasty, which shows their strength. Back in the days when the divine dynasty was established, the forbidden forces all had strong men descended, but the Emperor Yu Hua swept everything and experienced a great battle, forcing those strong men back. In recent years, Yu Huashan has swallowed the galaxy with vigor and desire to unify the universe. According to rumors, this Yu Tian had a shocking vision when he was born, and was given the name Yu Jing Tian by the Emperor Yu Hua himself. The 9th level divine tribulation will become more mundane whenever the universe is in turmoil. The God Emperor speculates that the more terrifying 33rd divine calamity will come soon, and all of this is a symbol of my ascension to the divine dynasty that dominates the starry sky. Yu Jingtian stepped into the 9-level divine robbery, leisurely walking in the courtyard. He said to himself, there seemed to be no two people in his eyes at all, or it was a kind of contempt from the bottom of his heart. Shen Tuyen and Lingli were also very annoyed. Something else has appeared in the 9 divine tribulations. In the middle of the calamity, a strange fluctuation appeared, the bright light was bright, and a flower the size of a palm appeared unexpectedly. Although it was just a flower, his appearance made everyone's eyes light up. Someone trembled and said, God. God of calamity, my God, it turned out to be the flower of calamity. It was hundreds of millions of years ago that the last time the flower of calamity appeared. It is rumored that as long as you get the calamity flower, you can experience no danger at all. A 9th level divine calamity, and the divine calamity flower contains a lot of laws to achieve the gods of the universe. To be able to pass through the 9 layers of divine tribulation, it can only be said that there are 2 or 3 layers that may become a world god. But getting the flower of God's tribulation will raise the possibility to 70%, plus some other means. The achievement of the universal God has been stabilized. The Jiuzhong divine tribulation has no hindrance to Yu Jingtian, and the purpose of his coming here is precisely for the divine tribulation flower. You also want God's tribulation flower? Yu Jingtian's indifferent Shen Tuyen and Lingli said indifferently, if you want, come and get it. Yu Jingtian, don't be too arrogant. Although Yu Jingtian is very strong, Shen Tuyen Lingli is also the strongest among the world gods. Everyone has an invincible will and is not afraid of him. Yu Jingtian didn't care that the two would snatch it up, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, he walked towards the flower of God's tribulation, and was about to pick it off. Go ahead and see how strong this Yu Jingtian is. Shen Tuyen and Lingli were about to start. But just as he was about to start, a stalwart figure came. He didn't seem to break through from the first layer, but directly shattered the starry sky, descended on the 9th layer, and directly picked the flower of God's tribulation. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C764 Feather Fist. Shen Jiahua appeared, Shen Tuyan, and Ling Li were murderous. When even some masters desperately wanted to enter the 9-layer divine tribulation to capture it, a stalwart figure came down in an incredible way and directly captured the divine tribulation flower. This man is infinite, like the ruler of God, the ruler of heaven and earth. With a big wave of his hand, the gust of wind swept through, and Shen Jiahua came into his hands. The emperor has taken action. Lu Feng and the three were excited. Who are you? Ling Li of the Fairy Empire took a step forward, and the murderous intention was complete. This person shot too suddenly, and even Yu Jingtian didn't stop him. Seeing the divine robbery flower in his hand, he madly wanted to get it. There is another mysterious existence shot. Everyone was shocked when they saw this mysterious powerhouse coming, and being able to grab it from Yu Jingtian's eyelids was enough to see his strength. Hand over the flower of God's tribulation, spare you from dying, Shen Tuyan said. Although this person is extremely mysterious, but he is not afraid, he can clearly sense that his realm is not the god of the universe, or the god of the world, then he has enough confidence to fight this person. But Chu Yuan didn't answer them. Shen Jiahua flickered in his hand and put it away. What is in his hand, then there is no possibility of handing it over. Yu Jingtian, don't you want Shen Jihua? Just watch him take it away. At this time, Ling Li did not act first, but stunned Yu Jingtian looked cold. Even though the flower of God's tribulation was taken away by Chu Yuan, there was no change in his expression. He came from the divine dynasty, and suddenly an infinite shocking power condensed in his hand, turning into a mana-mad dragon attacking. Only one blow shook the world and wiped out the world. Yu's shocking strength. Seeing Yu Jingtian's strength, everyone said in horror, even if it's the same 5th step. He will also be beaten to death by Yu Jingtian. The combination of Lu Feng and the three is powerful enough, but in front of Yu Jingtian alone, it is not enough. Chu Yuan was calm and did not speak. A forbidden area has been formed around him, and the meaning is very simple. Whoever dares to shoot at him will despise his majesty, and the price of despising his majesty is death. This is the domineering contempt of the emperor. You are bold. Yu Jingtian said such a sentence. His hands ripped apart the world, and his power shook the world. In this instant, Yu Jingtian slammed a punch, extremely powerful, and instantly came to Chu Yuan, with a domineering majesty that shattered the world. But Chu Yuan's face did not change color. In the face of Yu Jingtian's punch, his palm slowly stretched out, which actually formed a force of barrier, which prevented the punching force from breaking through, and suddenly shocked, making Yu Jingtian's shot useless. What power! Yu Jingtian was also deeply surprised. Suddenly, he saw this person walking in one step and bombarded him with a punch. The power of this palm seemed to pierce through the ancient times, and penetrated beyond the star of the gods. Yu Jingtian raised his head suddenly, one hand like the sky and the earth. Covering the sky with one hand, like a god. The power of feathering. As soon as Yu Jingtian's feathering power appeared, it was exploded layer by layer, and the whole person was shaken. At this time, Chu Yuan had already arrived in front of him, and the hand of God attacked, to obliterate everything. At this moment, the emperor's domineering was vividly displayed. And this power of God will tear Yu Jingtian apart with his bare hands. Yu Jingtian was awe-inspiring and did not dare to be careless. He rose in the Yuhua divine dynasty and killed countless old enemies, but there has never been a day when he encountered such an unbelievable suppression. God hit Yu Jingtian with one blow. Although Yu Jingtian was defending with the power of feathering, he was still slapped and flew out, and the robe on his body shook. Yu Jingtian is so powerful that he was suppressed by this person. He is not the god of the universe, why does he have such terrifying power? I must get the flower of God's tribulation, otherwise I have less than 50% confidence in becoming the god of the universe, and it seems that I can't watch the show. Cooperate with Yu Jingtian and kill this person first. If I can get the powerful secret of this person, even more several layers are possible. Ling Li and Shen Tuyen wanted to sit back and watch Yu Jingtian fight him, but the change in form made them unable to calm down. As long as it is not the universe god, they dare to do it, which is derived from their confidence in their own strength. He and Shen Tuyen were old enemies one moment ago, but the next moment they were united because of common interests, and the speed of change was so fast. Great silence technique. As soon as Chu Yuan pointed, a black light beam died out. The devil descends into the world. As soon as his eyes darkened, Shen Tuyen felt a strong danger, but he did not panic, but a strong domineering swept out, and suddenly punched out, like a demon beheading and destroying the gods, to shatter the darkness in front of him. Slaughter the devil. In the face of these two counterattacks, Chu Yuan changed the gate of God in his hands, and the hand of God came again. As soon as this kind of power is suppressed, the domineering power is like a vast ocean, and the power dominates, making Shen Tuyen, the demon god, unable to advance an inch. At this moment, the three peerless masters who were hailed as having the potential to become the god of the universe joined forces to bombard one person. How shocking will this be? And more importantly, the situation of the battle was not as expected by others, but this person was killed by three people in one fell swoop. Instead, he controlled the situation by himself. Damn, how can he be so strong? Shen Tuyen has lived to this day, and he has seen countless masters, but he has never seen such a terrifying world god. No, he saw it today. Suppressing the heavens. At this moment, Ling Li put his hands up, his magical technique suppressed the sky, and a beam of light that penetrated the sky shot out, unexpectedly breaking through the darkness brought by the great nirvana technique and the black extreme divine light. With a wave of Chu Yuan's palm, Ji Mia attacked again. This force swelled in his hand, and then exploded violently. The violent wind formed by the black particles suddenly washed violently on him, trying to take away his flesh and blood. In this deadly wind, Ling Li only felt that his flesh and blood had been blown away and turned into a skeleton. The Gate of Thunder. Boom. Wang Yang and Lei Hai swept in, and the Gate of Heavenly Thunder appeared behind Chu Yuan, and the infinite thunder and lightning attacked, causing the resonance of the power within the 9 divine tribulations. In the eyes of everyone, the countless powers of divine calamity were gathered into the special treasure behind this person, and this magnificent thunder light made Chu Yuan like the manipulator of divine calamity at this moment. Immediately, in an instant, the terrifying power of divine calamity was overwhelming, and all kinds of catastrophe were manipulated by him at will. Chu Yuan brought the Gate of Heavenly Thunder, and the thunder waved, and came to Shen Tuyen, and hit him directly with one blow, only to knock him flying immediately, and the flesh and blood tablet on his body was dripping with flesh and blood. This portal can actually control catastrophe. It is more precious than the flower of the gods. If I get it, I will become a god of the universe and hit a higher realm. Yu Jingtian saw that Tianlei Gate could no longer be calm, and there was a strong greed in his eyes. Almost from childhood to adulthood, there were few things that made him so greedy. Ascension 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 Divine Fist. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C765 The Fate of Death. Feathering Divine Fist. When everyone saw Yu Jingtian directly using the Ascension Divine Fist, their expressions suddenly changed, and they said in horror, this person actually forced Yu Jingtian to use the Ascension Divine Fist, which is extremely powerful in the Ascension Sutra of Ascension created by the Emperor Yu Hua. One move, it is rumored that the Emperor Yu Hua encountered the immortal taboo siege that year, that is, he used the power of Yu Hua's ascension to kill a taboo, and since then he has created the divine power of Yuhua Divine Dynasty. Ascension Sutra of Feathering? Lu Feng and the three frowned, but they had never heard of it. It is also that the Emperor Yuhua is a peerless powerhouse after the gods. At that time, they were already in the vast world. Of course, no matter how strong the Ascension God Emperor was, he still did not reach the height of a god. The divine power of that year overwhelmed the entire universe, and no taboos dared to be presumptuous in front of him. At this moment, Yu Jingtian's whole body was dazzling, as if he was about to emerge, but this also caused his mana to show a sharp increase several times stronger than before. You are very powerful, forcing me to use Yuhua Shenquan. It is also your honor to die in Yuhua Shenquan. Not everyone is qualified to bear the power of Yuhua's ascension. Feathering Divine Fist can't be used easily. Because this is a big killer move that can hurt 1,000 enemies and 800, but Yu Jingtian doesn't care to get the gate of heavenly thunder. His Feathering Divine Fist slammed out, not a violent attack, but the power of feathering suddenly enveloped Chu Yuan, using a kind of artistic conception to transform the power of Chu Yuan, sitting down in advance, extremely terrifying. Immediately, the feather runes in the sky fell like light rain. But when the power of feathering and soaring appeared, Chu Yuan showed another strange picture in the eyes of everyone. The power of feathering could not shake him, and he exuded the power of a supreme ruler. Invincible. Invincible. The power of feathering ascension is ineffective against him. The crowd was shocked. A knowledgeable old world god said, "It's not that the feathering is not strong, but Yu Jingtian's power is not enough to make him feather." God, can this person's strength only be dealt with by the universe god? When did this happen in the starry sky? A world-class master. Yu Jingtian's face sank. If he continues to improve the power of feathering and ascension, it will inevitably damage his foundation. But as soon as he saw the portal and his eyes were burning, he knew that this special portal was more important than the damaged foundation. More intense feather runes fell. When Yu Jingtian suppresses him and waits for the opportunity to kill him, there will definitely be more precious treasures on his body. Lingli and Shin Tuyen were also eyeing them. Heaven and Earth Catastrophe. The catastrophe of heaven and earth was bombarded from Chu Yuan's palm, and everything was destroyed in front of him, even the feather runes were shattered layer by layer. Feathering soars. Yu Jingtian's face was solemn. The power of his feathering and ascension did not decrease, but continued to strengthen. His hands interweaved the power of ascension in the sky, and his body actually showed an illusion. Too much consumption. There is no absolutely perfect martial arts. This is a double-edged sword. It can also be supplemented by feathering others to absorb other people's energy, but once the enemy cannot be killed, it is pure consumption. The restart of the world. Chu Yuan pushed his hands together, the world seemed to be restarted, layers of feather runes exploded, and the force that restarted the world's reincarnation completely exploded on Yu Jingtian's body, causing his body to roll out directly. No, Yu Jingtian couldn't help him with the power of feathering ascension. Shin Tuyan's face changed greatly. Don't worry, Yu Jingtian's methods are not only these, he has even more powerful cards, we wait and continue to look for opportunities. The two exchanged thoughts like lightning. Court death. Chu Yuan's cold eyes suddenly turned to Lingli. In his hand, the black, red, blue, and 4 divine discs spun, suddenly turned into 4 wild airflows, twisted and condensed, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Lingli, like a 4-colored long knife slamming against his body. It washed away. What power is this? Lingli's face showed monstrous fear. Great sealing technique. Chu Yuan made a move, and the sealed divine chain swept out of the door of the seal. His body was completely bound by the divine seal chain, densely packed, like a zongzi. Because of the fear, Ling Li's face was twisted, he struggled desperately, but how could he break free of the sealed chain after the blessing of the door of the seal? No. You can't kill me. The fear on Ling Li's face grew stronger and stronger. Xuanhuan was cold and cruel. He came, and his big hand grabbed it directly in front of him, clasped it on his head, and suddenly the incomparably terrifying Great Devouring technique began to devour Ling Li's power as the fifth step. Ling Li struggled, but the struggle was destined to be futile. His body disappeared in a few breaths, leaving no residue. Ling Li is dead, dead. Shen Tuyen's scalp was numb. Although he and Ling Li have been old enemies for many years, they both want to kill each other, but seeing the other party die not by his own hands, but in such a tragic way, he can't help but feel sad, as if he saw his own destiny. Go. Go quickly. Shen Tuyen didn't want to stay any longer. What kind of treasure? He doesn't want all of it. How can his own life be important? Die. Xuanhuan's murderous voice came out, like an imperial decree, announcing Shen Tuyen's death sentence. A blood-stained spear appeared in his hand, with rust spots and a terrifying curse on the tip of the spear, which immediately tore through the sky and stabbed it in his hand with a lore attitude. Time seems to stand still at this moment. A splendid flower of blood exploded between Shen Tuyen's brows. He instinctively scratched his brows, and there was a gun that pierced his head, and his hand was on the tip of the gun. When Xuanhuan raised his palm, the gun lifted Shen Tuyen into the air, blood flowed out, and his fierceness was cast even more. Shen Tuyen disappeared as soon as the big phagocytosis was sucked. In a very short period of time, Xuanhuan killed Ling Li and Shen Tuyen. The terrifying scene made everyone tremble uncontrollably. All dead. Yu Jingtian's eyes narrowed fiercely. And he can feel that this person seems to have refined the energy of the two in a very short period of time, and the cultivation base is constantly expanding, which is much more terrifying than just now. He would be angry in his heart. Ling Li and Shen Tuyen, the two wastes, not only did not help, but instead gave the other party a cultivation base, making him unable to deal with it next. He is arrogant, but he is not stupid and knows that it is impossible to deal with this person. Feathering soars. Yu Jingtian also wants to leave. He activated the power of feathering and ascension, which seemed to open up a mysterious dimension, as if the non-existent time and space, the higher time and space in the dark, the whole person also turned into a kind of ascension rune, as if carrying out a kind of time and space transfer. The grave of the burial day. Xuanhuan's eyes swept away. He will not let any of these three people go. Xuanhuan urged the tomb of burial heaven, as if pulling the heaven and earth to a black cemetery. A tomb appeared, unexpectedly showing Yu Jingtian's death tombstone, and buried his whole body in it. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C766 Step 4. Yu Jingtian did not emerge from that tomb in the end and was buried forever. Everyone knows that Yu Jingtian has been beheaded, and it is impossible to reproduce the world again. Yu Jingtian was earth-shattering when he was born, and indeed earth-shattering when he died. At this moment, no one dared to speak, and no one even dared to ask the person's origin. They all bowed their heads, like an ostrich buried its head in the sand. I just hope this person will never notice them. A mysterious spacetime was formed around Xuanhuan's body. Everyone can only look up at a great phantom, but have no way of knowing what that great phantom is doing. Ding! The host broke through the fourth step of the world god endlessly, and obtained 400,000 fate points, advanced world artifact card, magic fruit x512, magic gun x1, chaos god beads x2, random lottery chance x1, Jiuji Xuanhuan treasure map 6x1. Ding! The current branch line has been released, and the fifth step of breaking through the world god has been opened. The fifth step of swallowing up the three cultivation bases is extremely tyrannical, and Xuanhuan's realm has broken through to the fourth step. The fourth step is endless, with endless power. And these supernatural powers, Xuanhuan raised the great heavenly sorcery from the 3rd level to the 10th level. Chu Yuan checked the magic spear, and it was a very powerful artifact, second only to the one refined by the universe god, but it was useless to him. Chu Yuan preferred to use the bloodstained spear with a curse. The ninefold divine tribulation is slowly ending. With a wave of Chu Yuan's palm, Lu Feng and the others were immediately picked up by a void force and disappeared with him. He left, he killed Yu Jingtian and left. Who is this person? It's the fifth step that can kill 3 powerful and terrifying people in a row. I'm afraid it won't be peaceful this time. Yu Jingtian is regarded as one of the gods with the most hope of breaking through the universe in the future. On the entire divine tribulation star, when Chu Yuan left, he dared to speak in a low voice. What I saw today is too amazing, and the identity of this person is also very mysterious. He killed so many people, but no one knows his identity. I am afraid that there will be no peace in the universe in the years to come. Eternal World. Divine Martial Emperor Capital. This is the Xuanhuan Empire. When Lu Feng and the 3 saw the Xuanhuan Empire, their faces suddenly showed incomparable shock. The terrifying power of national fortune is shrouded in the sky, and various warships are hovering in the sky. The sky battleship, the starry sky battleship, the one that shocked them the most was the Star God battleship. The huge hull and the hard armor made it impossible for even the world god to destroy the Star God battleship in an instant. And these all reveal the powerful heritage of an empire. Soon someone will tell you all about Xuanhuan. Chu Yuan left a sentence and disappeared. This is the empire we will allegiance to in the future. Shilong has a fighting spirit in his heart. The arrival of Lu Feng and the 3 of them also caused an uproar among the high-level officials of the Xuanhuan Empire. This was the 5th step of the 3 gods, and they took refuge in the Xuanhuan Empire. His Majesty's means have been unimaginable. After 4 steps, it is to open up the world with endless power, and to use the kingdom of the Emperor as the benchmark. At this moment, Chu Yuan is cultivating in the kingdom of the Emperor. Although he broke through to the 4th step and waved his hand to kill the world god, he also knew that with these strengths, it was not enough to smash the universe and fight against the universe god. Only after breaking through to the 5th step, with the increase of the human emperor sword, his strength can be comparable to that of the universe god. Advanced Mall. Chu Yuan hasn't refreshed the Advanced Mall yet. He has accumulated more than 2.3 million fate points for many times in his hands. Pulling down page by page, Chu Yuan looked around, and finally something caught his attention. Small Chaos World. The small world contains a lot of chaotic vitality, which can enhance the 5th step of cultivation, and it takes 1 million fate points to exchange. The Chaos Realm in the mall is similar to the Chaos Divine Orb rewarded by the previous system, but the Chaos Primal Chi contained in it is 1 day and 1 place, which is hundreds of times that of the latter. Changed. Chu Yuan knew that Chaos World could quickly accumulate the energy he needed to reach the 5th step. Ding. The host exchanges Chaos World X2, and the fate point is reduced by 2 million. Boom. Suddenly, Chu Yuan completely refined the chaotic vitality in the chaotic world. He could clearly feel that his cultivation base was completely stabilized at the 4th step, and there was another breakthrough. In the mid-term, the effect was really strong. 14 years of Xuanhuan. Another few years passed. Every year, the Xuanhuan Empire has undergone earth-shaking changes. The number of his divine army exceeded 1.5 million, and the weakest cultivation base of each person reached the heavenly god realm. 1.5 million gods are running at the same time in the supreme mythical battle formation. The power is so terrifying that even the world gods have to avoid the edge for a while. Purple Blood Magic Book and Lu Feng have all been integrated into the Xuanhuan Empire. It's almost time. Chu Yuan turned his gaze to an extremely mysterious place in the universe. Inside the Temple of God. Participate in the Great Emperor. People salute. Today's Xuanhu Empire can be described as strong like a cloud. Just the fifth step has Xuanhu, Purple Blood Devil Book, Purple Spirit Devil God, Han Wuji, Lu Feng, Shilong, Yunqing 7, and other world gods more. Purple Blood Magic Book. Among the ministers, you are most familiar with the Universe C. Xuanhuan looked at the Purple Blood Magic Book. He has been preparing to enter the Universe C since he returned from Divine Tribulation Star. He has only collected 30% of the materials for the creation of the Xuanhuan book so far, and it is impossible to collect all of them without going to the Sea of Cosmos. Your Majesty, the Sea of Cosmos is left over from many cosmic eras. There are countless treasures and secret realms. At the same time, there is also a huge secret realm. I have been instructed by Your Majesty and have been preparing. The Purple Blood Demon said, actually, the Cosmic Sea has not been completely explored until now, and there are still a lot of unexplored areas, and there are dangers in some places that even the Cosmic God will fall. Cosmic Sea, I have followed the vast Cosmic God several times. It is too dangerous. The powerful forces in the universe are all exploring. Back then, the vast Cosmic God encountered a heaven-shattering crisis. At that time, I went to a place called Blood Moon Sea. Lu Fengdao. I don't know which powerhouse left the Blood Moon Sea. It is extremely dangerous, but I suggest that if the Empire wants to enter the Cosmos Sea, the most suitable place is the battlefield of the era, where there are dangerous places and calm places, and there are treasures are also the most numerous in the universe. The Purple Blood Magic Book has compiled a material with a map of the battlefield of the era. Your Majesty, this map was drawn by the minister according to the records of the Purple Blood Cosmic God. The terrain of the battlefield in the era is complex. After 100,000 years, there may be changes in some places, and some ancient ruins that have never appeared. Purple Blood Demon Calligraphy. After January, you will be stationed in the Sea of Cosmos. You will lead the Purple Blood Magic Book as the leading force. This time, you will only lead the powerhouses above the Holy Spirit to enter. You have to make early preparations for the entry of the Empire's next army. Xuanhuan's order was conveyed. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C767 Cosmic Sea. The Sea of Cosmos, the burial place of countless epics and reincarnations. The environment is very harsh and cruel, and ordinary people are not qualified to enter. Therefore, this group of pioneering troops must be responsible for the most critical wasteland reclamation work and obtain first-hand information for the Empire before they can take the next step. The Holy Spirit is full of people. Originally, Purple Blood Magic Book only wanted to bring a group of world gods to open up wasteland first. However, he knew that Xuanhu had the supreme mythical battle formation, and that the 10,000 holy gods were bombarded in formation, and even the world gods could bombard them. Step 5, Purple Blood Devil Book, Purple Spirit Devil God, Han Wuji, Lu Feng, Shilong, and Xuanhu. Then there are 50 gods of the world. These 50 world gods are mainly responsible for activating the battle formation. Your Majesty, let's go. When everything was ready, the Purple Blood Magic Book led the army to leave the eternal world. Boom! In the starry sky, 5 huge star god battleships rose into the sky. The location of the Cosmic Sea is not a secret in the universe. Immediately, the Purple Blood Magic Book manipulated the battleship, looked down, and said, "The Cosmic Sea is at the bottom of the universe. It has existed for an unknown number of ages, and time is beyond consideration, and countless relics have been buried. We, as the pioneering force, have taken on a great responsibility. Purple Blood Magic Book, you are most familiar with the situation of the Universe C, and it is up to you to tell me what to do." Lu Feng said. Okay, my data are all 100,000 years ago. After so long, there must have been a lot of changes, but such as the battlefield of the era, the Blood Moon Sea, and the Tomb of the Gods, these must still exist. While they were talking, the Star God battleship had already shuttled downward fiercely. I don't know how long it took, and I don't know how many layers of time and space have passed through. This kind of feeling is as if the universe is a huge plane, and when it reaches the sea of cosmos, it becomes a funnel shape. Countless relics pass through this funnel, and at an end, they settle into a strange place. That is the cosmic sea. This is the cosmic sea? There are many people who see cosmic sea for the first time. Originally, many people thought that the cosmic sea was an ocean that existed in the universe. But it wasn't. In front of him was a boundless ocean that seemed to be condensed by rays of light. The energy of the rays of light was so overwhelming that he couldn't see the head at a glance, or even feel how big it was. And it seems that if you travel from any corner of the universe, you can reach the universe sea. Boom. The storm swept through, like an ocean of energy. This is the place where the laws of heaven and earth are the most violent and chaotic. The furious sea and the raging waves can easily crush the world god with every slap. Such is the restricted area of the gods, it is not easy to step on. How do we get in? The time and space of the universe sea is too violent, and Lu Feng was brought in by the universe god. It is not difficult to enter. Have you seen that there is a vortex like the eye of the ocean in the sea of cosmos? We go in little by little along the edge of the vortex, and let the gravity of the sea of cosmos take us in. Of course, we beg not to encounter to a chaotic storm. The Purple Blood Magic Book recognized it for a long time before saying, entering from here, it should be the location of the era battlefield. The Star God battleship entered the universe sea with the swirling current. We're in. Flowing in the whirlpool, the time and space in front of them suddenly changed, and everyone suddenly saw a vast and ancient world. The earth was full of ravines, and storms often hovered in this world. This is the Sea of Cosmos? Everyone was surprised. Our luck is not bad. If I read it correctly, this should be the era battlefield, and the era battlefield is also the largest area in the universe. The void here is quite calm. The Purple Blood Magic Book looked around and concluded, put away the battleship and the Holy Spirit enters the inner space. Now we are not familiar with the battlefield of the era. They got into it. Era battlefield, an ancient battlefield, where countless epic battles took place. After they entered, they looked up and saw a chaotic world in front of them. There was no sun, moon, and stars. All they saw was gray, and the vitality here was extremely violent and could not be directly refined and absorbed. Huh? This goddess. The Purple Blood Demon Book looked at the secluded person, like a ghostly ghost, sometimes suddenly appearing beside you. Leave him alone. The Purple Blood Demon Book knows that Xinyu is extremely loyal to Emperor Xuanhuan. He knew that although the era battlefield was huge, it was divided into many areas according to the relics that were excavated. Now, the most important thing for him was to figure out which side of the battlefield he was on. Emperor Xuanhuan had to collect many rare materials, and only the Sea of Cosmic could meet the needs. Huh? There's a pearl there. Suddenly, Xiling Demon God's eyes lit up. She saw a bright pearl embedded in the soil in a land in front of her. With a wave of her hand, it turned out to be a world artifact. You can just pick up a world artifact in the universe, and there are treasures everywhere. Shurlong rubbed his hands together, also very excited. There are treasures everywhere, but there are dangers everywhere. There is more than one cosmic god buried in the battlefield of the era. The Purple Blood Magic Book splashed him with a basin of cold water. Boom, but just as they continued to move forward, a hill like a solitary grave exploded in front, and suddenly a figure with a dry body came out, and a black undead breath circled around him. The strength of this figure has actually reached the 5th step. However, he is already dead, and there is only a roaring thought, which has not dissipated, and is unwilling to fall, supporting his actions. Boom. This corpse seemed to smell the breath of life, and a punch came, and the terrifying energy shook, and the world shook violently, killing the army. "I come!" Xuanhuan shouted. He punched out and fought against the bones fiercely, but what made him unbelievable was that his power was already terrifying, but he was not his opponent. He stepped back fiercely, and his whole body was numb. Lu Feng also shot out with a force, bringing out the sound of gold and iron hitting the corpse, but it did not destroy him. What a powerful body, a corpse is so powerful. Lu Feng was shocked. Of course, the laws of the universe are violent, even a rock is 100 times harder than the outside world. This skeleton has existed for countless years, and it has been baptized by this law at all times, and its body has long been hard to an incredible level. It is recorded that the bones of the gods of the universe have been resurrected and countless gods of the world have been slaughtered. Purple Blood Magic Book said indifferently, "Of course, it is not difficult to deal with this kind of skeleton. What supports their actions is a resentment. As long as this resentment is obliterated, they will not be able to act." With a wave of his palm, a purple light enveloped him. This violent skeleton calmed down, its will was obliterated, and it fell to the ground. "The flaws are also huge." Xuanhuan rode. Of course, he also knows that this is the strength of the Purple Blood Magic Book, which is stronger than the bones, otherwise it can't be suppressed and wiped out his will. There are countless dangers in the battlefield of the era. This is just a very common one. Here, except for the dangerous restricted area of Cosmic Sea, the powerhouses who come here are the most dangerous, far more cruel than you think. After the Purple Blood Magic Book finished speaking, his tyrannical soul swept out. This is the book spirit, and the natural will is strong. After he led the way, not long after, the endless stretch of Tiangong Temple appeared in his eyes. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C768 Cruel Rules. Countless magnificent giant cities stand between heaven and earth, and various buildings are majestic. Although countless ancient years have passed, these giant cities are still not decayed, but exudes a majestic momentum, making people sigh how powerful these buildings are when they are brilliant. And the area occupied by these giant cities is also very large, and there is no end in sight. These are? Lu Feng and others looked at the magnificent building and were shocked. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the ruins of the Heavenly Palace. It took a long time to identify the Purple Blood Magic Book before confirming the answer. Heavenly Palace? Lu Feng was confused. Well, you can't go wrong. Tiangong is the strongest overlord in the ancient times. The Tiangong founded by the Emperor of Heaven. Maybe you haven't heard of the Emperor of Heaven, but God must know that the Emperor of Heaven is several times earlier than God, but Emperor of Heaven. It also disappeared in the end. I don't know if it's dead or alive. It is also thanks to the Purple Blood Cosmic God who likes to explore various secret realms, otherwise the Purple Blood Magic Book may not know so much. When Xuanhuan subdued him, he valued his knowledge. There are still countless secrets hidden in this universe, many epochs, many eras, how many earth-shattering existences have been born, and the world gods like me are just a drop in the ocean, humble and insignificant. Lu Feng sighed. Yeah, even the God of the universe can only achieve the same lifespan of heaven and earth. Immortality is too far away. Purple Blood Demon Calligraphy. Come on, let's enter the Heavenly Palace. A group of people immediately went in along countless giant cities. What surprised them was that there were many people in these giant cities, and even some cities were stationed by powerhouses of various forces, turning this place into a base. We are looking for a Tiangong, which is a good stronghold for the Empire on the battlefield of the era. Lu Fengdao. That's exactly what I thought. The Purple Blood Demon Book said, the city of Tiangong is continuous, and you see, there are a large number of powerhouses gathered here. The news is smooth, we are stationed here. Soon. They found an empty giant city. The news has arrived. Han Wuji returned and said, reporting to Master Zishu Emashu, this heavenly palace was discovered thousands of years ago, and it is called the vast heavenly palace. It is rumored that it was left by the heavenly vast universe god under the command of the ancient heaven emperor, and the ruins have not yet been fully excavated. What should we do next? His Majesty's explanation: let us find a stronghold, inquire about information, and look for various precious materials. Lu Feng said. There are many forces here. If we grab all their materials, can we get a lot of good things? Shurlong rode. You use your brain, it's not that you have to rob everything, but there is a way to get it. The Purple Blood Magic Book was wise, and said, we will use two methods. Sometimes we have to rob, and in addition, we must also use the method of exchange to exchange what we don't need. Some things need to be grasped with both hands. You can't rely entirely on brute force, otherwise you won't know the precious materials in some people's hands. Shurlong stopped talking. It's okay to let him fight and kill, but playing with his own schemes is no match for a wily devil like the Purple Blood Magic Book. Under the impetus of the Purple Blood Magic Book, the news spread, and there were forces willing to exchange divine pills for materials. In a short period of time, a large number of people have continuously traded materials. After all, compared to rare materials, divine pills that can directly improve cultivation are more important. The Purple Blood Magic Book is still the best method, we have received a lot of information recently. Lu Feng said with a smile. The purpose of our first move has been achieved. I have let Xiling lead the Sea of Cosmos and send the news back to the Empire. I believe that His Majesty is ready for the next step and will soon come to the Sea of Cosmos. What we have to do is to strengthen the city. Defense. Purple Blood Magic Book's eyes swept coldly. The universe is not peaceful, there are fights everywhere. We know that. The Xuanhuan Empire entered the era battlefield, and it has actually suffered several waves of attacks during this period. Suddenly, the atmosphere outside the giant city suddenly changed, the heaven and earth shook, and the black clouds that covered the sky came at a shocking speed. In just a few breaths, in the sky above the giant city, countless armies appeared. This countless army is full of murderous aura, and there are as many as 5 or 6 people in the 5th step of the world god. Empire of 10,000 Demons. Purple Blood Magic Book looked up. Back then, the Purple Blood Cosmic God had dealt with this 10,000 Demons Empire, and was also recruited by the Lord of 10,000 Demons. However, the purple-blooded universe gods are free and easy, don't like bondage, and reject them. Kill the past and sweep them away. The army of the 10,000 Demons Empire came, and they didn't talk nonsense with the Xuanhuan Empire. Suddenly, countless armies rolled over like black clouds, oppressing them, and spurting out hundreds of millions of demon lights of destruction. Damn, the people of the 10,000 Demon Empire are attacking us. This 10,000 Demon Empire is so overbearing, if they say they attack, they will attack. Shurlong shouted angrily. Humph. The Purple Blood Magic Book was not unexpected at all, but felt it was too normal. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp, the strong attack the weak, you rob me, I rob you, this is the rule of the universe. See, everything is there is no reason at all, whoever has the biggest fist is the law of heaven, they are going to destroy us and plunder our wealth. It depends on whether they have such a big appetite. All the holy gods jointly mobilized the supreme mythical formation, and immediately formed a mythical light, such as a huge crystal light that swept across the past directly, killing it into the black cloud. What? The mythical battle formation perfectly combines the power of these holy gods, and the power it exerts swept across. In the black cloud, it was only for a moment, and it was unknown how many strong men had been swept away, and their bodies evaporated directly, leaving no bones. Dare to resist. The 10,000 Demons Empire swept across the giant cities in the misty heaven palace, and they were all invincible. At this moment, they suddenly suffered a blow, and they made a murderous voice. Countless Imperial powerhouses have also formed a war of 10,000 demons and oppressed them. For them, the people in these giant cities are their wealth. Swish! The 10,000 Demons Empire also launched a powerful attack, and the demonic energy was mobilized, turned into a giant hand of magic light, and slapped it down. Their world god is also shooting, and the power is surging like a tide. These people don't know which empire they belong to, but they have some strength. However, there are not many people in the universe who can compete with my 10,000 Demons Empire. Obviously they are not. This time we will sweep Invincible and destroy them here. The fifth step of the Empire of 10,000 Demons said coldly. Xinyu, don't do it, I have more important tasks for you. A thought from the Purple Blood Magic Book was immediately passed on to Xinyu Zhe. There was also a murderous intent in his eyes. The people of the 10,000 Demon Empire actually regarded them as soft persimmons, which made him very unhappy. If you want to rob them, be prepared to pay the price. Purple Blood World. The Purple Blood Magic Book soared into the sky. A purple blood world blocked all fluctuations. His palms were like the disillusionment of the universe, and he displayed extremely mysterious supernatural powers. At the same time, the world gods of the Xuanhuan Empire also fought and confronted the 10,000 Demons Empire. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C769 Copy the Old Nest. The Sea of Cosmos is a cruel world, and the law of the jungle, which is the law of the jungle, is vividly staged here. Facing the brutal and tyrannical attack of the 10,000 Demons Empire, the warriors had no fear. They have been in the Xuanhuan Empire for a long time, and they have also been infected with a fearless and belligerent temperament. And this time into the Sea of Cosmos, the selection is the elite after the Empire. Death to me. Yangting was also here. He strode forward, facing a second-step world god of the 10,000 Demons Empire. With a big hand, the prehistoric world suddenly appeared, and the tyrannical force grabbed his body almost immediately. Wan Demon roars. The world god roared violently, and countless ghosts rushed out. But Yangting doesn't care. He is also the second step, but the power between the second steps is also very different. When Shi's palm moved fiercely, the body of this world god was hit and exploded in an instant, and the whole body turned into a blood mist. Bang bang bang. The army of the Xuanhuan Empire rushed out, and all of them were fierce, like tigers. Each one was extremely belligerent, slaughtering gods and killing demons, causing endless killings in the army of the 10,000 Demons Empire. The Empire of 10,000 Demons, the strong, are like clouds. Before they even pushed the city, no one could compete, but they suddenly suffered a counterattack from the Xuanhuan Empire, and some did not respond. You are courting death. The fifth step of the 10,000 Demon Empire saw such a huge loss, and with a roar, the magical power was soaring, and a fist of 10,000 demons bombarded down, and instantly the demonic energy rose to the sky, and a huge and towering troll appeared, supporting the sky. Humph! Purple Blood Magic Book sneered again and again. He had already taken refuge in the Xuanhuan Empire, and naturally he had to consider the interests of the Empire. Stepping out one step, purple crystal light bursts in succession. The fifth step of this statue was immediately blocked by him. You can't let the Purple Blood Magic Book take the credit alone. Shilong shot. His skin became as hard as stone, and a divine fist pierced through it, bombarding the fifth step body, knocking him into explosions. Han Wuji, Lu Feng and the others also immediately took action, and immediately entangled the other's world god. The battlefield of the world gods here is stuck together. On the other hand, the battle under the gods of the world was even more intense, and tens of thousands of holy gods were pushed out. Although they are few in number, they are all Holy Spirit elites, and they gather mythical battle formations, like a sharp knife piercing through the enemy's camp. How come there are so many world gods in this giant city, and where did they come from? No, we can't continue. otherwise we will lose too much, which is not good for us. Retreat, don't entangle with them here. The 10,000 Demons Empire did not expect that they would attack a city at will and encounter so many strong men, and what was even more uncomfortable was that in this short period of time, the other party caused them huge damage. They came to plunder treasures, not to fight each other to the death. Unlike other places in the Sea of Cosmos, if you lose too much strength, you will be taken advantage of by other powerful enemies. Woo 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 woo. The horn of retreat suddenly sounded, and the army of the 10,000 Demons Empire came in a rage, and finally retreated in embarrassment. Where to go? The Purple Blood Magic Book shouted, and with a wave of his hand, he actually chased and killed him, obviously not planning to let the other party leave. You still dare to chase? The 10,000 Demons Empire was furious when they saw the other party chasing and killing them. In their opinion, this retreat is not because they are afraid of the other party, but because they don't want to make fearless losses here. They didn't expect the other party to be so bold and want to expand the victory, which makes them feel unbearable. What is there to dare? If the Empire of 10,000 Demons dares to attack us, we will naturally dare to fight back. It's not that easy to leave. In the sky above the Xuanhuan army, there was a huge formation map. It was the god-killing formation that appeared. The breath of killing the gods permeated the air, and this huge array map instantly linked the mana of all the powerful people in the Xuanhuan Empire. The more people who participated, the more powerful this divine map could explode. As soon as this god-slaying formation came out, it immediately enveloped the people of the 10,000 Demons Empire. Being beaten up by others and not fighting back is not the style of the Xuanhuan Empire. Such a big formation. A wave of light of slaying the gods rushed out, and the expressions of the strong men of the 10,000 Demon Empire also changed greatly. They all felt a shudder, and deeply knew that this time they had hit a hard bone, and it would not be so easy to escape. Then kill it. The Empire of 10,000 Demons is fierce and belligerent, and is not afraid. At the same time, in a place that occupies a huge area in the battlefield of the era, there is a huge city full of demonic energy. The 10,000 Demons Empire is stationed in the great city of the Heavenly Palace. But at this moment, the defense in the big city seems to be much empty, because their army has all set off to leave, and only a small number of strong people are guarding here. The ghostly soul flickered, and the ghostly person actually appeared here. His eyes were cold, and he held the staff of the gods. Across the distance, a light of God suddenly bombarded the city fiercely. Boom! This force immediately broke through the gate of the city. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The sudden blow caused the guards in the city to drink too loudly, and suddenly saw a dark shadow move in their eyes. In his hand, holding a dark scythe, he slaughtered like a reaper. Just as those people were about to launch a counterattack, they were all harvested by the scythe. It turned out that the Purple Blood Magic Book told Xuanhuan not to take action, and the purpose was to let him take advantage of the powerhouses of the 10,000 Demon Empire to go out and copy the opponent's nest and teach them a hard lesson. The Purple Blood Magic Book won't just suffer and not fight back. He is scheming and ruthless. Looking for death. How dare you attack my 10,000 Demons Empire? You think that your life is too long and you don't want to live anymore. Where did you come from, a madman? Although the rear is empty, the Empire of 10,000 Demons is not without strong defenses. Immediately, a strong man whose cultivation base reached the limit of the fourth step flew out, looked at the flickering Xuanhuan, and launched a counterattack. There is a strong man in my 10,000 Demon Empire who shot him. Not everyone can provoke us. If he dares to attack, we will keep him here forever and hang his head on the tower. The powerhouse of the 10,000 Demons Empire roared wildly. Xuanhuan coldly watched this person kill him. The sickle had already accumulated dark brilliance. In the sky, a black light flashed, and an unbelievable scene happened. A bloodline appeared on the man's waist, and it actually broke into two pieces. The strength of Xinyu has reached the 5th step, and killing the 4th step is easy. Who are you? How dare you attack my 10,000 demons empire? At the moment when the person's body was broken in two, a more powerful aura appeared in the depths of the city, and a pair of magic light giant hands grabbed the broken body. Although he was beheaded into two halves, he would not die immediately with the tyrannical vitality of the world god. Xinyu Zhan will not make any explanation to others. The giant hand of magic light fell and passed through his body, like a moon in the water. He saw Xinyu Zhan take a step ahead and control the two wreckages in himself. Hand. Save me. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C770 The Way of Living. With this shot, Shenyu's immediately grabbed the two halves of the wreckage, and the mana turned, and the wreckage was obliterated in front of everyone. You killed him. A tall ghost came, and he stared at Xinyu, and he never thought that a 4th step death would be so easy, and he was beheaded as soon as he emerged. Of course he didn't ask why the gods would attack them. Because it doesn't make sense. Cosmic Sea is an extremely cruel world. Today you rob me, tomorrow I will kill you. Killing each other, here is as simple as eating and drinking. Shenyu's body flickered, and the next moment appeared in front of this person. The dark sickle cut through the deadly brilliance and slashed down. Kill. As the strongest left behind in this city, this person did not retreat. With a wave of his hands, the rich black magic energy swept out and turned into waves. At the same time, he flickered vertically and horizontally, and slapped his palm fiercely. But Xinyu's scythe slashed, and the strong power of breaking the law actually penetrated his body directly. The cold and rotten poison. There was a shock in his sleeve robe, and a stream of sewage crossed, as if the terrifying toxin of the 5 decays of heaven and man was sprayed out, and immediately shrouded the gods. Humph. I have taken 9,999 toxins today, and only one of them can break through 10,000. Even if you are the 5th step of the world god and you are contaminated, you will corrupt the world and experience boundless pain. It's a pity that it is difficult to reach the number of 10,000, and the last type of poison is difficult to find, otherwise it will kill you directly. This person is extremely confident in his own rotten poison. But at the next moment, his eyes flashed with surprise, seeing that the goddess actually ignored the power of corruption and came over. As soon as he shouted something, his body was slashed out by a sickle. You. The piercing pain eroded his soul, and the flesh was emitting black smoke. Immediately, a long whip appeared in this man's hand. The demonic energy was so strong that he immediately slapped the past. However, the state of Shenyu's at this time is too strange. He exists in a strange netherworld, as if he is a person in an illusory world. The black magic whip can't hurt him at all, but just passes through his body. And when he slashed it with a scythe, he could inflict heavy damage on this person every time. My lord is no match for him at all. Seeing that this person was continuously beheaded by Xinyu, everyone in the 10,000 demon empire was terrified. Really magic thunder burst. This man looked gloomy, suddenly opened his mouth and protruded a group of thunder pills with a large head, which collided with extreme speed in the void. This real magic thunder explosion is his strongest trump card. It took him millions of years to condense this group, and he has the power to hit the 5th step. Boom. The real magic thunder explosion suddenly exploded, and boundless thunder and lightning enveloped a large area. Now you have to show your true form. The man's expression lifted. Swish. In an unimaginable scene, the true demon thunder explosion didn't actually hurt Xinyu Zhe, but he almost cut his body into two halves with a scythe. No, I'm not his opponent. What kind of existence is this? There is another invincible master in the ruins of the Tiangong. Damn, he actually took advantage of the opportunity of my empire's army to attack, why haven't you come back? I can't hold it anymore. What? The man roared and shouted inwardly. But his movements were not slow at all. Knowing that he couldn't keep it, he simply refused to keep it, and his own life was the most important thing. In an instant, it turned into a magic light, and regardless of other people in the city, he was about to leave here. The Xingyu Zhan came indifferently and activated his Xingyu heaven and earth. As soon as Shenyu Yudiandi came out, Shenyu's was in a more strange state, harvested in darkness, a head rose up into the sky, and a headless body spurted out a column of blood. Ah, my head! The man watched his body fall down and made a screaming sound. The head was about to run away, but Shenyu's grabbed his head as soon as he grabbed his palm. He glanced at the city with ruthless and cold eyes. The dark sickle flickered again and again, showing no mercy. People harvest all. The entire city became a dead place. The people of the 10,000 Demons Empire have been in the ruins of the Tiangong for many years, and there are so many forces that they have attacked and destroyed. Some materials have not been transported back to the country, but have been temporarily left here, and all of them have been brought back by the gods. The other side. The Purple Blood Magic Book and other powerhouses jointly mobilized the God Execution Formation to kill a statue in the 5th step. Countless other masters were beheaded, causing the 10,000 Demons Empire to pay a huge price to escape from here. Our city is ruined, ruined. Killed, everyone was killed, we want revenge. Who is it that actually attacked us from behind? Is it the Chankuan Empire, or the Immortal Spirit Empire? Damn it, my 10,000 Demons Empire has paid a painful price this time, and I will definitely get my revenge back. This group of people from the Empire of 10,000 Demons returned to their city and wanted to lick their wounds, but found that their old nest had been copied. At the same time, the goddess is back. Okay, Xingyu has made a great contribution this time and brought back a lot of materials that His Majesty called for, but this time we raided the 10,000 Demons Empire. This city is not safe, we will immediately change a place. The Purple Blood Magic Book presides over the overall situation. If he gets the benefits, he will change places. This is also the way to survive in the Sea of Cosmos. Your Majesty should also come to the Sea of Cosmos. Purple Blood Magic Book is also waiting for His Majesty's news. Your Majesty, this is the Sea of Cosmic Universe. The Purple Blood Demon God left the Universe Sea and immediately met Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan also knew that it was very difficult to raise the cultivation base to the 5th step in the Empire. The location of the treasure map he released in the 4th step is also in the universe, that is, there are 2 treasure maps in the universe. It is indeed a must. Let's go, enter the Sea of Cosmos. Xuanhuan looked at the world with light like the ocean. Boom. Just after he stepped into the Sea of Cosmos, incomparably violent laws were intertwined, making all time and space chaotic, and the boundless wave of light was chaotic together, and I don't know where it would go with this chaos. Cosmic turbulence. Xiling Demon God said in horror, Your Majesty, we have encountered a dangerous and violent torrent in the universe, twisting the void, and we don't know where the destination will be teleported. We can't even get to the battlefield of the era. Void door. The terrifying torrent pulled Xuanhuan. But his face was very calm. The gate of the void formed a barrier, not affected by this pulling force. A beam of void suddenly sent the 2 men into the universe sea. Xiling Demon God also stayed. When she and the Purple Blood Magic Book arrived, they entered slowly and carefully along the swirling waves of the Cosmos Sea, but His Majesty teleported himself in with great might, unaffected by other factors. The time and space in front of him changed, and Xuanhuan had already entered the battlefield of the era. Your Majesty is down. The Tiangong ruins, the Purple Blood Demon Book and other powerhouses felt the eternal power of Xinwu. Their expressions were excited, and they hurriedly came out to greet them. Congratulations to the Emperor. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C771 Tianmiao Tiangong. Chu Yuan came to the battlefield of the era. The place where he appeared was in a city, where various restrictions emerged one after another, and the Purple Blood Magic Book and the others had made it impregnable, and it could be regarded as a firm foothold in the universe. You have done a great job, and you have done a great job. Chu Yuan greatly appreciated them as soon as they came. Purple Blood Magic Book, this time you have collected a lot of information about the universe for the Empire, so that the Empire can take the next step. You have done a good job during this time. Purple Blood Magic Book is really powerful. He used various means to make the Xuanhuan Empire no longer ignorant of the universe. See, I don't dare to take credit, this is a matter within my rank, for the development of the Empire, I will die. The Purple Blood Demon said, however, Great Emperor, the 10,000 Demon Empire suffered a big loss from us not long ago, and is looking for us like crazy, and has sent countless strong men, which has caused a lot of trouble for our next development. This time is dealing with them. The development of the Empire cannot be delayed because of an empire of 10,000 demons. The universe has no rules and no order. It is a place to fight. In the face of this kind of provocation, the best way is to fight them and destroy them directly. As Chu Yuan spoke, the void was torn apart. The Purple Blood Magic Book immediately followed. In the vast void, Chu Yuan stood here. His eyes contained the brilliance of scanning everything, and suddenly his hands were intertwined, and a door to the void opened layers of worlds, allowing everyone to see a huge city suddenly. This is the city of 10,000 demons, built again by the 10,000 demons empire. The Purple Blood Demon wrote, "What is your majesty going to do? Do you want to deal directly with the city of 10,000 demons?" The gate of the void. The incomparable power of the void turned into a dark blue light beam and shrouded the city of 10,000 demons. Who? There are also many masters in Wanma City, and their faces are suddenly tense and solemn. The last time they were copied from the nest, the lesson is still vivid in my mind. God's Gate. The Hand of Domination. Chu Yuan is cold and domineering. He started to be more direct and ruthless than the Purple Blood Demon Book and the others. In an instant, an infinite momentum shook time and space, swallowed the mountains and rivers, and grabbed it with the most fierce attitude. Suddenly, a giant hand came over like a god. Who is attacking my 10,000 demons empire, damn it? The strong men in the city of 10,000 demons roared. This big hand gave them an irresistible pressure, like the gods. In an instant, there were many strong men fighting back at the same time, and roaring magic power rushed out, killing them fiercely on the big hand. But the big hand was suppressed, and all resistance collapsed. Thousands of demons shake the sky. The devilish energy was overwhelming, and they all knew that if the big hand could not be knocked down, everyone would die. At this moment, the shadows were stacked, and countless huge shadows stretched out their magic hands at the same time, trying to hold up the sky. The hand of the gods suppressed it and suppressed it for eternity. These countless demons actually collapsed directly. With the strength of Chu Yuan at this moment, I am afraid that only the God of the universe has the power to contend with His Majesty. The big hand finally fell, and countless screams came out one after another, and everyone knew that the people inside were being obliterated. Can't compete, can't resist. This city of 10,000 demons was caught by the hand of God, and it rose from the ground with a rumble. It was taken away directly, leaving the place empty. With one blow, all the powerhouses in the city of 10,000 demons were wiped out. How powerful is His Majesty? The Purple Blood Magic Book was the strongest, and he felt that Chu Yuan's strength was 10 times stronger than that of the day. If it was him, he could suppress and obliterate him with just one palm. His perception was not wrong. After all, Chu Yuan in the Purple Blood Demon sect was only the 3rd step, and now it is the 4th step. He thought that it would take a fierce battle to destroy the city of 10,000 demons, but who would have thought that everything was so easy? It was just a matter of reaching out. Even if your Majesty's strength is not a cosmic god, it is not far from the cosmic god. Purple Blood Mashu thought to himself, and immediately said, Your Majesty, even if there is a cosmic god in the empire of 10,000 demons, if you encounter such heavy damage, you will greatly damaged. And this moment. In the eyes of everyone, Xuanhuan stood there, a great sun shining through the ages, majestic and terrifying. Well, there are quite a few treasures collected in this city of 10,000 demons. The last time the gods got only part of them. With a wave of Xuanhuan's palm, it was forbidden to break the layers, and countless treasures appeared, some of which were materials that he could not collect overseas. Suddenly a pure white key fell down. This key. The Purple Blood Magic Book stared at it and recognized it. Your Majesty, this is the key to the Tianmu Tiangong. According to the news I got, the Tianmu Tiangong is divided into 8 deputy palaces and 1 master, that is, 8 deputy palaces, 1 large main palace, each deputy palace. There is a key in the palace. If you collect more deputy palace keys, you can open the last main palace of Tianzhu and get infinite treasures. Now there are 5 of them, and 5 are hidden in a certain time and space. Turn up. 8 deputy and 1 master. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. The 10,000 demons empire can have a key, and obviously also obtained the treasure of a deputy palace. He glanced at it and found that there are many keys needed for the development of the empire. Now many strong people are gathering in the ruins of the Tiangong to find the last 3 auxiliary palaces, 1 main palace. The Purple Blood Magic Book continued, Your Majesty, please look at the ruins of the 5 auxiliary palaces that appeared. With a wave of his hand, a light curtain appeared in the vast ruins of the Heavenly Palace. Oh? It's all around this temple ruins. Xuanhuan said. Yes, if you don't find the 8 secondary palaces, it will be difficult to find the last main palace, but the other 3 are hidden in the mysterious spacetime mezzanine, which seems to be not far away, but it is actually very difficult to find. The Purple Blood Magic Book will tell everything it knows. The ruins of the Deputy Palace are very important. If the huge resources are found by the Empire, it will be of great importance to the Empire. With this key to the sky, I have a way to find other Deputy Palaces. Xuanhuan let out a breath, the breath of endless origin. The key spun around in front of him. In his hand, he played a rune of origin, explaining the profound meaning of the origin. Your Majesty, this is to find the Heavenly Palace. Purple Blood Magic Book's eyes widened. Come with me, I already know where these 3 deputy palaces are. With a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, the layers of time and space shattered, revealing a deeper dimension, and the internal light and shadow flickered, as if countless fragments, many dimensions, overlapped layer by layer. The time and space of the Cosmos Sea is so weird, and the changes of many epochs have made the space of many epochs superimposed. But Xuanhuan's eyes immediately shot out the light of origin. He traced the aura of the Heavenly Palace in the key with endless origins. Inside the chaotic void, he saw 3 celestial relics hidden in the depths of the dimension. The last 3 vice palaces appeared in front of his eyes. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C772 Qiankuan Empire. This found the 3 vice palaces? Purple Blood Magic Book and the others looked at the scene in front of them, like a dream. They couldn't believe it was real. This method is also really amazing. You must know that only 5 of them have been discovered in the entire Tianxian group of palaces for thousands of years, and the last one was even more than 100 years ago. This time, His Majesty actually found the last 3 when he arrived at the Sea of Cosmos. Your Majesty is invincible, the crowd shouted. Boom! Xuanhuan looked at the 3 heavenly palaces in front of him, and suddenly a mana rushed over, and immediately the layers of time and space were shattered, and layers of crystal walls were enveloped outside, spurting out incomparable brilliance, and strong fluctuations erupted. The 3 heavenly palaces were destroyed, and the breath of being sealed rose into the sky. 3 beams suddenly emerged, forming a character shape, tearing the world apart. 3 beams. This is the Deputy Palace of Tianmu, and someone actually discovered the last 3 Deputy Palaces at once. The last 3 Vice Palaces are born. 3 Deputy Palaces, 3 keys. As long as you get these 3, you will have all 8 keys, and you can open the most important main palace in the sky. In the ruins of the Tiangong, countless masters were boiling, and the last 3 palaces they were searching for actually appeared at this time. Your Majesty, there is too much movement in the Tiangong, and I already feel that many masters are gathering here, attracting too many people. With his super soul power, Purple Blood Magic Book has already sensed the arrival of a large number of masters. It's okay, the 3 deputy palaces were discovered by me, whoever dares to take action will kill Wuxia. Xuanhuan was iron-blooded and domineering, his eyes just stared at the 3 deputy palaces, breaking through the last line of defense shrouded in the outer layer. Haha, there are 3 deputy palaces, each of which contains a lot of treasures, and you finally appeared. The 5th step of a world god came here first. He saw Xuanhuan in the distance, and suddenly grabbed his palm and fell directly to one of them. Obviously, he wanted to take it and leave immediately. But his power has just fallen. A godlike will shook back, and he was stunned and flew out. This kind of person who wants to fish in troubled waters alone is not the most terrifying. What is terrifying is the kind of legion establishment that kills them. Go ahead and snatch the Vice Palace of Tian Miao. Anyone who dares to compete with us will kill them all. Another force came. He was wearing uniform clothes, and a stern-faced world god stood at the forefront. Between his waves, there was a faint aura of the universe god, obviously reaching the limit of the world god realm. All their masters attacked, and their breaths united to form a large-scale killing formation. The power of these people is combined, and the power formed is simply tyrannical, magnificent. The world is reversed, and the power far exceeds the power of the world's gods. Qianquan Empire, Qianquan Legion, here they come. As soon as everyone saw this group of people's hands, their faces changed greatly, and they immediately said, the Qianquan Great Array of the Qianquan Empire is extremely terrifying. This person is Gan Tiangang, and he can be called a half-step cosmic god. Even the real god of the universe can't help them. The Qianquan Empire is also a huge empire in the universe. The situation is complicated, and there are some powerful beings who see Qianquan Empire's action and are not in a hurry to attack. And the moment the Qianquan Great Array was transferred over pushed everything. God-killing formation, kill. It is naturally impossible for the Purple Blood Magic Book to see the people of the Qianquan Empire hindering His Majesty. Immediately, a world god also flew out, injecting his own power into the God Executioner Great Array, just to see. 2 huge arrays collided together, and a wave of destruction erupted. Boom! The 2 arrays are constantly being wiped out in the void. Who are those people? Someone was shocked and exclaimed, so many world gods can actually compete with the Qianquan Empire's Qianquan Great Array. God, what kind of terrifying strength is this? At this time, the Execution God Great Array showed a terrifying killing power. Under the urging of the Purple Blood Magic Book and the others, a divine light that spanned thousands of miles was like a long knife torn on the Qianquan Great Array. Qian Tiangong's face changed slightly, and he obviously did not expect the other party to have the ability to break the Qianquan Great Array. His mana was solidified and injected into the Qianquan Great Array, temporarily stabilizing the Great Array. At this moment, behind Xuanhuan, 2 portals of the sky and the sky were formed, all of which blasted the power to the 3 deputy palaces. It seems that this person is the center. If you want to capture the Tiangong, you must first deal with this person. Gan Tiangang cast a divine technique. The great universe technique controls the sky and the earth, and there is a world with a large head spinning on the palm of the hand, and the outside is crystal clear and bright, like a diamond, like a small universe. Even if Gan Tiangong's strength is not far from the cosmic god, it is no wonder that he can become the leader of the Qianquan Empire in the heavenly vast palace. This Gan Tiangang showed his super strength. The so-called small universe is a means to achieve the cosmic gods, condensing the small universes with the power of opening up the world, which belongs to the symbols of the cosmic gods. And the reason why the vast universe god did not leave the small universe, that is because when he resisted the divine tribulation, the small universe collapsed, and he did not repair it even when he sat down. Of course, what Gan Tiangang simulated is not a real small universe, and his strength has not yet reached a certain level. Of course, even if it's just a fake, its power exceeds that of the world gods, by too much. Xuanhuan's face was expressionless, he was majestic and iron-blooded, his palm stood upright, and the big cutting technique was condensed on the edge of his palm, and he cut vertically towards this illusory simulation of the small universe. Boom! Gorgeous light rain burst out. One move broke the small universe I simulated with the great universe technique, this person's strength. Gan Tiangong's expression changed, and he also felt a deep pressure, but he did not retreat, but took the steps of Qianquan and issued a tyrannical blow again. Qianquan Guanghua swept away, but Xuanhuan just raised one palm, clenched his fist, and blasted out a great battle technique. Such a tyrannical force directly hit Gan Tiangong's mana. Bang bang bang. Gan Tiangang covered his chest, and with a blow from the void, a force hit him, causing him to retreat dozens of steps, making a muffled sound in his mouth, which was very uncomfortable. Haha, Gan Tiangang, you can't do it, you don't pretend to be a cosmic god, and few people under the cosmic god will be your opponents. Why, you have suffered such a big loss now, and your grand cosmology is not strong. At this moment, a laughing voice came, and then countless thunder and lightning spread out in the void. In the thunder and lightning, a tall figure gradually condensed, filled with infinite thunder. This man stood there like the god of thunder, wielding the power of thunder and lightning. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C773 pinched to death. The situation became complicated again. The void was torn apart, and a tyrannical existence shrouded in the infinite thunder and lightning came. He stared at him, and wherever he looked, an infinite amount of thunder was shot out, turning it into a sea of thunder like an ocean. He is infinitely powerful, more domineering than Gan Tiangang. Thunder Empire, Thunder God Light. Gan Tiangang looked at this person, his face changed, and then said coldly, Lei Shengguang, you are also here, but this Tiangong belongs to my Qianquan Empire, you can't get involved. It turned out to be Lei Shengguang, he came. Oh my god, Lei Shengguang is a great master in the Thunder God Empire. Although he is not the cosmic god, he is recognized as the top small group of people under the cosmic god. Compared with Gan Tiangang, his strength is only stronger, but not weaker. It is rumored that Lei Shengguang forced the cosmic god tribulation 10 years ago. Although he did not succeed, it does not mean that he is not strong. He survived the cosmic god tribulation. Past. Lei Shengguang, Qian Tiangang are the best among the world gods, and there is this mysterious powerhouse, there is a good show to watch. Seeing Lei Shengguang's arrival, everyone was taken aback. Ha ha ha, Gan Tiangang, your appetite is big enough. Lei Shengguang stepped forward, like a huge thunder god walking around, with amazing momentum, he laughed and said, you want all 3 heavenly palaces, and it's too weird, why don't you do it like this, I have 2 of the Thunder Empire, and you take it. How about 1? We want all 3. Qian Tiangang did not back down. Looks like we can't talk anymore. Just when everyone thought that Gan Tiangang and Lei Shengguang would collapse, the Lei Shengguang suddenly said, actually, it's too early to talk about the distribution, why don't we join forces to defeat this person first, and then decide how to distribute it? Obviously, in his eyes, Xuanhuan is a greater threat. It is good. Gan Tiangang did not refuse. It was true that Xuanhuan had put too much pressure on him in the battle of several tricks just now. Go back, although your strength is very strong, but you are not an opponent. These 3 heavenly palaces do not belong to you. Lei Shengguang looked down at Xuanhuan. Act recklessly. Xuanhuan is indifferent, he dominates the world, and he is extremely domineering, but he just spit out these 4 words, coldly. He won't retreat easily. Dry Sky Gang Road. It's all so simple. I didn't want to do it at first. Since he doesn't want to retire, then solve him. Lei Shengguang strode forward, and the huge Lei Shen vision shook the sky. What he practiced was an extremely domineering thunder god technique. With a wave of his palm, in an instant, the heaven-shaking divine thunder swept out and hit Xuanhuan hard. In this thunder light, a world of thunder and lightning appeared unexpectedly. Though Lei Shengguang failed to hit the cosmic god, he is actually closer to this realm than me. Gan Tiangang said vigilantly, but I can mobilize the Qiankuan divine formation, but I can smooth the gap. When Lei Shengguang shot, he also glanced at Gan Tiangang, penetrated his thoughts, and didn't care about his face. His appearance today is to let everyone see his powerful strength, to build momentum for the future achievement of the God of the universe, and to enhance his power. God thunders down. Lei Shengguang suppressed it with both hands. By you? Xuanhuan didn't care, as long as he didn't become the God of the universe, then the mana would still be in the category of the God of the world, and he wouldn't take him seriously. His faint words were passed on. Suddenly, one step out, an infinite thunder light appeared on the palm of the hand, and then continued to enlarge, and an incomparably gigantic heavenly thunder gate was oppressed from the front. Thinking against Raiden with Raiden is stupid. Lei Shengguang didn't care about Xuanhuan's thunder and lightning, thinking that it was a portal transformed by magical powers. In the universe, the Thunder Empire is not the most powerful, but when it comes to the cultivation of Lei Fa, few people can compare to them. They are the experts at playing thunder, and others are just playing with axe in the class, which is ridiculous. He didn't care. Boom. More world-destroying thunders erupted from his body, each with the power to shatter infinite time. But when the thunder gate was suppressed, he realized that he was wrong. The power of this portal was simply unimaginable, as if a sky that dominated thunder came over and took the lead in suppressing him. Boom. Lei Shengguang was oppressed by the gate of thunder, and his entire body was about to explode, spurting tragic blood from his mouth. What, your strength? Lei Shengguang was shocked, no longer as indifferent as before. He only felt that the power of this person's thunder and lightning exploded wildly within his body, and he would completely destroy his vitality. He had never felt this way when he crossed the cosmos god catastrophe that day. However, after all, he had failed to cross the universe, and his temperament had been sharpened like steel, and he did not panic because of it. His hands were intertwined again, and a large sword flashing with lightning appeared, and with a mad horizontal strike, it was about to smash the Tianlei portal standing in front of him. Thunder Divine Light Slash. Lei Shengguang slashed with a knife, arrogant and domineering. But his slashing at the gate of heaven's thunder did not move at all and could not shake the gate. I give you death. Xuanhuan stepped forward slowly. Although his pace was not fast, he was very depressed in Lei Shengguang's eyes, as if this person had controlled the space. He fell into a lonely space, and he couldn't escape no matter what. He wanted to yell, but his voice didn't seem to get through. Great silence. Xuanhuan's great annihilation technique carried the darkness of the black extreme light, and it turned dark in a flash in front of Lei Shengguang, falling into a realm where no one could live. Silence. The power is too strong, and all the voices are obliterated. He shook violently, his body trembled wildly, and suddenly he felt an incomparable force descending from the top of his head. No matter how much he resisted, it was useless. He suddenly felt that his head was suddenly grabbed by a big hand. What? Lei Shengguang screamed. When the darkness receded, Lei Shengguang saw in horror that there was an extra-large hand on his head, and there was an incomparably powerful force above his 5 fingers, like the shackles of the sky, grabbing him fiercely. Am I going to die here? Lei Shengguang was terrified, his eyes flashed with a strong look again, and he shouted, "No, I won't die here. I have not died even if I failed to break through the universe god. How could I be killed because of such a small thing? Die, I don't believe, my fate will be like this." He struggled to get out of Chu Yuan's big hands. Boom! Chu Yuan's big hand seemed to be crushing a watermelon. With a bang, Lei Shengguang's body was crushed to pieces. In his hands, the body and spirit were completely destroyed, and there was no burial place to die. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C7741 left. With a few tricks, Chu Yuan crushed Lei Shengguang's head, and a world-shattering powerhouse died here, setting off a huge wave. Without Cosmic God, no matter what strength you are, you cannot escape Chu Yuan's beheading and will be pinched to death by him. Ah! He actually killed Lei Shengguang. This is a strong man who survived the calamity of the universe and didn't die. He actually died here. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes were in a trance for a moment, and then they were extremely frightened. They would not have thought that things would turn out to be like this, and even a master like Lei Shengguang could not resist his slaughter. Lei Shengguang is dead. Qian Tiangang will never accept it. In fact, if the two of them fought thousands of moves, and they were torn apart, and they had to pay a huge price to kill Lei Shengguang, he would not be frightened, and he would even give a shout. However, Thor's death was too easy. This is his difficulty. Go quickly. Dry Tiangang, scalp numb. The huge gap in strength made him lose the idea of winning treasures at all. This is simply not a strength he can contend with. When this person turns around, I am afraid that the next kill will be him. Can you go? Chu Yuan didn't let go of Gan Tiangang's idea, and he was about to kill him. You killed Gan Tiangang and wanted to kill me, while offending 2 universe god empires. Gan Tiangang exclaimed in shock. Option 1, let go of Qian Tiangang, get 5,000 fate points, and a random lottery chance x1. Option 2, kill Gan Tiangang and get 5,000 fate points, choose one of the materials for the creation of Xuanhuan. Die. Chu Yuan is indifferent and domineering. Killing one is also killing 2 is also killing, it is better to simply kill them all. The rules of the universe are cruel. If you let him go today, you will probably think that he is afraid of the Qiankuan Empire and dare not do anything. If you kill them all, others will be more afraid of your reputation, so that others can't see your details. He stepped forward, ruled the world, controlled everything, punched out, countless kinds of magical powers condensed in it, lightning flashed through the clouds, heaven and earth storms, endless fluctuations condensed, and punched a domineering punch that wiped out the world. Qiankuan Divine Formation. Naturally, Gan Tiangang will not sit still. He roared, and the Qiankuan Divine Formation formed, making his power 100% exerted. But this punch ripped apart everything, and the Qiankuan Divine Formation immediately shattered, and many people were shaken to death, tragically dying on the spot. His eyes of death locked on Gan Tiangang, and he grabbed it with a palm, which was eternal exile. Gan Tiangang suddenly felt that he had come to a lonely space, isolated from the outside world. Just when he was about to break it, a hand of God grabbed him out and controlled it tightly in the hands of others. Do not. Gan Tiangang roared, he didn't want to die like Lei Shengguang. He used all his strength to fight to the death. The twilight of the gods carried by Chu Yuan brought Gan Tiangang to the end of death, and then a catastrophe of heaven and earth permeated from his palm and completely enveloped him. The white light was dazzling, Gong Tiangang disappeared, and all his breath disappeared. Everyone trembled in fear when they saw this scene, and someone made a fearful voice, and said, Gong Tiangang is also dead. Then they saw that many of the masters around this person were also killed, and it didn't take long before all the men and horses brought by Qian Tiangang were beheaded, leaving no one behind. Ding! The host has completed the second choice and obtained 5,000 fate points. Choose one of the materials for the creation of the Xuanhuan. System Road. And where else dare to stay for a long time, the treasure is good, but also have a life to enjoy it. In just a few breaths, everyone escapes cleanly. Chu Yuan's eyes turned to the 3 heavenly palaces again. Click click. The time and space outside these 3 heavenly palaces were shattered by Chu Yuan, as if breaking free, erupted endless vitality, and actually wanted to rise into the sky and disappear here. Great Sealing Technique. Chu Yuan used a big seal technique to seal the 3 heavenly palaces, and then they became smaller and smaller, and they were collected into the system space. All dust settled. The Purple Blood Magic Book and the others also looked at Chu Yuan with reverence. The Emperor is invincible. When the Emperor made a move, he not only collected 3 heavenly palaces, but also killed the masters who dared to snatch them. And Chu Yuan not only got a lot of resources from the 3 heavenly palaces, but also found 3 keys. 4 keys. The 4 keys floated in front of him, exuding pure white vitality. With the endless origin, Chu Yuan can trace the final Tianmiao temple through 4 keys, but he did not do so. Now the time is not ripe. If he wants to open it, he can find it at any time, there is no need to rush it. Optional materials. Chu Yuan selected one of the most difficult to find materials. After years of searching, 60% of the materials for Chu Yuan Xianhuang Shu have been collected. And he also knew that the last 4 cities were the hardest to find. However, the Sea of Cosmos is too big, and there are countless ruins. The place where they are now is just the tip of the iceberg, and sooner or later, they will all be found. He can be sure. Once the Xuanhuangshu is successfully built, it will definitely be earth-shattering. Go back. Chu Yuan returned to the Empire's stronghold in the battlefield of the era. With a wave of his hand, the Gate of Void appeared in the air, and the endless torrent of void rolled over, and the Gate of Thunder continued to send out a majestic sea of thunder. If someone looks at it from a distance, they will see that this place is extremely eerie, hazy, and seems to be both real and illusory. Great Emperor, all the 8 sub-gods of the Tianmiao Temple have appeared, and then we will look for the final main palace. Someone once found the remains of other cosmic gods under the ancient Tiandi period, and obtained a lot of treasures that were only available in the Tiandi period, and even in this way, the universe god empire was created. Purple Blood Magic Book immediately said. He didn't know how Chu Yuan cultivated. But he knew that with Chu Yuan's strength, unless the real god of the universe descended, no one would be able to get him. If I want to find the main palace, I can find it at any time. Chu Yuan said, get ready and wait for the next order. Yes. The ministers shouted in unison. This time, he beheaded a large number of powerhouses such as Gong Tiangang, Lei Xingguang, etc. If he swallowed and absorbed it, it would not be of great effect on him. He needed more pure energy, such as what was left by the real cosmic god, in order to break through the first stage faster. 5 steps. He transformed and refined these energies, and provided them to the world gods of the empire. These world gods have suddenly received so much energy, and their cultivation is growing rapidly. Among them, Yangting broke through to the 3rd step, Qiankuan. My strength is also growing rapidly. The cultivation of the Purple Blood Magic Book is very different from other world gods. His body is a book, and he needs to absorb endless knowledge. This time, when Xu Yuan got the complete Tiangong, there are many treasures he needs in it, and he was also rewarded by Xuanhuan to help him practice. I must reach the half-step cosmic god strength as soon as possible, and even attack the real cosmic god. Purple blood magic book shouted in his heart. Where are the two divine lights? Xuanhuan looked at the two treasure maps in his hand and gave him a clear direction. With one step, he merged into the void. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C775 Walking Era Battlefield. The Sea of Cosmos is unimaginably large, and layers of time and space are superimposed to make up for it. The battlefield of an era alone is huge, with many ruins buried and many dangers hidden deep. After Xuanhuan arranged things properly, he went to look for the divine light on the fifth treasure map. Based on the above guidelines, combined with the information collected by the Purple Blood Magic Book during this period, he can be sure that this treasure map is in the battlefield of the era. And the mark on the other treasure map is extremely far away. First, you have to look for it. He left the Tiangong ruins and flew all the way north. In fact, the ruins of the Tiangong are relatively safe, as long as you are careful, weaker gods can explore. After all, the dangers there have been cleaned up by the Almighty One, and sometimes there are still some undiscovered ones left. In the battlefield of the era, there are still large areas that have not been explored and are extremely dangerous. In some places in these areas, the universe gods should be careful. Of course, there are also the most treasures in this area. Sometimes danger and opportunity coexist. Swish swish. Countless light spots mixed with sharp rain came down from the sky. These rain chi actually contain terrifying dangers. They are all terrifying laws. When they hit the body, they can easily wipe out the magic power of a Holy Spirit, melt a person's flesh and blood, and turn him into a skeleton. And this danger is obvious and easy to avoid. Some danger is hidden in the deep void, and suddenly a powerful suction bursts out, pulling you in. Swish. Xuanhuan looked at the violent and chaotic laws of heaven and earth on the battlefield of the era. As he was walking, a fatal danger suddenly struck, a dazzling light, mixed with the fluctuation of the dimension, swept over, and it was actually a cutting light. Dimensional power, beyond the void. Xuanhuan made a big move. The cutting light hit his hand. Immediately he saw it in his eyes. The millions of miles in front of the void are densely covered with layers of dimensional light, which are densely intertwined into a net of cutting laws. If he hadn't had the door to the void, it would be difficult to see. The gods of the world will be cut into countless pieces if they are not careful. The danger of the cosmos sea is indeed well-deserved. Xuanhuan said calmly. He took a step directly to fight against the cutting, and the cutting light in front of him was suddenly resolved. However, he saw that in this area, many corpses were cut into pieces, 90% of which were holy gods, but a few were world gods. And just after he left the cutting phantom, he slammed his feet and stepped on a void. The seemingly stable void in front of him actually shattered like fragments, collapsed into it, and suddenly pulled him. Dangerous chain, one overlapping another. If you are not careful, you will die on the spot. But there are too many treasures here, knowing that there are many dangers, there will still be countless people coming. Because there are so many world gods who have become the universe gods within the universe, even if there is only a 1% chance, these people will go forward one after another. One becomes the god of the universe, the heaven and the earth live together, and the universe shines together. Who doesn't want to break through to this realm? Xuanhuan walked out of the collapsed void in a leisurely manner, as if walking in his own imperial garden. He has the void gate, the supreme portal, and is not afraid of the dangers in the void. Half the distance. The treasure map of Xuanhuan is getting closer. At this time, he came to an area where there are skeletons. It seems that it used to be a battlefield, the wind is howling, the ghosts are whirling, and there are countless terrifying wills circling. Chu Yuan has seen too many such battlefields along the way, too many to count. Even the universe God couldn't count how many creatures died in Xuanhuan. There are too many mysterious and ancient areas in the universe, the battlefield of the era, the Blood Moon Sea, the Tomb of the Gods, the legendary Shenzhou Other Shore. There are even some that have not been discovered. Chu Yuan said lightly. When he was passing through this battlefield area, suddenly, the roaring will violently impacted him, like many little bugs, madly trying to get into his mind. Immortal. Boom. In the battlefield area, the brilliance changed greatly, as if it was the oldest ancient battlefield. He saw that countless armies were wearing strange costumes, and they didn't know which era of strong armies they were. Many world gods were fighting. Every moment, both sides did not know how many armies were killed. Blood stained the battlefield, staged an epic battle. These pictures are all real, imprinting the scenes of ancient time and space. Because of his appearance, these imprints were inspired. The Great War of Ancient Times. Chu Yuan said. But if someone could stand on the outside and look at it, they would find that the area where Chu Yuan was located had turned into a dark, gloomy, and cold area, and countless images of fighting penetrated his body. Suddenly, during the battle, these people smashed the power in their hands towards Chu Yuan. These are the ancient wills of the army remaining here, and the scene of the ancient battlefield is always interpreted, just like a reincarnation, and Chu Yuan must be pulled into the time and space of this cycle of reincarnation. Twilight of the Gods. Chu Yuan looked at this army of wills indifferently, the dusk of the gods shrouded out, and the last trace of vitality remaining in the body was also disintegrated, and all the imprints dissipated. Without the support of these imprinted wills, those bones turned into powder. Chu Yuan ignored these and moved on. Suddenly, he stopped, and when he grabbed his palm, the layer of void in front of him was torn apart, and a large vacuum appeared, and the infinitely splendid scene, he actually saw a cave from inside. This cave is shrouded in layers of prohibition. It's just the fifth step left in the void. Chu Yuan said lightly. He grabbed his hand again, and the cave house exploded, leaving only a lifelike corpse. There is a huge blood hole on his chest, obviously knowing that his life is not long, so he closed himself in this void. With a wave of Chu Yuan's hand, he took away all the treasures here, and then left. There are countless such treasures in the battlefield of the era. Most of those that are obviously easy to obtain have been taken away by predecessors, and some are hidden in the deep void, and they are piled up in each era. Door to the Void. Chu Yuan uses the Gate of the Void to operate the power of supreme origin. Although he did not deliberately search for these treasures, when he was on his way, in the void, with his tyrannical strength, he also discovered a large number of ruins, all of which were swallowed up by his great devouring technique. His existence at the moment is like a huge gate of devouring everything, with divine might. It's about to reach the area where the treasure map is located, and cross this long river. At this moment, in front of Chu Yuan, there is an incomparably gigantic long river, with rough waves, emitting a brilliant light, and there is a pure origin breath. And through the clear river water, it seems that there are many ancient relics buried deep in the river bottom. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C776 Things that don't have eyes. This long river, bright and transparent, with wisps of mist emitting, is the source of pure and pure, and there seems to be relics in the water. It seems to be a rare good place in the battlefield of the era. However, Chu Yuan was not interested in this long river. He glanced at it, saw through everything, and ignored it. After crossing this long river, you will reach the location of the treasure. He took off into the air and flew directly across the long river. Forbidden power. But just when he reached the middle of this long river, the space suddenly turned into an iron barrel-like existence. The tyrannical prohibition locked the void, and the unparalleled power made it impossible to fly on this long river. Chu Yuan was suddenly hit by this blow, and also stood in place, indifferently said, "Come out." With a tear of his palm, countless thunderbolts descended on the river, and the smashing water suddenly surging, and the bright scene disappeared. Instead it was a long river exuding bleak white air. The long river has turned into a vast white color. It's a bit of a skill, but unfortunately you are too arrogant and dare to enter the long river of bones in this seat. As long as you have the magic power, don't think about leaving here without the cultivation base of the universe god. A man dressed in white with a pale face appeared in the long river and laughed. But his smile was even scarier than when he wasn't smiling. He looked at Xuanhuan as if the prey had entered the trap he had carefully prepared. The dazzling long river before was gone, but now, looking at it, the long river beneath my feet was actually countless bones, ups and downs in it. A long river of bones. If there is one thing that is lacking most in the universe, it is the skeleton. There are many cosmic eras, and I don't know how many people have died. Bone universe. The man waved his hands gently, as if to strip Xuanhuan from the space-time in front of him, allowing him to enter the universe of bones. Immediately, countless bones joined together and flew towards Xuanhuan. "I, Yuan, give you death in the name of the Master. Take away your flesh, your bones." This Yuan uttered a very eerie voice, and condensed the white bone runes that filled the sky. Each rune had the power to absorb flesh and blood and turn it into bones. His realm may not be as extreme as Tiangang and Lei Shenguang. But he set up a long river of bones in advance, and refined it into a small universe-like existence. With the help of geographical advantages, his strength can be superimposed several times. Even a master like Tiangang is very likely to be trapped here. Something that doesn't have eyes. Xuanhuan said coldly. In fact, he had long seen that he was in disguise, and he saw the countless bones, but he was too lazy to deal with him. He didn't expect that this person would treat him as a prey, and he was simply courting death. He slapped it with a palm, and infinite flashes permeated his body. Mighty. The fierce and domineering power of thunder dispels all evil, that is, it falls on the long river of white bones. Only in the blink of an eye, countless bones were chopped into powder. If you want to fight against my long river of bones with thunder and lightning, you are ignorant and ignorant. You don't understand the way of bones. Yuan was not panicked, and grabbed it with a huge white-boned palm. Although there was no mana fluctuation, its hardness actually resisted Xuanhuan's thunder and lightning. Skeleton of the god of the universe. Yuan spent countless years on the battlefield of the era, and he also found the bones of several cosmic gods, which were sealed and refined. Xuanhuan's face was indifferent. He slammed his palm out again, and the majesty of the Supreme Emperor stared out. Boom! This huge white bone hand was actually shaken back, and it was swept away by a terrifying mana, and many cracks appeared. So smart! Yuan was startled, but he didn't panic. Instead he laughed. The stronger you are, the better I will get after killing you. With your physique, the condensed white bone Dharma body will definitely be extremely powerful. Boom! The long river of bones shakes again. The icy and terrifying cold wind blew out, and the waves of white bone infuriating swelled up the waves, blowing on the body of the person, and the flesh and blood would be blown away, turning into a white bone without skin and flesh. Although it can't be compared with the real small universe, it is enough to make him invincible in the realm of the world god. In the realm, there was actually a white-boned giant that was pieced together. It was 1,000 feet high, and it was all the refined white bone essence. With a big hand, it grabbed Xuanhuan fiercely. Yuan's whole body is in the white bone river. Seal. When Xuanhuan saw the giant of white bones grabbing him, his face was pale, as if he had expected it. He took a few steps, the door of the seal appeared in the air, and the power of countless seals rolled down, forming countless chains of seals, and in an instant, the giant of white bones was bound and locked by 5 flowers. "Get out!" Bai Yuan didn't panic, and made a gesture of breaking free. But the scene that happened immediately made his face change drastically. No matter how hard the white-boned giant struggled, it was of no avail. Chu Yuan urged the door of the seal, not only to seal the seal of the giant of white bones, but also to seal the long river. Not good. Bai Yuan was startled. Under the seal of the sealed gate, he was unable to mobilize the power of the white bone river. Great sealing technique. Chu Yuan's palm spurted a beam of light, shrouding Bai Yuan inside, and said indifferently, "You don't like to turn others into bones, and now I will let you taste the taste of being turned into bones." "What are you going to do?" Bai Yuan was frightened and screamed. Chu Yuan waved his hand, and countless blood-red brilliance swept out, turning into a cloud of blood and falling on Bai Yuan's body, and then he heard a heart-piercing roar. These blood clouds are fingernail-sized bloodthirsty gods. They haven't drank blood yet, and today Chu Yuan will let them devour a 5th step flesh and blood. After just a few breaths, Bai Yuan's body no longer had a trace of flesh and blood, and turned into a pale white bone. Chu Yuan took the bloodthirsty god insect back, and after eating one of the 5th step, the blood-colored brilliance became even more bewitching. Each one was like a red crystal, and the stomach was stretched large, digesting this energy. You are the devil." Although he turned into bones, Bai Yuan has not died. His eyes flashed with white light, and the skeleton trembled. "Don't kill me, please don't kill me. This time it was my fault. I can atone for my sins. I am in era the battlefield has been in countless thousands of years, and I know exactly where the treasure is, and now I know the location of the biggest treasure of my brother. He is begging for mercy. This is the treasure location you speak of." A token appeared in Chu Yuan's hand, and he felt a will. "Yes, it's there. This token can open the treasure. I know that there are many treasures in it, and even some cosmic gods are greedy. I only have one request, that is, don't kill me." Bai Yuan just wanted to live. "You are not qualified to ask me." When Chu Yuan squeezed his palm, the whole white bone turned into powder. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C777 Golden Armored Beast. Bai Yuan never thought that he was just killing people in the past as usual, but he encountered the killing god, Chu Yuan, and directly killed him. He was completely shattered by Chu Yuan, and his soul and bones were not left, and he was not even qualified to die. There are a lot of good things. Chu Yuan found a lot of good things in the white-boned Changhe, which were collected by Bai Yuan for many years, and now they all belong to him. Bone here. Chu Yuan's eyes flickered. His palm suddenly grabbed out, standing in the air, countless bones flew out, and the gate of flame sprayed out endless divine fire, burning and forging these bones. In the end, the entire river of bones disappeared, and there was only a mass of liquid condensed from the bones. This mass of liquid contains a powerful force, condensing the power of the entire long river together. With a single thought, Chu Yuan can condense and transform from the liquid into a powerful bone god weapon, which is much more powerful than Bai Yuan's reliance on quantity. The treasure location of the 5th treasure map. After Chu Yuan left the White Bone River, he saw a long golden river flowing in front of him. This long golden river is not fixed in a certain place, sometimes it flows on the ground, and sometimes it flies across the void. Chu Yuan glanced at it. The treasure space is not in this golden river, but it is not far away. The treasure map in his hand spurted out a divine light, opened a space-time that did not seem to exist, and walked in. The 5th divine light. At this moment, the 5th divine light appeared in Chu Yuan's hand, but it was a red-gold look in his eyes, exuding the ultimate edge. Black, red, blue, cyan, gold. Chu Yuan had already found 5 divine lights. And this space was closed after he got the treasure. With a flick of his palm, 5 halos circled around his palm like a bracelet, dazzling. He doesn't know either. What ultimate treasure can be unlocked after the 9 divine lights are completely found? Chuyuan's eyes suddenly turned to the golden river. Swish. Suddenly, this golden river moved, like a huge golden sword slashing towards Chuyuan at the speed of breaking the air, and a greedy will erupted inside, as if there was a real life. Chuyuan slashed with a palm, and the power shook the ancient. This golden river was twisted, and a huge creature was actually shaken out from it. It was 100,000 feet long, and it was covered with a hard golden armor, which was as smooth as satin. Moreover, the 2 wings of this giant beast are similar to fins like sharp knives. Woohoo! The behemoth seemed to speak an ancient language and was restless. Oh? You want this golden divine light? Chuyuan understood, and said, Golden armored behemoth, the power of gold, the ancient orcs, swallowing all kinds of gold and iron, the long golden river is condensed by you eating too much gold and iron. He can recognize the giant beast, thanks to the purple blood magic book. The purple blood cosmic god traveled through the universe and saw too many strange things, and he wrote down his insights like an encyclopedia. The golden armored beasts belong to the beast clan. Although the monsters are not separated from each other, they are actually quite different. In fact, Kongmi Dao Kuan is also a beast, and it is somewhat similar to the golden armored beast. However, Kongmi Dao Kuan is good at the void, traveling through time and space. If the offensive power is not as good as that of the golden armored behemoth, each has its own area of expertise. And Jing Ji Xuanhuan represents the ultimate gold, the power of the edge. It is not surprising that the golden armor beast is moved. Boom! The golden armored beast desperately wanted to get the golden light, and it made an impatient voice, which was a threat, warning Chuyuan to hand it over, otherwise it would be rude. I would like to see how rude you are, this beast. Chuyuan can understand some animal languages through the purple blood magic book. The rudeness of this small human in front of him made the golden armored beast angry. It exuded a dazzling smoothness, a wave of destruction, and its golden claws ripped apart a large area of time and space, and grabbed it towards Chuyuan. Its strength is very strong, surpassing Qiantiangang, and with its own talent, the world god is almost unable to do anything about it. Interesting, a giant golden armored beast is extremely rare in the universe. If this giant beast is captured and incorporated into the army of Shenwu, it will be of great help to the army of the empire. Chuyuan smiled. People like him will naturally not be angry because of the impoliteness of a giant beast. His palm also slowly rose out, and the power of God dominated the world, and immediately fought fiercely with the golden giant claws. The golden armored beast disdains it. A tiny human even dared to fight it. But Chuyuan's boundless force was actually directly suppressing the golden armored beast. Boom! That terrifying power made the golden armored beast suddenly feel that it was carrying a universe on its back, and its hard body would be crushed, and its wings turned into blades, which would cut this field severely. With a move of Chuyuan's palm, the 5 divine lights interweaved into a light whip, which slapped the golden armored beast fiercely. Woo! The golden armored behemoth didn't even bother with its indestructible defense, and even if it stood up and let this person beat it, it wouldn't feel pain. But it was wrong. The moment the light whip came down, the power of the 5 divine lights actually ripped open its solid defense, and its skin was ripped open, revealing the flesh and blood from its scales. Listen to me. Chuyuan stood in the sky and made a majestic and high voice. He stepped over in one step, directly to the top of the golden armored beast, and suppressed it with one foot, like the ruler of the gods, stomping hard. And with this stomping, the golden armored beast slammed into the ground. His big hand turned into the hand of God, and he grabbed the head of the golden armored beast. To deal with this untamable beast, conquering it and letting it know that your strength is unmatched is the easiest and most direct way. Sure enough, Chuyuan's blow to it caused the golden armored beast to roar, and countless golden lights appeared on the scales on its body, trying to pierce the person on its back. Great sealing technique. Xuanhuan grabbed his hand again, and countless chains appeared. These chains were like the reins of the horse, which were wrapped around the neck of the golden-armored beast, and then the light whip composed of 5 divine lights struck the golden-armored beast mercilessly. Puff! The skin of the giant golden-armored beast was ripped apart, and no matter how strong the defense was, it would not be able to resist Xuanhuan's power. Under this kind of urging, Xuanhuan seemed to be taming a fierce horse, manipulating it to move forward in one direction. Endless origin. Xuanhuan calculated the token he got from Baiyuan based on the endless origin. It's on the way, the 6th divine light is also in this direction, so let's go and see what treasures are there. Xuanhuan determined the direction, and once again whipped the golden-armored beast. Repeated whippings also made the golden-armored beast lose its temper, and an indomitable figure began to appear in its soul. It was a beast that began to be afraid, knowing that as long as it was not obedient, it would suffer an extremely painful blow. Be obedient, and I will make you benefit. Seeing that the golden-armored beast was somewhat obedient, Xuanhuan also began to reward it, taking out a large amount of precious divine iron to feed it to eat. The combination of grace and power can not only be used to control talents, but also be used to tame beasts. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C778 Eastern Cosmos, God. The golden-armored beast also accepted its fate under the means of Xuanhuan's grace and might. Although it has extremely strong strength, its way of thinking is also very simple. Xuanhuan conquered it and gave it a lot of things that it can't usually eat. Obedient and delicious. If you don't obey, you will be beaten. It is stupid to choose to be beaten. Xuanhuan drove the golden-armored beast and rushed in the calculated direction. Compared with Kongmi Dao Kuan travels through the void. The golden-armored beast is much more savage and rude. It spreads the sharp edges on both sides of its body like fins, and cuts the void directly, and the speed is not slow. At this speed, Xuanhuan soon came to the initially barren area, as if he was in a deadly deserted gobi, filled with a strong sense of death. He swept his eyes and saw 8 dark golden pillars. In the middle of this dark golden pillar, there is a solitary tomb. A solitary grave. Xuanhuan knew that there was a restricted area, called the Divine Tomb in the universe. It was rumored that countless masters were buried there. There were not a few cosmic gods, and there were even giants who once dominated an era, immortal and detached. But clearly not here. Is Baiyuan back? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Suddenly, there was a lonely voice in the lonely grave, as if he thought it was Baiyuan who was beheaded by Xuanhuan. He didn't speak, just stared coldly at the area. Baiyuan, why didn't you come in when you came? Are you still afraid that I won't hurt you? I can't emerge from the tomb in this state. You get so many benefits from my hands, otherwise you can condense the long river of bones. You are here this time, obviously you want to get more benefits from me. Seeing that Xuanhuan didn't answer him, this man said to himself, he really regarded him as Baiyuan. Xuanhuan's eyes shot out a fierce divine light. He looked over immediately. Eyes pierced through the void. Immediately, I saw an ancient temple within the solitary tomb, and there was a slightly illusory figure sitting there. It seemed that it was not a real body, but a soul. Seeing this, Xuanhuan also understood. Baiyuan, are you spying on me? This person also felt a sharp gaze, and then he didn't care, as if he was deliberately saying, you can spy, anyway, I can't make any big waves in my current state, but Baiyuan, please remember, if you don't come up with good things, you can't continue to get benefits from me. The big deal is that it will be consumed slowly and scattered in one shot. Xuanhuan slowly walked into the 8 dark gold pillars, standing above the solitary tomb. Baiyuan, you still can't resist the temptation. You want to continue trading with me. Take it out. What did you bring this time? The more things I need, the greater the benefits you will get. The man let out a smiling voice and suddenly drank. No, you are not Bai Yuan. Who are you? You don't need to worry about who I am. Chu Yuan said, and who are you? I? This person said, I've been here for a long time, I almost forgot who I am the Cosmos God of the East Pole, but at this time I still have the demeanor of the Cosmos God, only a remnant of the soul lingering on, like the wind candle fire, waiting to be slowly extinguished. Remnant soul? Chu Yuan's face was cold and he said sternly, a cosmic god only has a remnant soul left, it is indeed sad enough, these 8 dark gold pillars seal you, so that your remnant soul can't leave, your transaction with Bai Yuan, I want him to break the pillar and let you go. Hey, my Dongji was supposed to be in the universe, but I was trapped here. I have countless thoughts. If it wasn't for that Bai Yuan who traded a few batches of my soul that day, I'm afraid it would have dissipated long ago. Dongji Cosmic God sighed deeply, unfortunately, he doesn't believe me, thinking that I will harm him, otherwise he will get more benefits from me than this? Without my guidance, he will not be able to take the 5th step. The Tao remnant soul should have dissipated, but I have an obsession in my heart, and I have supported it until now. Chu Yuan didn't answer him either, wanting to see what he was going to say next and watch his performance. The atmosphere suddenly became dull. After being dull for a long time, the Dongji Cosmic God continued, do you know what my obsession is? Speak. Chu Yuan said indifferently. My whole life in Dongji, I broke through all the way to the universe God, I didn't expect to encounter the enemy of life and death, be defeated by him, and put myself in the tomb, and he was afraid of me running out, and afraid that I would desperately fight back against him, so I arranged down this great formation, trying to obliterate me with time. Dongji Cosmic Divine Tao, he did it, and I only have a remnant soul left. No matter how much soul origin, I can survive at most, and it cannot be cured. After all, my small universe has been shattered. The Eastern Pole Cosmic God opened the chatterbox and started talking on his own. But the treasures I have acquired in this life, too many secret arts inheritances are in the tomb. I want to teach a disciple in the final stage of my life to defeat the God of the universe in my place. Dongji Cosmic God's voice was full of hatred for that cosmic God. I'm running out of time, and I can't wait for the next one to come. Are you willing to become my disciple and get what I have learned in treasures? I know you have concerns. Seeing that Chu Yuan didn't answer him, the Dongji Cosmic God continued to speak and said disdainfully, then Bai Yuan is also the same, I am afraid that I will harm him, but unfortunately this kind of person who does not even have the courage to fight is impossible to break through the Cosmic God. I can only get some small things from me, you are different, I feel a strong ambition from you. His voice was getting lower and lower, and he seemed to be extremely weak. Time is really running out. I'm afraid it will completely collapse within a few decades. You don't have time to think about it. Eastern Cosmic Shinto. Chu Yuan listened to his words half-truth. You really don't have much time. Chu Yuan's words had other meanings. As long as you remove the 8 heavenly sealing divine pillars, you can enter the tomb and get what I have left. If you want to become a cosmic god, you must dare to fight hard. If you don't even have the courage, then don't break through. The voice of the Eastern Pole Universe, God, contained an imperceptible aura that was affecting him. 8 heaven-sealing divine pillars, it's not difficult to remove. Chu Yuan said lightly. That's right, it's been too long, and the 8 heaven-sealing divine pillars have long been flawed, and they are no longer perfect. The Dongji Universe, God is taking the initiative to let Chu Yuan see his weakness, showing a light and shadow. Option 1. Remove the 8 sacred pillars to seal the heavens, get 5,000 fate points, magic fruit x512. Option 2. Do not remove the 8 heavenly sealing divine pillars, leave directly, get 5,000 fate points, and a random lottery chance x1. These 8 sacred pillars are themselves precious treasures. Xuanhuan glanced at the 8 heavenly sealing divine pillars. As soon as his big hand grabbed it, it immediately appeared that the big hand fell directly on the Feng Tian divine pillar, booming, and under the urging of his mana, the divine pillar was pulled out inch by inch. Following the same method, Xuanhuan pulled out the 8 heavenly sealing divine pillars. Ding! The host makes a choice, and gets 5,000 fate points, magic fruit x 512. As soon as these 8 divine pillars were pulled out, the power of the seal that enveloped the tomb immediately disappeared, and there was also a vibrating sound from the tomb. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C779 dig a hole. 8 dark gold pillars were removed by Xuanhuan, and the prohibition that existed in this void collapsed. The long-sealed prohibition was opened, and a tyrannical and terrifying force rose from the tomb. Finally removed, I'm free. The Eastern Pole Universe God made a sound of excitement. But just when he was making a move, he suddenly heard Xuanhuan say, "This heavenly God formation should have 9 roots, and the instinct will refine you to death, but the lack of that one allows you to survive until now. You see it?" Dongji Cosmic God was a little surprised, but then laughed loudly, "Haha, this is not the point. If you let me go, this seat will not treat you badly. I have been in the starry sky for countless thousands of years, and this will pass my inheritance. It's over to you, but there's a price to pay." He rose from a conflict within a grave. His state is indeed a soul, but it is not as weak as he said. On the contrary, the power of the soul is very strong, like a bright sun. I really need something from you to release you. Xuanhuan looked at the Dongji Universe God and said lightly, "I have bewitched and fooled by Yuan for so long, and he didn't let me out. I thank you. Without you, I couldn't have emerged from the formation of the God of conferring heaven. Even if the gods of the universe live the same life, they are trapped in the tomb in my heart. Disappointing. Dongji Cosmic God has been imprisoned for a long time, and his words have become more and more, and he wants to vent his depression. In order to repay you, the ancestor does not kill you, you will stay by the ancestor's side and be a loyal dog in the future, be my servant, just as I just appeared. Some things need someone to do for me, of course you want to, I will also give you those inheritances." The will of the Dongji Universe God's soul exploded, and he stretched out his soul's big hand and grabbed Xuanhuan directly. Boom! But the power of the Eastern Pole Universe God had just arrived, and behind Xuanhuan, a portal appeared, sealing the heavens and forbidden ground, and turned into a boundless formation. Sealed door. Xuanhuan didn't believe the words of the Cosmos God of the East Pole at all. He had already seen through the existence inside the tomb and released him just because he wanted to take the treasure of the Cosmos God. By the way, this remnant was wiped out. And now, when the Eastern Pole Universe God appeared, he fell into the domain of his sealed gate. You still have a backer. The Eastern Pole Universe God was shocked, and then it didn't matter. Although his body has long since been shattered along with his small universe, his soul is still strong and possesses the power of the world, which is definitely not something that the world God can humiliate. A bright light shines forever. If the Eastern Pole Universe God grabs it with a big hand, it will shake the door of the seal. But what he couldn't imagine was that the portal didn't know what it was. His power hit it, and it didn't make waves at all. It was not something that a soul could shake. This is your backhand? Sure enough, it's not that deceitful. Dongji Cosmic God also found it difficult. It turned out that the other party dared to let him go, and he had already prepared his back. A remnant of the soul, even the one sealed by the heavenly conferring God array, can't come out, and he dares to say madly in front of me, "The treasure is not given by you, but I want to take it myself." Xuanhuan stood in the sky, controlling the door of the seal. He looked indifferent, slammed away with a palm, and the endless thunder and lightning exploded in his palm, and then the power of the seal swept down like a mad dragon. Immediately, the East Pole cosmic god suffered multiple blows, and the power of protection erupted from the remnant soul. You dug a hole and deliberately let me out. The face of Dongji cosmic god changed drastically, and the means this person used had threatened him. However, he was not afraid. After finally coming out, there was no reason to be planted here. Immediately, a large amount of power was exerted by him, and a cosmic secret method was cast, as if condensing an illusory small cosmic collision. What he has truly cultivated has been broken, and this is what he has transformed with divine powers. But even so, the power is still strong. Twilight of the Gods. Xuanhuan carries the power of the Twilight of the Gods. He is like the Terminator of the gods. The power of the lonely twilight is shrouded in the soul of the Eastern god of the universe. No, what kind of power is this? The Eastern Pole universe god was shocked. The power of Ragnarok caused his soul to decay rapidly, and the entire soul body was entangled with an aura of decay. It is true that the universe god has the same lifespan, but if the soul disintegrates, it will also die. Extreme Rune. Boom. He broke out a tyrannical counterattack, his hands condensed, and a rune appeared, with many ancient characters written on it, each of which was twisted like a golden pattern, impacting the immortal beam. He hit the door of the seal, with the rune, to break the seal of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan is fearless, he doesn't even have the strongest small universe, and if he wants to escape from him with a single soul, it is simply a fantasy and impossible to achieve. He slammed it away with a palm, and the great silent destruction technique exploded on him, and then he picked up the blood-stained spear and slashed it on his soul body. This dazzling soul body was suddenly injected with a cursed aura, and the black air soared into the sky, causing the Eastern Pole universe god to scream, "Ah, damn it! You actually control such an evil creature. The power will definitely devour itself. This is an evil curse artifact in your hand." He shuddered and began to back away, to re-enter the tomb. The ancient temple in the tomb was built by him, and it was also because of this ancient temple that the god of the universe sealed him back then. God's gate, God's hand. Time seemed to freeze in an instant. Xuanhuan sealed the Eastern Pole universe god in this area, and then grabbed the hand of God. The whole soul body of the East Pole universe god was trembling. He felt the unstoppable force and tried to escape, but he was pinched tightly in an instant, and then the power of the big hand was raised in front of the man. "What are you going to do?" Dongji Cosmic God looked at the Supreme Being and exclaimed in surprise, "I can give you all the treasures you want, but you have to let me go. There are prohibitions set by me in the ancient temple, you can't open it without me, and if I'm driven to a dead end, and my soul is annihilated, it won't make you feel good." He is threatening Xuanhuan, trying to fight for the last chance. He has the same lifespan and does not want to die, even if there is only one remnant of his soul left, he is still lingering on. "Are you qualified to threaten me?" Xuanhuan said indifferently. "This?" Dongji Cosmic God froze for a moment, and then roared, "Could it be that you want to enslave my soul? No. Impossible, I have the same life and the same glory as the universe, it is impossible to yield to you, and you have a good understanding of the Sea of Cosmos, and you will get greater benefits by cooperating with me." But Xuanhuan didn't give him a chance to talk nonsense at all. Can he be trusted? Xuanhuan's goal has been achieved, and he squeezed the hand of God fiercely. Originally, the Dongji Cosmic God was in despair and wanted to fight with him, but his soul was injected with the Great Sealing technique, so he couldn't even do the final self-destruction, and could only be wiped out by Xuanhuan's remaining will. Xuanhuan waved his hand to condense. A group of light with a large head, like an artificial sun, is rising, extremely bright, and it is the origin of the soul of the cosmos god of the East Pole. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C780 Blood Moon C, Acquaintance. The remnant soul of the Eastern god of the universe was obliterated by him. He wouldn't listen to this person's nonsense. The more a cosmic god talked to him, the more detrimental it would be to him. Pity. His small universe has long been defeated, otherwise Xuanhuan will get more benefits. Of course, if a cosmic god with a small universe is in full bloom, then it is not something he can deal with. Unless his realm breaks through to the fifth step of the world god. As for the soul energy in the hand, to be honest, it doesn't have much effect on him, and it can't enhance his cultivation. However, he can seal it up and bring it back to the Empire. The Purple Blood Magic Book does not have its own physical body. It is completely a book spirit. In fact, it belongs to some kind of special soul body, which can just improve his cultivation. With so many powerful people in the Xuanhuan Empire, only the Purple Blood Magic Book can hope to impact the universe god in a short period of time. He needs a real cosmic god in the Empire. The ancient temple built by the cosmos god of the East Pole was indeed shrouded in heavy restrictions, but the Xuanhuan Renhuang sword was cut off, and the edge of the supreme divine weapon broke everything, that is, the ancient temple was opened and the treasure inside was taken away. Walk. He stepped on the golden-armored beast again and walked in the direction indicated by the treasure map. Half a month later, Xuanhuan arrived at the edge of the era battlefield. In front of him was a chaotic area, shrouded in thick fog, and there was an endless broken scene. It seems that the world has come to an end, and stepping out is an unknown world. Huh? The location of the sixth treasure map is far enough away. It will take 5 or 6 days if it is not in the era battlefield. Xuanhuan drove the golden-armored beast away from the battlefield of the era. In front of him is a huge ocean. The blood-colored sea water swept through, the waves were turbulent, and it was not calm at all. From time to time, violent winds and waves were set off. The most surprising thing was that a huge blood moon seemed to be attached to this blood sea, and it looked extremely huge. No matter where you are in the sea of blood, you can feel the blood moon by your side. Blood Moon Sea. Another great relic in the universe. Famous for the blood moon and blood-colored waters, it is unknown which cosmic age the treasure was left behind. The sixth treasure is located here. Xuanhuan was walking in the sea of blood. The vitality here was completely different from that of the era battlefield, and there was more of a gloomy and weirdness. Boom! The sea of blood under his feet suddenly set off boundless waves, and an incomparably huge bloody beast rushed out from the sea of blood. With a casual blow from Xuanhuan, the bloody beast collapsed and turned into blood again. Interesting. A smile appeared on Xuanhuan's face. The area of the Blood Moon Sea is far less than that of the era battlefield, but the ruins and strangeness that exist here are not inferior at all. He looked up at the blood moon. Although this blood moon is like a shadow, it seems that you can enter it with a single step. But Xuanhuan can see that this is not the case at all. You can't reach the blood moon when you fly into the sky. The blood moon exists in a strange dimension, not in the same space and time. Everyone knows that there are huge treasures in the blood moon, but unfortunately no one has been able to find the correct way to enter. The sixth divine light has been found. Whoa! Xuanhuan opened a piece of time and space, and took out a piece of orange-red light from the inside. 6 divine lights. Black, red, orange, gold, cyan, blue. When the 9 lights gather together, incredible power will erupt. There are the last 3 remaining. Xuanhuan said silently, now is the time to return to the Empire. This time, when he goes back, he will retreat and use the countless divine objects in the universe to let himself cultivate to the 5th step of the world god. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a figure walking on the Blood Moon Sea in the distance. Every time it was not an ordinary shuttle, it was more like jumping in space. There are many experts in the Blood Moon Sea. Xuanhuan didn't want to pay attention to it, but the aura of this person made him feel quite familiar. It turned out to be her. She arrived in the Blood Moon Sea. Chu Yuan was surprised. Empress Joyo, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect to meet you in the Blood Moon Sea today. It's a coincidence. Chu Yuan's voice suddenly sounded in the man's ear. Who? This person looked suddenly. She was actually the Queen of Nine Netherworld, and then saw a figure descending in front of her. You are? Empress Joyo looked at this young, but possessing, boundless domineering man. Don't even remember me? Chu Yuan smiled. He had a deep impression on the Empress Joyo. At the beginning, he opened a chamber of commerce in the Joyo Great World, and he was also trading a few corpses from her to break through the realm. He saw that the realm of Empress Joyo had reached the third step of World God. Although it is not as good as her, this speed is already extremely terrifying, and it is obvious that he has got a chance in the Blood Moon Sea. Oh, it's you. Empress Joyo was also surprised. When Chu Yuan met her, she showed her will, and today was the first time they met. I didn't expect to be so young, heroic and graceful, and he stood there, controlling a supreme power. She sensed the momentum and knew that it was this acquaintance. Yes, it's me. Chu Yuan was very happy to see an acquaintance in the Blood Moon Sea. He smiled and said, this should be the first time I have met you in person. I am from the Xuanhuan Empire. Emperor Xuanhuan. Empress Joyo said, the Emperor's cultivation base is terrifying compared to the day's transaction. Run, where else can you go? Suddenly, a suffocating existence descended here. His cultivation reached the fifth step, his face was gloomy, he swept over Chu Yuan, and landed on the Empress Joyo. Have you found a helper? You can stop me by just looking for someone. I have to say, you are really good at running, and you have been chasing me for so long. He didn't put Chu Yuan in his eyes, he just stared at Empress Joyo. What's going on? Chu Yuan said displeased. It's nothing, it's just that this emperor got some treasures in the Blood Moon Sea, this person will not let me go, and it has been a long time since he was hunted down. Empress Joyo was very calm, and was not panicked by the coercion of the fifth step. And her words also revealed a terrifying message, that is, she can escape the pursuit of the fifth step with the cultivation of the third step. From this, it can be seen that she must have a whole card in the Blood Moon Sea. I don't want to implicate you today, but his target is me. Empress Joyo showed a blood moon mark on her body, which seemed to be able to use the power of that blood moon. Blood moon mark. There was a glint of greed in the man's eyes. If you don't know anything, just kill it. Chu Yuan glanced at the man, although it was the fifth step, but his cultivation was very ordinary, and then a hand of God patted it. Killed directly? There was also anger on the man's face. What a big tone, let me see who killed who. However, just after his voice came out, the power that dominated the god swept out, and the man was frozen in place, watching the palm slap on his body. Suddenly there was a bang, and the man's body exploded, killing him with one blow on the spot. One move wiped out the fifth step. Empress Joyo was shocked and even doubted her eyes. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C781 Vacuum Temple. One blow obliterates the fifth step, as simple as chopping melons and vegetables. This kind of terrifying strength also made her unimaginable. What she can be sure of is that when Chu Yuan traded with her that day, the mana was definitely not as good as it is now, otherwise he would not have wanted a few holy bodies. However, her face calmed down again, and she said, it seems that today I, Joyo, are going to owe the great emperor a favor. Although I am not afraid of his pursuit, it is very troublesome to always pursue him. The matter between the waves. Chu Yuan smiled and said, but what is the blood moon mark? The blood moon mark is not a secret, it is this thing. A small blood moon appeared in Empress Joyo's palm, emitting a hazy blood light. She said, it is rumored that with the blood moon imprint, you can enter the real blood moon and get the final inheritance, but who can enter for countless years. Maybe it is just a legend, but it is a bit certain that with the blood moon imprint, you can with the power of that blood moon. I found more treasures in the blood moon sea, and it is precisely because of this mark that the fifth step can't help me. The blood moon appears to be hidden in a parallel spacetime. Xuanhuan looked at the blood moon and could see the clue. However, with his current strength, he cannot tear it apart. Unless you have the realm of the universe god, you may be able to break through this parallel spacetime with the gate of the void. The Emperor came here to find treasures? I actually know that there are many treasures here with the mark of the blood moon, and it is because of these opportunities that I can break through the third step. Empress Jiuyo's eyes flickered. With the help of the blood moon mark, she could borrow the power of the blood moon to protect herself. Seeing Xuanhuan's powerful strength, he also wanted to complete another transaction with him. You want to borrow my power? Xuanhuan said. Good. Empress Jiuyo knew that she should speak directly to such a smart person, and said, actually, I found a small universe in the blood moon sea, but I couldn't open it with my strength, and I felt that there was a terrifying murderous intent around that small universe. People I don't know in China, and I have done a deal with the Great Emperor, and I know that the Great Emperor can be trusted. You provide information. And I am responsible for addressing possible dangers. Xuanhuan's heart also shook when he heard the words mini-universe, but his face remained unchanged, and he smiled. This is a deal that no one can refuse. I am really interested. Of course he knows. Empress Jiuyo's confidence in trading with him stemmed from the blood moon mark. However, if he can really get a small universe and devour the power of this small universe, Xuanhuan's cultivation level may break through to the fifth step. The fifth step, he has been looking forward to it for a long time. However, I don't know the danger outside the small universe. Empress Jiuyo added. It's okay, I'll take care of it. Xuanhuan said, it's not too late, the longer it drags on, the more things will change. The small universe itself belongs to me, and half of the treasures in it are. Of course, after all, I just provided a piece of information. Empress Jiuyo nodded. With the wind galloping, the two hurried on their way. What surprised Xuanhuan was that Empress Jiuyo was only the third step, but she was able to catch up with his speed. However, he also understands that as long as he is within the range of the blood moon sea, Empress Jiuyo can turn the blood moon mark into a gate-like existence and move around. What an amazing power! Empress Jiuyo was shocked again. She pushed the power of the blood moon mark to the strongest so she could barely catch up with Xuanhuan. However, the stronger he is, the more likely he is to get the treasure. And with the blood moon imprint, in the blood moon sea, she is not afraid of Xuanhuan turning his face. After a few hours, Empress Jiuyo suddenly stopped and pointed to the sea below. Great Emperor, that small universe is inside. Okay, let's go take a look. He shuttled into the sea water. The seawater of this blood moon sea is like thick blood. It is very difficult to shuttle, and the eyes are blood red, making it difficult to see through the internal scene. And the most terrifying thing is that there are still many bloody beasts hidden here, and if they are not careful, they will be pulled to the bottom of the sea. But Xuanhuan waved his hand, and the power of swallowing appeared, forming a vacuum, and his eyes suddenly became much brighter. When Empress Jiuyo saw this scene, she was surprised again and secretly said in her heart, what kind of existence is this Emperor Xuanhuan, and how many means he has controlled to swallow and dissolve the blood energy in the blood moon sea. It seems that I invited him this time to invite the right person. Already. While her mind was changing, she suddenly heard Xuanhuan and said, the small universe you mentioned, I have already seen it. On the bottom of the sea, an incomparably huge sphere appeared. The whole body was composed of a hexagonal mirror. It fell into the blood moon sea, and was wrapped in the thick blood-colored sea water. When the spirit swept up, it could not find its existence. The small universe is the symbol of the god of the universe, and it is also a symbol of their power. As soon as the power of the universe comes out, it can crush the world power of the world god. The inside of this small universe in front of me contains a strong space-time power, and there is a cave in it, which is the origin of the universe. Small universe. Empress Joyo said, I also sensed its existence, and there are signs of crisis, but I don't know where it came from. This small universe has a great effect on me, and I must get it. Chu Yuan's eyes were blazing. This small universe was well preserved and had not been damaged. It was exactly what he needed. He stepped into the small universe one step at a time, and slammed it with a palm, filled with endless thunder and lightning, not bombarding the small universe, but to another area. Kill. Suddenly, the 5 people appeared from a vacuum, and they were all the 5th steps. They seemed to have been lurking here for a long time. They were also surprised that their lurking was discovered by this person, but they did not panic. A divine sword appeared in each of their hands, sweeping out the power of the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The combination of these 5 attributes has opened up the world, and there is an existence similar to a small universe. 5 swords came, it looked like 5 people, but their auras were integrated, like one person, and the vacuum ripples killed Chu Yuan in an instant. It's really dangerous, said Joyo Empress. But Chu Yuan's face was cold, he waved his palm, and there was a clash of gold and iron, and the sound of destroying the sky and the earth floated, and suddenly a figure like a hegemon stepped over and shattered the joint blow of these 5 people. It actually broke our vacuum sword. The 5 were surprised. It was only now that they could clearly see their true bodies. They were 5 men, wearing clothes like the universe of a vacuum, with light waves flickering on them, and the swords in their hands were condensing a kind of vacuum avenue. You have some skills. Your strength is extraordinary. After all, few world gods can compete with the power of our vacuum sword, but since you found out, you will die, so use your blood to open this small universe. These 5 people are very powerful, and they can see that the man and the woman are the most difficult to solve. Vacuum Divine Sword. Chu Yuan said, people from the vacuum temple. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C782 Small Universe. The vacuum temple is an extremely powerful force in the universe, with an immortal existence. When the Yuhua divine dynasty established itself as a divine dynasty, the vacuum god Venerable was one of the immortal taboos, and also participated in this action. I actually know about our vacuum temple, don't talk nonsense with him, kill him quickly, sacrifice the small universe with the blood of these 2 people, and open the seal. The 5 people in the vacuum temple ambushed here, to sacrifice the small universe. Very proud of himself from the vacuum temple. Their minds are connected, their breaths are united, and the divine sword in their hand swept through time and space. There seemed to be a restriction around them, and the sea of blood could not cover them. Suddenly, the wind swept through the clouds, and the 5 swords came together to kill them. In fact, these 5 people alone are far inferior to Lei Xuanhuan, and even weaker than Bai Yuan. However, these 5 people united, condensed the vacuum universe, and fell into their swordsmanship, and the world gods like Lei Xuanhuan would die. Empress Joyo saw that Chu Yuan was besieged by 5 people, and wanted to help, but there was no way. Her blood moon mark could protect her, but it was impossible to fight back, unless she reached the 4th step. However, she saw that Chu Yuan's expression was very indifferent, and everything was under his control. Boom! 5 swords came to Chu Yuan, interfered with the law, and killed everything. But when Chu Yuan raised his palm, hundreds of millions of golden rays of light were torn out, making an earth-shattering explosion, which shattered the power of 5 people with one blow. The means is very strong, it can break our vacuum sword. Humph! The 5 of us joined forces, and few people under the universe are our opponents. Kill him. The 5 communicated instantly. They condensed the vacuum universe again, and at the same time used various secret methods to strengthen themselves, and the power that struck again in an instant was several times stronger than before. The strength of the 5 people strengthened, but Chuyuan's face was expressionless. He pulled his palm, and the river of 6-colored divine light struck, bursting with majestic power, and the endless rain of light was also falling, making him like a supreme overlord. He no longer wanted to waste time with these 5 people. He's going to devour this small universe. Boom! The vacuum swords of the 5 people immediately slashed into the river of divine light, and an extremely strong force was pulling them, causing them to appear in a distorted state at the moment. Break in! The 5 of them drank and did not panic. Eternal exile. The power of Chuyuan's eternal exile came, exiled all, and suddenly one person was still forming a battle with the other 4, but suddenly he felt a sense of loneliness, and his eyes darkened, as if he had been deprived of his life. Where are they? This person fell into the eternal silence of heaven and man, and the darkness around him made him unable to see other people, and he made a sound of horror. Do not. Suddenly he roared and saw a sudden bright light in the dark space, grabbed him with one hand, lifted him directly, and crushed him in front of the other 4. You killed him. The other 4 no longer had the fear they had before, and in just a short period of time, they killed one person together. Let's go, offend the vacuum temple, he will not have a good life. If one person is missing, there will be a huge flaw in their vacuum universe, and they will never regain their previous strength. This is the defect of the engine. Although it is powerful, it has great shortcomings. These 4 people flickered vertically and horizontally, turning into 4 vacuum lights, and they escaped from 4 directions in a tacit understanding. The weeds are cut without the roots, and the spring breeze blows and rebirths, only the dead can't speak. A blood-stained spear appeared in Chuyuan's hand, and a majestic overlord wielded the power of destruction, suddenly descended in front of a person, and stabbed him fiercely, nailing him to the cosmic barrier of the small universe. What? Hearing the screams of one person, they didn't dare to look back at all, they just felt extremely terrified. Even the powerful ones had a day to escape. Door to the void. Although these 5 people ran fast, Chuyuan cast the gate of the void, and the speed of crossing the universe made him descend in front of one person, and his magical power flashed. Pantheon. Multiple 3,000 avenues were killed at the same time, blowing his body directly. When the 5 people couldn't unite to form the ultimate move of the vacuum universe, they were weak in front of Chuyuan. The 4th person was also beheaded by Chuyuan. There was only the last person left, and he was horrified to see a figure slack and invincible domineering coming to him, a pair of majestic eyes looking at him ruthlessly and indifferently. Ha ha ha, I'm the only one left. The man laughed, and the laughter was bleak and bleak. He hates that he doesn't have the strength to kill this person. He was at the end of the road and had no choice. He didn't beg for mercy either, knowing it was pointless. Don't think that I will beg you for mercy, it is impossible. People in the vacuum temple can never beg for mercy, and they will never die. He made a final cry of despair and roared, the vacuum temple, immortal and eternal, will not let you go. He rushed towards Chuyuan in desperation, trying to leave a vacuum mark on him and guide the powerhouse of the vacuum temple to take revenge. But as soon as Chuyuan waved his hand, the wheel of life and death appeared. This is the supreme supernatural power that he learned very early. As his cultivation level increases, it becomes stronger and stronger, and it slowly turns, like a grinding disc that obliterates the universe, grinding this person into a stream of energy. All dead. Empress Joyo narrowed her eyes. She found that she still underestimated Chuyuan. This person's strength is invincible among the world gods. Even if he encounters some universe gods, I am afraid that he will not be able to help him. However, although the emperor is ruthless and domineering, she keeps her promise, and this time she can also get a lot of good things from the small universe. Emperor Xuanhuan, how do you get in this small universe? There is a tyrannical prohibition in the outside world, and it is sealed. Empress Joyo frowned. Even if the owner of the small universe has fallen, it is not so easy to get in, otherwise the 5 people in the vacuum temple will not wait until now, and use the method of blood sacrifice to open it. It's very simple, follow me. Xuanhuan stepped into the small universe one step at a time. Great phagocytosis. The terrifying power of devouring turned on, and the powerful energy shrouded in the small universe directly created a vacuum in his devouring, allowing people to walk inside unimpeded. In fact, he can also split with the human emperor sword, but this time he wants to devour the small universe. Is it so easy to get in? Empress Joyo was also a little unbelievable. This is too easy. This is the interior of the small universe. It's really amazing. It contains the laws of the universe God. The power of the universe God is enough to open up a small universe. The stronger the strength, the more perfect the internal laws. The rules dictate themselves. Xuanhuan looked into the interior of this small universe and exclaimed. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C783, Step 5, Open Up. At this time, Xuanhuan and Empress Joyo had already entered the small universe. After he got inside, he saw that it was really like a small universe, not a world. There were sun, moon, and stars in every world. It's just that it's not as big as the real universe, as if the model has been shrunk a lot. But a small universe is a small universe, and it is by no means comparable to the world opened up by the world God. The universe God can manipulate his own laws at will, changing the appearance of the universe. Of course, the small universe is still not beyond the large universe in which it resides. Xuanhuan thought that his future condensed miniature universe must be based on the kingdom of the emperor, to open up his own supreme emperor universe, independent of this universe and not affected by the laws of the universe. However, let's break through to the 5th step first. Gradually, he and Empress Joyo came to the core of this small universe. In a world, they saw an ancient shrine. It seemed that there used to be an ancient sect, but there were no living beings. Immediately, the two entered the shrine. Opening a shrine, he saw countless runes flying in the air, and the nourishment of the small universe still contained powerful power. There are those made by the Holy Spirit, and there are those made by the world God. But the most important thing is 9981 magical runes that dance like dragons. Each of them contains the power of the universe God. Obviously, the owner of the small universe spent hundreds of millions of years refining it and putting it here. I will take half of these 81 talismans, and Empress, you will take half. Xuanhuan said. Okay, it's all thanks to Emperor Xuanhuan for being able to enter this time. I will take 40, and you will take 41. The two quickly carved up the runes. When I came to other shrines, there were refined weapons and mountains of materials. According to the previous agreement, the two would share half of it. Empress Joyo clearly knew that there was no need to give in to an emperor like Xuanhuan, to keep their promises, and to just divide according to the previous agreement. This kind of agreement, for people like them, is better than some hypocritical shirk. And when they opened the last shrine, it turned out to be a dense array of medicinal pills like a sky full of stars. Among them, there are not only the divine pills of the world, but also the divine pills of the universe. Needless to say, the world god pill, Xuanhuan's Tai pill furnace can be refined in large quantities as long as there are materials, but the universe god pill still cannot be refined. This cosmic god has stored a lot of materials in his own small universe, but he never came back, and there is no trace of him in the small universe. It is very likely that he has fallen to the outside world. Empress Joyo said. The cosmic sea is too dangerous, and it is not surprising that the cosmic god has fallen. It should be like this. Yuan nodded. We divided up the divine pill first. After the divine pill was divided, Yuan took one step forward and came to the core of this small universe. Immediately in front of him was Wang Yang refracting the bright rainbow, exuding a strong sense of origin. This is the power that runs this small universe for endless years without collapsing. In fact, if a small universe is not destroyed, it can exist for a long time even without the maintenance of the universe god. Emperor Xuanhuan, what are you going to do? Empress Joyo said. I naturally have my own way. As Yuan spoke, the whole person floated in the sky above the ocean of origin. The power he devoured swept out. A black hole is getting bigger and bigger, and the terrifying devouring force covers the entire small universe. The entire small universe, if someone looks at it from the outside world, seems to be pulled into a black hole, constantly collapsing and collapsing, until it finally disappears. It's time to break through the fifth step. Yuan is now going to completely break through this realm with the vast power of this small universe. He actually wants to devour this small universe. What kind of terrifying mana is this? Empress Joyo was by Yuan's side, and the devouring power made her complexion change drastically. Never would have thought that Emperor Xuanhuan would be so domineering and direct. Boom! The small universe collapsed, and cracks appeared on the cosmic barrier. Because Yuan was swallowing its energy, this small universe could no longer be maintained. This small universe is going to be destroyed, said the Nine Serenity Empress. The breath of endless chaos also emanated from Yuan's body, and the black hole transformed into a vast world. The fifth step is to open up. In the small universe, the power of the origin of the universe was injected into Yuan's body, allowing him to break through to the fifth step, the limit of the world god. He gained a lot this time, and he couldn't help but look at Empress Joyo. If Empress Joyo didn't discover this small universe, it would take a while for him to break through to the fifth step. When he broke through the main god, he traded several gods from her. And the fifth step was also because of the information she provided, so that she could break through so quickly. This peerless empress is like his blessing, so she has gained this great benefit, and she has also looked at her a few more times. Ding! The host completed the side quest, broke through the fifth step of World God's development, obtained 500,000 fate points, advanced world artifact card, magic fruit x512, small chaotic world x2, archery bow x1, random lottery chance x1, Jiuji Xuanhuan treasure map 7x1. Ding! The current branch has been released, breaking through the universe god. The branch line is completed, and the new branch line is released. The small chaotic world does not need to read the introduction, it can be used for the fourth step to quickly hit the fifth step, which is much stronger than the previous chaos god orb. The seventh treasure location is also in the universe C. Yuan checked the treasure map and found that the distance was very far away, so he shook his head and ignored it. His gaze was fixed on the archery bow. Archer bow, cosmic artifact, immortal artifact component, collect all 7 artifacts to exert the power of the immortal artifact. It turned out to be a cosmic artifact. The so-called cosmic artifact is the artifact refined by the cosmic god. An extremely heavy bow appeared in his hand, and the dazzling divine light flickered, buzzing and vibrating constantly, possessing a special power to shoot gods. Shooting god bow. Yuan's hand lightly placed where he pulled the bowstring. This bow has no arrows, it condenses its own energy into arrows. Yuan's mind moved, and the 6 divine lights were intertwined, and it was like an arrow. He was placed on it and shot an arrow at the Blood Moon Sea. Boom! The Blood Moon Sea set off stormy waves. This divine light shot out into the sky, turned into a huge force, and shattered the infinite layers of time and space. With his strength after breaking through to the fifth step, even the universe god could not ignore the power of this arrow. A good archery bow. Yuan was very satisfied. In the past, he simply used the power of the Gog divine light, and at most used the black aurora in the Great Nirvana technique. Now with the appearance of the archery bow, this Gog divine light can act as an arrow. And now he has only found 6 divine lights. If the 9 lights gather together and shoot an arrow with the archery bow, the power can penetrate the small universe. His power is much stronger than before. When Empress Joyo saw Xuanhuan shoot this arrow, the temperament of the peerless overlord and the universe also left an indelible mark on her mind. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C78410 Golden Crow. Cultivation, with the divine pill here, the Empress Joyo, you will soon be able to advance to the 4th step. Xuanhuan put away the archery bow and smiled at Empress Joyo. The breakthrough of the realm, the reward of the archery bow, and the blessing of Empress Joyo that made him break through the 5th step made him feel very good at the moment. It is indeed to break through the realm. Empress Joyo nodded slightly. She is also a person with great ambition, otherwise she would not have gone to the Universe Sea once she became a world god. Although Xuanhuan showed a more terrifying strength, she was not depressed, and her growth in the world gods was also very fast, but she encountered the existence of Emperor Xuanhuan who could not be treated with common sense. And this time, Xuanhuan is familiar with the power of the 5th step. With a wave of his hand, the small universe has been swallowed up and disappeared. Instead, a thick chaotic vitality shrouded it. The power of 4 steps, the power is endless. Many divine pills were refined into a pill liquid by Empress Joyo. The scent of the medicinal pill was passed on, and she used the blood moon imprint to extract blood-colored energy from the blood moon and blessed her. Time flies. This cosmic god has left behind so many divine pills, and Empress Joyo has finally made her realm reach the 4th step of infinity. 10% is endless, and Empress Joyo's control of the blood moon mark has increased tenfold. The 4th step is endless. Xuanhuan looked at Empress Joyo not far away. This female emperor has a peerless elegance. Although she is assisted by medicinal pills, she can break through to this realm so quickly, which is enough to see how powerful she is. Fortune. I want to leave the Blood Moon Sea. Xuanhuan said, Empress Joyo, are you going to sit in our empire or stay in the Blood Moon Sea? I don't plan to leave the Blood Moon Sea now. With the blood moon mark, I can break through the 5th step faster here, and even the chance of the universe god, Emperor Xuanhuan, I will go to your empire. Empress Joyo said. When she leaves here, she loses the advantage of the blood moon mark, and she cannot break through the 5th step in the shortest time. With the blood moon imprint, this is her blessed land. Okay, I always welcome the Empress visit. Just as Xuanhuan was about to put away his power, an incomparably dazzling brilliance, like a huge star, suddenly descended, evaporating the boundless sea of blood, forming a terrifying vacuum. This power directly shrouded the location where the small universe used to be. The small universe is gone. Who destroyed the small universe? On the Blood Moon Sea, at this moment, a man in golden clothes appeared, like a dazzling sun. He was tall and burly, mastered the world, his eyes were dazzling, he penetrated directly under the sea of blood, and saw a vast chaos. Suddenly, Jing Guanghua turned into a big hand to suppress chaos. God of the universe. Xuanhuan's eyes also saw that the man in golden clothes turned out to be a cosmic god in a state of prosperity, not a cosmic god of the East Pole, with only remnant souls left. But he was not afraid at all. Breaking through the 5th step, the increase of the human emperor sword and various means have made Xuanhuan's strength not inferior to that of the universe god. His hand of the gods also grabbed it, dominated the gods, shattered everything, and collided with the big golden hand, shaking the power of the universe god. The sea of blood caused boundless waves and turbulence. The golden-robed man's attack did not work, and he made an indifferent voice. It is actually able to resist the power of this god, and the disappearance of the small universe has something to do with you. You are right, the small universe has been collected by me. Xuanhuan stepped into the sea of blood and looked at the man in golden clothes, with a supreme attitude. Hand over the treasure of the small universe. This man in golden clothes is extremely domineering in his words. His golden eyes stared at Xuanhuan fiercely, feeling that this person was very strange. It is said that he is the god of the universe, but he does not have the aura of the god of the universe. It is said that he is not the god of the universe, but he can contend with his own strength. Get it yourself. Xuanhuan had never fought against the universe god, and wanted to know what kind of earth-shattering power the universe god had in his hands. You are crazy. The golden-robed man also had murderous intent in his eyes. Boom. The golden light was infinite, and a golden scorching sun appeared behind him. This is his small universe, and within that small universe, Xuanhuan also saw a golden firebird with only 3 legs. Golden Crow Universe, 3-legged golden crow? Seeing this small universe, Xuanhuan remembered the records in the Purple Blood Demon book, and recognized the identity of the man in golden clothes, the 10 brothers of the Golden Crow. The 10 Golden Crow brothers are 10 Golden Crow divine birds who have attained enlightenment. It is rumored that they are 10 innate spiritual eggs, born during the Big Bang period. The most terrifying thing is that these 10 Golden Crows are all gods of the universe, especially their eldest brother, the Golden Crow God Emperor. It is one of the most powerful cosmic gods in the universe. These 10 Golden Crows are rampant in the universe, condensing 10 universes. You still know who I am. The man in golden clothes said proudly, I am Jean Leisher, the 10th Golden Crow. Hand over the small universe to spare you from dying, otherwise it will be wiped out. Then see if you have the ability. Xuanhuan said indifferently. Are you provoking me? There were 2 golden rays of light in the eyes of these 10 golden crows, and his anger was piercing the rainbow. He could not stand provocation the most. He believed that he was the most arrogant and could be immortal and detached. A person who might not even be the god of the universe dared to provoke him. Sun Golden Crow. Incomparably dazzling golden light swept over. God of the universe, all of them condensed small universes, and lived the same life as heaven and earth. As soon as he struck down, he grabbed his palm, like a golden crow claw, tearing apart a large area of time and space. At this moment, a scorching heat that burned everything was transmitted, and the world god would also be evaporated by him. The power of the universe god. Xuanhuan's expression remained unchanged. He also raised his palm and stepped in front of the 10 golden crows. The thick power of God blasted out, and the boundless fire wave was swallowed up in front of him, and slammed into the 10 golden crows' palm. 10 golden crows disdain. But the moment he fought against Xuanhuan, his face suddenly changed. The power of this man was unimaginable. Looking at him, he was a supreme emperor. But he immediately fought back. The power of the universe is surging, and the divine power of the small universe is bombarded immediately. Xuanhuan's eyes moved, his palms slashed, like a sword of annihilation, tearing everything apart. The divine might of the universe split open, and then chased after him one step at a time, swiped his palm again, and structured Jinwu's body. 10 golden crows resisted with both hands, but when this terrifying force came, he was slashed and flew out. His palms were spread out, and there was a scar, with bloodstains rolling in gold and red. You actually hurt me? A scar is nothing, but it seems to be the greatest shame. 10 golden crows were beheaded by this person who did not know the origin, like a knife inserted into his proud heart. Emperor Xuanhuan's strength can actually overwhelm the god of the universe, and he was injured in a split-second fight. Empress Joyo was shocked when she saw the 2 powerhouses fighting each other. After Xuanhuan devoured the small universe, his strength showed an earth-shaking surge. Even the universe god can fight. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C785, the place of preaching. Xuanhuan's fists attacked, and every move and every style had boundless and huge power. The mad power opened up the sky and the earth, and struck out, waves of power raging and surging, visible to the naked eye, causing the time and space to explode in succession. The realm opened up, bombarded Shi Jinwu's body, slashing horizontally with his sword, causing his cosmic god energy to explode again and again. In the storm-like bombardment of Chu Yuan, the 10 golden crows of the universe god was actually under pressure, and could only reluctantly launch a few waves of counterattacks. Your realm. 10 Golden Crow never imagined that he would meet such a strange opponent. He couldn't sit still, so he tore his hands and suddenly turned into the claws of the Golden Crow, sharp, and instantly pierced through the power of opening up, reaching Chu Yuan's body and bombarding his head. Pantheon. With a movement of Chu Yuan's body, multiple shadows were formed, and each shadow displayed a 3,000 avenues. Don't look at this magical technique. Chu Yuan obtained it at a very early stage, but he reckoned to transform it long ago. The power of the 10,000 gods art slammed into Shi Jinwu's body, causing his body to roll over and over again and again. The powerful force would tear his flesh and blood, and the blood spilled golden red blood beads. Overwhelmed the universe god. The strength of Chu Yuan at this moment is unimaginable. Although he was shocked by Chu Yuan's strength, Shi Jinwu, who had experienced hundreds of battles, did not panic because of it, but was extremely calm. His entire body is a huge furnace, exuding the scorching heat of burning everything, burning with incomparable anger, which increased his strength, and he suddenly flashed and rushed in front of Chu Yuan. His palm twitched hard. As Chu Yuan waved his hand, the door of the seal projected a beam of light, freezing him in place. Not good. 10 Golden Crow suddenly drank. After being frozen by the gate of sealing, he actually felt that his cosmic god was being sealed. Then he saw Chu Yuan's palm a little. A dark and silent beam of light condensed on the pointer, far away in the air, and as soon as he pointed to kill him, a monstrous black storm suddenly swept through, like particles of silence mixed in it. In the gust of wind transformed by the Great Quiet technique, Shi Jinwu felt that his entire body was about to be twisted, and his flesh and blood were about to be stripped from his skeleton. He also understands that he has encountered such a strange opponent today, and if he does not use his strongest strength, he will most likely fall here. Roar. The violent golden red light, the shape of the 10 Golden Crow suddenly changed, and he turned into a huge three-legged golden crow. The Golden Crow divine fire burned on his body like a feather, and every flame had the ability to penetrate a small universe. Evolving his deity, this is the strongest fighting state of the 10 Golden Crows. 10 Golden Crow's eyes are huge, and his wings move violently, and he is about to tear the seal brought by the door of the seal. Chu Yuan's expression was indifferent, and he walked step by step. The majesty of the Supreme Emperor swept across, and the eternity, splendor, and glory punched out, and the waves of the sky moved, spanning time and space, and hitting Shi Jinwu in one fell swoop. The rays of light shone through the ancients, and the twisted power caused the 10 Golden Crows to let out a roar of incomparable pain. The power of Chu Yuan's punch will tear him into pieces. He even had to doubt himself. Aren't you the god of the universe? How can it be so weak? After living for endless years, the 10 Golden Crows have also fought against other universe gods, but there has never been such a feeling of suffocation that they are suppressed everywhere and unable to exert their power. At the moment, his only thought was to leave here. Chu Yuan spit it out in one breath, and turned into an endless cold light. He pulled his palms, and the killing intent was strong. The long river representing the killing was pulled out of the void, and he was condensed into a killing knife and slashed at the 10 Golden Crows. 10 Jinwu was horrified, and fear was revealed in his huge eyes. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but the knife killed too fast. A bloodstain suddenly appeared on his stomach, a lot of blood spilled, every drop was the essence, burning the sea of blood into a sea of flames. I can't fight him anymore. 10 golden crows have not experienced this feeling of fear for a long time. He has a hunch that he will be beheaded here today if he is fighting against this person. Golden Crow Universe. 10 golden crows instantly activated the power of the Golden Crow universe, and the source accumulated for countless thousands of years burned, making him instantly transform into a beam of light and blast out. Damn it! The moment the 10 golden crows rushed out, there was boundless anger in his heart, and he roared, "The source that I have accumulated for countless thousands of years to improve the level of the small universe has been consumed by you today." Archery bow. Xuanhuan took out the archery bow, locked the 10 golden crows, pulled the bow to shoot arrows, and the 6 aurora condensed the arrows and shot them out at once. What? The 10 golden crows let out a scream, and the archery bow pierced his body, mixed with the feathers and blood of the golden crow's feathers, but in the end, he managed to hold his breath and escape the range of Xuanhuan's pursuit. A cosmic god fled in a panic in front of Xuanhuan. Empress Joyo also felt like a dream, and it was hard to believe that the strength of this Emperor Xuanhu was too terrifying. Pity. Xuanhuan grabbed it with a big hand, and the golden crow feathers fell into his hands. Although he defeated Shi Jinwu, he still let him run away. Of course, Xuanhuan also knew that the cosmic god was not that easy to kill. They had many methods, and he had just broken through to the 5th step. If he was allowed to raise his cultivation to the limit of the 5th step, the 10 golden crows would not be able to escape. His current cultivation base can still be greatly improved from the realm of the universe god. Emperor Xuanhu, your strength is really unimaginable. Empress Joyo said. My strength is somewhat special. Xuanhuan smiled and said, Empress Joyo, there are many treasures in the Blood Moon Sea. You can take the lead if you have the Blood Moon mark. I am afraid that the next time I see you, your strength will have a huge change. I look forward to it. Me? Emperor Xuanhu, you are the most invisible. Empress Joyo said. I have other things to do, so I will leave first, and I will be waiting for you at any time. As Xuanhuan spoke, he disappeared and left. This Emperor Xuanhu is really mysterious. He was far from being so powerful that day, and I am also looking forward to meeting you next time. Within the Blood Moon Sea is the place where this emperor will prove his Tiao. Empress Joyo seems to have deeply shocked her because of the great strength of Emperor Xuanhu. That day, because of Emperor Xuanhu's transaction, she broke through to the world god. And this time, because of Emperor Xuanhu, she broke through to the 4th step of Endless, and got half of the resources. It can be said that Emperor Xuanhu has brought her great benefits. And at the same time, after Xuanhuan left the Blood Moon Sea, he returned directly to the battlefield of the era, where the Xuanhu army was stationed. This time he went out and got too many benefits. He possessed the combat power of the cosmic god, which gave the Xuanhu Empire the confidence to fight against the cosmic god empire. The stronger he is, the more Xuanhu Empire can run rampant in the universe. This is the so-called snowball effect. Purple Blood Magic Book, come to me. Recently, you have contributed a lot. I want to give you a great opportunity. Xuanhuan's voice was transmitted to the Purple Blood Magic Book. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C786 Tianmiao Main Palace. The Purple Blood Magic Book respectfully stood beside Xuanhuan. He knew that His Majesty had specially announced that he had a big reward for him this time, and he was looking forward to it. First, 2 things appeared in the air. This is God's tribulation flower. Purple Blood Magic Book was shocked when he saw this flower. He naturally knew that the gods were robbed. With this flower, he can experience a complete catastrophe of the universe god without danger. Although it is impossible for him to truly break through, that insight and law can greatly enhance his strength. This is an accumulation. Everyone dreams of getting it. However, the probability of the gods appearing on the gods is very low. Xinjia Hua, and the sole source of this group of gods in the universe, I will reward you. Chu Yuan waved the two things in front of the purple blood magic book. The Origin of the Soul of the Universe God. The purple blood magic book was shaking with excitement, and his knees knelt down. Never would have thought that Emperor Xuanhuan would give him such a precious thing. This is simply paving the way for him to break through the universe. I thank your majesty for the reward, and I will do my best for the empire and die. Purple blood magic book shouts. Fortunately, he made the right choice that day and took refuge in Emperor Xuanhuan, otherwise there would be no chance today. Those who are loyal to the empire will not be treated badly. Chu Yuan said. Purple blood magic book made a great contribution. Without the records in the book, Chu Yuan's actions in the Sea of Cosmos would not be so fast, and these purple blood devil books deserve the first credit. Moreover, in the fifth step in the Xuanhuan Empire, only the purple blood magic book is most likely to break through the universe god. Although he has the power of the universe god. But this is not enough. Chu Yuan can't handle everything by himself, and he also needs a powerful person to share the pressure for him. Refine the soul source first. Chu Yuan waved his hand, and under the transformation of his great devouring technique, the source of his soul instantly turned into a stream of pure energy and injected into the body of the purple blood magic book. This kind of soul energy is simply what the purple blood magic book needs most. In addition, Chu Yuan also converted the few cosmic pills that were suitable for the purple blood magic book that he obtained in the small universe, this time with incomparable mana, so that he could quickly cultivate. With his help, it would have taken a long time to transform and refine by the purple blood magic book. But with Chu Yuan around, it would be a quick thing. Xinjiahua summoned, and immediately shattered, Jiaoji Xinjia appeared and bombarded the purple blood devil book. This 9-layered divine tribulation looks extremely terrifying, but it is condensed by the divine robbery flower, and there is also a law of protection. Even an ordinary world god will not be hurt, but will benefit endlessly. This is the catastrophe of breaking through the universe god. The purple blood magic book tried his best to absorb this energy. This was his chance. The 9th level divine catastrophe is over, and the final catastrophe arrives. It is a black and white light, and death is a life and death catastrophe. It is also the most terrifying catastrophe for the universe god to break through, attacking the material world and the soul world. Only through the great calamity of life and death can one become the god of the universe. Of course, this was simulated by Xinjiahua, and it was not the universe god after passing through. Chu Yuan is also looking at this doom. He has a special existence, is invincible for all calamities, and is not afraid of all kinds of calamities on the road of cultivation. And this is just the godly tribulation flower of the 9 divine tribulations. It is rumored that there was a kind of 33-level calamity flower that was born in the calamity, which was obtained by the gods of the age of gods. The power of Xinjiahua dissipated. Although the purple blood devil book is still a world god, his temperament is completely different from before. There is a faint power of the same life in the world. Even if he cannot break through the universe god in the future, his lifespan is several times that of the same realm. He looked at Chu Yuan. Although his strength has increased dramatically, facing Chu Yuan, there is still a feeling of depression like the sky and the earth. And his current strength, for example, can probably kill several of him before. Great! The purple blood demon book respectfully said, the current strength of this minister has reached the limit of the world god, and if we go further, it is the universe god. If I have confidence, I will definitely be able to break through the universe god, and then dedicate to the empire. I will help you break through the universe god. Chu Yuan said. The courtiers sacrificed for him, and as the emperor, Chu Yuan would also let the courtiers break through. The combination of grace and power, dual means, can make people follow them with all their hearts. Great Emperor, during the period of your departure, this minister has also collected countless materials and more information for the empire, and recently, the Thunder Empire and the Qianquan Empire are also very restless, looking for the last ruins of the Tianshao Tiangong. The Purple Blood Magic Book Report. The 8 deputy palaces have all been born, and it is indeed time to find the last main palace. The 4 deputy palaces are for me, and I have obtained countless resources. I am also looking forward to what is hidden in the last main palace. Xuanhuan said lightly, now, it's time to open the last main palace. Before, he didn't open it because he didn't break through the 5th step, and that kind of treasure would inevitably attract the universe god. But now the time has come, his strength is comparable to that of the universe god, and he already has enough power to seize it. The more keys you collect, the more likely you will find the last main palace, but with the power of the emperor, even if you don't have 8 keys, finding the last treasure is a breeze. The Purple Blood Magic Book has been completely shocked by Xuanhuan's methods. Endless Origin. 4 keys exuding pure white aura floating in front of him. He shot out with a burst of vitality, the origin rune condensed, and fell on it. Suddenly Xuanhuan noticed that within the scope of the Tianshao Tiangong, there was a hidden layer of time and space, with extremely strong aura. His palm changed again, and his eyes seemed to see through billions of time and space, as if he saw an ancient heavenly palace standing. This is the main palace. The Purple Blood Magic Book was shocked, and he saw that this heavenly palace was 100 times larger than the previous deputy palace, and it was even taller and towering. Everyone followed me to the main palace of Tianshao. Xuanhuan's voice passed, and immediately everyone came to his side. With a tear of his hands, lightning flashed through the clouds, forcibly opened up a space-time channel, approached the main palace of vast sky, and immediately moved quickly in the void. The closer he gets to the main palace of Tianzhu, the more powerful and majestic power is sweeping through it. Ordinary world gods can't get here at all, and they will be shocked to death. However, Xuanhuan didn't care. In a few minutes, he slammed through a layer of time and space and landed in front of a white jade-paved square. The Tianzhu rises up from the sky, as if forming a gate of heaven. This is the Tiangong Dojo of the God of the Universe in the days of the ancient heavenly emperor. It is said that it is a main palace. Only when you come here can you find the hugeness here, and there are many small palaces, connected together. His eyes pierced the front fiercely at this time, and he saw a majestic main palace, with a stone gate that covered countless restrictions, and there were 8 keyholes on it. Only by gathering 8 keys can the stone gate be opened and entered into the main palace. It takes 8 keys to open, we only have 4. Although they know that they only have 4, they have infinite confidence, and His Majesty must have a way to open it. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C787 Tianhe. The tall and towering portal blocked everyone from entering the heavenly palace. Only by collecting 8 keys can this dusty door be opened. But everyone is not worried. Since His Majesty has found the heavenly palace, there is naturally a way to open it. They all looked at Xuanhuan with reverence. I really don't have 8 keys, but I can split them directly. Xuanhuan used a split character. The Supreme Divine Artifact Human Emperor Sword appeared in his hand. This Supreme Divine Artifact, which was available at the beginning, far surpassed the Universe Divine Artifact and was of a supreme level. Boom! An earth-shattering force swept out from the Human Sovereign Sword. Xuanhuan raised the Human Sovereign Sword and waved it at Sherman. Before everyone could see what was going on, they saw that it was cutting tofu. This stone gate actually turned into 2 halves, and with a click, it shattered. In front of the Human Emperor Sword, even the gate of the heavenly palace seemed fragile. It was opened so easily? The Purple Blood Magic Book and the others were stunned. Go, follow me into the Tianshao Tiangong and see what's left inside. Xuanhuan walked into the heavenly palace with a faint smile. At the same time, when Xuanhuan found the heavenly palace, the other 4 keys scattered in the universe flashed brilliance at the same time, causing echoes. The key to the heavenly palace has changed. Could someone have found the heavenly palace? Ha ha ha, Tiangong finally appeared. I don't know who discovered the ruins. Go quickly, it was left by an extremely powerful cosmic god during the ancient emperor's time. There are countless treasures, and there is even the possibility of improving the cultivation of the cosmic god. The appearance of Tianxiao Tiangong attracted the attention of other key controllers. But they are not in a hurry. If you don't collect the 8 keys and find where the heavenly palace is, you can't open it at all. That was left by the universe god. And in Tianxiao Tiangong, the rays of light flowed and stepped into a vast world, as if coming to the world of heaven. What appeared in front of him was not the imaginary palace at all, but a terrifyingly large world, magnificent and vast, with pure white heavenly palaces floating, and white weather flowing. This is the inside of the Tiangong. The crowd was shocked. Not only the heavenly palace, but also the immortal mountains. Xuanhuan waved his hand and grabbed it, and a heavenly palace was in front of him. After he opened it, there were countless armors inside, all of which looked the same. It was obviously the armor of the heavenly palace at that time, which was used by the army. It is said that Tiangong was extremely prosperous at that time, the strongest in the universe, and pushed all forces horizontally, and no one could compete with it. This is the armor worn by their heavenly soldiers. Purple Blood Magic Book understands some of the situation in Tiangong. The age of the ancient emperor has passed, and the age of gods has come to an end. Although there are countless powerhouses in this age, there has not yet been an existence that can dominate the universe. Xuanhuan's indifferent words can make people feel boundless domineering, he continued. It seems that this Tiangong stores a lot of resources from the ancient days of the emperor at that time, not only standard weapons, but also divine pills, divine runes, and other resources, are used by the army. The heavenly palace is said to be the heavenly palace, but it is actually the strongest kingdom of the heavens, the kingdom of the gods. But such a powerful Tiangong has also become lonely with endless years, and the ancient Tiandi does not know whether to die or live, which makes people endlessly sigh and lament the terrible reincarnation of the universe. Crashing, just at this moment there is the sound of the river flowing. Everyone immediately looked at them and saw the existence swept in from a distance, and said in shock, that turned out to be a Tianhe. The Tianhe River swept over, exuding a white mist. The whole long river was shaking with a gust of weather. Take a breath, it is a thick, pure source, and it is mixed with the fragrance of a lot of medicinal herbs. Tianhe. The Book of the Purple Blood Demon said, it is said that the ancient heavenly emperor condensed a river of heaven at a great price, and it was precisely because of the river of heaven that a large number of powerful heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals appeared in the heavenly palace. The purest energy in the world, the ancient heaven emperor, is almost omnipotent, refining tools, refining pills, and refining talismans. He is omnipotent, and it is simply the most perfect. Tianhe. Xuanhuan's sharp eyes saw through the interior of Tianhe. There are actually pills in there, not only holy products, but also world god pills. There are more rare and incomparable Zhou Shendan, more than in the small universe. He grabbed it with a palm, the Tianhe was flowing, and he was suddenly sealed and fixed. There are a lot of treasures left in the Tianmiao Tiangong. Xuanhuan looked at the Purple Blood Devil book when he spoke, you should break through the universe god, it's in the Tiangong. What, break through universe god? The Purple Blood Magic Book felt that he was not yet fully prepared, and when he heard Xuanhuan's words, he was also shocked, and then a firm expression appeared on his face. Yes, your majesty is right, this minister is indeed going to break through the world god. Fear of the head and the tail will never break through the world god, and it will be exhausted again and again. To break through the universe god must have the courage to not fear everything. I used to be afraid, I was afraid that the calamity would fail and my soul would die, but what am I now? Scary? The purple blood demon has accumulated a lot of books, and has refined the remnant soul of the cosmos god, and simulated it with the flower of the gods. But sometimes he was too cautious. He knew that His Majesty asked him to break through the purpose of the God of the universe. There is a Tianhe here, and a large number of divine pills are ups and downs inside. He doesn't have to worry about the dilemma of insufficient energy when he breaks through and condenses the small universe. And the mysterious Majesty, what is there to fear about him here? This minister will attack the realm of the universe god and dedicate it to the empire. The purple blood magic book was born a long time ago. The purple blood cosmic god had cultivated him back then, and the accumulation had already reached a terrifying level, but he wanted 100% success, so he never dared to try it. God of the universe. Lu Feng and Xiling demon god were also envious. At the fifth step of strength cultivation, everyone can trigger the catastrophe of breaking through the universe gods. But if they try to motivate them, they will definitely die in the calamity. No amount of energy can condense the small universe. After all, their strength is not enough. This is also the reason why Xuanhuan did not let them break through. In the Xinwu Empire, now only the purple blood magic book has this qualification. Xuanhuan is different, he is not afraid of any doom, but his energy to break through the universe gods is not enough. If he can kill, swallow, refine many real universe gods, and seize their small universe power, then he can meet his needs. Go break through. Xuanhuan said. Yes. The purple blood devil book sat in Tianhe Nei. With the movement of Xuanhuan's palm, the boundless and rich Tianhe Yuanqi can be easily absorbed into the body without the need for the purple blood magic book to refine and condense into his own small universe. A purple blood magic book, his body also flew out, flashing the brilliance of the universe, to condense the purple book world into a small universe. Tianmiao Tiangong has arrived. What? The gate of the Tiangong was broken. Who broke the gate of the Tiangong? Impossible, we didn't hear the earth-shattering sound. Could it be that this gate was damaged long ago, and it was picked up in advance for a good deal? Damn it, who is one step ahead? There were several angry voices from outside Tianmiao Tiangong. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C788 3 Cosmic Gods. The three universe gods appeared outside the Tianqiao Tiangong. They looked at the Tiangong gate that had been broken open. The expressions on their faces were extremely wonderful, from the initial calm to panic. Originally, they were not in a hurry, and in the future, they would not be able to open the key if they were not complete. I would never have thought that the Tianmiao Tiangong, who had been looking for a long time, would be taken one step ahead by others. The cosmic god of greed, you are here too. A middle-aged man in control of the power looked at the existence of the rolling demonic energy next to him, and frowned slightly. It seems that you are not from the empire of 10,000 demons to go first. Xuanwu cosmic god, and it is not someone from my Thunder Empire who entered. Another person came. The moment he arrived, the endless thunder light turned into the ocean. This man was burly and majestic, wearing a thunder and lightning robe, and swept the two of them. Since the three of us didn't go in early, there is only one explanation, that is, the man who killed the thunder god light not long ago, he has the most keys in his hand. Humph. Only this explanation. Not long ago, my 10,000 demons empire also suffered heavy losses. Obviously, it was all thanks to this person. I didn't expect that all three of our empires suffered a lot from the same person. It's a shame. The cosmic devourer from the 10,000 demons empire had an extremely gloomy expression on his face, which was very unsightly. Let's go in, this person is very likely to pick up a big bargain and kill him. As for how to divide the treasure, it will be a follow-up matter. The Thunder Empire came to this universe called Lei Shintong, and he mastered countless Thunder Dao magical powers and secrets. He didn't even mention how much the treasure was taken, but only said that he killed this person first. No problem, kill this person first. This person is also very incredible. Dare to offend the three major cosmic god empires in a row. This is death. Xuanhuan has no cosmic divine way. Okay, let's go in together. Immediately, the three cosmos gods entered the heavenly palace at the same time. Tianhe. They immediately saw the most eye-catching Tianhe, and then looked at the purple blood demon book, and immediately said to the cosmic god, "This is the catastrophe of breaking through the cosmic god. Judging from his accumulation, there is at least a 50% chance, plus Tianhe. The increase of, the greater the grasp, is the impact of the resources in the Tiangong. They have all survived this calamity. There are many chances to have more than 50%, even if it is only 10%, there are world gods who are willing to give it a try. It's this person." Xuanwu cosmic god condensed death on Xuanhuan's body as soon as he came. This person exudes a supreme and invincible domineering, supreme power. No matter where he is the absolute protagonist, and it is impossible to ignore his existence. This person killed me, the powerhouse of the 10,000 demons empire. This is a great hatred. I finally met him today, and this seat cannot forget it. Although they didn't know Xuanhuan's origin, it didn't mean they didn't know anything. The scene of beheading Lei Shengguang that day has been analyzed. Although it is tyrannical, it is certain that there is no power of the universe god. Recently, there has been no breakthrough in the universe god in the battlefield of the era. Kill everyone here and bury them here. Lei Shentong looked down. In his eyes, the universe gods were all ants, not the same level of life, just like a dragon flying for 9 days looking at a mixed-blooded dragon, and would not take it seriously. This is the arrogance of the god of the universe. Swish! A long river of lightning flashed from the back of Lei Shentong. With a wave of his palm, countless fine rays rose up, changed at will, and with a shock of 5 fingers, the huge hand of thunder light carried the power of thunder and robbery and smashed it. With thunder god's power, this person has no chance of living. The greedy universe god said very easily. Killing him with the cultivation base of the god of the universe is already very good for him. You should feel honored to die in the hands of a cosmic god. Lei Shentong issued a tone of judgment, and immediately the big hand of the thunder god's judgment was about to grab Xuanhuan. By you? Xuanhuan also had sharp eyes. But the next moment, Xuanhuan pointed to the sky and stepped on the ground, raised his palm, and slashed directly. That fierce force broke the judgment hand, and the time and space were shattered in an instant. He came to Lei Shentong, grabbed with 5 fingers, and killed him fiercely. What? Thor was shocked. But his reaction was not unpleasant. The boundless Thunder Man swept out, and the thunder and lightning dragons were charging. However, the moment Xuanhuan made his move, a supreme emperor appeared in his eyes, descending with boundless might, that breath-swallowing mountains and rivers, and the unparalleled might that reigned over the universe stunned him to the death. In an instant, Xuanhuan blasted away, the space around Lei Shentong exploded, and his whole body was to be blown away by a boundless force. Even with the supernatural power Lei Shentong was retreating again and again at this time. His face showed shock and an incredible expression. Unexpectedly, with his strength, he would suffer such a huge loss in Xuanhuan's hands. What? Lei Shentong was shaken back, and pure power struggle is not his opponent. Xuanhuan has no cosmic god, and the greedy cosmic god is also frightened. God of the universe, what a powerful word these are. This man's power is weird. Lei Shentong was no longer as contemptuous as before, and solemnly said, I don't know what kind of strength he is, but what is certain is that it is very strange and can shake my strength. It is very likely that I can't deal with him alone. If one can't deal with it, then the 3 of them join forces. The greedy universe god shouted, since this person is so weird, if we kill him, we are very likely to get a lot of benefits from him, even more precious than this heavenly palace itself. this is the chance before us. The three cosmic gods joined forces to deal with one person, and it was a shameless thing to spread out. But the greedy universe god doesn't care, in his eyes there is only profit. In an instant, he waved his big hands again and again, and the demonic energy oscillated out, condensing a demonic universe, and a boundless demonic shadow roared, pulling people into an abyss of depravity, endless torture. The three cosmic gods joined forces, that's fine. Xuanhuan's body was shocked, and in a flash, he reached the body of the god of cosmic devouring. That demon universe exploded again and again, causing the cosmic god to sway endlessly. Humph. It's really easy to deal with being a cosmic god. The ultimate move of Cosmic Devourer changed again, a vortex appeared in the center of the palm, and a devouring force actually erupted. He used greed as his title because he also controlled the power of devouring, and devoured it very greedily. This greedy force, falling from the sky, will sweep Xuanhuan. The power to swallow. Xuanhuan smiled. Someone even wanted to deal with him with the power of devouring. What are you laughing at? The cosmic god of greed felt something was wrong, but the power of the ultimate move in his hand remained unchanged and became stronger and stronger. It is very difficult to deal with this person with the power of greed for the cosmic god. We have to wait for the opportunity to find an opportunity to kill this person. Humph, whether it is his secrets or the treasures in this heavenly palace, we can't let it go. Lei Shentong lost face in front of Xuanhuan just now, and desperately wanted to restore his dignity. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C789, hold on. The cosmic god of greed exerted the power of greed, and suddenly formed a black hole full of demonic energy, and the vitality in the heavenly palace was being pulled into it by him. Thunder god, Xuanwu cosmic god is eyeing the tiger, ready to launch a devastating blow at any time. This seat is going to devour you. The cosmic god of greed carries boundless and terrifying power, and came to Xuanhuan in an instant. This black hole is infinitely terrifying, and this cosmic god will also swallow one. Okay, with the power of devouring the god of the universe, the power that this person exerts will be greatly weakened. Thor channeled. However, Xuanhuan's expression was a little too calm in the eyes of the three cosmic gods at this moment. He watched the black hole swallowed up, his face was cold, and he waved his hand, and a black hole appeared, spinning, and confronting the black hole with the black hole, showing an unparalleled power of swallowing. Silently, the two black holes collided together. Although the void appeared empty due to the collision of the two forces, and the energy inside was extracted, there was no earth-shattering sound, but a vacuum-like annihilation, which was swallowed up. It turned out to be devouring power. The cosmic god of greed widened his eyes, and just as he increased the power of greed, his complexion changed drastically. His black hole was actually sucked in by the swallowing force displayed by the opponent at the moment of collision. This situation shows that his greed power is not as good as Xuanhuan's great devouring technique. Devouring is also strong and weak. In an instant, Xuanhuan's great devouring technique spread wildly, and the unparalleled fluctuations actually covered the body of the cosmic devouring god, and a tyrannical source was forcibly deprived from him. This wave was firmly attached to him. What, you are devouring my power? The cosmic devourer of cosmic god was stunned, then roared, how can your great devouring technique be so powerful? How can this seat become Tao with greed? How can you be turned against by you? He wanted to forcibly cut off the swallowing of him by Xuanhuan's great devouring technique. However, the more he increased his energy, the more energy was delivered, the more swallowed up by the great devouring technique, which made his face gradually panic. And this is the terrible thing about the great devouring technique. Wanlei divine art. The universe is reversed. Although Lei Shentong and Xuanwu cosmic god don't care about the life and death of cosmic god, but they also know that the three of them are in a cooperative relationship, and it is not good for them to let this person swallow it. The power of the two world gods descended, and the cosmic god of greed suddenly exploded before breaking free from the devouring realm. His face was extremely pale, as if someone had lost too much blood. Although it was an extremely short period of time just now, at least half of his source energy was swallowed up. It was clear that the more energy this person devoured, the stronger his mana would become. It's terrible, how could he be so tyrannical? The greedy universe god said bleakly. Can't our three cosmic gods join forces to deal with him? I don't believe it, he is really strong to the sky. Do you really think that you are in the realm of immortality? Don't give him a chance to kill him. Endless thunder spreads. Lei Shentong's body hit the divine thunder of doom, and suddenly amethyst-like lightning struck down. In his hand, a scepter of thunder appeared, a little more ruthless, and the thunder god dragon attacked violently. That's right, we just suffered because we didn't understand his methods. We won't give him a chance this time. Xuanhuan cosmic god made a deep voice. He swiped with both hands, interpreting the profound meaning of Qianquan. The great universe technique was killed, and a universe of universe suddenly appeared. Kill. The cosmic god of greed has red eyes, which is in stark contrast to his pale face. He was forcibly devoured by Xuanhuan. This is the biggest shame, and he has to take revenge forcibly. He forcibly spurted a mouthful of blood, donated blood, and condensed it, turning it into a demonic blood rune. The three cosmos gods are monstrous. If they were still despised before, then now they are fully displaying their full power without any reservations. Three divine powers swept through, and countless worlds would be destroyed. But Xuanhuan stood still, as if three breezes blew his voice, as if he didn't realize how powerful the three of them were working together. Boom! The first one to descend was the dragon tribulation thunder. The thunder and lightning flooded the sky, but Xuanhuan's expression remained indifferent. The dragon struck him fiercely, but it turned into a faint wave of light and dissipated. He is invincible and invincible. The demon blood runes blasted out, and Xuanhuan opened the hand of God, as if a little bug was twisted in his palm, and it was also crushed. The power of Qianquan, the waves of light, attacked violently, but it still had no effect. The strength of the three of us together can't shake him. What kind of realm is this person? Why is there such a strange thing in the universe, and why have you never heard of it before? The cosmic god of covetousness shouted, shaking, how on earth can we deal with him? Everyone has limits, even a mortal detachment has limits. If it doesn't shake him, then our strength is not enough. Although Lei Shentong was also shocked, he was, after all, the god of the universe. He had experienced countless disasters and was extremely calm. The thunder scepter in his hand erupted into a stronger thunder dragon attack. The thunderbolts fell down and instantly became runes. Lei Shentong is building the thunder domain, trapping this person. Xuanhuan cosmic god saw that with a secret movement, he was also exerting stronger power, so that the domain of thunder god was not disturbed. Thunder field? Xuanhuan glanced at it lightly, and he took a step across, not to blast towards the thunder god, but in front of the cosmic god of greed. Boom! When the cosmic god of covetousness encountered this power, his entire body would burst open, and the blood spurted out, dyeing his whole body red. Ah! Why me again? The greedy cosmic god will be crazy. He was first forcibly plundered by Xuanhuan for half of the source, and then he was bombarded by his palm, aggravating the physical trauma. Could it be that this person is targeting him everywhere, because of the power he also devours? Do you see him being bullied? Could it be that he is the weakest of the three? It does seem to be the same. In fact, the strength of the cosmic god of greed cannot be said to be weak. In terms of difficulty, he is the most difficult of the three. After all, he knows the art of greed and can plunder the power of others and strengthen himself, so that he can always maintain sufficient energy. However, his greed and devouring technique was completely restrained by Chuyuan's great devouring technique, and his strength could not be exerted at all, and he could only attack Chuyuan with his own magic power. With another slap, Chuyuan stepped over and bombarded the greedy god of the universe again. The cosmic god of greed has been attacked continuously, the physical trauma is the second, and the humiliation of the mind is the biggest. Hold on, greedy cosmic god, hold on. Lei Shentong shouted, my thunder domain is about to be built. I don't play anymore. The greedy cosmic god was drinking violently, and he actually turned into a magic light and escaped from the heavenly palace. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C790 Purple Blood Magic Book Universe God. The greedy cosmic god ran away. He can't fight anymore, this person has been targeting him, even if Lei Shentong builds the Thunder Domain, he will have to pay an extremely painful price, be plundered by more of the origin of the universe gods, and in the end will not get any benefit. Greeting the cosmic god. Thor was furious. Never thought that a cosmic god would be so spineless and run away. His Thunder Domain is still a few steps away from completing, but it was because of the escape from the greedy universe god, that at the moment when he was about to succeed, his efforts fell short, and the anger in his heart was beyond words. Hateful, greedy cosmic god, you do bad things to me, or I can kill this person with 10% of my Thunder Domain. Although furious. But Lei Shentong also understood that the three of them were extremely reluctant to deal with him, not to mention that there were only two of them, and they left Tiangong without hesitation. This time, they were a complete loser. Chuyuan watched them leave quietly and did not chase after them. At this moment, the Purple Blood Magic Book had already passed through the 9th calamity, and a huge amount of vitality poured into his body, condensing the small universe. But the catastrophe did not end. In an instant, two beams representing life and death, one black and one white, shone into his body. After this life and death calamity passed, he could have a lifespan equal to that of heaven and earth. He would not die of old age, but would only be destroyed together with heaven and earth. God of the universe, I will become. The Purple Blood Magic Book suddenly stood up, pointed to the sky and stepped on the ground, and his eyes shot out a piercing brilliance. He wanted to kill the sky and seize the immortal life essence. His accumulation is too rich, and this burst out, and the brilliance of the universe is interpreted around him, bright and splendid. Chuyuan looked at his breakthrough, but it didn't matter. He could advance to this realm as long as he captured enough energy from the universe god. But the others were wide-eyed. Cosmic gods are extremely rare in the entire universe, not to mention the scene of their breakthrough. Usually choose a hidden place to break through, for fear that someone would take their strength when they were at their weakest. It's not that this kind of thing didn't happen. He worked so hard to become a cosmic god, but all his energy was plundered by others. But with Chuyuan present, Purple Blood Magic Book is not afraid of this. God of the universe. The light of life and death finally injected into his body. The Purple Blood Magic Book permeates the power of heaven and earth. His small universe, the body of the Purple Blood Magic Book, is also rapidly condensing and forming in the vast Tianhe vitality. I have finally achieved the realm of the universe god. The Purple Blood Magic Book was still in a trance. This step made him feel like a dream, as if he was still in his delusions, and he couldn't believe it. Since then, he has been one of the very few in the universe with the same lifespan of heaven and earth. He suddenly came to Chuyuan, knelt down in front of Chuyuan with the dignity of the cosmic god, and said, I thank your majesty for your recreation. Without your majesty, I will never be able to break through the cosmic god. The power of the cosmic gods will fight for the empire to the last moment. His first life was created by the Purple Blood Universe god. However, the life of the heaven and earth is bestowed by Chuyuan. Without God's tribulation flower, the cosmic god's remnant soul, and this Tianhe, his confidence in breaking through is only 20% at most. When he broke through just now, he also saw the scene of Xuanhuan pressing the three cosmic gods, and he knew that even if he achieved this realm, he would not be enough to look down on in front of His Majesty. Dedicated to the Empire, I will not treat the meritorious servants badly. Xuanhuan was also happy. The addition of a cosmic god to the Empire is a huge foundation for suppressing the Empire. In the future, he will not be so stretched when he mobilizes masters. Congratulations, Lord Purple Blood Magic Book broke through the universe god, and since then Shou and Tianqi, the strength of our Shenwu Empire has greatly increased, and more treasures can be found in the universe. Lu Feng and others immediately went to congratulate the Purple Blood Magic Book, with some deep envy in their eyes. They all knew a little. The Purple Blood Magic Book broke through the universe god to a large extent because of His Majesty's gift. And His Majesty is so lavish, and it also makes them more aware that only by contributing to the Empire, it is possible to become a cosmic god. At this moment, Xuanhuan noticed that the cohesion of the Empire was stronger. Everyone, although I have become a cosmic god, I am only accumulating a little more than you. You have also seen that there are treasures everywhere in the universe. Next, we must better dedicate to the Empire. The Purple Blood Demon wrote, Your Majesty must also hope that some of you can become a cosmic god. After all, only with the strength of a cosmic god can he dominate the universe. We all know. Lu Feng and the others nodded again and again, and said, Only by following Your Majesty can you become the god of the universe. Looking at Xuanhuan, Lu Feng, and Shilong, it is clear that Xuanhuan is a more magnificent and powerful existence than the vast universe god. Purple Blood Magic Book, although you have broken through the universe god, the small universe has not been fully consolidated and consolidated. The enhancement of the small universe needs to absorb endless energy, and it is best to build it with countless treasures, but I will support you on this point. Xuanhuan's eyes swept across. Next, the Empire will also carry out the next, bigger action. While he was talking, he came to the outside of Tianshao Tiangong. Looking at this magnificent heavenly palace that exists in a different dimension of time and space, the big hand suddenly grabbed it, and the power of the gods covered it. Suddenly, a heavenly palace was forcibly caught from the dimension. This heavenly palace appeared in the universe sea. As long as you are in the ruins of Tianshao Tiangong, you can see this magnificent Tiangong when you look up. Tianmu Tiangong has appeared. That's the last main palace. What? The last main palace, you can see that there are so many people on it, there are already people, and it looks like those people have opened the most important ruins of Tianshao Tiangong. God, what the hell happened? In the vast ruins of the Tiangong, many people made a terrifying sound when they saw the appearance of this Tianmu Tiangong. Before they knew it, the three cosmic gods of Lei Shentong had already fought each other. The heavenly palace has a master, and some people wanted to spy on it, but there was a power of the universe god on it. Tianmu Tiangong. Lei Shentong looked at Tiangong's appearance, and his eyes shot the flame of hatred. Originally, the treasure in Tiangong belonged to my Thunder Empire, but now we have nothing. Damn, greed to devour you and ruin my affairs. He thought that with 10% of his Thunder domain, he would definitely be able to kill Xuanhuan. Humph, the people of this empire are too arrogant and domineering. This big loser can't eat it. If they eat it, then it's not me. And the scope of their exploration in the Sea of Cosmos is not far from your empire, and it will definitely return in the future. There will be conflict. Kuan has no cosmic divine way. I know what you mean. Lei Shentong calmed down. The first strike is stronger, and the second strike suffers. You can't let it go. It's better to take the initiative and take the lead. However, although the cosmic god of greed ran away this time, I can actually understand him. After all, he was the worst this time. This time, I still have to contact him, the 10,000 Demons Empire, to take action against this person. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C791 base. Tianmiao Tiangong appeared. This vast ruins of the heavenly palace was also brought under the rule of the Xuanhu Empire and became the empire's base in the universe. Those other forces knew that a powerful empire had appeared here, and they had no choice but to retreat. The Xuanhu Empire seems to have brought all the ruins of the Tiangong under its control in a high-profile manner, but this is actually in line with their identity. After all, Chu Yuan's ability to suppress the universe god, and he has the purple blood magic book, how powerful. And with this Tiangong ruins, Chu Yuan can dispatch a large number of domestic experts here, and have a safe rear, with the help of the environment of the universe sea. The army of gods has entered the Sea of Cosmos, and some powerful true gods in the Empire can also experience the battlefield of the era with the team. Chu Yuan sits in the Heavenly Palace. He is not too worried about domestic affairs, where Lu Qianfu has broken through the fifth realm, planning the overall situation, and making various preparations for the battle of the Imperial Cosmic Sea. And the kingdom of human emperors shrouded the world, and Luck condensed his emperor's law. Issue a mission. Anyone who has the materials that I need can come to me to exchange for a realm elixir. I also accept all kinds of rare magical medicines. Tell the powerhouses in the era battlefield that I have a lot of elixir here. Get them to replace it. Chu Yuan's imperial decree is released. With enough strength, he can do things that he couldn't do before. The Purple Blood Magic Book also exchanged resources for resources before, but at that time, the strength was not enough, and it could only be carried out in a small area. Now, with the power to suppress the background, Chu Yuan can start in a large area. In fact, he has collected about 80% of the materials for the creation of the Xuanhuan book. However, the last 20% is the most difficult. There are several rare materials, the value is even comparable to the cosmic artifact. There are also some very partial, of little value, of little use, but very rare and difficult to find. However, the more precious the materials for the creation of the Xuanhuan book, the happier Chu Yuan is, so that the Xuanhuan book finally created is earth-shattering enough. And he issued a mission to the entire era battlefield, which is to let countless strong people here work for him. He exchanged the medicinal pills refined by the Tai pill furnace for the materials that they could only obtain after going through countless dangers. What? The Emperor Xuanhu of the Xuanhu Empire issued a mission to exchange medicinal herbs for various materials. The Xuanhu Empire has made it clear that as long as it's a realm pill, the Xuanhu Empire has everything they need. I'm not afraid that they won't be able to get it, but I'm afraid that we won't be able to get the materials they need. Real or fake? Does the Xuanhu Empire really have so many pills? This is true, someone has already exchanged it, and the rewards offered by the Xuanhu Empire are extremely generous. Hearing this news, countless powerhouses were shaken. The material is very precious, but if it cannot be transformed into the corresponding strength, it is waste and useless. Some people tried to get materials to the Xuanhu Empire to exchange for the very partial world god pill, but they also got it. This made them very happy, and they exchanged the materials they did not need to the Xuanhu Empire. Your Majesty, this trick is amazing. You can see that many of these materials have to be found in extremely dangerous ruins, but Your Majesty only needs to issue an imperial decree, and someone will obediently deliver it to the door. Yeah, if we take it ourselves, we will also pay casualties. But only Your Majesty can come up with so many medicinal pills. The powerhouses of the Empire are talking a lot, these materials have been exchanged, and some are actually enhancing their strength. They didn't even ask, where did Emperor Xuanhu get so many medicinal pills? In their hearts, His Majesty is invincible and omnipotent. This is faith. Xuanhu, 15 years. Several months have passed since Chu Yuan issued the Imperial Edict. Your Majesty, there are many strong people in the outside world, some loose cultivators, and some sect masters and elders asking to see them. They want to see Your Majesty. It has been stated that they have a lot of materials in their hands, but they have to discuss the pricing power with His Majesty. The method of exchange. Someone reported. Announce them for an audience. In the heavenly palace, Xuanhuan's voice came out. In just a few short months, the Xuanhu Empire has given out a large amount of realm elixir in exchange for resources. The strength of the country is astounding, and we just have a lot of materials in our hands. This time we go to see the Emperor Xuanhu, to strive for the best interests. The people who came to the ruins of the Tiangong were all the powerhouses in the battlefield of the era. They gathered together and talked a lot. The most notable thing in the universe C is the material, the only thing missing is the Qingdan. Yes, in the best interest. The men nodded. Your Majesty has a decree to announce that you will enter the temple. Lu Feng brought people over. The fifth step, with great strength. Suddenly someone looked at Lu Feng. In the fifth step, there are also 3, 6, and 9 grades. Lu Feng is obviously the most powerful kind. After all, he came to the Xuanhu Empire and obtained a lot of resources. They followed Lu Feng and walked in. It's spectacular. Many star god battleships were flying in the sky, and they could naturally see that this kind of battleship alone could not be built by ordinary forces, not even some cosmic god empires. The deeper they went, the more frightened they became. All that I saw showed the tyrannical heritage of the Xuanhu Empire. This is still for them to see. What about the unseen? No wonder the Xuanhu Empire dared to purchase materials here. After all, the rules of the Universe C are extremely cruel. Without strength, I am afraid that they will be destroyed by others in the next second, and they follow the law of the jungle. Your Majesty, it's in the heavenly palace. Lu Feng sneered, knowing that this group of people gathered a lot of powerhouses just to strive for the best interests. Go to see Emperor Xuanhu. At this time, their confidence is not as strong as when they first came, but since they are here, it is impossible to retreat. They entered the heavenly palace. The boundless Tianhe vitality and dazzling light made them feel that they had come to a divine realm. God of the universe. They suddenly saw that in the heavenly palace, there was an old man in purple clothes, with enormous power. A pair of eyes with twinkling purple awns were looking at them, and the tyrannical coercion of the soul was suddenly suppressed. How could the old monsters like the purple blood magic book not know their thoughts and give them some shock? I have seen the universe god. Hard-hammered. There are cosmic gods in the Xuanhu Empire. Having the power of a cosmic god and not having a cosmic god are two complete concepts. When you come to the Tiangong, you don't have to pay homage to His Majesty. The great emperor knows your intentions and specially asked you to come to see him. Your purpose, the great emperor, is clear. Just say what you want, and don't play your tricks in front of the great emperor. The purple blood magic book said loudly. Emperor Xuanhu doesn't mind that they strive for greater benefits for himself, nor does he mind raising some prices within a reasonable range. But the premise of everything is to be reasonable. Emperor Xuanhu. At this moment, their eyes are all looking at a magnificent being sitting on the throne. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C792 Justice. The man sat on a throne. That person is young and domineering, and countless chi machines revolve around him. All the time, he holds the supreme authority, as if he is the eternal protagonist, and no one's brilliance can compete with him. Divine Martial Emperor. And what shocked them even more was that it was the purple blood demon book, a cosmic god of respect, bowing his head beside him and bending his waist. In other cosmic-level empires, even some cosmic gods would not treat the Lord as respectfully as the purple blood magic book. After all, every cosmic god is arrogant and has the same lifespan. I have seen Emperor Xuanhu. The group of people immediately saluted, and some of the strong words they had prepared before were gone. Facing this tyrannical existence, they didn't know what to say. What do you have to tell me? Xuanhuan broke the silence and smiled. I know your intentions, it is nothing more than a price issue, but the price I gave is the best price after comprehensive consideration. Your Majesty, many materials are obtained from our lives and death. Is this price possible? Some people have the courage and want to fight. I have already said that the price is already the best price. Without me, the materials in your hands will not be able to exchange for so many world gods. You are unwilling to exchange, and there are people in the universe who exchange. Xuanhuan said lightly. He can't let these people raise prices and break the rules he made. What he needs is that these people are born and die to find materials for him, and he only needs to take out some magic pills in exchange. But what I can promise is that I will accept as much as you need, and the more you send, there will be additional rewards, but the price cannot be changed. Xuanhuan's words suddenly made these people's eyes move. They could hear that His Majesty wanted to firmly control the pricing power and would not allow them to raise prices at will, but the more transactions, the more rewards, that is, extra benefits to them. Yes, there is too much material in the universe C. But there are very few people who can trade a large number of world gods to the Xuanhu Empire. Although they didn't raise the price, Emperor Xuanhu's answer also made them very satisfied, knowing that if they were greedy, the emperor would not meet their needs. There is never a shortage of materials in the universe. Some specific rules will naturally be explained to you. Xuanhuan waved his hand and told these people to retreat. Why haven't you left yet? Xuanhuan looked at a person. This person's cultivation has reached the 4th step, which is not weak in the sea of cosmos, but not strong. Your Majesty, here is the whereabouts of the soul-suppressing stone. The man said, my name is Yuan. Soul Stone. Xuanhuan's expression remained unmoved. This soul-suppressing stone is one of the most precious materials for making the Xuanhuan book. Say. Xuanhuan said. I don't have a soul-suppressing stone here, but I know where the soul-suppressing stone is. It's in the Undead Mountain. And I also know which ruins cave mansion it is in. I want to use this news to exchange for the realm pill from your Majesty, and I can break through the 5th step. The magic pill. This Yuan wants to exchange news with Xuanhuan in exchange for a divine pill. It's too simple to think that a piece of news that you don't know is true or false wants to exchange the magic pill from my hands. Xuanhuan said, however, I can give you a promise. As long as you bring the soul-suppressing stone, you will exchange the divine pill here. Within the scope of its ability, the Empire will also grant you a request. Okay, since that's the case, I'll go into the Undead Mountain to find the soul-suppressing stone for His Majesty, and I also know that some hard-to-find materials are also found in the Undead Mountain. Yuan didn't say much and left the ruins of Tiangong. Immortal Mountain. Xuanhuan read. Your Majesty, the Undead Mountain is also in the air battlefield. It is an extremely dangerous restricted area. The cosmic gods and immortal relics have been buried. There are indeed many good things there. Purple Blood Magic Book set aside. Gather information on the Undead Mountain. Xuanhuan said. This minister will do it immediately. The Purple Blood Magic Book respectfully said, this time, His Majesty has given them a lot of benefits. People are fortune and birds are eaten for food. In order to obtain the divine elixir of the Empire, these people will try their best to find them. During this time, you should also lead a team to sharpen the soldiers of the Empire. The Universe C is the best place to practice, prepare for future battles, and send people to pay attention to the situation over the Blood Moon Sea. Xuanhuan ordered. Yes. The Purple Blood Magic Book withdrew. Now that there is a cosmic god in the Empire, Xuanhuan is indeed much more relaxed. At this moment, Xuanhuan is cultivating in the ruins of the Tiangong. Although there is no small universe for him to swallow, he also refines the elixir himself. Although the speed is slower, it can also consolidate and improve his cultivation. The empire is also growing rapidly. The resources in the universe are too rich. As long as you have enough strength, you can get what you need. Almost every day passes, the empire will show rapid development with each passing day. A large number of masters are born. Some of the true gods who could not be promoted to the gods in the empire for a long time came to the universe, and they also broke through the realm after being tempered by the strong. If jade is not cut, it cannot become a weapon, and a person cannot be powerful without experience. His golden-armored beast was also very cheerful during this time. Following Xuanhuan, it could devour too much metal. However, compared to the non-provocative mouth of the golden-armored beast, Kongmi Daokuan would give people a lot of headaches. It needs to eat treasures containing the power of the void to grow rapidly, but Xuanhuan also knows that Kongmi Daokuan can travel through the universe, and if he cultivates to the 5th step, the speed is even comparable to that of the universe god. This is its racial talent. Kongmi Daokuan has reached the 4th step, and the 5th step is almost too soon. There are many resources in the universe, space and time are densely layered, and there are also a lot of void attributes. We need to collect it in this universe. Xuanhuan said. The next god in the empire that needs to break through the universe is the god of the secluded world, the secluded time and space, the dark sickle, and the soul-snatching. Xuanhuan knew very well that the power of Shenyu's was that he could hide in the netherworld, stealing his soul silently, and he was an extremely powerful assassin. He is also calculating silently. Although his cultivation is still the 5th step, there is still a lot of room for growth. Another few months passed. Suddenly, the voice of help came from the ruins of the Tiangong. Great Emperor, save your life, save us. Many people were stained with blood, their faces panicked, and they fled to the ruins of the Tiangong. Breakers are killed without mercy. Immediately, a divine warrior stopped them. We want to see the great Emperor Xuanhuan. This time, we were collecting materials for the great Emperor, and we were chased and killed. Great Emperor, you have to protect us. The group wailed. Let them see me. Xuanhuan said. My lord. As soon as these people saw Xuanhuan, they immediately knelt in front of him and cried bitterly, You want to do justice for us and avenge us. All the materials we have collected over the past few months have been robbed. Even our people have also been killed a lot, almost, we will never see you the great emperor. It's miserable, we are miserable this time. Speak out, and I will uphold justice for you. Xuanhuan said. It was the 10,000 Demon Empire, the Thunder Empire, the Qiankuan Empire, and the 3 major cosmic god empires that suddenly attacked all the powerhouses who were looking for materials for the empire, not only robbing us of things, but also killing too many of us, almost as soon as we met kill, don't let one go. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C793 Revenge. The revenge from the 3 major universe god empires finally came. They suffered such a huge loss that day, it is impossible for them not to act. When he knew that the Xuanhuan Empire was buying materials, he held it down for a while, and then when he found these people ready to trade to Xuanhuan, he took action. I have to say, their plan was successful. Those who were attacked didn't know what was going on. Why did the 3 major universe god empires target them and were robbed? After all, they wouldn't publicize the shameful things that day. Your Majesty, something really happened. The Purple Blood Magic Book hurried over and said, just now, the Thunder Empire, the Qiankuan Empire, and the 10,000 Demon Empire announced at the same time that whoever dares to sell materials to our Xuanhuan Empire is the enemy of the 3 empires and will encounter their joint blow. The 3 major universe god empires announced at the same time, and the news quickly swept across the battlefield of the era. They were all guessing whether it was because of Thunder God's light that day, Gan Tiangang was beheaded. However, This declaration of war also made them see that the strength of this Xuanhu Empire is indeed unfathomable, and it has been able to cope with the strength of the Xuanhu Empire, and the three cosmic god empires must be jointly targeted. Your Majesty, when they declared war, all the forces that provided us with materials did not dare to move. Few people were willing to bear the wrath of the cosmic god empire, and our soldiers would also be attacked by them when they were training outside. This is very dangerous. Purple Blood Magic Book's face was solemn. Probably they thought that they would be able to take revenge on me and make me fear them, but the most feared thing is fighting, and our people should also move. During this period of cultivation, so many resources have been used, so I also need to look at their fighting power. Xuanhuan's face was expressionless, and his voice was extremely cold. These forces search for materials for me, and I will naturally protect them. If I can't even protect them, how can these people willingly work for me? Xuanhuan continued, call the generals, it's time for them to fight. Soon, the crowd will gather. Your Majesty, are we going to fight again? These people received the call of Xuanhuan. Instead of being a little scared, he was excited. Every battle is the best chance to make merit. I will send people to rescue those forces that are attacked. I will compensate you for how much materials you lose, Purple Blood Magic Book. You will be in front of this battle to shock their cosmic gods. This battle will be more of a world god. Fight. Xuanhuan had seen through it a long time ago. The situation seemed urgent, but both sides were shocked by the power of the universe gods. In fact, the cosmic god did not dare to make a move. After all, it was useless to shoot, and the Xuanhu Empire also had the power of the cosmic god. The gods act alone, the god army is in charge of maneuvering, and the rest of the people are mobilized by the Purple Blood Magic Book. Xuanhuan's order was issued, and the Xuanhu Empire moved at the fastest speed. Air battlefield. War is the most common thing here, and it is more common for you to rob me and I to rob you. But because the three major empires declared war on the Xuanhu Empire, some fighting stopped. Humph. They dared to trouble the empire. His Majesty didn't want to deal with it, and dared to take the initiative to provoke. Although His Majesty appeared calm, he was actually angry. We figured out the holy will to defeat their conspiracy. Shurlong flew in the air and said viciously. Yes, we have to perform well in front of His Majesty this time. They are all military exploits that can move. If they perform well, His Majesty will reward them. The Purple Blood Magic Book has become a cosmic god. Han Wuji is also very envious. The realm he dreamed of made the Purple Blood Magic Book break through. But this time, we must also pay attention, the three major empires are ready. Lu Feng said, however, we have a god of seclusion, and no one knows where his lurking is, and there is a great formation to kill the gods. His Majesty has also sent a god of war army, a prison-suppressing army, and the most elite army of gods. Next, we must fight against the Majesty of the Empire. Let them take a good look at me, we are powerful. The few people who led the way were also frightened when they heard the conversation of Lu Feng and others. How dare the people of this Xuanhu Empire be so daring? Several adults, the front is where we are stationed, but we were attacked by the three major empires, and a few of us came out to report. Suddenly, those few people pointed to a place in front of which there was continuous fighting. The universe is too cruel, so sometimes some weak forces tend to unite. Also because of Xuanhuan's aggressive acquisitions, some forces have cooperated. Unexpectedly, I thought I could strengthen my power, but I encountered the same hands of the three major empires, and they were trapped in the same place. Huh? There is a battle ahead. Lu Feng suddenly looked forward. They saw that there were people in the costumes of the three major empires in front of them, surrounded by several giant cities built along the mountains, and many people were fighting, attacking, and plundering the mountains. The three major cosmic god empires have so many powerhouses. Even if there are several fifth-step defenses in the giant city, they are not opponents at all. Ha ha ha, kill them, dare to do things for the Xuanhu Empire, that is our enemy, this group of people should be damned, don't let them go, let them see our horror. The wanton voice came from the mouth of the fifth step of the Empire of 10,000 Demons. He held a giant axe with demonic energy, and with one slash, he chopped up a large number of people to death. The Empire of 10,000 Demons, the Empire of Thunder, and the Empire of Xuanhuan, we have no grudges and no grudges against you, we just collect some materials for the Xuanhu Empire. If you have grudges and seek revenge from them, what does it have to do with us? These people are struggling to support, and it is unbearable. Helping the enemy is our enemy. You are no different from the Xuanhu Empire. Haha, I see how the Xuanhu Empire can help you, and it can't save you. They can't protect themselves. With us, the Xuanhu Empire can't even think of a foothold in the Sea of Cosmos. The three empires occupy absolute power. We will never work for the Xuanhu Empire again, I beg you to give us a way out. The people in the giant city begged for mercy. Don't let any of them go, wipe them out, slap the face of the Xuanhu Empire hard, let the universe see have no power to dare to get close to them, and become a loner. The three major empires jointly dispatched troops and attacked fiercely, not letting everyone in the city be spared. You will be punished. This group of people is desperate, and they know that the three major empires will not let them go. This is to take their lives to stand up. Are you afraid of retribution when you cultivate to this level? They laughed wildly. Do you really have to die here? Just when they were in despair, they suddenly saw a large number of strong men appear in the distance, with the symbol of Xuanhu, and the color of hope appeared on their faces. It's the Xuanhu Empire, the Emperor Xuanhu has not forgotten them, they sent troops to save us. Have the people of the Xuanhu Empire finally come? The Emperor Xuanhu really won't endure this kind of provocation, but this is exactly what we hope to see. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C794 Yangmo. Seeing the arrival of the strong men of the Xuanhu Empire, the people of the three kingdoms did not panic at all, but instead showed a look of joy. This Xuanhu Empire is strong, but this time they are attacking the three major empires. The number of strong people is much larger than them, and they are also ready. And the universe God also promised that every time he took off the head of a Xuanhu Empire person, there would be a big reward. If the head value of these small trash fish is 1, the value of the Xuanhu Empire is 100. $100 gap makes them all crazy. Ah, the powerhouses of the Xuanhu Empire. Save us. As if seeing a bright light in the darkness, the group grabbed the life-saving straw and shouted loudly. The Emperor Xuanhu has a purpose. Anyone who dares to provoke the Xuanhu Empire will be the enemy of the Empire, and the Emperor will protect the friends of the Empire. Shurlong shouted. God-killing formation, kill it. As soon as the people of the Xuanhu Empire arrived, there was no nonsense, and they immediately launched an attack, and Chu Yuan was handed over to them. Immediately, a large number of powerhouses poured their mana into a map, and they saw a huge figure swept out with the sword of slaying the gods, sweeping out the light of slaughtering the gods. This figure symbolizes the great emperor. Although his face is blurred, everyone can feel the majesty of the great emperor, Xuanhu. The masters of the Xuanhu Empire are killed, good, lead snakes out of their holes, trapped in layers, they are waiting for them, we will trap them here. A large number of world gods from the three major empires appeared, which was several times that of the Xuanhu Empire. They could see that the god executioner array was very powerful, but they were also full of self-confidence when they had the upper hand. Boom! The powerhouses of the four empires slammed into each other in the most ferocious manner in an instant, the void shattered, and they were beaten into chaos. What a terrible collision! Those people in the giant city were shocked when they saw this scene. Although the Xuanhu Empire has fewer people than the three major empires, But they actually relied on a mysterious formation to condense everyone's strength into a whole, resisting the powerhouses of the three kingdoms. Sword of God killing. Lu Feng and the others took the fifth step. They were the core of the God execution formation. Suddenly, a giant sword of divine light swept out, pressing down on a cloud of cold and bone-piercing demonic energy. This group of demonic energy violently oscillated and exploded. Countless masters were swept away, and they screamed again and again, and a large amount of demonic energy was evaporated. Although the three empires are united, they are actually divided into three wholes, coming from different empires, making it impossible for them to truly cooperate. Now, Lu Feng has to fight against 1 and 2, knowing that this confrontation has only just begun. The sword of killing God swept across, splitting into multiple sword lights, but in fact, the most powerful attacks all fell on the empire of 10,000 demons. Kill the enemy and kill the heart. The three countries joined forces this time, not to make wedding dresses for each other, but to gain greater benefits. If an empire suffers too much damage, they will never stand up and benefit others. So amazing. The Xuanhuan Empire displayed an extremely ferocious attack as soon as it came on the field. They saw that the people of this empire transformed into a giant that swept the heavens and the earth in a large array, rampaging in the three major empire camps. There are many people in your three empires, but they are not united at all, and they will not start a full-scale war with you at all. And one group is too badly damaged to think about deflecting the attack on someone else. All of them are the cosmic God Empire, who will obey the orders of others. Damn, you can't let them go on like this, stop them. Although it seems that the most stressed is the empire of 10,000 demons. But both the Thunder Empire and the Qianquan Empire knew that once the 10,000 demons empire lost too much and they retreated, it would be even more difficult for them to form an advantageous attack with the two countries. A throw of the universe. Sacred Light and Thunder Sea. The two empires also formed a battle formation, with the strongest leading the team, which could completely release their power. Okay, Demon of 10,000 demons. The empire of 10,000 demons has temporarily stabilized. The fifth step of these three major empires adds up to 2 hands. This simultaneous attack will overturn the heavens and the earth, and by Yuan will immediately be destroyed as if standing on them. King of God Punisher. The great execution of God array is expanding, a king of God execution with the glory of the gods, standing in the void, his eyes shooting cold beams. Although this wave of counterattacks from the three major empires stifled the rush of the God executioner array, it did not cause them much damage. Lu Feng, Shilong, Han Wuji, and Xiling Demon God had originally followed the God of the universe, and they were all powerful. And since he arrived in the Xuanhuan Empire, he has obtained more resources, and each of them is also a strong player in the fifth step. Humph. Urge the God Executioner to continue killing them. They will destroy the Empire's business, and we will fight back fiercely. Shilong snorted coldly. He knows that the three major empires have been planning this time for a long time, and it is definitely not the power in front of him, but also the backhand. But this time they also have backhands, who is stronger and who is weaker. It will only be known how powerful it is after one fight. The Universe God is unable to take action now. Your Majesty, the Purple Blood Magic Book is staring here. A more intense battle unfolded. Although the three kingdoms launched the most arrogant forces, it was difficult to tear apart the God Executioner Great Array. At the same time, in a hidden time and space, there are still a large number of powerhouses here, even more elite than Shilong and the others. Humph. Finally led the snake out of the hole, the strong men of the Xuanhuan Empire attacked, and now they have been entangled with our first large army battle. A man wearing a robe of thunder pierced through infinite time and space, and saw the battlefield. Yes, they can't do anything if they don't make a move. The Xuanhuan Empire buys materials aggressively, which shows that they are very scarce in materials. If they don't make a move, no one dares to sell them to them. Once they make a move, they will be attacked by our joint efforts. It's a dilemma. Qianquan Empire powerhouse said. However, the people of the Xuanhu Empire are very powerful. It is amazing that they can resist the joint attack of our three countries with a map. Thunder Empire is humane. Kill. This Xuanhu Empire is too arrogant. Even if there is a cosmic god, it would be a fantasy to fight against three kingdoms with the power of one country. It is impossible. The higher the jump, the worse the fall. Demonic energy, a troll said, I want to see how strong they are. Okay, if the three kingdoms can't even target a Xuanhu Empire this time, then we will be the end of the entire universe. See. This time, we will destroy a large number of their elites. The three major empires first led a group of people swept away the large and small forces serving the Xuanhu Empire, forcing the Xuanhu Empire to send troops. This is Yang conspiracy, a conspiracy that lets you know there is a trap, but you can only jump into it obediently. Go, kill it. In this time and space, there are a large number of powerhouses appearing, and they are another group of hidden troops that will come to the battlefield to form a siege. Kill. However, the Xuanhu Empire also laid down a lot of backhands, staring closely at this warring time and space, and at the moment when this group of people appeared, a dazzling golden light swept over. The giant golden armored beast appeared on the battlefield with a huge body. It looks huge, but its speed is not slow at all. It turns into a light, and its sharp wings are cut fiercely with the charge, and it actually pierces through the army camp. What? A terrifying voice suddenly came out. The army of the three kingdoms suddenly became empty, and many people saw miserably that their companions' bodies were cut into pieces, which was extremely cruel. Golden armored beast. This group of people was horrified to see the giant beast that had penetrated them. #C795 The weirdness of the ghost. The golden armored giant beast swallowed the golden light, and the countless edges of the golden light swept the battlefield wantonly, pierced through the opponent, and proudly stood on the battlefield. During this period of time, the golden armored beast knew what a heavenly life was like. After coming to the Xuanhu Empire, it does not need to find food on its own, and a lot of resources are sent to it every day. And it only needs to open its mouth to eat, and then close its eyes to sleep to digest. Such a beautiful day. They actually have golden armored beasts. It is impossible for the people of the three major empires to fail to recognize the golden armored behemoth, and they all know that this is an extremely terrifying beast. Not only strong defense, but also attack terror. But it is rare. To stop the golden armored beasts, they need at least several of the same combat power. Don't be stopped by this beast, this is also a precious treasure, capture it and enslave its soul. The cold voice came from the hidden time and space. This is the leader of the three major empires. Suddenly, many armies came out of the void, which had been hidden for a long time, in order to kill the hidden power of the Xuanhu Empire in one fell swoop. Boom! But just after the appearance of this group of troops, endless flashes filled the air, and more than 1 million figures moved a great formation called myth to shatter the void. Countless mythical rays of light pierced through the heavens and the earth, and the divine light was dazzling, like a huge mythological array, smashing into the true essence of the three major empires. The strong one is coming again. The three world gods of the empire suddenly looked over. These more than 1 million people are the cultivation of gods. Although one god is nothing in their eyes, more than 1 million gods are running a large formation at the same time, and the power has undergone a qualitative change. Even the gods of the world can directly kill you. And they can see that the powerhouses with more than 1 million gods and above are all elites. Xuanhu Shenjun. Yunsheng was also inside, his face was cold. For Yunsheng, Chu Yuan did not incorporate him into the other standing regiments. Because this person is withdrawn and very unsocial, and the divine army is a corps dispatched only by him, selected from the elites of the entire empire. Humph. You have an elite army, and I also have the Thunder Empire, the Thunder God Army, kill it. The dense army wearing thunder armor is held from the void. Their weapons are all thunder and lightning long GE. Every movement is an endless sea of thunder woven, and with this army, they swept the battlefield of the era without knowing how many army. Not just Thor. There is also the 10,000 demon army of the 10,000 demon empire and the Xuanhuan army of the Xuanhuan empire. In order to destroy the elite of the Xuanwu empire this time, the three major empires have mobilized many experts to come. Kill. The army of gods made a killing sound. They are the elites selected from all the powerhouses in the empire, and they have enjoyed the most resources of the empire. The light shines brightly. It seems that there is light rain in the sky, but if you look closely, it is actually a piece of talisman. These are the talismans that Xuanhuan obtained from the small universe and the Tiangong, and they also bring them with them, and use them all. Boom. Rune explosion. The rune of the power of the world god, the rune of the power of the universe god, and all kinds of runes exploded together. Do you think it's just you who have magical runes? We also have cosmic gods, and we can also refine them. The powerhouses of these three major empires also roared. If they can't suppress the Xuanwu Empire like this today, then they are waste. Two battlefields staged a shocking battle. The Xuanwu Empire has already started a full-scale war with them. Yeah, this Emperor Xuanwu is too fierce. He actually dares to go to war. What is the secret behind this, so that the three major empires have to carry out such a big action and attack a Xuanwu Empire together? It's not clear to us, but certainly not for no reason. But this battle is very exciting. There are also many masters in the era battlefield who are paying attention to this battle. The thunder is rolling. But just when the armies of several parties were fighting together, there was a boundless lightning god Thunder in the void. An existence that stepped into the world of thunder was incomparably tall, and he waved his palm. A thunderous big hand full of thunder eyes grabbed it, thousands of miles wide. Each of the thunderbolts that fell contained a congenital thunderstorm, which directly caught the army of the Xuanwu Empire. The Thunder Empire, the world god of mad thunder, the limit of the world god, can be called the strongest under the universe god in the Thunder Empire. It was a surprise that someone recognized the man's identity. The mana of this mad thunder world god is arrogant. Although he is not a cosmic god, his prestige is very great. He once fought against the cosmic god and did not die. The thunder god of Thunder Empire is powerful enough, but it is still not enough in front of the god of crazy thunder world. As soon as this mad thunder world god made a move, the huge thunder hand seemed to form the oppression of a thunder universe. The power of the big hand was unimaginable, and ordinary world gods would be directly crushed to death by him. The three major empires mobilized such a peerless powerhouse to crush the Xuanwu Empire with the highest-end combat power. The Xuanwu Empire is in trouble now. When the experts saw this scene, their hearts were dignified. They all know that the Thunder Empire has sent such experts, so other two countries will naturally have such experts. Now it's up to the Xuanwu Empire to deal with it. Thunder's big hand, turning his hands into clouds and covering his hands into rain, is no longer a simple army that can fight. But the divine army of the Xuanwu Empire did not panic because of this. Swish! A mysterious shadow flickered. He was a ghost wandering in a different time and space, holding a huge scythe. The breath of a cold assassination burst out in an instant, and he slashed at Thunder with a big hand. The dark gas instantly corroded Thunder's big hand. Then this shadow shot up into the sky and directly attacked the time and space where the god of crazy thunder was located. The densely covered sea of thunder, which actually did not pose any threat to him, seemed to be walking in another layer of time and space. Boom! The palm of the mad thunder world was bombarded, and a ball of thunder and lightning was grabbed by him in the air, bursting with infinite flashes, to illuminate the existence of the gods. However, Shen Yu's is too strange. He has no emotions. The dark sickle attacked against the trend. There were blood lights on it, and the power of the curse spread out. It was a wave that broke into the mad thunder of the world of mad thunder. Within the bounds, the god of crazy thunder world was dressed in a burly and thunderous robe, and when he saw the god of secluded being killed in front of him, he attacked with thunderous light in his eyes, and shouted fiercely, "Bold!" He and Shen Yu slapped heavily. But his power suddenly hit the sky. This person has penetrated the sky, and it is not an ordinary power to deal with. This strange feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. The gods turned into afterimages, wandering beside the god of the world of crazy thunder, making him unable to intervene in other battlefields. Humph! Crazy thunder world god, it seems that this is the extremely powerful world god hidden by the Xuanhuan Empire. You entangle him, don't let him interfere in other battlefields, leave other things to us, we will kill them. Elite. Two powers no weaker than the gods of the world of mad thunder, pierced through the void. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C796 stab in the back. It was another two powerful men with terrifying strength, both of whom were extremely powerful among the world gods, who could escape from the hands of the universe god. The terrifying vitality poured down and flooded a large area, tearing apart the soldiers of the Xuanhuan Empire. This is the situation now. The giant golden armored beast stopped several fifth step and a large number of soldiers on its own. And the god of seclusion is fighting against the god of the world of thunder. When many people watching the battle saw this scene, their expressions also changed, and the combat effectiveness of the people of the Xuanhuan Empire was indeed fierce. However, the powerhouses against the three major empires are still too weak. Once the two world gods enter the battlefield, it will be a disaster. However, the people of the Xuanhuan Empire still did not panic, and the fighting spirit was still fierce. Let's see how that Emperor Xuanhuan responds. In the depths of the void, a cold gaze also looked into the distance. Hand of the god of war. An incomparable golden light burst out, and a burly figure broke through time and space. Although it was just a figure, he seemed to have gathered the momentum of the 50,000 people of the god of war army, and stretched out his golden light to pat it. This is the fusion skill of god of war's grip. The god of war leads the fusion of the 50,000 god of war army. This blow shook, and a figure in control of Qianquan was shaken out. Swish! Before the man could stand still, countless golden lights swept out and rose up. This burly figure took the steps of the world and came directly in front of him, bombarded with golden fists. This giant fist banged, as if a golden universe appeared, carrying some power comparable to the god of the universe. Understand the power of the small universe. The man was startled. Although he tried his best to resist, he was blasted out, his chest sunken, and he kept vomiting blood. Just like if you did the normal fifth step, this punch had already defeated them. What? On the side of the 10,000 demons empire, the man was about to kill, but a figure in dark armor appeared. As soon as he made his move, it was the ancient monument of the 6 paths to suppress hell, exuding the power of banning all gods and all demons. This man wants to break the blockade of the ancient monument. It was the war god commander and the suppressing demon commander who joined the battlefield. World artifact, the limit of their strength is in the 5th step. Moreover, Chu Yuan has also broken through to the 5th step, and they have also reached this realm, and they have nurtured their war god pool and suppressing prison pool, which are also like the existence of a small universe, allowing them to have a cultivation level comparable to the limit of the world gods. If they can be promoted to cosmic artifacts, they can become cosmic gods. The gods are good at assassination and various spell shocks. The god of war commander is good at frontal battles. Suppressing prisons and conferring gods is good at suppressing demons and conferring gods. Compared with the gods, the war god commander and the prison commander can become stronger with the promotion of the two artifacts. However, the growth of the gods themselves is bigger, and the strength is even more strange. Pity. To this day, Xuanhuan has only got 2 large armies. After the war god commander and the prison commander joined the battle, the situation became balanced. Although there was no situation in which the 3 major empires were defeated, it also made it impossible for the powerhouses of the 3 kingdoms to defeat them. Where did the Xuanhuan Empire come from so many masters? In a very deep void. At this moment, there are 3 powerful beings here. It is Lei Shintong, Xuanhuan Cosmic God, and Cosmic God of Greed. You ask me, how do I know? The face of the greedy universe god is also ugly. They originally thought that mobilizing the powerhouses of the 3 kingdoms in the universe would be enough to crush the Xuanhuan Empire, but who would have thought that there was still a stalemate, and the expected results did not appear. Even if they didn't lose this battle, if they couldn't solve each other, it would be a joke in the eyes of others. I said long ago that this Xuanhuan Empire is mysterious. Don't fight them directly, you don't listen, it's okay now, we're stuck together, no one can do anything about it, this seat will see how you end. The greedy cosmic god gave them a bad face. Humph, then what do you say? Lei Shintong was very dissatisfied with the tone of the greedy god of the universe. The originally stalemate battlefield made him angry. There are many ways to deal with them. Hard killing is the stupidest. If it was me, I would use various means, such as ambushing their team exploring the universe, or always harassing them, who traded with them, write it down in this book, kill them one by one, in short, use all means. The greedy cosmic god is indifferent. Humph. I thought you had some good tricks. It turned out to be such a despicable little trick. It can't be on the table. Lei Shintong disdainfully. What are you doing with your face? Can you win? The cosmic god of greed doesn't care. Conspiracy is conspiracy, small means and big means are good means as long as you win. In order to win, this seat can do anything, and those who used to talk to me about their faces are already dead. Don't fight. Xuanhuan cosmic god couldn't listen anymore. The greed of the cosmic god is also reasonable. We did not expect that the Xuanhuan Empire would explode with such combat power. The means are used. I will do whatever you want. Thor channeled. If you want to deal the biggest blow to the Xuanhuan Empire, your methods are not good, it is best to listen to this seat. The cosmic god of greed was talking, his face suddenly changed dramatically, and then he became embarrassed. Damn you, and I will not share the fairy empire. What happened? Xuanhuan Cosmic Divine Tao. Just now, the immortal spirit empire sent a number of world gods to break into the ancient ruins controlled by my 10,000 demon empire and stab me in the back. The 10,000 demons empire and the fairy spirit empire are enemies who have been fighting for countless years. The fairy empire saw that the powerhouses of the 10,000 demons empire were entangled, so they sent a team to attack. My Thunder Empire also encountered the action of the Bone God sect. Lei Shintong's face instantly turned ugly. The rules of the universe see, today you hit me, tomorrow I hit you, while you are sick to kill you, will not pay attention to the slightest rules. The rules of the universe are that there are no rules. It's not that Lei Shintong did not expect that their enemy would take the opportunity, but they thought that the 3 kingdoms would soon be able to defeat the Xuanhuan Empire, but who would have thought that the other party would entrust the elites of the 3 kingdoms here? Looking at the situation on the battlefield, a war cannot be resolved in a short period of time. In the universe, there are many tyrannical forces. The immortal spirit empire and the god of bone sect also seized the opportunity and suddenly killed the past when the other party's defense was empty, making the Thunder Empire and the 10,000 Demon Empire have to give up a lot of relics. There was no victory in this battle. The ruins there were also badly damaged. Hateful, the group of jumping clowns from the Bone God sect. If it weren't for the fact that a large number of strong people in our Thunder Empire were dragged here, how could they have a chance to jump around? Hateful and hateful. Lei Shintong's face twisted. We can't go on like this. The situation has exceeded our expectations. We must think about it. The 10,000 Demons Empire and the Bone God sect are all old rivals. Since we offended the Xuanhuan Empire this time, our focus is still on. Put it on them. Xuanhuan Cosmic God is the calmest, get out first. Okay, let's retreat first. Thor channeled, it's hateful, if they hadn't acted from behind, the Xuanhuan Empire could have resisted it for a while, but it couldn't resist it for too long. Next, I will use my method to deal with the Xuanhuan Empire. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C797 Bone God. The powerhouses of the three empires retreated. This made those watching the game stunned, so is it over? This is just the beginning. It seems that neither of them has won the victory, but the meaning behind it is different. After all, the Xuanhuan Empire is fighting against the three kingdoms with the strength of one country. It seems that in the future, there will be another tyrannical country in the battlefield of the era. Of course, they also received news that the God Bone sect and the Immortal Spirit Empire stabbed in the back and attacked their ruins, forcing the three kingdoms to retreat temporarily, otherwise, it would end in this way. In the universe, they dare not lose too much power, otherwise there is no way to gain a foothold. But these people also know that the war is not over yet. In the future, the three kingdoms will inevitably carry out more brutal blows. If anyone still trades with the Xuanhuan Empire, they will also be killed. Therefore, the Xuanhuan Empire did not win either. Because even if there are a lot of medicinal pills, no one dares to trade with them. After all, you have to live to enjoy it. Inside the palace. Murderous. Countless armies gathered. Your Majesty, the three kingdoms were under the action of the Bone God sect and the Immortal Spirit Empire, so the army was withdrawn. Our situation has not changed, and we are still facing a lot of pressure. Purple Blood Demon Calligraphy. If the hidden dangers of the three major empires are not eliminated in one day, they will always be on guard against each other's blows. That's really something to fix. Xuanhuan approved. Although his current cultivation level is comparable to that of the Cosmic God, but after all, he has not broken through to the real Cosmic God realm, otherwise what are these three kingdoms in front of him? Your Majesty, the envoy of the God Bone sect asks to see you. Someone reported. God Bone sect? Xuanhuan's expression changed. Your Majesty, this minister knows about the God of Bone sect, and their suzerain is actually the skeleton of an ancient strong man in the tomb of God, who gave birth to a new spiritual wisdom, cultivated to the realm of the God of the universe, and established the God of Bone sect. The God of Bone God is very powerful. Purple Blood Demon Calligraphy. See you. Xuanhuan said. I have seen the Emperor. A very thin person came in, his eyes were like red flames beating. He looked up at Xuanhuan on the throne, and respectfully said, I am a bone wind, and this time I came with the goodwill of the God of the universe. He is the messenger sent by the Bone God and the Universe God. I have also heard of God Bone sect. Xuanhuan said. Of course, he knew that when the Bone God expressed his goodwill, it was nothing more than the strength displayed by the Xuanhuan Empire, which alarmed the Bone God. In the universe, although there are no absolute friends, it is impossible to make enemies everywhere, and sometimes alliances are necessary. Your Majesty sent troops to hold back the three major empires. Only then can our God Bone sect suddenly attack the Thunder Empire and seize a large number of treasures. Although your Majesty doesn't say it, the Universe God knows that we cannot swallow those treasures alone. Gufeng held something in both hands and said, the God of the universe knows that His Majesty is collecting a lot of materials, so there is what His Majesty needs here. It is the result of this cooperation with the Xuanhuan Empire. Seeing the purple blood magic book, he knew it in his heart. Bone God is a very smart person. He deliberately took out things. In fact, he wanted to form a goodwill and get more from the Xuanhuan Empire. Bone God asked you to come, there should be something else. Xuanhuan said. Your Majesty Xingming. Gufeng said, I heard that your Majesty's empire is good at refining medicine pills, and my God Bone sect has a lot of materials, so I want to make a deal with your Majesty. Exchanging materials for medicinal pills, yes. A list appeared in Xuanhuan's hand. He glanced at it at will, and saw that too many of the divine pills listed above were for tempering the body and cultivating the soul, which were urgently needed by the God Bone sect and could not be obtained in large quantities. Some other small forces are afraid of the revenge of the three major empires. But Bone God is not afraid. They have cosmic gods. The universe God also said that he would give his Majesty corresponding support. Bone Wind continued. Good to say. Xuanhuan remained silent. Since the Bone God wants to form a goodwill with him, Xuanhuan will not refuse. Go to rest with the Bone Wind envoy. Xuanhuan said. Yes, your Majesty. The Bone Wind retreated. Even the Bone God has sent people to befriend us. Purple Blood Magic Book sighed, then said, Your Majesty, what should we do next? Waiting for others to attack and not fight back is not the style of the Xuanhuan Empire. Xuanhuan said slowly, instead of waiting to be beaten, it is better to take the initiative and control the battle situation in my own hands. I have no interest in playing some tricks with them slowly. The Bone God doesn't want to get good things from me, so I will do it now. It's time to use him. What's your Majesty's order? The Purple Blood Magic Book and the others were shocked, knowing that His Majesty was going to take the initiative to attack, and there was a big move. Dignity is not given by others, but must be captured by myself. I have never been afraid of war. The three kingdoms have their main cities in the battlefield of the era, and directly destroying a main city is the most shocking and direct way to play. Xuanhuan said. Strength is the most important thing. If it wasn't for the Xuanhuan Empire fighting a beautiful battle this time and giving the Bone God sect a big advantage, would they take the initiative to send a lot of treasures to make friendship? If the Xuanhuan Empire had not resisted this wave of blows, the Bone God would not have said anything about cooperation. Who is your Majesty going to attack first? Purple Blood Demon Calligraphy. The empire of 10,000 demons devoured the city. Xuanhuan raised his hand and said slowly, This devil has the most conspiracies and tricks, and the most disgusting methods. This time I will remove his greedy city and kill these devils. The way of trading they let them, it is difficult for me to implement it, and there is no other way, so I will grab the resources myself. The empire of 10,000 demons is unlucky. There was also a strange look on the face of the Purple Blood Devil Book. When they first came to the era battlefield, they fought against the 10,000 demons empire first, and now they are going to capture their main city. Attack the greedy city. Shurlong said excitedly, Anyway, we have to fight them, so let's push the front line over. Our Xuanhuan Empire has no relics that can't be abandoned in the battlefield of the era. If we break the city, the number of treasures we will get will reach an amazing level. Fight for the Empire. All the soldiers were excited. With such a powerful and domineering His Majesty leading them, a dragon is leading the wolves. The more resources they have, the more they can benefit from being part of the Empire. 3 days later, attack the greedy city. Xuanhuan's face remained unchanged, and after saying this, he let them prepare. In this expedition, in order to prevent someone from secretly attacking, there is no defender left in the Tiangong ruins, and the weakest who can come to the battlefield of the era are the true gods, who can motivate the formation to fight with the Empire. Apart from countless giant cities, the ruins of Tiangong are empty shells and have no value. Many battleships rose into the air, all of which were Star God battleships, leaving the Heavenly Palace at a shuttle speed. The army of the Xuanhuan Empire left on the battleship, murderous. What are they going to do? Are they going to take the initiative? There is no one in the ruins of the Tiangong. The army is fully active. This is going to kill. Who is their purpose? Quickly tell the universe God, the Xuanhuan Empire has a big move. Many people who were watching the movements of the Xuanhuan Empire were all shocked when they saw the army set off. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C798 Take the initiative. The army set off, and the Star God battleship jumped in the void. On the battlefield of the era, there is an incomparably huge city with monstrous demonic energy, extremely strict defenses, and a large number of powerhouses stationed there. This is the greedy city of the 10,000 Demons Empire, which is dominated by the greedy cosmic god, and sits here. Recently, I have been keeping a close eye on the Xuanhuan Empire and paying attention to their movements. There is no need to confront them, but if their people dare to come out and report it to me, I will use various means to deal with them. Thunder Empire, Qianquan Empire is also in action. The greedy universe god is full of fire. He was robbed of half of his energy by Xuanhuan before, but he has not fully recovered yet. With his sinister and vicious temperament, he cannot bear to swallow. Cosmic God, this Xuanhuan Empire is indeed very powerful, but the universe is an insignificant place. As long as you have the intention to target them, there are ways to deal with them. The powerhouse of the Wan Demon Empire said. Indeed, they have been rampant in the era battlefield for so many years, and they have not suffered such a big loss. Let's go and stare at the Xuanhuan Empire now. The heaven and earth have the same longevity. There is time to play with them slowly. I'm not in a hurry. I said earlier, it's better to use my method, otherwise how can I suffer this loss? When the greedy universe god was speaking, he suddenly felt a vicious shock in the vitality of the outside world, and the infinite beam of light directly bombarded the greedy city, and a strong attack broke out. At the moment of being attacked, countless forbidden laws in the greedy city rose up, and a huge magic light sheltered the entire city. But after such a blow, it was still violently shaken, and the countless affiliated towns outside were torn apart. Some people were still wandering outside and were vaporized to ashes before they got in time. The enemy is attacking the enemy, someone is attacking. The sound of anger resounded, and the city of 10,000 demons also responded in time. Boom! The sky shattered, and shadows shrouded. Outside the greedy city, many huge warships appeared, spraying fierce torrents, and countless huge cannons were erected on them. It was the Xuanhuan army that attacked. These years. Since the end of the Hanging Arcstar Territory War, Xuanhuan has not yet carried out the Battle of the Large Core, but in the past few years, the continuous flow of materials has also allowed Xuanhuan to create more war weapons. Xuanhuan Empire, they dared to take the initiative to attack. There was also a deep shock on the face of the cosmic god. He did not expect that in the face of the threat of the three major empires, the Xuanhuan Empire would dare to take the initiative to attack. The sky was torn apart, countless time and space were shattered, and the war machine of Xuanhuan was operating, which was extremely terrifying and shocked the eyes of the world. Every time the Star God battleship bombarded, its power was comparable to that of the world god, not to mention that there were still many great cannons launching the tribulation judgment, and the ocean-like energy immediately drowned the city of greed. The Xuanhuan Empire took the initiative to attack. Such a huge movement could not be concealed, and it immediately attracted a large number of spectators. This is the battleship and artillery of the Xuanhuan Empire. How can they have so many, and they are so terrifying? The 10,000 Demon Empire is gnawing on hard bones this time. The power poured out by this kind of battleship cannon also made their scalps tingle. Although I had seen warships cruising before, it was not a system, and it was far less shocking than it is now. This attack. In the greedy city, many masters panicked. Don't panic, the Xuanhuan Empire is about to break the game. I have contacted the Thunder Empire and the Tianquan Empire. This time I signed an agreement with their cosmic god, and the three kingdoms are one in dealing with the Xuanhuan Empire. The cosmic god of covetousness is, after all, the god of the universe and is very calm. Your warships are terrifying indeed, but that's not enough to win. Send troops to help the 10,000 Demons Empire. Thunder God, Xuanhuan Universe God also learned the news. They don't want to care about the life and death of the 10,000 Demons Empire, but they know that if the cosmic god of cosmic devouring can't hold on and retreat, with the overbearing power of the Xuanhuan Empire, they will be the next to attack. God Bone Sect, it's you again. The Bone God Sect is the enemy of the Thunder Empire. Outside the Thunder City, where Lei Shentong is seated, a large number of strong people appeared, and they did not attack, but looked at them from a distance, and they all seemed very relaxed. But Lei Shentong knew that if the defenses in Thunder City were empty, the Bone God Sect would never miss this opportunity. Damn, you can't ignore the cosmic god of greed, but you can't ignore it here, Quan Lei, you carry the treasures of the empire. Lei Tingdongshan goes to support the 10,000 Demons Empire, the god guards here, and deals with the Bone God Sect. Lei Shentong's face was terribly cold. As soon as the Xuanhuan Empire moved its troops over there, the Bone God Sect was staring at it, apparently reaching some kind of agreement. Attack, attack. The surroundings of the greedy city have turned into a battlefield. Many powerhouses above the true gods poured their mana into a huge array on the battleship, and immediately countless god-slaying lights were densely packed, and they were killed fiercely. In the great execution of God Array, the more mana poured into it, the stronger the slaughter. It's a pity that the God Executioner's Great Array only has one array map. Unlike the mythical battle array that does not require an array map, it can be activated. Bang bang bang. Although the City of Greed is covered with many restrictions, such a ferocious attack still tore these great formations into countless paths, and there is already power to penetrate them, sweeping and wreaking havoc inside. So vicious. The powerhouses of the 10,000 Demon Empire trembled with anger. Previously, the three kingdoms teamed up to deal with the Xuanhuan Empire, and they had a huge advantage, but they still couldn't feel it. But now they are dealing with it alone with their own strength, and they are under enormous pressure. Counterattack. Boom. In the City of Greed, a huge portal appeared, very dark, and there were twisted runes on it. This portal rises, and countless ghosts roar. It is a stone gate. After it is opened, the rolling magic rushes out like the sea, and many strong men immediately stimulate the power of this portal. The power of these people is to communicate with a magic world through the portal, and borrow huge power from it. With this portal, I am invincible. There is also a strong confidence in the face of the cosmic god. Unless several cosmic gods attack him at the same time, the power of this god map can be broken, otherwise it will never be broken. And again, countless conspiracies emerged in his heart. This time, the Xuanhuan Empire came to his home, and borrowed the power of the devil's origin with this magic gate, and it is even possible to trap the Xuanhuan Empire here. Then, the Tianquan Empire and the Thunder Empire attacked each other, and it was very likely that the elites of the Xuanhuan Empire would be wiped out. The Gate of 10,000 Demons, built by the Empire of 10,000 Demons, can summon the demon of 10,000 demons. The faces of the people watching the battle in the extreme distance were shocked, and then they looked in two directions, and their expressions changed again. No, the Tianquan Empire, the Thunder Empire powerhouse is here. The God of Heaven and Earth. Thunder Cave. Two powerful artifacts appeared outside the greedy city, sweeping out boundless energy at the same time as the magic door. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C799, it's always me who gets hurt. Thunder Cave. God of Heaven and Earth. The Gate of all Demons. These are three extremely powerful cosmic artifacts. At this time, the power was jointly activated, and the three different forces were rolling out, and they instantly countered the impact on the Xuanhuan Empire. Haha, it's finally here, this is a good opportunity. The cosmic god of greed roared, then his eyes swept away, his face sank immediately and said, Thunder Empire, why are you only here this time? There is also thunder magic, why can't he see him? The Bone God sect is eyeing my Thunder Empire, but the God of the universe asked me to bring Thunder Cave to support me. Crazy Thunder World Shinto. Lei Shinton can't escape and come, and he can also be used as a mobile force to deal with accidents that may occur at any time. Xuanhuan Cosmic God smiled and said, but this god has brought a large number of strong people this time to support you. Hearing these words, the Cosmic Devourer's face softened a little, and said, alright, this seed activates the gate of 10,000 demons, urges the boundless demonic energy, and traps them here. This time, they will suffer heavy losses, crawl out for me. 3 artifacts? A very dull voice came from the void. Boom. 7 portals suddenly appeared in the battlefield. The Gate of Thunder, the Gate of Flame, the Gate of Frozen, the Gate of Seal, the Gate of Heaven, the Gate of Void, and the Gate of Seal. As soon as these 7 portals came out, it was simply earth-shattering, the power swept away, and the power and vitality of the 7 origins were endlessly scoured, and it was directly bombarded by 7 different attributes. Where did he come from so many portals that can summon the power of the source? The cosmic god of greed widened his eyes, he couldn't believe it. This is so amazing that he can't understand it. There are 7 origin portals, each of which is more powerful than his gate of 10,000 demons. Xuanhuan Cosmic God also did not think of it. The situation of the war was also reversed in an instant. Kill. A long river of white bones emitting white bone infuriating swept over, and a huge white bone giant appeared, waving a huge white bone palm, and slapped the greedy city, setting off a wave of destruction. This long river, Xuanhuan condensed it again with the Gate of Flame, and its power is much stronger than that in Baiyuan's hands. Could this be the means given to them by the God of Bone sect? Seeing the bones, the face of the greedy cosmos god changed dramatically. The suzerain of the God of Bone sect was originally a skeleton in a divine tomb that gave birth to spiritual wisdom, and is best at manipulating skeletons. They couldn't help but speculate more about the relationship between the Xuanhuan Empire and the Bone Shenzong. At this moment, the force of the 7 portals completely broke through the formation of the greedy city. The white bone giant took the lead and rushed in first. Countless big attacks hit the giant's body, causing its bone-infuriating energy to be rapidly consumed, but it doesn't matter, its loss can be supplemented by merging with other bones. Kill. Don't even think about conquering my city of 10,000 demons, we are not so weak yet. The powerhouses of the 10,000 demons empire were extremely frightened and furious. As soon as the white bone giant stepped in, they were wreaking havoc, driving them crazy. The greedy universe god also has an urge to vomit blood. It's them again. This empire first destroyed a magic city of them, then plundered half of his energy, and now it is destroying his greedy city. Why is it always him who gets hurt? Why don't you attack Thunder Empire or Xuanhuan Empire first? Or is he too weak to devour the cosmic god? Thinking of this, the greedy universe god will go crazy. God Execution Great Array. Many powerhouses above the true gods urged the great formation of the gods, and suddenly a light of the gods swept the sky, fell directly into a legion, and beheaded the people inside. Led by the war god commander and the prison commander, the top powerhouses also came in. Although this time brought Thunder Cave Heaven, Xuanhuan Shinto, and the Gate of 10,000 Demons, in front of the 7 source portals, this power is not enough to see, and it is in a state of being crushed. Bombarded by the giant hand of the white bone giant, this is a small group of the 10,000 Demon Empire, and it was immediately shot into blood mist under this shocking force. Suddenly, many densely packed little bugs appeared, devoured the blood mist, and then aimed at a small group, like a blood cloud, and rushed over. After the bloodthirsty god insect swept past, there were thousands of white bones with no flesh on their bodies. Those bones were not wasted, and they were all absorbed into his body by the giant of white bones. What? Suddenly, a world god screamed, and his body was occupied by countless small red dots. Although he exerted his strength and slapped violently, he couldn't wipe out the bugs on his body at once. He is the god of the world, with a powerful life force. The bloodthirsty god insect couldn't eat his body all at once, but it just aggravated his pain. The bloodthirsty god insects flew over, leaving behind white bones, and then they flew to the people of the Thunder Empire. The powerhouses of the Thunder Empire were furious, and the giant thunder hands bombarded them, but the bloodthirsty insects trembled, as if they were not afraid of the power of thunder and lightning, but instead made some thunder patterns appear on their bodies. Bloodthirsty god insects are too difficult to deal with. The more flesh and blood they eat, the stronger they will become. It is precisely now that there are a large number of powerful flesh and blood on the battlefield to devour them. So brutal. Horrible. Even those who watched the battle from far away felt this kind of horror, thinking that a cloud of blood suddenly flew by and devoured your flesh and blood, almost watching helplessly. At this time, they suddenly felt pity for the people of these three major empires. Others originally only wanted to buy materials in the air battlefield, but you have to rely on your own strength to target everywhere. This is good, others will use more terrifying means to deal with you. Xuanhuan Empire. The greedy god of the universe is unbearable. The power of his cosmic god collapsed from the sky, and the huge greedy demon hand shrouded the entire battlefield, and it was impossible to continue watching. In a very short period of time, the 10,000 demon empire suffered heavy losses. He was shaking with anger. Is this unbearable? Purple Blood Magic Book said coldly. He attacked the Purple Blood universe with the realm of the universe god, and recklessly attacked the greedy universe god. The cosmic god is a strategic force at the shocking level. If the cosmic god greed does not act, he will not resist. Boom. The two forces collided, causing the power to devour the god of the universe to return in vain. This is the Purple Blood universe. The greedy universe god was surprised. You know the Purple Blood universe. Purple Blood Magic Book was not surprised. Back then, the Purple Blood cosmic god had dealt with the 10,000 demons empire. He was free and easy in the universe and was well known among the cosmic gods, so it is not surprising that he knew this trick. The Purple Blood universe god is dead, so there are still people who can use the Purple Blood universe trick? Who are you? The cosmic devourer felt that the Purple Blood demon book used this move, as if the Purple Blood cosmic god had performed it himself, and immediately said in shock, "You can't be the Purple Blood cosmic god, because I saw with my own eyes that he was dead. Although the Purple Blood cosmic god has died, I have inherited his power." The Purple Blood Magic Book's voice was cold, and he shouted, "Today, the gods of Japan are going to break through your greedy city." High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C800 Occupy. Damn. The cosmic god of greed roared angrily. With the Purple Blood demon book around, he, the cosmic god, would not be able to exert his combat power, so he could only watch the opponents attack helplessly. This is the difference between having a cosmic god and not having the power of a cosmic god. With the universe gods, they can shock each other and balance the battlefield. What? There was a sudden scream in the void, and someone saw a great being pull up a bow and arrow, and an extremely bright torrent shot through the past, piercing the dimension, and suddenly let the void spill blood, and a figure fled in panic. It turned out that a cosmic god was spying in the void, and was directly shot away by Xuanhuan with an arrow. Withdraw, withdraw. The cosmic god of greed roared again and again, and knew that he could not hold on. The opponent had completely controlled the situation of the battle. If they continued to fight, their losses would be even heavier, so they issued an order to retreat. The cosmic god of greed can't hold on anymore, he has to give up the territory. Xuanhuan cosmic god's eyes changed again and again, and he knew that the pressure on the empire of 10,000 demons had indeed reached its limit. If you fight again, you will lose your foundation. The 10,000 demons empire retreated, paying a lot of casualties under the retreat of the cosmic god, and finally slowly withdrew from this land. After seeing the purple blood magic book, he didn't go after him, and he knew that although the other party had withdrawn, he had the protection of the god of the universe. Their strategic purpose has been achieved. The empire of 10,000 demons has withdrawn. Seeing the Xuanhuan Empire entering the city of greed, the powerhouses in the universe also made a dazed sound, especially the existence of the 7 portals, which exuded a terrifying shock. The combat power of the Xuanhuan Empire is too strong, and their reputation has never been heard in the battlefield of the era before. After a short rest, the Xuanhuan Empire did not stay for a long time. Soon the battleship turned into the sky and killed in the direction of Thunder City. One city is not enough, Xuanhuan will seize the opportunity this time. Hit them hard. In the direction of Thunder City. God Bone Sect also learned the news here, and the strong man began to move, as if he was going to attack at any time. Damn, if it wasn't for the rubbish of the 10,000 demons empire who lost, how could your God Bone Sect have the courage to attack us? Thunder God let out an angry cry. But he is not stupid. He knows that the Xuanhuan army is coming here, and there is also the support of the Bone God Sect. There is no benefit in fighting hard, and he will even be surrounded by 2 major forces, and leave here with people. The Qianquan Empire also knew that the 2 cities were defeated. Although they were unwilling, they could only temporarily give up their territory in the era battlefield. Don't look at the fact that they just gave up their territory and even took away the treasures in the city. But this is not the case at all. Most of the places where they built the city control some ancient ruins, and many resources that have not been fully excavated and taken away are hidden in the dimensional time and space of this area. Leaving this time is handing over these resources to others. Therefore, the territory controlled by these 3 major empires in the battlefield of the era fell into the hands of the Xuanhuan Empire. The Bone God Sect knew the great victory of the Xuanhuan Empire this time, and showed great momentum, so he continued to let the Bone Wind use Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, the Lord Cosmic God asked me to celebrate the victory of the Xuanhuan Empire. I also learned that Your Majesty has condensed a bone, so I specially asked me to send a method of condensing, so that the bone has a combat power comparable to that of the Cosmic God. Bone Duct. The Bone God is a strong man with a lively mind, and he intends to befriend the Xuanhuan Empire better. The Bone God has a heart. Xuanhuan said. Empires have no friends, but sometimes alliances for some common interest are needed. He is also clear, don't look at the 3 major empires temporarily choosing to retreat this time, but it is just a strategic retreat, their cosmic god's combat power has not been greatly damaged, and it is still a huge threat. The realm of the universe god. Xuanhuan was silent. If he broke through the universe god, it would be easy to kill the 3 cosmic gods. After obtaining the ruins, controlled by the 3 major empires, Xuanhuan also went there, to open the deep void. Void Gate, Dimensional Torrent. Xuanhuan stood in the sky, his eyes pierced through time and space. Here are the ruins controlled by the 10,000 demons empire. With a wave of his palm, an ocean-like torrent shot out from the gate of the void. In his urging, the torrent seemed to be a horizontal line, spreading for an unknown number of feet, and pushed it straight. Bang bang bang. There was an explosion in the void, and the boundless storm of destruction erupted. This was Xuanhuan, who broke into the interior of the dimension with the power of the gate of the void, like frying fish in the water, blowing the fish out. Fish are also those hidden treasures. Countless layers of time and space are densely intertwined with irregularities, and now they have begun to collapse. Countless treasures can no longer hide themselves, and some hidden caves have also been bombarded. The power of Chu Yuan's shot was too great, causing a large-scale shock. There are so many treasures hidden here. A lot. If it weren't for the abundance of treasures here, the 10,000 Demons Empire would not have built a city here, but they don't have His Majesty's means, so they can only explore slowly. Yes, Your Majesty is invincible. Everyone is excited. This kind of method of blowing up treasures from the void and pushing them horizontally is simply unheard of and unseen. Doesn't the Empire of 10,000 Demons know that there are treasures here? They know. But they don't have void doors at all. There is no such means as Chu Yuan to capture. This area is more like a cluster of treasures. Chu Yuan didn't know how much he got in a short period of time. Many treasures scattered in the dimension time and space were pushed out by him. Although some people knew that there was a loud noise here, there were many treasures appearing, but no one dared to peep. At this moment, Chu Yuan, Ruruo Bulldozer, pushed this area horizontally for 1,000 times, and only after no treasure appeared, did he move to the relic area occupied by Qianquan City. In the same way, Chu Yuan also got a lot of treasure. After these treasures were obtained, some applicable ones were immediately distributed to the powerhouses of the empire. The giant golden armored beast and Kongmi Daoquan also happily got a lot of good things. Especially the golden armored beast, it ate too much good food, and the golden light on its body became more and more bright, and sometimes even doubted itself. If it didn't struggle that day, it would not suffer a little pain if it was honestly surrendered. Then the great Emperor Xuanhuan is very powerful. A tall and burly figure flashed a deep light in the eyes. The last era was the world of gods, but the glorious years of gods were too short, his ambitions were too great, and he was too quick to attack himself, but his divine court was left behind. Where is it? Who will be the next ruler? The Ascension God Dynasty, the Ascension God Emperor. This person is the Bone God. A skeleton has recovered spiritual wisdom and cultivated to the God of the universe. I emerged from the tomb of the gods. I have long forgotten my previous identity. I am a bone god in this life. I live out my immortality in another way, but there is still something left in the tomb that belongs to me, and him treasure must be obtained. The bone god's hands clenched slowly, but now, I heard that there are a large number of strong people in the Undead Mountain. It seems that they have found the undying time and space, and the battlefield of the era is not calm. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C801 Immortal Time and Space. The time has come to the 16th year of Xuanhuan. Practice. The door of flame is suspended in the air. In front of Chu Yuan, countless skeletons and a lot of precious substances appeared. Under his urging, it became a kind of liquid and merged into the river of white bones, enhancing the power of that white bone. The bone god has sent a good secret technique to condense the magic weapon of bones. He is an expert in this field, and he is proficient in this field, but I will not make it completely according to his method. Chu Yuan put away his mana. During this time, the three kingdoms seemed to have calmed down, and it was difficult to see their traces in the era battlefield, but Chu Yuan knew that this was just a prelude to the storm. They are still hiding in the shadows, always ready for a devastating blow. Don't let me find you. Chu Yuan said lightly. Kongmi Daoquan finally broke through to the 5th step. Chu Yuan's face moved slightly, and then a smile appeared. During this time, the Xuanhuan Empire, under the leadership of the Purple Blood Magic Book, pushed a lot of ruins on the battlefield of the era, and made many transactions with the Bone God, finally allowing Kongmi Daoquan to break through to the 5th step in the world. Once it becomes the 5th step of the world god, the effect will be great. In front of Chu Yuan, a mass of complete nothingness appeared, and even if the thoughts of the cosmos god swept past, it would be difficult to find the existence of Kongmi Daoquan. This is its nihilistic power. Good, very good. Chu Yuan asked Kongmi Daoquan to come over and patted its head. Its role is even greater than that of the golden armored behemoth. If Kunmi Dao Kuan reaches the cosmic god, it will form a Kuan universe in its body, which is even more mysterious than some cosmic god's small universes. It travels through the dimensional time and space. This is the darling of space. Xuanhuan is also looking forward to Kunmi Dao Kuan's breakthrough. His Majesty. Undead Mountain's change has begun. At this moment, the purple blood demon book came to see him with a solemn expression. Oh? Has the mutation of the undead mountain finally begun? Xuanhuan's eyes flashed. During this time, he was also very concerned about the undead mountain, knowing that it would be the next focus in the era battlefield. The undead mountain exists in the battlefield of the era. It is a very special and mysterious place. It is rumored that it is left by an immortal existence from an unknown cosmic era. It has a lot of treasures, but it is extremely dangerous. Here we go. The Purple Blood Demon book said, according to the news that this minister has learned, someone has found the most mysterious undead time and space in the undead mountain. The situation is very complicated. As far as the minister knows, the Ascension God dynasty sent a large army, this time to break through and sweep the undead mountain. Ascension God dynasty. Xuanhuan read these 4 words. Like the Thunder Empire, the Qiankuan Empire, and the 10,000 Demons Empire are all powerful cosmic god empires, but they are not enough to see in front of the Ascension God dynasty. That feathered god emperor even wanted to become the sole ruler of this era, and accomplished a feat that the ancient heaven emperor could not do with his feathering and soaring ability. The Ascension God dynasty sends troops, so this time the movement must be huge. Xuanhuan said. It's true, some people don't want to see the Ascension God dynasty grow and appear again. There are taboo forces that have appeared, the Temple of Murder, the Sea of Death, the Demon Realm, the Misty Forbidden Land, and many other cosmic gods have them. Go. Purple Blood Demon Calligraphy. Not only did they not want to see the Ascension God dynasty break through the Undying Mountain, but also because there were too many treasures in the Undying Mountain, and there were even rumors that there was an immortal legacy, which made many people excited and wanted to try their luck. Immortal time and space is equivalent to the blood moon in the Blood Moon Sea. Just imagine that if someone can find a way to enter the blood moon, it will definitely attract many experts. Wealth are sought in danger, not to mention immortality. Although the universe gods have the same lifespan, they can also die when they decay. Your Majesty, what are we going to do? Can we enter the undead mountain? Said the purple blood demon. Must go. Xuanhuan used the word inevitability. Although there are many strong people who have gone to the undead mountain, this time the fish and dragons are mixed, and the forces of all parties are mixed together, and there is a chance for chaos, but this time in the Undying Mountain, you must always pay attention to the sudden appearance. Variety. When he spoke, his face suddenly moved, and he was keenly aware of the mutation from the void. The entrance to the undead mountain has begun. At the same time, in the battlefield of the era. Woo-woo-woo. The gloomy and bleak cold wind blew over, and the world in front was a huge continuous mountain, dark and heavy, like an ancient underworld, a world of death that no living creature could set foot on. And the ruins of this undead mountain are also extremely huge, as large as several big worlds. But the undead mountain that I saw in front of me, like the Blood Moon Sea, was the periphery. Feathering soars. Countless masters appeared in the undead mountain. They were majestic, their eyes were arrogant, they were wearing divine armor, and they held unified weapons in their hands. There was a bright rainbow around them. This kind of light rainbow looks gorgeous, but it is actually very terrifying. If the world gods approach them, they will be directly feathered and lifted up. The armies of the Ascension God dynasty were all extremely powerful. Under the leadership of the God of the universe, they didn't care about the danger of the undead mountain at all. Ascension of the Divine Dynasty, the most powerful divine kingdom in the entire universe today. After the army of the Ascension God dynasty entered the Undead Mountain, it was almost swept away, tearing apart the gloomy atmosphere in the Undead Mountain. Humph. Ascension God dynasty, you also want to break through the Undead Mountain. It's not that easy. You haven't become the strongest ruler in the universe yet. You're so domineering. If you can become it, will it be worth it? After the army of the Ascension God dynasty entered, another group of unruly existences came. The Ascension God dynasty is going to penetrate the Undead Mountain, and the movement is so great that it is impossible to hide it. And they showed that they knew that once the immortal time and space really appeared, it would attract countless masters, but they still did it. If you want to become a god, you must have this kind of courage. The general trend of the Ascension God dynasty has been completed. The Undying Mountain, the Lord of Undying, almost became an existence that dominates the universe. Such a strong man has realized the true immortality. Does he really have to die? What is hidden in the undead time and space? Another group of people came over, and it was cold. Undead time and space. In the epic, suddenly 3 huge suns shuttled in directly, descending endless skyfire. The Undead Mountain is very famous in the universe, and some people have obtained a lot of treasures just in the periphery, not to mention the most mysterious undead time and space. This time, the Ascension God dynasty did not know how to determine the exact coordinates, and there was a means of tearing the undead time and space. Attention, there is a terrifying existence in the Undead Mountain called the Undead God Corpse. There is a kind of terrifying vitality in it. If you die in it, you will become a god corpse. This is the so-called undead. Another group of troops also entered the Undead Mountain. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C802 enter the Undead Mountain. Marching is not dead. The Undead Mountain looked extremely eerie from the outside. After you go in, you can really feel the horror here. This is not the kind of danger that destroys the sky and the earth, but the ubiquitous erosion. There is an evil force that turns into gas and corrodes your soul and contaminates your body all the time. This is the breath of immortality. Even the world gods can't be contaminated too much, otherwise it will become an immortal corpse, a state of immortality and immortality, so you have to contend with this breath all the time, you can't stay for a long time. This kind of lack of self, the immortality of consciousness, is too scary. The purple blood magic book grabbed the palm of his hand, and strands of black gas twisted in his hand like a poisonous snake, trying to drill into his flesh and blood. Humph. The purple blood magic book snorted coldly, shattering this immortal aura, but the strange thing was that it merged into this time and space, so it was really immortal. This kind of undead breath is terrible. Lu Feng and the others also shuddered. Although a lot of people came this time, their purpose is to enter the real undead time and space. There are not many things that attract them in the periphery. There is not much danger in this periphery. Your Majesty doesn't know where it is now, just not with us. In the same place, we are on the periphery first, taking advantage of this gap to look for other treasures. Purple blood magic book's eyes flashed purple light. Once the undead time and space are really opened, it is very likely to cause turmoil in the entire Undead Mountain, and treasures hidden in the outer space will also appear one after another. His Majesty's purpose is actually to let me lead you to collect the outer space. Treasure. The Ascension God Dynasty, the Sea of Death, the Temple of Murder, the Misty Forbidden Zone, the Ancient Demon Forbidden Land, etc., these forces cannot despise the outer treasures. They just want to go to the most important undead time and space. In fact, a lot of strong people came to the Undead Mountain this time, and 90% of the people did not delusionally enter the undying time and space, and more of them were collecting treasures from the periphery. Everything obeys the orders of Lord Purple Blood Magic Book. Lu Feng and others said. A cosmic god, plus the elite of the empire, as long as they don't enter the undead time and space, they are still very safe. Walk. In the hands of the Purple Blood Magic Book, there is a slowly rotating killing array. There are many figures inside. He took the God Executioner Great Array with him, and the powerhouses of the Empire were all in the space of the Great Array, providing mana all the time. Inside the Undead Mountain, a black mist always exists. At a glance, you can't see what's hidden in the fog. However, the Purple Blood Magic Book is the god of the universe after all, so he doesn't care about ordinary dangers. The undead fog that pervades the Undead Mountain, the deeper you go, the thicker the fog will be, and the source of the fog is leaked from the undead time and space. Maybe the Yuhua Divine Dynasty is tracking the place where the fog leaked to be sure. The location of the undead spacetime. The Purple Blood Devil Book thought. He read the records of the Purple Blood Cosmic God, and there were very few records about the Undead Mountain. But these are not things I can think about. Your Majesty doesn't know what plans are there now. Purple Blood Magic Book shook his head. Be careful. With the thick fog getting thicker and thicker, the Purple Blood Magic Book vaguely saw the existence of a line of human figures. Suddenly, it seems that the power of life and the breath of immortality collided, and people in different clothes were killed, and their bodies were covered with a thick black gas that existed for an unknown number of years. They grabbed it with their dry palms, and the breath of undead wrapped around them. When they grabbed them, this force would immediately erode into them. This is the undead corpse. The Purple Blood Magic Book shook his hands, and the purple light stirred, shaking the undead corpse with the cultivation base of the universe god. Just when he was about to make a move, the undead breath suddenly condensed into the undead lotus, swallowing the undead corpses and disappearing in front of their eyes. These undead corpses are so weird. Purple Blood Demon Calligraphy. He could clearly feel that as the Ascension God Dynasty opened the real undead time and space, the leaked undead breath became stronger and stronger, and the entire Undead Mountain would change drastically. Originally, with the divine sense of the cosmic god, the scope of a star field could be shrouded in, but it was severely suppressed here. The best way to die in the Undead Mountain is to destroy all the gods. Don't leave skeletons, or you will be like those gods, and be dominated by the breath of undead forever. No one wants such an alternative eternal life. Purple Blood Magic Book said. They continued to walk within the Undead Mountain. The boundless undead breath condensed, and the Undead Mountain was already turbulent. An ancient existence was walking in the Undead Mountain. His eyes were blank, and he said that he was dead, but there was an alternative aura on his body. It seemed that he saw a group of people in action, and his broad palm suddenly grabbed it. The power of immortality oscillated, condensed into a terrifying law, and suppressed it with the help of the power of heaven and earth. God of the universe. The Purple Blood Demon Book suddenly looked at this existence, his face changed suddenly. This turned out to be an undead corpse that became a cosmic god, wandering here. Don't say that you have become an undead corpse, even if you haven't changed. I won't be afraid of you. The Purple Blood Demon Book rushed out and fought with the corpse of the undead god of the universe, and the violent force swept the boundless land. The cosmic god tried his best to tear apart the flesh of the Purple Blood Devil Book and infuse the immortal aura into it, but the Purple Blood Devil Book was protected by layers of god-slaying light, so that these undead forces could not infect him. Boom! He blasted an amethyst beam on the god of the universe. The universe god was knocked out, and then disappeared into the fog of immortality. These undead corpses are too difficult to deal with. I don't know where they will hide, and they will suddenly give you a blow. Purple Blood Magic Book shook his head. If it were the skeletons of those universe gods, the Purple Blood Demon Book could be killed, but the undead corpses in the Undead Mountains were not skeletons, or it could be said that they were a different kind of creature, and they had obtained an alternative immortality. They went deep into the Undead Mountain again. Although it is very dangerous here, the Purple Blood Magic Book is also confident. He didn't plan to enter the undead time and space this time, and his strength was enough to deal with the dangers in the periphery. Although the environment is cruel, there are a lot of treasures here. Many strong people have fallen here. The treasures were not brought out in time, and they were all taken away when they came. They came to a canyon. Outside the canyon, the purple blood magic book suddenly saw a person who seemed familiar. No, someone is coming, I want to escape into the thicker fog of immortality. This person also found that a strong man came in the canyon, and looked surprised. It turned out to be you, no wonder this seat has some impressions. The purple blood magic book came to this person in a flash, his eyes swept away, and he smiled and said, Yi Yuan, I still remember you. I said in front of your majesty that day, you want to enter the undead mountain to find the soul stone for his majesty, you are this found it. Xuanhuan Empire, the cosmic god, beside Emperor Xuanhuan. Yi Yuan was also a little flustered when she saw the purple blood magic book, and then said calmly, I know where there are more soul requiem stones, and it is difficult for you to determine the location even if you kill me. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C803 Domineering Empire. This seat will not rob you of your things. Since it is serving His Majesty, they are all our friends. Purple Blood Magic Book smiles. He's not that short-sighted yet. Now in his heart, everything he does is to serve the Empire. How much he can get by killing Yi Yuan, it is better to use his intelligence to get more things. This is even more important to the Empire. Also, as long as you take us to find treasures, your contribution to the Empire will be counted, and this seat will report to His Majesty truthfully. Purple Blood Magic Book continued. I believe you, I know many places to hide treasures in this undead mountain, but unfortunately, with my strength, many places are restricted areas, and I can't set foot in it, so I can only wander around the periphery, and in addition to Undead Mountain, there are some other places in the Era battlefield. I also know where there are treasures. Yi said intentionally that he was adding chips to himself. You know a lot? Purple Blood Magic Book was a little surprised. Naturally, although my strength is not very strong in the universe, it is not weak. I like to collect all kinds of information. I will never set foot in dangerous places. Over time, I have gained a lot of information. Yi Yuan said proudly. Okay, you can take us to find it. This seat promises with the dignity of the God of the universe that everything you get will be counted as your credit. Such a big empire will not covet your credit. Purple Blood Magic Book said solemnly. He found that Yi Yuan was also a talent. Okay, I trust you. Yi Yuan nodded, and a cosmic god made a promise. If he didn't know anything, he would be really stupid. A group of people hurried on their way, and soon they came to a canyon that was crisscrossed by the desert, where the aura of immortality was particularly strong. The Purple Blood Magic Book can clearly see that this place seems to be a node that communicates with the mysterious undead time and space. It's very dangerous here. I've been attacked by the undead corpse when I came here, but with the universe god, I'm not afraid of those dangers. Yi Yuan said. Are you sure the treasure is here? Purple Blood Magic Book asked. At this time, they had walked a long way in the canyon. I swear with my life, the treasure is here. Yi Yuan affirmed, it's not far. Following Yi Yuan's lead, they finally found a deeply hidden cave in this canyon. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary mountain range, and there was not much of a standout. Right here. Yi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. There are a lot of soul-suppressing stones in it, but I don't know what the danger is in it. My task is only to lead the way. How to get it depends on yourselves. Your mission has been completed, and the next step is to hand it over to this seat, but before opening it, we need to solve the hidden trouble. When the Purple Blood Magic Book spoke, a pair of purple eyes suddenly looked into the distance, showing a vague shadow that was following them. God-killing power. Boom. A dazzling divine light blasted out, killing the figure directly, and suddenly there was a thunderous explosion, and countless immortal breaths blasted out, and one person was violently endured and was knocked out. You actually discovered my existence. This is an old man in gray clothes, the cultivation base of the god of the universe. He thought he was hiding well, but he still didn't hide from the purple blood magic book's perception. The purple blood demon book has a special body, that is, a book spirit, and his soul will be extraordinarily powerful. He noticed that this person was trailing behind him, and he would not let a cosmic god follow him. Hide behind and follow us, there must be no good intentions. The purple blood magic book continued to urge the great execution of the gods. You are from the Xuanhuan Empire. The old man recognized the purple blood magic book, and said coldly, Your Xuanhuan Empire is too overbearing. There are treasures here. Do you still want to swallow the treasures? Are you so overbearing? Be careful not to damage yourself. The Empire acts only on interests. The purple blood magic book didn't listen to what the old man was saying at all, and the dense light of god-killing swept out, forming a sword of god-killing, slashing at the old man. You are courting death, I am also the god of the universe. The old man's eyes were gloomy, and Pang Ran was furious, and a mana barrier appeared in an instant. The universe god will fight too. Purple blood magic book sneered again and again. The old man had bad intentions. He also knew that there were treasures in this canyon, but he did not open it himself. Obviously, he was worried about the danger of force majeure, so he had to let the Xuanhuan Empire face it first. Luckily, he's benefiting from the back. When the purple blood magic book made a move, the power of the god execution formation was controlled by him alone, and suddenly a god executioner hand slapped it fiercely. Bang bang bang. The old man took a hard blow, but the huge force made him retreat immediately. Although he and the purple blood magic book are both cosmic gods. However, the purple blood magic book was in charge of the god-slaying array, and there were so many elite masters in the empire to provide him with strength. This extra strength made this old man his opponent. This seat can share the treasures in the mountains with you and face danger together. The old man shouted loudly, and the purpose of his coming to the undead mountain was to find a large number of soul-suppressing stones and cultivate peerless magical powers. No need. The purple blood magic book stepped forward, possessing the domineering power of the Xuanhuan Empire, and slammed it with a punch. The light of the god slaying was extremely dazzling, tearing apart his power and bombarding him heavily. The old man suffered such a blow, and his cosmic power was violently turbulent, because the angry faces were twisted together. Damn! The old man roared. He could see that if it wasn't for the purple blood magic book possessing the power of a great formation, gathering the power of many masters on him, otherwise, this new cosmic god would force him to retreat again and again. He danced wildly with both hands, and the boundless wind swept out, making time and space in turmoil. Haha, who is courting death? Pass the news to your majesty. When his majesty arrives, you will be dead. Today, my Xuanhuan Empire will kill a cosmic god. The purple blood magic book suddenly let out a long howl when it shot. Emperor Xuanhuan. The old man was shocked, and a deep fear appeared on his face. He naturally knew that Emperor Xuanhuan was too domineering, and a few cosmic gods were so intimidated by one person that they dared not take action directly. If Emperor Xuanhuan really came, he might have been trapped here with the purple blood devil book. He knew that that kind of emperor was by no means an ordinary master, and he had a powerful empire to help him. This time, you are cruel. The old man let out a long howl, and he was afraid that Emperor Xuanhuan would really come, so he could only leave here unwillingly. Is Emperor Xuanhuan really coming? Yi Yuan couldn't help but ask when he saw the old man retreat after hearing the name of Emperor Xuanhuan. If he didn't leave, His Majesty would really come here. Of course, he hasn't come yet. I don't know where His Majesty is in the Undead Mountain, but I have a way to contact His Majesty. Purple Blood Magic Book said lightly, looking at the mountains in front of him. Now let's blast away and open the treasure. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C804 Cosmic Corpse. Without the threat of the old man, the Purple Blood Magic Book dared to open the canyon with confidence. His Majesty's deterrent power is still very great. If you give a name, you will let all the gods of the universe leave directly. You cooperate with me to urge the great execution of the gods, and they are all within the protection of the great array of gods. The power of urging is good. If you open it this time, it is very likely that you will suffer the backlash of the immortal aura. The Purple Blood Magic Book knew that the undead mountain was too dangerous. Boom! In an instant, a beam of god-killing light pierced into the mountain range, tearing apart the infinite time and space here. Under the leadership of the universe god, a large area of nothingness was shattered, and an ancient cave appeared. It was pitch black in the cave. Crackling. In an instant, a torrent of immortality swept across the cave, as if it caused a volcanic eruption. Every force that swept out was rendered as an immortal time and space, carrying extremely strange power. Attention, danger is coming. The Purple Blood Magic Book protects itself with a great array of slaying the gods. But what made his face gradually ugly was that this undead torrent was too fierce, as if it were endless, and there were still particles wrapped in it, and the battle of the gods was collapsing, as if it were going to collapse all the time. The leaves are also pale. If this undead torrent hit him directly, it only took a few breaths to turn him into an undead corpse. Moreover, even the universe god couldn't resist for a long time, and the Purple Blood Magic Book found that as the undead torrent became more and more ferocious, a closed field had been formed here. No wonder. The reason why the cosmic god old man didn't dare to act easily even though he knew that there was a very high possibility that there was a soul-requiring stone here. If the soul-suppressing stone is so easy to obtain, how can it be kept until now? You are too arrogant. Although the old man was far away, he saw a shock in the undead mountain, and he understood that the Xuanhuan Empire was opening up that space, and let out a vicious laugh. At this time. Humph. Trying to stop us with just some undead torrents? It's impossible. The Purple Blood Magic Book has no fear. Just when he was about to display stronger power, the god of seclusion appeared. God Ghost? The Purple Blood Magic Book saw that the goddess stood at the forefront of the undead torrent. Xuanhuan Heaven and Earth. The Xuanhuan Heaven and Earth of the Xuanyus actually inhaled this undead torrent, and the strange undead power did not affect him. And it is actually transforming this undead power. The Purple Blood Magic Book can feel that the strength of the gods is getting stronger. The gods themselves are like creatures in the underworld, like creatures summoned from another time and space universe. He is not afraid of this cold and strange power, as if this undead power is his tonic, absorb this power and strengthen himself. Haha, well, there are gods and secluded people, we can get the soul-suppressing stone and complete the explanation to His Majesty. Purple Blood Magic Book laughed and was in a good mood. At this time, the Purple Blood Demon Book followed the Xuanhuan into the inside of the cave, and it was also a long sigh. This time, it was also a loss to the Xuanhuan, otherwise it would not be so easy. He saw that there were a lot of dark stones in the cave, and the fluctuations of the soul in the memory seemed to be ordinary, but this was the soul stone. The space built with the soul-suppressing stone can suppress the soul, and the soul power in the soul-suppressing stone can be extracted to improve the cultivation base. Your Majesty has collected so many rare materials this time, and I don't know what earth-shattering treasures are to be created. The Purple Blood Magic Book thought for a while, destroyed the space, and took all the soul-requiring stones. You have the means to fight the undead breath. Yi Yuan's eyes turned, God of the universe, there are too many treasures in the undead mountain, but too many are shrouded in the aura of undead, and many only know the location, but it is difficult to collect them. Okay, it's all your credit for taking us there. This is the Undead Mountain. In the Undead Mountain, Xuanhuan appeared here. He walked leisurely. This kind of immortality is actually a different kind of energy, but ordinary people can't absorb it. But Xuanhuan has no such scruples. He runs the Great Devouring technique and devours it without any scruples. As long as he devours it, he will not be able to return to the time and space of the Undead Mountain. He walked in the virtual and real, the layers of strange time and space. This time, he let the purple blood magic book lead the elite to search for treasures on the periphery of the Undead Mountain, while he went to other places alone. Boom! The Undead Mountain is shaking. At this time, the Undead Mountain is much more violent than before. There are powerful existences piercing through the space nodes, so that the undead breath and the undead space and time all burst out like a flood. It is precisely because of this outbreak that many hidden treasures have appeared one after another. Xuanhuan walked into the rolling torrent. Around him, a vacuum field was formed, and the Great Devouring technique made him invincible. Xuanhuan stood in the Undead Mountain. His eyes seemed to have turned into a portal to the void, seeing through the layers of falsehood, suddenly teleported, came to an area of the Undead Mountain, and saw countless cosmic fragments. There is also a hemisphere-like existence there, which has been shattered, its essence has leaked, and it has decayed. Small universe. Xuanhuan said silently. This is a small universe of a cosmic god, but it may have fallen into the Undead Mountain and has been destroyed, leaving only these remains. With a big hand, a huge black hole shrouded the past, swallowing the remains of this broken universe. Now, the substance that can most enhance Xuanhuan's cultivation is the small universe. Pity. This broken one doesn't give him much energy. He continued to walk in the Undead Mountain. Swish. In a dark storm, a burly existence suddenly appeared, dressed in ancient servants, and it seemed that it was not a dead soul at all, but a majestic and powerful body. It's just a terrifying undead power that permeates him. Undead corpse. Universe god level. Xuanhuan's eyes immediately focused on the body of the undead corpse. He could see that the cosmic god was indeed dead, but the existence of the aura of undead made him seem to have come to life, and his flesh and blood turned into an undead substance. It was originally an existence that traverses the world, but now it is dominated by undead power. It's kind of sad. For this cosmic god, it would be better for the god to be completely destroyed and completely dissipated. After the corpse of the god of the universe appeared, it seemed that Xuanhuan had stepped into his domain. He had a long spear in his hand, and there was no crystal light. Although this corpse of the universe god has obtained an alternative immortality, its own power is actually not half of the peak period. It's just that the strangeness of the Undead Mountain makes him very difficult to deal with. Facing the killing of the undead corpse, Xuanhuan stood still, a blood-stained spear appeared in his hand, the focus of his eyes locked on him, and a spear suddenly pierced through. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C805 Conspiracy Brewing. This force collided together, and the undead corpse retreated fiercely, but he also swept a thick undead aura onto Xuanhuan's body, as if injected with the most evil force. But Xuanhuan's Great Devouring technique worked, and all the breath of immortality turned into his energy. The undead corpse moved again, and with a wave of his palm, a black palm print suddenly fell down. However, Xuanhuan also used the great divine art to forcefully defeat the black palm prints. Just as he continued to kill, the undead corpse escaped directly into the black mist, disappearing from his eyes, and it was difficult to find a trace. Where can you go? Although the undead corpse disappeared in an instant, Xuanhuan locked him firmly, and with a flick of the void, he also chased after him. The endless origins are running, so that this undead corpse can't escape his lock, no matter which layer of time and space it escapes into. Not knowing how many layers of time and space the pursuit had crossed, the undead corpse suddenly stopped. A hidden mini-universe. In time and space, Xuanhuan saw that the undead corpse had entered a small universe. However, this small universe was shrouded in thick black mist, and there was no bright light anymore. Suddenly, his eyes moved slightly, and he performed the great devouring technique to melt the forbidden power outside, and also stepped in. Are these heavenly palaces? After Xuanhuan went in, he saw many familiar buildings, which were actually similar to the style of Tianmiao Tiangong. However, these heavenly palaces are not pure white as jade. Instead, there is a thick black airflow flowing, which makes him sure that there is a huge river flowing in the sky, not white like a fairy. Instead, it looks like black that has been corroded by sewage. This cosmic god comes from the ancient days of the emperor. It used to belong to the heavenly palace, but it was polluted by the undead mountain, and this cosmic god has also become one of the undead corpses. Xuanhuan said lightly. He saw the cosmic god sitting cross-legged on the tianhe. The brief battle between him and Xuanhuan just now consumed a lot of energy and was replenishing energy. Hand of God. Xuanhuan looked at the universe god. He grabbed it again, and the power as huge as the sky immediately suppressed the undead corpse, causing him to roar like a beast. The undead corpse fought back. He now has no wisdom of his own. He has only the instinct to be manipulated, and he can still use the power of this small universe to shoot a beam of light from his palm. Xuanhuan had no anger towards his counterattack, only a counterattack. A soft sigh came out, and he stepped in front of the god of the universe in a single step. With a slight wave of his palm, the breath of immortality was ineffective against him, suppressing his power back. The harder he suppressed, the more ferociously the undead corpse counterattacked. Dust to dust, dirt to dirt, what is immortality? It's worse than a puppet. Xuanhuan said softly. His hand was suppressed like a huge world, and the undead corpse immediately settled in place, and a palm grabbed it against his head. This hand grabbed it, not immediately bombarding, but running a majestic section, swallowing the thick undead breath in his body. The immortal aura on the body of this cosmic god became less and less. After the last strand was swallowed up, the entire body was like a rock that had been weathered, turned into ashes, and completely dissipated. This cosmic god has long since died, and he has survived until now because of the breath of immortality. These undead breaths were in Xuanhuan's hands, and his brows wrinkled, because he realized that it was not just as simple as a breath, but more like a living thing, containing a huge thought. The breath of immortality is the biggest secret hidden in the immortal time and space. The undead mountain has existed for too long, and almost all existing records can find the records of the undead mountain. And this cosmic god has a spirit in the sky, and he will definitely sigh, and he is finally freed. Immortal is not the immortality of everyone, but the immortality of one person. Xuanhuan said slowly. Now that this cosmic god has been obliterated, this small universe has fallen into the control of Xuanhuan. And the origin of this small universe has been polluted by the power of undead. Ordinary people don't dare to refine it at all. Otherwise, if the breath of undead erodes the body, it will become an undead corpse like this universe god. But Xuanhuan had no such scruples. The great devouring technique suddenly turned into an incomparably huge black hole, completely covering this small universe. The power of swallowing was absorbed wildly, and at this moment, there was a rolling power that gathered towards his body. It didn't take long for the entire small universe to collapse until it disappeared completely, but this also caused Xuanhuan's cultivation to surge, almost reaching the limit of the world god. It's not enough to break through the universe god. Although Xuanhuan has reached the limit of the god of the universe, he feels that he still lacks too much energy from the realm of the true god of the universe. If you let him swallow the power of a few more small universes, he can break through to the universe god. However, the ultimate power of the world god also made Xuanhuan's strength much stronger. Only by killing a few cosmic gods can my cultivation break through to the cosmic gods. Xuanhuan's indifferent voice was full of bloody domineering. He wants to kill the universe god and let his cultivation break through. His eyes suddenly turned to the sky, and he felt the entire undead mountain shaking. At this moment, the infinite time and space shattered, and countless immortal breaths spewed out, as if opening a magic box that could not be opened, and the scriptures that rose and ascended also turned into waves of light and swept out. Xuanhuan's eyes were sharp and pierced through many obstacles, and he saw a large number of beings wearing the divine feather armor teaming up to cast the divine feathering fist. This terrifying power evaporated the vast void, and countless treasures hidden in the deep-level elements were also shaken out. Boom! The huge force immediately penetrated, and an incomparably huge hole appeared in an instant. From the inside, there was a stronger immortal aura. There was the immortal time and space that many powerhouses were looking for. As soon as this undead space-time was torn apart, the army of the Ascension God dynasty immediately broke into it. The immortal time and space was found by the Yuhua divine dynasty, and now there is a force in the universe that dares to call itself the divine dynasty. Xuanhuan knew that the ruler of the last cosmic era was God, and this era has not yet emerged as a new ruler. The Yuhuashan dynasty naturally wanted to become the ruler, control the forces of the entire universe, and plunder infinite resources. Now it seems that his empire has nothing to do with the Ascension God dynasty, but as long as they are in the same universe, there is bound to be a battle. The Ascension God dynasty has found the immortal time and space, rushing in, we can't let them get the final benefit. It is rumored that it is dangerous, but there are treasures everywhere. There are cosmic artifacts, and even immortal artifacts. We're going in too. Humph. There is a danger that Yuhuashan dynasty will block the first wave of the most vicious danger for us. In the void, countless roaring voices resounded, and many masters, waiting for this opportunity, immediately marched in a big way. The Ascension Divine Dynasty will really not know that opening the undead time and space will be targeted, so that you can take advantage of it? Xuanhuan shook his head at this time, and also felt a conspiracy brewing. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C806, to kill the universe god. Era battlefield, in an abandoned ruins. There are a lot of powerhouses here. Judging from their clothes, they belong to the Chanquan Empire, the Thunder Empire, and the 10,000 Demons Empire. After their people left their territory, they all gathered here. For them. This is frustrating. When the three major empires dealt with the Shenwu Empire, they should have suppressed the opponent so much that the opponent couldn't lift his head, but who would have thought that the opponent would even give up his own territory and had to run here? The Undying Mountain, the Ascension God Dynasty, and even several taboo forces that spanned several universes have passed. There are a large number of powerhouses in the universe, and they have become the center of war. Xuanwu Cosmic God looked at Lei Shintong and Cosmic God of Greed. I don't care about the immortal time and space, it has nothing to do with us, it is left by a terrifying immortal, and the power of the Ascension Divine Dynasty, the Sea of Death, the Temple of Murder, the misty forbidden area, the ancient demon forbidden land is not something we can provoke. In his eyes, there is only the Shenwu Empire, the Shenwu Emperor. The greedy cosmic god said with hatred, we are not together for the immortal time and space. The word greed is right. Immortal time and space have nothing to do with us, and even our empire is not qualified to intervene. Thor agrees. What kind of power is that in the Ascension God Dynasty? The only existence in the universe that dares to claim to be the God Dynasty. Although they are the Cosmic God Empire, they are not enough to see in front of the Ascension God Dynasty, let alone the Death Sea, the Temple of Murder, these cosmic gods that are more powerful than them. I also have no idea of entering the undead time and space. Kunwu Universe, God smiled and said, don't you think this is an opportunity? I heard that the Shenwu Empire has sent people to the periphery of the Undead Mountain, and the Xuanhu Emperor doesn't know where it is. He should also go to the undying time and space. After all, this person is very bold and ambitious. What do you mean? The eyes of the greedy universe god suddenly lit up. With the help of the power of the undead mountain, trap the gods and martial empires to death. If the operation is good, it is very likely to cause a devastating blow to the Xuanhu Empire. Lei Shentong also keenly sensed the opportunity. Although we haven't attacked the Xuanhu Empire recently, it doesn't mean we'll stop there. Now our three empires have become a joke in the battlefield of the era, saying that the power of the three empires are all an empire cannot be destroyed. Humph. There's a reason for that. The greedy cosmos god said angrily, if it wasn't for the bastards of the Bone God sect and the Immortal Spirit Empire, who would let us face the enemy on our backs and backs, we would not be able to exert our full strength, and we would be afraid of his head and feet. How could we be afraid of him as a god of martial arts? Indeed, the three major empires are now ridiculed by many forces in the era battlefield. Okay, failure is failure. Don't make excuses for your failure. Xuanhu Cosmic Divine Tao, shame is to be washed with one's own hands. No matter how much I say, it is also a shame. This time, we will not enter the undying mountain, and we will gather the strongest forces to attack the Xuanhu Empire on the periphery. The universe gods of your three empires are discussing how to deal with the Xuanhu Empire. At this moment, a tyrannical beam of light will come from outside the ruins, and a figure appears in it. God of the universe, Yao Mu. When Xuanhu Cosmic God saw this person coming, his face changed, and then he smiled. What wind brought you here, Cosmic God Yao Mu? Yes, we are indeed discussing dealing with the Xuanhu Empire. Do you want to participate? Humph. Yao Mu snorted coldly. He is the Cosmic God who was blasted out by the Purple Blood Devil Book, and said coldly, yes, I will also participate in this seat. The Xuanhu Empire offended me, and I know that their Cosmic God is leading a large number of existences. Sweep the outskirts of the mountain for treasure. That Xuanhu Empire is too arrogant. Thor channeled. Yes, indeed arrogant. The greedy universe god's eyes flashed. Do you really think that no one can deal with them? Just wanting to run rampant in the battlefield of the era, that is a fool's dream. Originally, we were discussing how to take action. Haha, brother Yao Mu, this time you are here, we will be more certain. You have a plan. Of course, part of the reason was that the Xuanhu Empire had angered him, but the bigger reason was profit. He was very moved when he saw that the Xuanhu Empire had obtained a lot of treasures in the Undead Mountain, especially the soul-requiring stone. If he can have a lot of soul-suppressing stones, his cultivation can even be improved to a higher level. However, with his own strength, the Purple Blood Magic Book can beat him back, and he cannot be an opponent, so he can only use the power of the three major empires. Xuanhu Cosmic God and the others could naturally see that Yao Mu wanted to use their power to get benefits. But they don't care either. An extra Cosmic God's combat power will make them more confident against the Xuanhu Empire. The strength of the Cosmic God was restrained by the Emperor Xuanhu. I joined hands with Lei Shentong to stop the Emperor Xuanhu so that he could not interfere in other battlefields. Xuanhu Cosmic God distributed, and the greedy Cosmic God and Yao Mu brother will go to deal with the new Cosmic God of the Xuanhu Empire. I think with the strength of the two, we should be able to capture it, and we still have a large number of world gods to follow. Although he didn't want to admit that his power was restrained by Emperor Xuanhu, the greedy universe god had to face the truth. Yao Mu nodded. This allocation is fair. Emperor Xuanhu is the strongest and most mysterious existence in the Xuanhu Empire. Kunwu Universe God and Lei Shentong have entangled the most powerful opponents. This time, let's see how arrogant you are. Yao Mu said coldly. What if the Purple Blood Magic Book didn't have the God Executioner array with him? Nothing more than relying on the number of people. But this time, the Cosmic God was greedy to deal with the Purple Blood Devil Book, plus the powerhouses of the three empires, and he could free up his hands to slaughter the other world god. In front of the universal gods, the world gods are also vulnerable. With Brother Yao Mu joining us this time, our confidence is even greater. We have given up all the relics, and we are not afraid of anything, and we are not afraid of the God Bone sect or the Immortal Spirit Empire stabbing us in the back, so we can go into battle completely lightly. Xuanhuan Universe God smiled. They really have no pressure this time, and they are not afraid of someone secretly attacking from behind. And they now have an extra cosmic god combat power. With the addition of Brother Yao Mu, this time, the Xuanhuan Empire will definitely suffer. The greedy universe god said viciously. It's not too late, we will act immediately. I know where their people are in the Undead Mountain. They brought a large number of elites this time, which is the best opportunity to catch them all at once. I can't give them another chance. Yao Mu said impatiently. Even if they can't kill their cosmic gods this time, they must kill all their world gods and make them lose their strength in the battlefield of the era. Thor Channel. Regardless of the fact that the world god is nothing in front of the cosmic god, why does each empire send a large number of strong men to form a formation, such as the Purple Blood Magic Book running the God Executioner Great Formation, which can beat the cosmic god to escape directly? What other plans do you have that you haven't discussed? Tell me. A figure descended into the ruins. He was indifferent and ruthless, like a god descending, and appeared majestic in front of them, directly condensing the throne in the sky, overlooking them. #C807 Come. A majestic and infinite existence slowly descended into the ruins. He sat on the highest seat, his eyes were like electricity. He slowly looked at several people, and made a faint voice. What other plans do you have to deal with me? Conspiracy or conspiracy? I am here today, don't be nervous, just say, let me hear it and see where there is still a shortage. Who are you? Yao Mu suddenly looked at Xuanhuan. Emperor Xuanhuan, how dare you throw yourself into the net? The three thunder gods were taken aback. Never would have thought that Emperor Xuanhuan would be so arrogant, dare to come to their territory alone, and say such arrogant words, so that endless anger erupted in their eyes. It's so disrespectful. Haha, he is a little too arrogant, everyone. This is also a good opportunity for us, here to gather the powerhouses of our three major empires. He came in this time, we can catch the turtle in the urn, let him die without a place to be buried. After the shock, the greedy universe god burst into laughter. Yes, this is indeed an opportunity. Lei Shintong stepped out one step, the sky thunder rolled, endless thunder and lightning spread out, and the thunder field was intertwined. If that's the case, when he arrives here, then we will join forces to kill him. I have been a cosmic god for so many years, and I have never seen such an arrogant person. It is better than ascending to the sky to live in front of the four cosmic gods. Disaster. They do not deny that Xuanhuan is powerful. But this time they are the four cosmic gods, and there are a large number of strong people under the cosmic gods, condensing the formation. Don't live one by one. Xuanhuan said indifferently, his eyes suddenly looked at the cosmic god of greed, like an abyss. What? The cosmic god of greed was stared at by Xuanhuan's eyes, and he was suddenly frightened. He felt that he was going to be pulled into the abyss of depravity, especially in this person's eyes. The portal with flames was flashing, and he wanted to evaporate his strength. His strength is stronger than before. The greedy universe god deeply felt the power of Xuanhuan. His feeling was right. That day, Xuanhuan just broke through to the fifth step, but now his cultivation has been consolidated, and he has swallowed a small universe, reaching the limit of the fifth step. I want to kill us all, it's just a fantasy. I think I have improved my strength, and I want to do whatever I want. Lei Shintong was the best at melee combat among the others. He stepped away in one step, and suddenly the thunder palm tore apart the sky, locked Xuanhuan with the most violent attitude, and bombarded him away. Everyone assembled a great formation to fight against Emperor Xuanhuan. In an instant, Thunder Cave, Heaven and Earth formation, and the Gate of 10,000 Demons appeared in the air at the same time. The world gods of the three kingdoms have poured their power into these three artifacts, and three huge energies were swept out from them, helping the three gods of the universe. Okay, although this Emperor Xuanhuan is mighty and powerful, this time he has too many opponents, and I can follow them to benefit the fishermen and gain benefits. Yao Mu's mind moved like lightning. Swish! Xuanhuan got up from the throne in one step, grabbed his big hand, and swept out the boundless and violent power. The hand of God was double attacked. He controlled any time and space. Past. Not good. Lei Shentong suddenly sensed the power of this palm, and his whole body even had a cold feeling. He didn't dare to be careless, and put his hands in front of him. But this punch came torn apart, and the power was too huge, so that he was also smashed and flew out, groaning, forcibly suppressing the injury, so that he would not vomit blood and see his weakness. He was also very confused in his heart. Although the three of them joined forces that day and didn't take advantage, he didn't have the feeling of being overwhelmed by one person. But he was not slow at all. The thunder scepter came out in an instant. Wherever he clicked, a thunder vortex appeared. The countless thunder disasters did not enter the void, and he was obviously still building his thunder field. A throw of the universe. Xuanhuan Cosmos God condensed a long spear in his hand and threw it fiercely. This power was like an ancient existence that was going to blast a universe directly to life. The palm of the greedy devil. The cosmic god of greed did not dare to display his devouring power in front of Xuanhuan. At the same time, Yao Mu also bombarded him. At this moment, the power of the four cosmic gods bombarded Xuanhuan for huge mana, as if there were four small universes, causing earth-shattering damage to him continuously, destroying all the ruins here and turning them into chaos. But facing the alliance of the four cosmic gods, Xuanhuan's face was extremely calm, and there was always a confidence in his face that he was in control of everything. Boom boom boom. The endless blasting power hit Xuanhuan in front of him. But Xuanhuan still remained motionless, and his surroundings seemed to be filled with a vacuum-like field. No matter how much the outside world was shattered, he could remain calm here. What's the matter, you can't bombard him? Impossible, the strength of the four of us together is so powerful, and a large number of world gods are activating divine weapons. Does he think he is invincible? This is power. It doesn't reach the limit. When it reaches the limit, it will break. Yes, show our ultimate move. Although the four cosmic gods were surprised, the power they attacked became more and more fierce. In particular, the dazzling cosmic light even burned on them, which was using the source power of the small universe, and it was clear that the Emperor came, and even had the determination to kill them. If you don't deal with him today, it will be a disaster for everyone. The restart of the world. Around Xuanhuan, the power of life and death in the world, endless disillusionment. Suddenly, a tyrannical explosion opened up the world, making the space here disappear suddenly, and then the violent force swept out towards the surrounding. The power from the bombardment of the four cosmic gods was instantly shattered, and the tyrannical storm made the four of them retreat. Kill. Lei Shentong's thunder scepter killed him with a single blow, and he slammed a pestle toward the void. The electric pattern flickered, and a huge thunder and lightning formation was formed, sweeping out the power of destruction. Lei Shentong's thunder domain has been completed, and the ultimate move is formed. Xuanhuan cosmic gods suddenly formed together. Immediately, I saw countless soldiers wearing the Xuanhuan battle armor appear from the Xuanhuan god map. These are not real soldiers, but condensed by the energy of the formation. Countless great demons. The cosmic god of greed also operated the gate of 10,000 demons, and countless ghosts roared out, opening a world that belonged to the devil, and a large number of ghosts rushed out from it. This kind of phantom impact of his was sacrificed with the energy source of a large number of world gods. And in the thunder god power thunder domain, there are also countless thunder and lightning soldiers. The three cosmic gods formed an array and summoned enormous power, vowing to trap Xuanhuan here. Human sovereign is angry. Xuanhuan's eyes swept away, and a flame of the emperor's will burned all over his body, and he turned into countless emperor's enforcers. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C808 Kill the Universe God. Countless human sovereign enforcers were killed. These human sovereign law enforcers are too powerful, adhering to the anger of the empire's will, chopping melons and vegetables, and beheading the power condensed by the Great Formation. Then Xuanhuan's power shook violently, and the world restarted. Suddenly, the power of these four people was completely shattered. The wind, thunder, and fire all turned into chaos, and everything entered into silence. Great Universe Technique. Xuanwu Cosmic God once again took action against Xuanhuan. And Lei Shentong also seemed unhurried. Although Xuanhuan's counterattack was extremely powerful, he knew even more that it would not be easy to trap such a powerful being. He had to use the strongest mana to constantly obliterate him and slowly die. Everyone, this person is fierce. I trapped him with the Thunder Domain. We are not in a hurry. We will kill him slowly. With the strength of the four of us, it is impossible for him to escape. The more he resists now. It's amazing how miserable it will be. Lei Shentong shouted loudly, stabilizing the military's heart. Yes, I also have a lot of confidence. Xuanwu Cosmic God is not in a hurry. They still have so many armies joining forces to help them. Haha, I'm going to take his treasure this time. The Cosmic God of Greed is also drinking wildly. They have also been moved by the wealth of the Xuanhu Empire for a long time, and they can actually come up with so many magical pills in this empire. And the battleship flying in the sky, the terrifying cannon, which would not make them excited. Otherwise, they would not continue to attack the Xuanhu Empire, because of the Tiangong incident that day. It seems that today I have also touched a few of the light. Yao Mu laughed when he saw the three people's faces relaxed. Boom! The sky collapsed, the four arrogant forces continued to attack, and a large number of universes were built under the gods to form a trapped ground, and the laws of the universe gods were torn out, like a heavenly pillar. The four of you, in my eyes, are nothing but swallowed energy. Yes, Xuanhuan went to the place where the three kingdoms were stationed this time, to devour their energy. I just didn't expect that another Yao Mu would come to the door. However, it doesn't matter, it's just swallowing one more cosmic god. His body was shaken, and he also carried a sea-like sea of thunder in his palm, which was first torn to the thunder field. How can it be so easy to destroy my thunder domain first? Lei Shentong is very confident. His thunder domain this time was built by Thunder Cave Heaven as the main body. Under his control, even if he came to the same cosmic god, it would be impossible to break it. However, the heavenly thunder gate appeared on Xuanhuan's palm, and a more terrifying thunder force was ejected from it, hitting the thunder domain with the main body of the portal. The unspeakable power brings earth-shattering fluctuations. Although the Thunder Cave is also releasing the power of thunder, how can there be the power brought by the Gate of Thunder? Only in an instant, the entire field constructed by thunder was torn apart. My thunder realm is torn apart, the portal in his hands. The Thunder God, who was full of confidence 1 moment ago, was full of surprise the next moment, unable to believe that this was the truth. The Gate of 10,000 Demons? Xuanhuan looked at the Gate of 10,000 Demons, and he waved another immortal portal to appear, the Gate of Seals, from which the infinite sealing laws were swallowed, turned into chains, and densely wrapped around the Gate of 10,000 Demons. The Gate of 10,000 Demons was sealed, as if the connection with the demon realm was cut off, and magic power could no longer be summoned. My Gate of 10,000 Demons. The cosmic god of greed turned pale. Not because of the injury, but because of the invincible power displayed by Xuanhuan, which really frightened him. Could it be that the four of us joined forces today? Wouldn't it be his opponent? Is his power so powerful? No, I don't believe it. I can clearly sense that although he is strong, his realm has not yet reached the cosmic god. The greedy universe god made a cry. The consecutive defeats made him go crazy. He felt that no matter how he fought, he would definitely lose, and he couldn't see any possibility of victory. This person really came today with the will to kill them. Although the universe god has the same lifespan, he will also die. Xuanhuan said these words indifferently, expressing a kind of cruelty. He took a few steps to reach the cosmic god of greed, and grabbed it with one palm. Great devouring technique. You are going to devour me. The face of the greedy cosmos god changed, and all the hairs on his body exploded. He also practiced swallowing. He once used swallowing to swallow an unknown number of powerhouses. He was most familiar with this fluctuation, but he did not expect that someone would use this same method to condense and swallow him. I will not be swallowed by you. Shrouded in the boundless pressure of Xuanhuan, the cosmic god of greed roared wildly. This time he is going to fight. Although he knew that his devouring power was not as strong as Xuanhuan's, he still had to fight back. The same black hole of devouring demonic energy also appeared, and under the push of his palm, it slammed into the past. Devour against devour. There is no wave that destroys everything, there is only terror that devours each other. Help the greedy universe god. Lei Shintong roared when he saw this scene. He saw that the swallowing black hole of the cosmic god was being swallowed by the swallowing black hole of the great Emperor Xuanhuan. Opponent of this person. Boom. The huge thunder beam irradiated him, and he bit his tongue sharply, spurting a stream of blood, making the thunder beam more bleed. Xuanwu cosmic god and Yao Mu were also going crazy, and the power of the two cosmic gods irradiated them away. But Xuanhuan was ruthless at this moment, showing the Emperor's supreme domineering. Multiple portals appeared in front of him, and then performed the magic of the gods, as if multiple shadows were urged at the same time, and there were multiple forces impacting. Bang bang bang. Although these three tried their best to rescue the greedy cosmic god, Xuanhuan's strength was too strong, and he built a counterattack field with multiple origin gates, making their shots seem very weak, and it was difficult to do it in a short period of time. Break in. Am I going to die today? The cosmic god of greed also sensed the coming of despair. He saw that the swallowing black hole of Emperor Xuanhuan had enveloped him, and the light in front of him was getting weaker, and he was unwilling. Swallow. Xuanhuan's eyes shot out an abyss-like darkness, and when he pressed his palm, the greedy universe god completely disappeared in front of everyone, only a huge black hole was there. The cosmic god of greed did not die immediately, he was still fighting back, screaming in hysterical despair to the extreme. But the cosmic god of cosmic devouring did not appear from the black hole in the end. It seemed that he was swallowed up permanently in response to the word chowing in his title of cosmic god. #C809 God's Tribulation. The greedy universe god was sucked into the black hole by Xuanhuan. The terrifying force was crushed, and his voice could no longer be made, and he was completely swallowed by the great devouring technique. The greedy universe god is dead. Yao Mu was horrified to see the fall of the cosmic god. He would not have thought that a cosmic god with the same lifespan of heaven and earth would die here in this way. Thinking that he might be swallowed up by him, his whole body was shivering with fear. Devouring a complete cosmic god is not comparable to the small universe that Xuanhuan devoured before, but it is complete. The flesh and the origin of the cosmic god were completely refined by him, and the majestic energy filled his whole body. He felt almost instantly that the mana in his body was transforming at an astonishing speed. But that's not enough. For Xuanhuan to break through to the cosmic god, he needs too much energy, and a cosmic god is not enough for him to break through. His eyes looked at the three thunder gods, which was a look that completely looked at the prey. Boom! When the three of them were seen by Xuanhuan, the devouring power in their eyes immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. They all knew that after Xuanhuan devoured the cosmic god, his power had reached a limit, stronger than before. Can't fight. Xuanwu cosmic god was frightened. He suddenly turned into a beam of heaven and earth and blasted out the ruins. Knowing that he could not be an opponent, with his cosmic god life, it was absolutely impossible to continue to stay and fight Xuanhuan to the death. Xuanwu cosmic god is going to run. Thor was shocked. Want to run? Xuanhuan's cold eyes instantly locked on Xuanwu universe god. A big bow appeared in his hand, and the deadly breath was locked. Xuanwu universe god glanced at it, panicked. He seemed to see the existence of an overlord, standing in the sky, mastering the time and space of the avenue, and shooting an arrow at him. The six aurora condensed, and the dazzling six-colored arrows shot out in an instant. What? Xuanwu universe god ran extremely fast. However, this arrow pierced through layers of time and space, and penetrated into his body in an instant. Suddenly, a blood hole appeared in his body. The body was filled with the power of the archer, and the blood of the universe god was sprinkled, and it fell. Xuanhuan became a moment of brilliance, chasing after the Kunwu universe god, shrouding the light of the twilight of the gods in his hands, announcing his death, and caught him. Xuanwu cosmic god hurriedly dodged, not wanting to be caught by this person, and continuously used various secret techniques to fight for his life. But what made him flustered was that this man's hand had the will of God's dominance, and the power of annihilation was bursting out. He saw his own death, and his mouth made a voice of unwillingness and incomparable fear. He really didn't want to die. A cosmic god, with the same lifespan of heaven and earth, can live to the end of a cosmic cycle, and even has the hope of hitting the avenue of immortality and transcendence. Great God's art, God's master. Xuanhuan's face was expressionless and extremely ruthless. After he swallowed the cosmic god, his power was much stronger than before, and now he was caught, and he was sentenced to death. What? Xuanwu universe god was caught in his hands like a chicken by his iron pincer, like hands, his hands and feet fluttering. Xuanwu cosmic god was caught by him. Thunder god, Yaomu simultaneously made a sound of fear. You. Xuanwu cosmic god just shouted a word, his body trembled, and the thick essence was swallowed up in an instant, injected into Xuanhuan's body, and became the nourishment of his breakthrough cosmic god. Boom. At this moment, Xuanhuan's power was much stronger than before. In the sky, thunder and light are dense, and infinite dooms are coming, as if it is the will of the whole universe. It seems that it is still the 9th level divine calamity, but it is 10 times more terrifying than the 9th level divine robbery that ordinary people have seen. If it is faced by the purple blood demon book before the universe god, then after a few calamities, it will immediately kill him. Every time this catastrophe falls, the cosmic god will go all out. This is the doom of the cosmic god. He is not the cosmic god, why is he so powerful? Thor shouted. He originally suspected that Xuanhuan's realm was strange, saying that he was the god of the universe, but he did not have the law power of the god of the universe. Until now, when he saw this cosmic god's doom that was 10 times and 100 times more terrifying than others, he could be sure that this person was not a cosmic god, but his methods were already terrifying and unimaginable. He had already killed 2 cosmic gods. A doom like a shackle came, and it was going to lock Xuanhuan to death. Hack him to death, let him die in the 9 divine tribulation. Lei Shentong hopes that the doomsday will be able to kill Xuanhuan. However, at the next moment, he was desperate. Xuanhuan was bathed in doom. No matter what terrifying catastrophe came, he was like an immortal existence, and it had no influence at all and could not interfere with him at all. He is not afraid of doom. Instead, these doomsdays even became his energy. I fought with you. Lei Shintong rushed towards Xuanhuan. He knew that this existence would not let him go, so he didn't get away with getting his forgiveness. He was also transformed into a lightning-like existence, and there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart that he could use the power of the 9 divine tribulations to stop this person's enlightenment. His cosmic god Lei Li echoed with the 9 divine tribulations, and the power of the 9 divine tribulations was also distorted. In the end, it turned into a calamity word. I am immortal. Xuanhuan is indifferent, walking in the doomsday, like an ancient overlord bathed in a sea of light. This seemingly terrifying power of robbery is just turned into light rain, congratulating a great existence and proving the way. He turned the doom into a vision, to congratulate him. Is there anyone in the world who can survive the catastrophe like this? Yao Mu's eyes widened. This was unimaginable. Although Lei Shintong resisted desperately, he couldn't escape the end of being beheaded, and his energy was injected into his body, becoming a tool for his preaching. The greedy cosmic god, the Kunwa cosmic god, and the thunder gods are all dead. Only Yao Mu was left. He was terrified and regretted why he had to swim in this muddy water. He could have been at ease, even if he was not immortal, he could still be at ease for a cosmic era, but he had come to die. It is a certainty that Emperor Xuanhuan will become the god of the universe, and no one can stop his breakthrough. Yao Mu was terrified when he saw Xuanhuan coming from the thunder tribulation, and his psychological defense line completely collapsed. He no longer wants the dignity of the god of the universe and the pride of the god of the universe. No matter how much pride and dignity, where is his life precious? He actually begged for mercy. Great Emperor Xuanhuan, I, Yao Mu, are willing to call you a minister. In the life of my life, I will listen to your words, and even be willing to be your slave forever and obey your orders. Choose one, let Yao Mu go, get 5,000 fate points. Choose one of the materials for the creation of Xuanhuangshu. Option 2, kill Yao Mu, get 5,000 fate points, random lottery chance x1. #C 800 Universe God. Yao Mu didn't want so much dignity. Not worth mentioning in the face of death. He had suffered a lot, and he had only survived 9 deaths to break through to the realm of the Universe God. If the universe was not destroyed, he would not die, and how could he be willing to fall? As long as he lives, even if he gives up everything. If everyone loses, I have to let me go. How many people will I let go? If you go wrong, you need to pay a price. Xuanhuan was ruthless and domineering. He would not let Yao Mu go. A cosmic god surrendered to him, which seemed to strengthen the energy of the Xuanhuan Empire, but Xuanhuan knew better that the source of the empire's power was him. Devouring him will make his power stronger. I've been begging you for mercy, but you don't let me go? Feeling the cruel will of Xuanhuan's iron blood, Yao Mu's face twisted, his whole body suddenly swelled up, his strength was extremely violent, and he already knew that he would not be able to live, but even if he died, he didn't want this person to feel better. Great Seal. Xuanhuan sealed it with one hand. All the rage ceased in an instant. This is the great horror of the Great Sealing technique. It would be terrifying for a cosmic god to go berserk, but with the Great Sealing technique, Yao Mu couldn't go berserk, and all the energy in his body was locked. Yao Mu was also killed by Xuanhuan in the end. The 4 cosmic gods were completely wiped out, and they were all swallowed up by him. Ding! The host has completed the second choice, obtained 5,000 fate points, and a random lottery chance x1. In the 9th level Divine Calamity, the beams of life and death descended one after another, but they were all easily shattered by Xuanhuan. With the energy of the 4 cosmic gods, it was a foregone conclusion that he broke through to the cosmic god, and there were no other accidents. God of the universe. Chu Yuan's realm has reached the universe god. His power shook the universe. He looked at it at a glance, and the terrifying power of his eyes evaporated the starry sky and destroyed everything. Since then, there has been an existence with the same lifespan as the heaven and the earth, and the lifespan that has the same lifespan as the universe before the end of reincarnation is unimaginably long. He stood there, even if he didn't take the initiative to release his power, the coercion of the supreme power could suppress all the strong surrender. Ding! The host breaks through the universe god and gets 600,000 fate points, supernatural power fruit x 1024, cosmic artifact advanced card, chaotic small universe x2, god binding belt, fairy gate, reincarnation of the supreme supernatural power era, random lottery chance x1, Jiuji Xuanhuan treasure map 8x1. Ding! The current mainline has been released, breaking through the second step of the universe god. Chu Yuan's realm finally broke through to the universe god. When he reached the realm of the universe god, he understood the mystery and wonder of this realm, which echoes the heaven and the earth, produces incredible fluctuations, and every move can cause the collapse and destruction of the universe, time and space. The so-called cosmic god steps are exactly the division of the cosmic god realm. The 5 steps of the world god, legend, yin and yang, heaven and earth, endless, opening up. The 4 steps of the universe god, heaven and earth have the same life, time and space, chaos, and destruction. It is very easy to understand that the heaven and earth have the same longevity, and it is possible to break through to the point where all gods in the universe have the lifespan of the heaven and earth. If you break through to the second step of the universe god, the power radiation can already distort and interfere with time, creating the laws of time and space in your own universe. The realm of the universe god. Chu Yuan sighed. The world god has 5 steps, the universe god has 4 steps, and the total is 9 steps. After 9 steps, the Tao is immortal and has an immortal lifespan. Even if a universe is destroyed, it will not die, but will survive and transition to the next epoch of reincarnation. But how few can prove immortality? With Chu Yuan's current combat power, the increase of the human emperor sword, even the 7th step time and space is not his opponent. The rewarded magical fruit was used by him to raise the great devouring technique to level 12. Small chaotic universe, a small universe with no other attributes, containing a strong chaotic power, can shape its own small universe. This small chaotic universe suddenly made Chu Yuan's eyes light up. He can clearly feel the pure source power contained in the small chaotic universe. If they are rewarded to the world gods who have reached the limit of the 5th step, they are very likely to break through to the realm of the universe gods. How to distribute, already have an idea. The goddess must have one. And the next one is to give Lu Qianfu, let him break through the universe god as soon as possible. The emergence of many tyrannical forces, such as the Ascension God dynasty, the Temple of Murdering, the Sea of Death, the Misty Forbidden Zone, the Ancient Demon Forbidden Land, made Chu Yuan keenly aware that this universe would not be peaceful, and that there would even be a huge and vast war sweeping the universe. And this huge war, the current source is related to the Ascension God dynasty. His Xuanhuan Empire also exists in this starry sky, and naturally he cannot be spared. Fairy's Gate. This is a portal that is radiant with light, and it doesn't seem to have the attributes of extreme attacks like the Gate of God, but Chu Yuan can see that this is a portal that is biased towards attributes. He waved his hand to open the door of the fairy spirit, and the billowing energy was immediately submerged, containing a strong spiritual energy, and even injected into the dead world. The dead can sprout and rejuvenate with new vitality. Good, very good. Chu Yuan said 2 good words in a row. Speak the truth. He does not lack the means of attack now, but the means to assist an empire are much less. With the development of the empire, some of the previous auxiliary means have gradually been unable to keep up. However, with the appearance of the door of fairy spirit, he can open the door, summon infinite spiritual energy, drown in the territory under his control, and turn all the places into a paradise and become the most suitable place for cultivation. With the gate of the fairy, the improvement of his own strength may not be large, but the improvement of the entire empire is huge. The cosmic god's reward is indeed terrifying. God-binding belt, cosmic artifact, immortal artifact components, collect all 7 artifacts to exert the power of immortal artifact. Another cosmic artifact. Like the archer bow, it is an immortal artifact component. There was a belt engraved with immortal runes on his hand, and the light flashed like a belt, but this was a cosmic artifact, a completely different attribute power from the archery bow. God-bound belt. Xuanhuan used the power of the universe god to urge the binding god belt. Immediately, the countless runes condensed, forming a god-binding formation in an instant, entering his domain. A ray of light flashed in his eyes, and he used the god-binding belt as his belt and tied it to his waist, making him at this moment, with a magnificent and infinite majesty, overlooking the boundless void. Shooting god bow, god-binding belt, 7 cosmic divine artifacts, after 7 pieces, possessing immortal power. These 7 cosmic divine artifacts are a set. I don't know what the next cosmic divine artifact will be. I am also looking forward to it. Could it be 7 artifacts tailored for one person? Xuanhuan smiled. Rewarding him with an ordinary artifact didn't do him much, but this kind of artifact made him curious. The reincarnation of the era, the supreme ancient magical power, after the restart of the day and the earth, will give birth to a new civilization, and then enter the development of the cycle, shatter again, and reincarnate again, just like the epics of the universe, constantly reincarnated and reincarnated. #C801 Open up new territories. The artistic conception described by the reincarnation of the era is a kind of wonder of life and death, the reincarnation of cosmic changes, and when it is displayed in the hand, it seems to be able to form a light of reincarnation of the era, which is extremely terrifying. The reincarnation of the era, the fate of heaven and earth? Xuanhuan said silently, I don't know if I reach immortality. What kind of changes should the supreme supernatural power interpret? I will wait and look forward to it. He smiled and turned to look at Jiuji Shengguang Treasure Map 8. It was a place full of thunder, not in the Sea of Cosmos, but in the Thunder Empire. Oh, Thunder Empire. Xuanhuan killed their cosmic god this time, and the next treasure map is also in the Cosmic Sea. It is a bit fate. The Cosmic Artifact Advanced card can be used to advance the Cosmic Artifact to the Cosmic Artifact. It is a pity that the quality of his Tai Dan furnace is of supreme quality. After pondering for a moment, Xuanhuan advanced the grip of the God of War to the divine artifact of the universe. Boom! The grip of the God of War had undergone an earth-shattering change. He immediately saw that this pair of golden gloves reflected the dazzling light of the universe, and the God of War pond was also undergoing drastic changes. Because of the promotion of the God of War's grip, this God of War pond has actually formed something like a cosmic barrier, and it is evolving into a small universe internally, but this step requires a lot of energy to complete the promotion. As long as there is sufficient energy, the God of War pond can be turned into a small universe, and the commander of the God of War will also have the combat power of the God of Universe. Xuanhuan was still very happy. The God of War is one of the gods of the universe. His frontal attacking ability is even stronger than that of the Purple Blood Devil Book, and he is not afraid of death. Even if he is destroyed, he can still be reborn in the God of War pool as long as he pays a huge amount of energy. The sky is torn apart, and the storm is sweeping. In the direction of the undead mountain, the terrifying undead breath spreads wildly. The entry of the Ascension God dynasty, the entry of some other forces such as the Temple of Slaughter, the Sea of Death, etc., has caused chaos there, and even the cosmos gods are there to fight against each other. Even if the fallen cosmic gods were there, Xuanhuan would not feel strange. Choose one, enter the undead mountain, get 5,000 fate points, and a random cosmic artifact X1. Choose 2, don't enter the Undead Mountain for now, get 5,000 fate points, Divine Ability Fruit x 1024. Here comes the choice of the system. I am not interested in the Undead Mountain now. What I am most interested in is the Thunder Empire, expanding the territory and expanding the empire. Xuanhuan said lightly. Purple Blood Magic Book, quickly lead the team to withdraw from the Undead Mountain. Through the means of communication, Xuanhuan's order was passed to the Purple Blood Magic Book. What, exit the Undead Mountain, this is His Majesty's order, isn't His Majesty going to enter the undead time and space now? The Purple Blood Magic Book was fighting in the Undead Mountain, and suddenly got this message. His face changed slightly, and then said, withdraw from the Undying Mountain. Aren't you going to continue searching for treasures in the Undead Mountain? The leaves are anxious. During this period of time, with the help of the Xuanhuan Empire, he found treasures one by one in many areas that he could not set foot in before. Well, this is His Majesty's order, but Xuanhuan, you have done a lot of credit this time. Without your news, we could not have obtained such a large amount of materials in a short period of time. Now you come with us to see Your Majesty, Your Majesty. You will be rewarded. After the Purple Blood Magic Book finished speaking, he immediately took everyone out of the Undead Mountain. Inside the palace. Participate in the Great Emperor. Purple Blood Magic Book and other powerhouses saluted respectfully. This time they gained a lot in the Undead Mountain. The Purple Blood Magic Book has the highest cultivation base, and the more you feel. He suddenly noticed that Xuanhuan's cultivation was different. Sitting silently on the throne, he had the power to control the universe, and he even felt that he was insignificant. Your Majesty, Xuanhuan helped us get many treasures this time. The Purple Blood Magic Book knew that the great Emperor's strength had grown terribly, and his expression became more respectful. Oh? Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan flipped through the list he handed in, and said with satisfaction, Xuanhuan, you did a great job, I have a big reward this time. As he waved, many divine pills suitable for breaking through the 5th step turned into Danha and fell in front of Xuanhuan. With so many divine pills, I can break through the 5th step. Xuanhuan is full of joy. Although this Emperor Xuanhuan is domineering, he is very particular about commitment and has a strong personality. Great Emperor, I also know that there are treasures in many places in the universe. Xuanhuan said. Ignore the treasure for now, I have other plans. Xuanhuan raised his hand, the army temporarily leaves the universe sea and returns to the universe starry sky. Your Majesty, are we leaving the universe sea? The Purple Blood Magic Book was keenly aware that the great Emperor made a big move this time. Yes, it is urgent to fight the Thunder Empire and expand the Empire's territory. Xuanhuan said. Your Majesty is going to fight the Thunder Empire. Purple Blood Magic Book exclaimed in shock. Thunder God, Cosmic God of Cosmic Devourer, Xuanhuan Universe God, Yao Mu, and a large number of elites from the 3 kingdoms have all been beheaded by me. Now is the best time to send troops to the Thunder Empire. Let's fight with lightning and break thunder. Xuanhuan spoke lightly, as if he was talking about a commonplace thing. He waved his hand to perform, and immediately everyone saw the extremely terrifying scene of him beheading the 4 gods of the universe. The 4 gods of the universe have all been beheaded by His Majesty, and His Majesty has done such a shocking thing this time. The Purple Blood Magic Book trembled. He knew that His Majesty's strength was extremely terrifying, but he did not expect that it would be so terrifying. The 4 cosmic gods, not weak, just died in His Majesty's hands. He could understand why His Majesty wanted to send troops to destroy the Thunder Empire this time. Because, Your Majesty is too strong. A country like the Thunder Empire can no longer stop him. Indeed, there is no point in continuing to stay in the Undead Mountain now. The entry of many forces such as the Ascension God dynasty has caused chaos there, and there is even danger from the Undead Mountain. the harvest may be far less than the effort. Of course they don't know. The 8th seal of the human sovereign sword requires 100 world god-level powers to open. Moreover, Xuanhuan is also eager to promote the empire to the cosmos level. Therefore, in his eyes, it is meaningless to go to the Undying Mountain now, and the Yuhua Divine Dynasty and other forces are meaningless. It is better to take advantage of the chaos in the universe and directly break the Thunder Empire in one fell swoop, in order to maximize the benefits. When other people saw the picture, they were shocked and couldn't help themselves. More fanatical beliefs appeared on their faces. Your Majesty is invincible. The Emperor is invincible. As long as His Majesty is there, even if it is the Ascension God Dynasty, they will dare to fight. Your Majesty, there are hundreds of world god-level worlds under the control of the Thunder Empire, and the strongest is the Thunder Emperor, but when Your Majesty goes on an expedition, everything can be crushed. Purple Blood Demon Calligraphy. Capturing the Thunder Empire is only one of them. Next, we will capture the 10,000 Demons Empire and the Qianquan Empire, and bring the territories of the 3 major cosmic god empires into the territory of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan said indifferently, the universe will not be peaceful. What I want to do is to build the empire stronger, and deal with the ubiquitous crisis. #C802 Offensive Thunder. Ding. The host made the second choice, and obtained 5,000 fate points, Magic Fruit X 1024. The rewarded magical fruit, Xuanhuan used to improve the Great Sealing technique. Eternal World. Divine Martial Emperor Capital. The whole country prepares for war, and fights against the empire of the universe gods. Regarding the star field route of the Thunder Empire, the information collected through the Purple Blood Magic Book has also been determined. It is very far away from the Xuanhuan Empire and spans a large star field. In the Kingdom of the Emperor. With the help of a different time acceleration from the outside world, the God of War Commander is absorbing the energy of being promoted to the God of the Universe. This time, if you can complete the main quest, you will be rewarded with the Cosmic Artifact Advanced card, and the commander of the prison can also be promoted to the Cosmic God. And at the 7th step, time and space can also accelerate time, but it can't be so fast in the Kingdom of the Emperor. If the human sovereign sword can open the 8th seal, it will not only gain a new attribute, but also accelerate the time faster. Although the acceleration of the human sovereign's kingdom was already terrifying, Xuanhuan was still very dissatisfied. He noticed the unusual chi mechanism of this universe, which started from the opening of the immortal time and space by the Ascension God Dynasty, which gave him a sense of urgency. He waved his hand, and the gate of the fairy stood in the void. The endless energy of fairy spirits was transformed into pure energy and drowned in the eternal world, and then, with the help of the source of humanity, it was transported to the various worlds controlled by Xuanhuan. If you stand in the sky above the star field and watch, you will find that the territory of the entire Xuanhuan Empire is shrouded in a thick spiritual energy, and there are holy places for cultivation everywhere. With such a vast spiritual energy flooded, the people of the Xuanhuan Empire cultivated extremely fast. The long river of human origin is equivalent to the Tianhe, created in the time of the ancient heavenly emperor. No, the mystery of the long river of human origin is much more powerful than that of the Tianhe. It can be said that if there is no long river of humanity, Xuanhuan's control over the empire cannot be so strong. Moreover, there is no long river of humanity based on the belief in the national destiny, flowing in the territory of Xuanhuan, and it is impossible for him to transport the spirit of the fairy to the whole country so quickly. His Majesty. Yao Linger came to Xuanhuan in surprise. She said with joy, "What kind of spiritual energy is this?" Some of the spiritual medicines raised by the concubines suddenly bloomed, saving a lot of time for growth. And with the change of time, the magical medicine itself is undergoing a qualitative change. This is the spirit of the fairy. Xuanhuan smiled and pointed to the gate of fairy spirits in the void. He saw the beads of sweat on Yao Linger's forehead, and felt a little distressed, and wiped the sweat for her. Yao Linger didn't want much. Every day for Xuanhuan, she brought a large number of people to cultivate magical medicines, planted magical medicines in every corner of Xuanhuan, and provided a large amount of medicinal materials for the empire. What a rich spiritual energy! Shang Guangxian and Luo Yueying also arrived in Chuyuan. When they saw the changes brought about by Xuanhuan, they began to feel joy in their hearts. The cultivation of the three of them also reached the world god in the cultivation of Chuyuan. With this very spirit, the empire is a good place to practice. Chuyuan looked at the changes in the empire, his face suddenly changed. Xinyu is about to be promoted to the universe god. Although it took only half a month for the army to withdraw to the eternal great world, 15 years have passed in the kingdom of the emperor, and the gods have refined the power of the small chaotic universe, and they have reached the limit of the world gods and attacked the universe gods. The ninefold divine robbery bombarded the divine secluded. But Xinyu exists in a special underworld time and space, and his face is expressionless, as if he was born like this, without any expression. He is a strong person who was rewarded by the system when Chuyuan completed the main task. Existence is very weird. Chuyuan watched as the power of Joyo, divine tribulation, bombarded Xinyu. This time, the goddess also got huge benefits from going to the undead mountain, absorbing too much undead breath, transforming it into a special ghost energy, and refining a small chaotic universe, so that he has enough strength to deal with the 9th level divine calamity. Ninefold divine tribulation was passed by him. Next is life and death. Seeing this, Chuyuan already knew that there was no suspense, and said indifferently, Xinyu will soon be the god of the universe. Congratulations, your majesty, adding another cosmic god to the empire. Shang Guangxian's eyes flashed, and he said in front of Chuyuan. The three of them would never have thought that Xuanhuan rose from a small eternal world, and in a short period of time, first became the master of the eternal world, and then captured a large star field, and now there is not only one cosmic god. It's all happening so fast, it's like a dream. This is just the beginning. Chuyuan smiled. Shenyu's has been promoted to cosmic god. The empire is also preparing to attack the Thunder Empire. Half a month later. Shenyu's has been in the kingdom of the emperor for 15 years, and has consolidated the realm of the gods of the universe. His Majesty. Shenyu's came to Chuyuan and said respectfully. Very good, you have been promoted to the realm of the universe god, and your godly world should have undergone transformation. Chuyuan nodded. Your Majesty, my Xinyu heaven and earth has been promoted to Xinyu universe. Shenyu's took the initiative to release his abilities. It was a very small universe. The power of the netherworld Xinyu was strange, just like the legendary underworld, which made his attack even more strange and elusive to his existence. The gods are good at shadow assassination, which has a great effect on the empire. Chuyuan can also see it. The source of his strange power is to a large extent his divine universe. Xinyu universe. However, although Shenyu's Xinyu universe is powerful, Chuyuan stretched out the hand of God, palmed the sky and controlled the earth. He could control the infinite interlayer time and space, and he could also capture the body of the Shenyuzan. His Majesty. Lu Qianfu also refined a small chaotic universe. When he arrived in front of Chuyuan, he was ashamed and annoyed. The talent of this minister is still not good. Although your Majesty has given me a lot of resources, I still can't break through the universe god, and now I'm just the world god. The limit is far from the realm of the universe god. Lu Qianfu did not break through the universe god. However, Chuyuan was not surprised, as he expected. How can the realm of the universe god be so easy to achieve? The god of seclusion can break through. Originally his origin is very special. It seems that he was summoned from other universes in time and space, and he has absorbed a lot of the breath of the undead mountain, with the help of a small chaotic universe to break this. Pass. Lu Qianfu's cultivation talent is not as good as theirs. However, what Chu Yuan valued was Lu Qianfu's loyalty and his subtle manipulation of the war situation. Don't be in a hurry, don't be upset, it's enough to break through to the limit of the world god, and the realm of the universe god will be broken sooner or later. Chu Yuan was relieved. If there is another small chaotic universe for Lu Qianfu to refine, he should be able to break through the realm of the universe god. Lu Qianfu nodded. He also knew that his talent was not very good. It was entirely up to His Majesty to be able to get to where he is today. He immediately said, "The army is ready and can go out at any time." The whole army attacked the Thunder Empire. Chu Yuan pushed with both hands, and the Gate of the Void appeared in the starry sky, running through a spacetime channel, connecting the Thunder Empire. #C803 Strong Crush. The Thunder Empire is not weak, ruling over hundreds of big worlds. Their territory is filled with infinite flashes of thunder and lightning, and it is extremely bright to watch in the universe. With a special formation, from a distance, it seems to exist in an extremely huge sea of thunder and lightning in the universe. Thunder Lord World. This is the capital of the Thunder Empire. The thunder here is even more terrifying. There are thunder and lightning mad dragons shuttling, and the terrifying power of thunder and lightning has turned into an endless ban. Even if a cosmic god takes the second step, it will never be broken, and it may even be besieged in the main world. Boom! The starry sky is broken, and the Gate of the Void penetrates the passage of the star field. After Chu Yuanqiu broke through to the universe god, his control over the Gate of the Void has reached an unparalleled level. This time the army is coming, directly attacking the opponent's main world, and breaking the Thunder Empire in one fell swoop. Countless warships emerged from the Gate of the Void, carrying a large number of huge cannons. When they descended over the Thunder Empire, there was no nonsense, and they immediately launched a vast attack on the Thunder Empire. There is nothing to say about the conquest between empires, and there is no good or bad. Everything is for the sake of the empire itself. Now that Chu Yuan is going to be promoted to the Cosmic God Empire, he will use this Thunder Empire. That huge force slammed into the Thunder Empire, and suddenly fell on the thunder and lightning that guarded the empire, setting off a tyrannical explosion like a mushroom cloud. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Damn, who was attacking my Thunder Empire and ate the gall of a bear and a leopard? Someone actually hit me. Thunder Empire, who are they? How come there are so many battleship cannons? Look at the logo on their fleet, Xuanhuan Empire? Could it be them? Counterattack, those who attack my Thunder Empire will die. This time, Chu Yuan used the cultivation of the universe god to activate the Gate of the Void, and let the battleship descend directly over the Thunder Empire. Moreover, this empire is extremely vicious as soon as it makes a move. Why didn't they know about the Xuanhuan Empire? Lei Shentong had already informed the country that he would send strong men together with the 10,000 Demons Empire and the Qiankuan Empire to deal with this empire. Emperor Xuanwu personally conquered the Thunder Empire, and the Thunder God has been beheaded by the Emperor. If you don't want to die, including your Lei Ting monarch, quickly lead the ministers to show up to meet the Emperor Xuanwu. With the kindness of the Emperor, you may be able to spare your life, otherwise if you do, the army will break through, and you will all be wiped out. Purple Blood Magic Book, Rolling Voice, introduced into the Thunder Empire. He naturally knew that it was absolutely impossible to make the other party surrender obediently with just a few words. But his purpose is to use the death of Thunder God to shake the opponent's military heart. What? Thunder God is dead, how is this possible? He is the god of the universe. Impossible. The other party must be lying to us and causing us chaos. The universe gods are not so easy to die. Don't listen to their words. This is the other party's strategy. Not long ago, Lei Shintong also passed news to the Empire that he was conspiring with the cosmic god of greed, Kunlo Cosmic God. The time of Thunder God's fall was too short, many people didn't know it at all, and even the top leaders of the Thunder Empire did not dare to publicize the news. You still don't believe it? Think we are lying to you, not only that the Thunder God is dead, but also that the God of the universe is greedy, and the God of the universe, Xuanhuan, has been beheaded by His Majesty. While the Purple Blood Demon Book was speaking, 3 great artifacts appeared in the void, the Thunder Cave, the Gate of 10,000 Demons, and the Chankuan Divine Array. The emergence of these 3 artifacts set off a storm. That's the Thunder Cave of my Thunder Empire. How could it appear in their hands? Could it be that the Cosmic God has really fallen? Impossible, but even the Gate of 10,000 Demons and the Heaven and Earth formation are in their hands. At this moment, a large number of powerhouses in the Thunder Empire were shaken and panicked. Attack! Battleships and artillery cover. Countless large armies condensed the mythical formation and directly attacked the Thunder Empire. Kill, break through the Thunder Empire, and destroy this Cosmic God Empire. Xuanhuan, Invincible. The obedient will prosper and the disobedient will perish. Those who are stubborn and restless, kill without mercy. The Xuanhuan army was boiling with excitement. They were all eager for a big battle to build their military exploits. Since the Battle of the Arc Starfield, the Empire has been keeping a low profile. Even in the Era battlefield, it is not a full-scale war. In this all-out war, if the Thunder Empire is broken in one fell swoop, many of them will make immortal exploits. The rays of light rolled, and the Legion of Light was advancing with a giant shield. Kill the past with the great execution of God, Lu Qianfu said. Immediately, the world gods of the Empire poured their power into the great execution of the gods. Under the leadership of Lu Feng, Shi Long, and others in the 5th step, so many world gods were assembled, and the simple theory of fighting would not be inferior to the universe. God. Promoting the Imperial ban and countering the Xuanhuan Empire. Such a ferocious attack also shocked the Thunder Empire, but their counterattack was also very fast. Only in an instant, countless thunder and lightning beams pierced through, and the large ocean of thunder and sea also pushed past. Although the opponent is ferocious, this is their home court after all, and there are countless restrictions. The Gate of Thunder. Next to the Gate of Void, the Gate of Heavenly Thunder also appeared, from which a roaring ocean of thunder and lightning swept out, and immediately saw 2 huge lightning strikes colliding in the universe, shattering an unknown number of layers of void in an instant. Fight lightning with lightning. They actually have Thunder Road treasures. Everyone in the Thunder Empire widened their eyes. Boom! The all-out war has spread, and there are countless powerhouses in the Xuanhuan Empire, and various war instruments surround the Thunder Empire. In the battlefield of the era, the Thunder Empire lost too many powerhouses. If it were not in the main world, they would not be able to resist the attack of the Empire. Bang 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 bang. Countless God-punishing beams swept directly into the Thunder Empire, and a large number of Thunder Empire powerhouses who were gathering were obliterated by the God Punisher, and immediately turned into ashes. Frightened. The Thunder Empire cultivates thunder, and their attacks are as violent as thunder. However, the warwheel of the Xuanhuan Empire was even more terrifying. It erupted, crushing and killing everything, especially the god-killing formation, which condensed the power of the gods of the Xuanhuan Empire and formed a more terrifying bombardment. The main world of the Thunder Empire exploded everywhere, shattering into chaos from the edge of the world. Bold. There are no strong people in the Thunder Empire. They know that if they are bombarded by the Xuanhuan Empire like this, they may really be destroyed today. The power of 2 cosmic gods was transformed from the Thunder Empire into 2 wild lightning beams that pierced out. #C804 Thunder Monarch. Thunder Empire is not without masters. A man and a woman appeared outside the main world of thunder, and they were knocked into the house by others. Others didn't know that Thor had fallen, but they never knew who the murderer was. Recently, the universe has been very chaotic. The entry of the Ascension God dynasty, the Temple of Slaughter, the Sea of Death and other forces have sent people one after another, all speculating that perhaps the Thunder God might have died in their hands, but they have never suspected the Xuanhuan Empire. This is also natural. According to the news from Lei Shintong, although the Xuanhuan Empire was strong, he and the other two cosmic gods joined forces, and there was no possibility of beheading him. But seeing the army of Thunder cave and the Xuanhuan Empire, they were sure that it was the Xuanhuan Empire who did it. The other party's cosmic god made a move, and we also made a move to directly destroy the army. In the Purple Blood Magic Book, the God of War led the two gods of the universe to simultaneously exert their shocking power, causing waves in the universe, staring directly at a man and a woman, and suddenly killed them. There is also an unfamiliar cosmic god. The man was startled. Didn't Lei Shintong say that the Xuanhuan Empire only had the Purple Blood Magic Book? Is their message wrong? To mobilize the power of the Empire's Thunder Tribulation, this is our home field, and it has been in business for countless years. Even if the opponent still has a cosmic god, it is impossible to defeat us here. It is the first step of the cosmic god, who is afraid of who? The woman looked grim. The two cosmos gods immediately mobilized the power of the Thunder Lord world and blessed them, and groups of flashing thunderballs, like miniature universes, suddenly attacked, and then violently exploded. Indeed, with the help of the power of the Thunder Lord world, the power of a cosmic god can resist the opponent. And the countless armies of the Xuanhuan Empire also bombarded their power into the Thunder Lord world, preventing the opponent's strong man from blessing the cosmic god, so that they could not interfere in the battlefield of the cosmic god. The role of the army was manifested at this time. The commander of the God of War took a step forward, and his fighting spirit was high. He displayed the power of a mad war, and bombarded violently. Every punch pierced the universe and penetrated into the depths of dimension time and space. "Hey, I'm coming to fight you." The man flew out, shrouded in the power of Thunder Tribulation, and this time he blasted out, mobilizing the boundless Thunder Sea, making his power at the limit of the first step of the universe god, and facing the command of the God of War, he was in an absolute advantage. Purple Blood Magic Book's eyes flashed, and he waved a book world shrouded in the past. The woman also snorted, and like the man, she also mobilized the power of the Thunder Lord world. The four cosmic gods are fighting in the starry sky, and their power even makes the cosmic starry sky unbearable. Although the Xuanhuan Empire was aggressive, and the Thunder God powers also died in their hands, the Thunder Empire was not afraid. If it was outside, they admitted that they were not opponents, but in their main world, they could not tolerate the opponent's arrogance. Guarding them can also guard the end of the world. The battle was fierce, but at this time, a ghost traveling through the underworld time and space suddenly appeared. He suddenly came to the woman, the dark sickle flashed, and the deadly brilliance swept the past. The dark scythe is a special artifact. When Xuanhuan first got it, he thought it was a strange and special artifact, but as his cultivation became stronger, he realized that it was not. Through various materials, he learned that it was an extremely evil cursed artifact. But there is too little information about the curse artifact, and the Purple Blood Magic Book doesn't know either. After all, a lot of his knowledge came from the Purple Blood Universe God. The weirdness in this universe. The Purple Blood Universe God only knows the tip of the iceberg. Not good. The woman was startled suddenly, the divine secluded being killed so suddenly, she couldn't even react. The scythe slashed on her body in an instant, and the dense thunder light suddenly tore apart, slashing her body and flying out. She vomited blood, and her body was stained red. If it wasn't for the blessing of Thunder Lord World, her injuries would have been 10 times heavier. There is also a cosmic god, three cosmic gods, what information did Lei Shintong give us? These are the three universe gods, not counting the most powerful emperor of the other side. At this moment, the secluded god disappeared again, and the two gods of the universe were swept away and could not detect him, but he was hazy and worried all the time. The existence of the gods is too strange. Although they are from the same empire, the Purple Blood Demon book doesn't know where Shenyu's is. Swish! At the most intense moment of the battle, the god and secluded reappeared, and the dark sickle slashed again. The two cosmic gods of the Thunder Empire are terrifying. Boom! Suddenly, there was a thunderous sound in the Thunder Lord world, as if a thunder eye had opened, and a beam of thunder and lightning swept across the void. Body shape. This power absolutely reaches the second step of time and space, otherwise it is impossible to show the gods. Seeing that Xinyu Zhe was discovered, he gave up his shot and went to the Purple Blood Magic Book. Thunder Monarch. The two universe gods breathed a sigh of relief. The Thunder Sovereign is the second step power of the cosmic god, and he has mastered the huge Thunder Empire. During the long period of time in the Empire, it is not that he has not encountered attacks. At the most dangerous time, there were several second steps attacking the Thunder Emperor together, but the Thunder Emperor burst out with a powerful force, and with the help of the Thunder Master World, the two universe gods were killed and retreated in the second step. You took the initiative to use the Eye of Thunder. A gaze stared at the battlefield, and the beam of thunder and lightning continued to shoot. In the end, it was fixed on the Gate of Thunder. Boom! Suddenly the starry sky collapsed, and a huge hand of thunder slammed into the gate of Tianlei. In the main world of thunder, a tall existence emerged. This time, he directly entered the rear of the Shenwu Empire. Another stalwart presence appeared. Chu Yuan's face was expressionless, and he also waved his palm. The power of the two great monarchs clashed in an instant, causing violent turmoil in time and space, but the figures of the two great monarchs did not waver at all, allowing the storm to pass by them. The emperor has taken action. The monarch has taken action. The Shenwu Empire and the Thunder Empire erupted at the same time with the sound of a tsunami. The great Emperor Shenwu and the Thunder Sovereign represent the peak power of the two empires. Emperor Shenwu. In the endless thunder, the Thunder Sovereign appeared. He was wearing the Thunder Emperor robe and possessed the domineering qualities of thunder and electricity. There were too many dangers in his long years. Although he did not know how strong the opponent was in the collision with Emperor Shenwu's attack, he was certain that he never reached the third stage of chaos. The Thunder Monarch. Chu Yuan showed his true body, stood in the universe, and looked at the Thunder Monarch from afar. #C805 Eye of Thunder. The Thunder Sovereign's eyes sparkled, staring at Chu Yuan. Although Chu Yuan's strength is extremely strong, he is not afraid at all. In his empire, there are endless thunder and lightning formations. As long as your strength does not reach the third step of the universe god, it is almost impossible to conquer. God Emperor Great Emperor, today's monarch is coming to fight you. The Thunder Sovereign cultivates thunder, and his breath is fierce and domineering. He stepped forward, his burly body imposing endlessly. He moved his palm to the sky, and then slashed horizontally like a thunder knife, and suddenly the starry sky seemed to be divided into two halves by him. You take the initiative, and quickly urge the Empire to stop and help. The two cosmic gods, a man and a woman, immediately shouted. All the powerhouses of the Thunder Empire immediately injected their power into the formation, and in the blink of an eye, bright beams of light were injected into the Thunder Sovereign, making his power stronger and stronger. And that's the power of running an empire. Although it is very troublesome to control an empire, the benefits are also great. If it is a cosmic god of the same realm as Lei Ting Monarch, he will be bombarded to death by Lei Ting Monarch. Of course it is good to fight alone, it is more free, and there is no worries. But the Emperor of the Empire can mobilize the power of an empire, but it can have stronger strength. Humph. Can you contribute your power? We will also give power to the Emperor. The Purple Blood Magic Book and the others also injected their power into the Great Executioner array. Bring it on. The Thunder Sovereign will never back down. Speaking of which, the two empires still have some similarities, and they are both very warlike. Boom. The thunder rolled, and all of a sudden, the Thunder Sovereign swung the Thunder Lord Divine Fist, and with each punch, the thunder spread across a large area of the star field, and each sturdy thunder slashed down, with unimaginable power and unimaginable power. He strode towards Xuanhuan and took the initiative to attack. Xuanhuan's eyes were cold. Facing the overwhelming interweaving of thunder and lightning, his expression was calm, and he did not dodge either. This is a thunder fist against a thunder fist. The violent bombardment, the center of the two people's battle, has turned into a forbidden area. In the Purple Blood Magic Book, they saw the existence of two stalwarts, and they fought terribly in the starry sky. It seems that in their eyes, they have fought thousands of tricks, but in fact, it may only be a momentary thing for Xuanhuan and the Thunder Monarch. Although the Thunder Sovereign is the second step of the Universe God, but with the blessing of the human Emperor Sword, Xuanhuan can also exert the strength of the second step, not to mention that he also controls many kinds of incredible power. Xuanhuan looked at the Thunder Monarch coldly. He grabbed it with one hand, and the hand of God came down with the thunder. Bring it on. The Thunder Sovereign had a sturdy body. He bombarded with a punch, the origin exploded, and the thunder and lightning drowned. Facing the tyrannical oppression of Xuanhuan, his face was also extremely solemn at this moment. They were all emperors who controlled an empire. Great Silence Technique. At the moment when the hand of God was broken, the Great Silent Destruction Technique suddenly made the battlefield dark, and then the Thunder Monarch's eyes darkened, and he saw a powerful being in front of him instantly, with his palm like a knife, slashing at him. The terrifying power exploded on the Thunder Monarch, and he was split off by Xuanhuan. Before he could stabilize his body, the next wave of even more violent power was released. Xuanhuan pointed to the sky and stepped on the ground. What a powerful force! The Thunder Monarch's face changed dramatically. Such as overturning the river and overturning the sea, resisting this backlash. Endless origins. The Wheel of Death. Glory of the Gods. The Cycle of the Era. Many kinds of supreme supernatural powers were continuously staged in Xuanhuan's hands, and finally turned into a reincarnation of the era of one move. Flowers bloom, the world is restarted, the universe is born, and the universe is destroyed, such as a reincarnation, a continuous cycle, a seemingly gorgeous scene, but it contains an extremely deadly killer move. What trick is this? The Thunder Sovereign only felt that he was going to fall into a constant cycle of reincarnation and become a skeleton in the cycle. Can't let him go on. The Thunder Sovereign knew that if Xuanhuan was to complete this move, he would be the one who would be unlucky, so in an instant one by one thunderballs fell like a meteor shower, and then exploded with a bang. Fluctuation. The reincarnation of the era. The reincarnation of the Xuanhuan era was like constructing a small universe that enveloped the Thunder Monarch. Unbelievable fluctuations, the Thunder Sovereign couldn't guess at all. Xuanhuan's trick was so strange, and he couldn't speculate what trick it was. His breath quickly weakened, and he suffered a severe blow. What's the matter, Monarch? The powerhouse of the Thunder Empire trembled. The reincarnation of the universe, you actually enveloped me in the realm you constructed, and in your reincarnation, let me experience the horror of reincarnation destruction. This is the magical power you have mastered. There was a hint of fear in the thunderous monarch's roaring voice. Break the cycle. The Thunder Sovereign will never sit still. Reincarnation explodes. Xuanhuan's expression turned cold. It is also clear that the reincarnation of the era alone is not enough to kill the Thunder Sovereign. After all, this person has mastered time and space. Boom. This explosion made the Thunder Sovereign seem to be facing the end of a cosmic era. The universe has come to decay, and it cannot maintain the existing situation. He could never imagine that Xuanhuan could simulate such a spectacle. Although this was deduced with supernatural powers, he was enveloped in this field, and he could feel the horror even more. The universe exploded, and the Thunder Sovereign was blasted out. His face was pale and his breath was sluggish. Xuanhuan once again created the reincarnation of the era and slashed away with one palm. Eye of Thunder, shine. The Thunder Sovereign also had a whole card. He roared loudly, and suddenly a huge eyeball appeared in the air like a star, and a beam of lightning was radiated from it, with a violent power to resist Xuanhuan's attack. As soon as this lightning beam shone, Xuanhuan immediately sensed the power contained within. Eye of Thunder? He looked up at the Eye of Thunder. The thunder light filled the air, like the punishment of the Thunder Lord. To him, this Eye of Thunder is very strange, not an ordinary eyeball. This is an artifact, a powerful cosmic artifact, but Xuanhuan looked at the Eye of Thunder and saw an even more astonishing scene through the thunder. This is not simply an artifact, the eyeball seems to be a naked eye, it was a creature's eyeball that was dug out. This is a powerful cosmic artifact refined with the naked eye. Xuanhuan immediately came to this conclusion and said in surprise, dug out from the eye socket of immortality, this is an artifact refined with the eyes of immortal existence. #C806, the Emperor is invincible. Immortal. Beyond this universe, beyond time and space. Even if the universe is destroyed, the existence of reincarnation will not die. Their lives are immortal and will never die of old age. Unless they are bombarded by stronger beings, their lifespan is infinite. The universe gods are strong, but their longevity is only the same life as heaven and earth, and they still cannot achieve immortality. This Eye of Thunder is actually the most top-notch cosmos artifact refined with immortal eyes. Wherever the beam irradiated, it evaporated, and it turned into a sea of thunder. My Thunder Empire state-suppressing artifact, the Eye of Thunder. The powerhouse of the Thunder Empire shouted in surprise. Is it an artifact refined by immortal eyes? Xuanhuan said indifferently. Sacrificing the Eye of Thunder with the luck of the Empire and the power of the Empire. The Lei Ting monarch understood that it was impossible for Xuanhuan to activate the Eye of Thunder to deal with Xuanhuan, so the wealth he had accumulated over the years and the luck of the Empire were sacrificed to the Eye of Thunder. The Eye of Thunder became more and more violent, almost bursting out with immortal power. Sacrificing the Eye of Thunder. The powerhouses of the Thunder Empire are united, and they absolutely do not want the Empire to be breached and become the people of subjugation. Those powerhouses even don't care that their realm will fall, and they all instill their power into the Eye of Thunder, and they want to summon an immortal existence. The people of an empire are united to fight against Emperor Xuanhuan. This Eye of Thunder is violent, and it is about to open slowly, as if an ancient existence opened its own eyes and wants to destroy the world. Kill. The Thunder Empire urges the Eye of Thunder, and we urge the God Executioner Array to help your majesty. The powerhouses of the Xuanhuan Empire did not come to watch the show this time, but to mobilize the God-killing formation. When Xuanhuan saw the opponent move the Eye of Thunder, his expression was extremely cold, and even more tyrannical power surged. Boom. When the Eyes of Thunder opened, countless auras of destruction formed a sea of thunder and drowned Xuanhuan. On the other hand, Xuanhuan's body had an aura of supremacy. He was in a very strong state at this moment. The emperor's robe fluttered in the wind, casting the temperament of a human emperor. He stared at him coldly. Eye of Thunder, destroy the world at once. Thunder Sovereign shouted violently. Although this Eye of Thunder is terrifying, it costs too much to activate it each time. It is cast with immortal eyeballs. The grade of the divine artifact surpasses that of ordinary divine artifact by too much, and it is almost approaching the power of the immortal artifact. He cried out in his heart. His level is still lower. If he was the third step chaos of the universe god, it would definitely not be so difficult. A lightning beam hit Xuanhuan, vaporizing him. But at this moment, Xuanhuan seems to be invincible. When the lightning beam reaches him, a vacuum is formed, as if there is no trace, and the power dissipates. The power I exerted with the Eye of Thunder was swallowed up. The Thunder Monarch came to such a terrifying conclusion. However, as long as the Eye of Thunder is fully opened, the cosmic god can also be killed in the second step, but the national fortune I have accumulated since the establishment of the Thunder Empire will be exhausted, but as long as I kill him, it will be worth it. The Thunder Sovereign's face turned ruthless, and he would spare no expense. Do you want to turn the tide with just one artifact? Xuanhuan's indifferent voice was extremely shocking. With a tear of his hands, the lightning beam was torn apart, and with his gestures, he took control of the universe. The power of the universe god broke out incisively and vividly. Because of his power, the starry sky split into a terrifying big gap. Eye of Thunder is enough. The price the Thunder Sovereign paid this time was too great. The thunder fire burned on the Eye of Thunder, and this eyeball finally burst out its power. A breath that surpassed the universe and reached immortality bombarded out, and an immortal will appeared, which turned into a blurry shadow that transcended the world. Heaven Control. This shadow seems to be entirely composed of thunder, like the Thunder Master, emerging from the Eye of Thunder and bombarding Xuanhuan. Bomb and kill the Emperor Xuanhu, and destroy the Xuanhu Empire in one fell swoop. The Thunder Monarch roared, and he injected the origin of the universe god into his body. As long as he could kill the Emperor Xuanhu, it would be worth it. The same is true of other powerhouses in the Thunder Empire. They don't care about the cost of consumption, and they don't worry about the fall of their realm. In order to maximize the power of the Eye of Thunder, some people dry up, and their power is completely dedicated. This is the terrible will of an empire. In this state of Thunder Empire, even the third step of the universe god would not fight them recklessly at this time. Emperor Xuanhu, this monarch sees what you can resist. The Thunder Monarch was confident. He raised his palm, and the rest of the empire also raised his palm, and the immortal will condensed also raised his palm, ruling the world, and slammed it down at Xuanhuan. I will be instantly obliterated. Purple blood magic book and their faces pale. Unless you have an immortal artifact. The Thunder Monarch did not believe that Xuanhuan would have an immortal artifact. Even if there is, it is impossible for ordinary immortal artifacts to take this trick. I really don't have an immortal artifact. Xuanhuan admitted that he did not have an immortal artifact. But he has the supreme artifact Human Emperor Sword. The supreme artifact is more terrifying than the immortal artifact. Destroy. Xuanhuan pulled out the Emperor's sword and aimed it at Thunder Eye. Swish. The long river of origin of humanity instantly appeared from the sword of the Emperor of Humanity, and the Tianhe River swept through it, and there was also a will that was terrifying to the sky. This was the belief of the Xuanhuan Xuanhu Empire. What is that? Thunder Sovereign's eyes widened. The Emperor is invincible. Xuanhu is eternal. Purple blood magic book and their will are also integrated into the human Tao River. He slashed away with a sword, and the immortal will condensed on the Eye of Thunder collapsed in an instant, and the thunder light swept out of it was covered by the long river of humanity and engulfed. In front of the sword of the Emperor, this immortal artifact is not the Eye of Thunder is fragile. Your sword. The Thunder Monarch couldn't believe it. Xuanhuan's sword represents a supreme will. I won't lose. The Thunder Sovereign gritted his teeth, knowing that the worst had happened. His thunder eyes once again mobilized more arrogant power. What made him gloomy was that he couldn't tell what grade of treasure the human sovereign sword was. The sword of humanity. Xuanhuan raised his sword and slashed it. All immortal thunder lights are shattered, and the will can no longer be gathered. If it is just a pure divine weapon, it is extremely difficult to cut through the power of the Eye of Thunder, but the human Emperor sword is different. He condensed the beliefs of the Xuanhuan Empire in the people of Changhe, the source of humanity, and let Chu Yuan carry an empire. Strength in battle. In front of the human Emperor sword, the Eye of Thunder was completely useless. This is something Thunder Sovereign would not have thought of. He originally thought that with the Eye of Thunder, even if he couldn't kill this person, he would still be able to inflict heavy damage on this person and win this battle. The existence of the Karen Emperor sword shattered his illusions. Chu Yuan's human sovereign sword slashed, and the source of humanity swept through the river, turning the defeat of the Eye of Thunder into a terrifying backlash, causing all the Thunder Empire, including the Thunder Sovereign, to suffer backlash. Chu Yuan grabbed the hand of God, carrying the Emperor's will, and suddenly covered the Eye of Thunder. #C807 Cruel. Chu Yuan grabbed it with a big hand, and the Eye of Thunder actually fell into his hands. There was an immortal will in Lei Ji's eyes, desperately fighting against Chu Yuan's refining, as if he knew that in the hands of Chu Yuan, he would never be as comfortable as in the hands of Lei Ting monarch, supported by vast national fortunes. A divine weapon dares to resist my will? Chu Yuan was cold, and instantly suppressed the Eye of Thunder with his powerful means. The Eye of Thunder has been taken away. The Thunder Sovereign's face was instantly pale, and he could no longer form a connection with the Eye of Thunder. This artifact that had followed him since the establishment of the Empire would no longer belong to him. He understands. The reason why the Eye of Thunder was taken was not that it was not strong, but that the sword of the divine weapon in Chu Yuan's hand was too powerful. Our Eye of Thunder is gone, completely gone. The many powerhouses of the Thunder Empire lost their souls, and one by one seem to have lost their souls. They can all see that the Thunder Monarch is not the opponent of the great Emperor Xuanhuan. In their own territory, they lost in a mess, and there is almost no possibility of turning over. Destroy the Thunder Empire. The Purple Blood Magic Book saw that when the Eye of Thunder was taken away, the opponent's morale weakened, and it was the best time to destroy the Thunder Empire. Suddenly, the three cosmic gods carried a large number of strong men at this moment and directly killed the past, which is almost difficult to form. Effective resistance. Monarch. The male universe god roared, "Have we lost?" "No, not yet, Monarch, you quickly escape from the Thunder Empire. As long as you don't die, we still have a chance to make a comeback. You can't die here. We can't run, and we can't surrender to the Xuanhuan Empire. We would rather die than surrender, and you can't die. You are the second step in time and space, and you may take the third step. If you don't die, the Thunder Empire does not count as destroying the country." The goddess was also roaring. "Run? Where can you run?" The Lei Ting monarch suddenly burst into laughter and laughed sadly. "This monarch is the emperor of the Lei Ting Empire, the belief of countless people. You actually let me escape. The king dies, and I will die in the Lei Ting Empire, and he will let me escape. Have you ever passed me? Emperor Xuanhuan. Bring it on." For him, running away was more humiliating than death. He would rather die than surrender. Chu Yuan looked at Lord Thunder and nodded. He admired the spirit of the king's death, but war was war, and there was no mercy at all. Your kindness is the greatest cruelty to yourself. It is also impossible for Chu Yuan to say the words of recruiting and surrendering the Thunder Sovereign. Because it is impossible. An emperor like Thunder Sovereign would rather die than surrender. Death in battle is the best fate for him. His power attacked, killing the Thunder Monarch, and a huge black hole appeared behind Chu Yuan. At the same time, he displayed the reincarnation of the era, and he could give the monarch the most honorable way to die. Kill. Although the Thunder Sovereign lost the Eye of Thunder, there was no fear in his eyes, and he still motivated his most powerful force to kill Chu Yuan. Xuanhuan's face was expressionless. He grabbed his 5 fingers, and the epic reincarnation exploded, and the Thunder Sovereign suffered a huge injury. Elegy: a battle, can sing and cry. The Thunder Sovereign just lost too much of his own origin in order to motivate the Eye of Thunder. If Xuanhuan hadn't had the Emperor Sword, the battle situation would have been reversed. Fight to the death. The Thunder Sovereign delivered the final blow of destruction. He slashed fiercely in the starry sky like a thunderous mad dragon, a flash in the pan, and the final brilliance, the power of time and space interfered with the original time flow of the universe, and slashed towards Xuanhuan in an extremely strange posture. Xuanhuan is no stranger to the attribute power of time and space. His human sovereign kingdom itself can change the flow of time in the outside world. When he grabbed the palm of his hand, the hand of God dominated time and space, and its power penetrated. The thunder-crazy dragon was tightly held in his palm, showing the figure of the Thunder Sovereign, which was tightly grasped by his hand of God. Failed. The Thunder Sovereign made such a sound. His entire body was crushed by Xuanhuan, and a terrifying vitality was injected directly into Xuanhuan's body. Although the vast energy did not allow Xuanhuan to break through to the second step, it also directly allowed him to cultivate. Great strides forward. The Thunder Sovereign is dead, and the powerhouses of the Thunder Empire made a desperate and determined voice. The 2 cosmic gods, a man and a woman, did not issue any words for mercy. Even if the Thunder Monarch died, he would still defend the final dignity of the cosmic gods. However, even the Thunder Sovereign was dead, and they were able to turn up the big waves again, and they were also beheaded one by one. The so-called cosmic god, who has the same longevity of heaven and earth, has died in the hands of Xuanhuan, and more than 7 statues have died. If such a remarkable record is spread, it will definitely shock the universe. It is simply too terrifying and unbelievable. Kill, completely wipe out the Thunder Empire. The Purple Blood Magic Book led a large number of strong people to the final finishing touch. Without the cosmic god, the destruction of the Thunder Empire is already doomed. Cruel, a cosmic god empire was wiped out like this, and all cosmic gods were beheaded. But in the universe, it is like this: if you are not strong, you will be destroyed by others. The rules are brutal. If Xuanhuan is in the battlefield of the era, if he is not strong, his empire will be even more miserable in the face of the alliance of the 3 universe god empires. Xuanhuan didn't take care of the cleanup and finishing things, and handed it over to others. Option 1. Sacrifice the Tiao furnace with the Eye of Thunder, 3 cosmic artifacts, and 100 world artifacts, restore it to the cosmic artifact, and obtain 5,000 fate points. Option 2. Do not sacrifice and repair the Tiao furnace for the time being, and get 5,000 fate points. The promotion option of Tiao furnace is here. The conditions are still very high, and ordinary cosmic artifacts are simply not attractive, but the top cosmic artifact refined with immortal eyeballs, the Eye of Thunder, but it is impossible for Xuanhuan not to choose to repair the Tiao furnace. Although the same quality as the Eye of Thunder can still be repaired, the sooner the Eternal God Pill can be refined, the greater the help to the Empire. With a large amount of Cosmic God Pill, the world gods can break through the realm faster, and the Cosmic God can also hit a higher realm. Sacrifice. Xuanhuan made a choice. Ding. The host made a choice. With the Eye of Thunder and 3 cosmic artifacts, he sacrificed and repaired the Tiao furnace, and obtained 5,000 fate points. Ding. Tiao furnace is being repaired. Ding. The Tiao furnace has been successfully repaired. Tiao furnace, broken. It was originally a magic weapon of no superiority, refined by Tianjun Tai, but it was destroyed in the battle of gods and demons and fell into the heavens. Automatic refining of medicinal pills, 100% success. Remarks: because the Tiao pill stove has suffered serious damage and its quality has dropped, it can refine the Eternal God Pill at the highest level, but it cannot be refined above the eternal God pill. The Taidan furnace has been repaired to the cosmic artifact. Xuanhuan looked at the Taidan furnace that had been repaired to the cosmos artifact, and there was joy on his face. C808 Attribute 8, Civilization. Taidan furnace was promoted to the universe artifact. Those eternal God pills that had not been lit before also shown. Xuanhuan checked the materials to be used. It was very demanding. Even if the Xuanhu Empire fought in the quartet, there were not many. He immediately put the materials in, and carefully waited for the refining of the medicinal pill to be completed. And he found that the previous Taidan furnace was very huge, like a small world. Now that the cosmic artifact has been repaired, the scale is comparable to a small universe. And the repaired universe artifact will undoubtedly allow Xuanhuan to cultivate more masters in the shortest time. The next step is to restore the immortal artifact. Xuanhuan said. In the Thunder Empire, the 3 cosmic gods were dead, and the Purple Blood Magic Book took a very short time to clean up the main world of Thunder. The treasure location that existed in the Thunder Empire was also opened by Xuanhuan, and it was a purple aurora. In this way, Xuanhuan has 7 aurora, and only the last 2 can be complete. Ding! The host completed the main quest, obtained 2 million fate points, the blueprint of the 7th level of the Destroyer Cannon, the advanced card of the Universe Artifact, the Supernatural Power Fruit X1024, the Sky Shaker X1, the Small Chaotic Universe X2, the Seal of the God X1, Random the Lottery Chance X1, the Random 3000 Avenues X1, and the Jiuji Xuanhuan Treasure Map 9x1. Ding! The current mainline has been released, Breaking Through Immortality. Breakthrough to the realm of immortality. Indeed, every cosmic god dreams of becoming immortal. Xuanhuan really needs to have immortal combat power. Reward to look at. The world-destroying cannon and the divine tribulation cannon that he cared about were completely different. The larger the size, the stronger the power it could exert. He estimated that the difficulty of building the world-destroying cannon is hundreds of worlds of the divine robbery cannon, and it is impossible to build a few with the materials accumulated by the Xuanhu Empire. But the power made Xuanhuan unable to ignore it. Just like its name, if there are thousands of world-destroying cannons, it is enough to destroy a world god-level world. The Sky Shaker has seen the Emperor. The Heaven Shaker appeared in front of Xuanhuan. His body is burly and majestic, just like the giant god who guarded the heavenly gate in ancient times, exuding a mighty power. Just standing there, the huge body, the power of the explosion makes people feel trembling. The gods are good at assassination spells. And this Heaven Shaker, Xuanhuan, looks like the type of close combat. Sky Shaker? Xuanhuan observes the Heaven Shaker. The Great Emperor, the Heaven Shaker, is powerful, shakes the sky, holds the heaven pillar, and hits the universe. The Heaven Shaker respectfully said. The Heaven Shaker rewarded by the Cosmic God Empire, his strength is also the realm of the Cosmic God. Seal of Xinshin, Cosmic Artifact, Immortal Artifact Components, collect all 7 artifacts to exert the power of Immortal Artifact. It is also one of the components of the Immortal Artifact. In Xuanhuan's hand, a square ancient seal appeared, like the seal of the Emperor, with the power to suppress the gods. The 3 eternal divine artifacts exuded an immortal power slightly, and a power was actually injected into Xuanhuan's body. After 7 pieces, the true power of this immortal artifact can be released. Xuanhuan said. He then promoted the statue of suppressing prison and conferring God to the cosmos artifact, and then asked the commander of suppressing prison to absorb enough energy to possess the combat power of the cosmos god. The host started a random 3000 Avenue lottery, and obtained the Great Universe technique of the 3000 Avenue supernatural power. System Road. It turned out to be the Great Universe technique. Xuanhuan's eyes were bright. Hold Yin and Yang, hold the universe. The yin and yang universe is turning the world upside down. The great yin-yang technique and the great universe technique can definitely explode with stronger power. Immediately, Xuanhuan used the rewarded magical fruit to upgrade the great universe technique. This is the last treasure map of Jiuji Shengguang. Xuanhuan excited. The location of the last treasure map is also not in the universe. The light curtain in front of him spurted out a vast world where there were shadows flickering, and ancient books of heaven were suspended in the air, creating a strange world. Book universe? Xuanhuan had heard it mentioned in the Purple Blood Demon book. The book universe is a very special universe. There are ancient books in it. He can open up his wisdom. In fact, it was the Purple Blood Universe God who took him to the book universe back then. This amazing universe. The time and space in which the book universe exists is very strange and mysterious, and it is difficult to find. Unless by chance. However, with the treasure map in hand, Xuanhuan can find it at any time. Don't worry about the book universe. Xuanhuan said lightly. 2 chaotic small universes, he gave one of them to Lu Qianfu, plus the refined universe god pill, enough for him to break through to the realm of the universe god. There is another, Xuanhuan did not give it to anyone, but placed it in the Imperial treasury, with a clearly marked price, and whoever accumulated enough contributions would be able to exchange it. Small chaotic universe, there is such a magical treasure in the Imperial treasury. As if there is a small chaotic universe, I can break through to the limit of the world god, and the grasp of breaking through the universe god is greatly increased. Contribution, I need more contribution. The entire empire boiled over. This time, Xuanhuan not only updated the small chaotic universe, but also various Zhou Shendan, which the soldiers of the empire could exchange. Your Majesty is unfathomable, there are so many cosmic divine pills in the small chaotic universe. Purple Blood Magic Book was deeply amazed. It was the wisest choice for him to join the Shenwu Empire in this life. A month later. The war in the Thunder Empire gradually ceased. The great world controlled by the Thunder Empire is basically included in the empire's rule. Xuanhuan looked forward to it and said, unblocking the Human Emperor Sword Attribute 8. Attribute 8 is being unsealed. After attacking and destroying the Thunder Empire, Xuanhuan already had enough realm-level power to open the new seal of the Emperor Sword. The 8th attribute of the Human Emperor Sword has been unblocked. Xuanhuan looked at the changes brought about by the new attributes. Attribute 8, Civilization. Fate is impermanent, life is full of states, and everything in the world, no matter how big or small, is part of the Imperial civilization. The power of civilization. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed, each era of the universe is a vast epic, every powerhouse can write a legendary epic, and how many powerhouses in a universe can write as many epic legends? And these epic legends will converge into the civilization history of an empire. He didn't fully understand it yet. Epic, the host writes epic legends, with huge energy and humanistic origin. The stronger the empire is, the more vast the epic legends are written. These individuals, these countless creatures, are gathered into the epic book of the empire, legendary records. The system prompts, countless epics gather civilizations. The power of civilization is infinite and mysterious. It is the chronicle of the empire. It can form a history book of civilization, and the epic is eternal. Countless people in the empire can see the legend of the empire and understand the power of the empire. Write your own legendary epic. The power of civilization is infinite, and each empire needs its own chronicle to be strong. With the power of Xuanhuan to operate civilization, a glorious history book of civilization appeared. First of all, his legend was written. #C809 Time Acceleration. The history of civilization, with bright spots, records countless epic legends of the empire. In front of Xuanhuan, countless epics condensed and turned into a group of bright books. This is not an ordinary book, but a history of civilization, an epic made up of countless people in the empire. A stalwart force swept out from the history of civilization, and if you are in the empire, as long as you are within the empire, you can appreciate this magnificent history of civilization. Xuanhuan saw that the history of epic civilization was both offensive and defensive. He can be used to record the epic civilization of the empire, or he can suddenly display the history of epic civilization, shrouding the tyrannical existence and making him a part of it. The epic is magnificent, the vast legend, and the civilization is immortal. At this moment, Xuanhuan deeply learned more about the power of Attribute 8. Time is accelerating faster. The time is about 1 day outside, and 5 years in the kingdom of the emperor. Xuanhuan calculated the speed of time acceleration. This time is terrifying. It is equivalent to someone cultivating outside for a day. 5 years have passed in him, and in these 5 years, how many things can he do, how many equipments, and how many medicine pills he can refine. Those who are strong can also accumulate the power that is familiar with themselves in the kingdom of the emperor. Accelerating to accumulate the embarrassment that the establishment of the empire is too short and the foundation is insufficient. After he gathered the power of civilization epic, Xuanhuan felt that he was closer to the second step of the universe god. The seal of the last attribute. Xuanhuan looked forward to the last attribute and looked at the conditions needed to unlock it. Attribute 9 unsealed, possess immortal realm. The realm of immortality. Xuanhuan's eyes converged. Do I need to break through to immortality? Only the realm of immortality can spy on the essence of the human emperor sword, and create a splendid human civilization that is eternal and immortal. Immortality transcends the universe. No matter which layer of heaven and earth it is in, there will be no troubles of life essence. System Road. I understand. Only immortal power is qualified to activate the ability of the last attribute. Xuanhuan understood. He knows that the universe is immortal in God. Time flies, and another half-month has passed. This half-moon Shenwu Empire is at the end of the Qing dynasty, and it has captured the territory controlled by the Thunder Empire. Naturally, it needs to be digested, but it will take time, but Xuanhuan is not in a hurry, and the Empire is very familiar with this kind of thing. He spread the splendid history of humanitarian civilization with the long river of humanity. God, what is that? How did I meet a legendary legend? Yeah, then every point of light, and even everyone can become a legend. This is the civilization of the Empire. Seeing this scene, everyone has a frenzied expression on their faces, and they all want to make themselves part of civilization. Yes, countless people have formed an epic and legendary civilization. Your Majesty's strength is becoming more and more unfathomable. The Purple Blood Magic Book was extremely shocking. Although he was the god of the universe, he was still insignificant in front of His Majesty. Meet the Emperor. Purple Blood Magic Book met Xuanhuan. Say. Xuanhuan smiled. At this moment, he is shrouded in the brilliance of civilization, the light is bright, like the writer of civilization, the legend of civilization, the most dazzling and eternal existence in the history of civilization, which makes people have to feel a great awe. Your Majesty, what this minister wants to report is the matter in the Undead Mountain. The Purple Blood Demon Book said, not long ago, the Ascension God dynasty opened the Undead Mountain, and many forces entered, but I just got the news that the Undying Mountain was too miserable. To actually use the undead corpse to kill too many strong people, the universe gods have fallen, and they also got an immortal artifact. When he heard the news, he was also terrified. The battle in the Undead Mountains was more brutal than they were in the Thunder Empire. Fortunately, His Majesty's wisdom did not lead the strong into the Undead Mountain, but captured the Thunder Empire, otherwise they would suffer heavy losses. The Ascension God dynasty got a big benefit this time, and calculated everyone. Xuanhuan listened quietly, although surprised, but not surprised. Since the Ascension God dynasty dared to open the immortal time and space, it means that they are ready to deal with the crisis, and other forces also guessed that the Ascension God dynasty will have a backhand. But this time, Xuanhuan dynasty won first. Your Majesty, the battle in the Undying Mountain does not end here. Undying time and space is a vast dimension, and more powerhouses have entered. Purple Blood Demon said. These forces have suffered huge losses in the hands of the Ascension God dynasty, and they won't let it go, let alone sit and watch as the Ascension God dynasty really swept all the treasures in the Undying Mountain, but next time the Ascension God dynasty wants to make them suffer a big loss, there is no such thing as easy. Xuanhuan said indifferently, there are still fights in the Undying Mountain, and there will be the focus for a while in the future. Yeah, the Immortal Mountain is left by the Immortal, and it is not an ordinary Immortal. Purple Blood Magic Book knows the horror there. His cosmic god is not enough to see. The battle in the Undying Mountain has nothing to do with me for the time being. They fight as their business. The Thunder Empire has been destroyed, and the next battle is to destroy the 10,000 Demons Empire. Xuanhuan stood up, infinitely domineering, his eyes staring at the sky. Are you going to fight the 10,000 Demons Empire? The Purple Blood Magic Book was shocked. His Majesty's plan is to destroy the Thunder, 10,000 Demons, and Qianquan 3 empires in a row, and expand the territory of the empire. Of these 3 empires, he actually had the most dealings with the empire of 10,000 demons, and he knew better that the cosmic god of the empire of 10,000 demons was not the only cosmic god of cosmic devouring. The empire of 10,000 demons, the Emperor Lord of 10,000 demons, is a powerful demon cultivator. Back then, the Purple Blood Cosmic God was also the second step. Having seen the Emperor 10,000 demons, his methods are even more bizarre and cruel than those of the Thunder Lord. Purple Blood Magic Book set aside. The interests of the empire are dominated by personal will. If the Emperor Wanma is stubborn, I will directly kill him. The Imperial Army's expedition cannot be stopped. This is a national policy. The Xuanhuan Empire needs to use all means to strengthen itself. Xuanhuan is very domineering. Although he has not yet broken through to the second step, the devolution of the Thunder Sovereign and the 8th attribute of the Human Sovereign Sword has made his strength much stronger than before. Let's go. He looked into the distance, his eyes shattered the sky, and he looked in the direction of the Empire of 10,000 Demons. During this time, while the Empire was in the territory of the Qingwei Thunder Empire, it was also preparing to attack the 10,000 Demons Empire. He opened the door to the void. The power to shatter the starry sky affects the infinite dimension. The soldiers of the Empire did not speak, and everyone's faces were cold, but their eyes burned with vigorous fighting spirit and crazy fighting spirit. Merit. Merit. The small chaotic universe is placed in the most conspicuous position of the exchange, making them almost crazy. This is a temptation that is impossible to achieve. His Majesty took out so many good things to inspire them, to make them crazy to earn contributions. Jinga Iron Horse, the army swallowed mountains and rivers with momentum, entered the gate of the void, and the incomparably terrifying war momentum rolled out, pushing everything horizontally, and directly expedition to the Empire of 10,000 Demons. #C820 Lord of 10,000 Demons. The Xuanhuan Empire went to the 10,000 Demons Empire. Xuanhuan used the Gate of the Void to open the infinite and vast space and time, and constructed a fast passage, so that the battleship could quickly shuttle inside the starry sky. The Empire of 10,000 Demons is also extremely powerful. Enshrouded in endless magical energy, it can be seen that in the vast starry sky, there are hundreds of world god-level worlds, large and small, gathered together in a very dense manner. There are a large number of living beings in every world, all of which are existences who practice magic. There are also magic practitioners in Xuanhuan's Xuanwu Empire. For example, the Purple Blood Demon sect led by the Purple Blood Demon book came from the Demon sect, but they were definitely not comparable to the scale of the 10,000 Demons Empire. After all, the Purple Blood Cosmic God is not the lord of a country. He opened up a sect, in fact, he did more of it at will. Boom. After a long voyage, the Empire's fleet first appeared on the edge of the Empire of 10,000 Demons. A large number of warships emerged from the Gate of the Void, and regardless of the surrounding demon world, they bombarded all the way to the core of the Empire of 10,000 Demons. Battleships? How come there are so many warships? Where do these warships come from? The symbol of the Xuanwu Empire? Could it be that this is the Xuanwu Empire that is opposed to the Cosmic God? They actually sent a fleet. Is this me attacking my 10,000 Demons Empire? Enemy attack, this is enemy attack. The people of the 10,000 Demons Empire were shocked. They would never have thought that an empire would suddenly attack them. Like the Thunder Empire, the higher-ups of the 10,000 Demons Empire knew that the cosmic god of greed had fallen, but the specific situation was not clear. And the universe is too big, and there are always disputes. Although the Thunder Empire was destroyed, the news has not yet reached here. There are also a large number of masters in this world, but in the face of the strength of the Xuanwu Empire, how dare they come out to resist? The Xuanwu battleship is like the most sturdy knife, swept directly into the interior of the 10,000 Demons Empire. Bold, how dare you attack my empire of 10,000 demons, you have eaten the guts of bears and leopards. Countless demon armies emerged from the main worlds at the core of the 10,000 Demon Empire. They gathered together and did not act alone, but under the leadership of the World God. They operated the magic power secret method and bombarded the billowing magic energy. The attack of the Xuanwu Empire really surprised them, so they shrank their power and put their power into the most important main worlds. Counterattack. The morale of the Xuanwu Empire was at its strongest at this time, and the countless demon armies were a lot of military exploits in their eyes. A large number of powerhouses run the Great Formation at the same time, with the Star God battleship as the foundation, and they are savagely killed. After this killing, a large number of the demon army were defeated. Although they tried their best to fight against the army of the Xuanwu Empire, the disparity in strength was too huge. The strength of one empire alone could never stop the Xuanwu Empire. Xuanwu Empire. A burly and powerful existence appeared, and he couldn't bear to see the Xuanwu Empire marching straight in. Suddenly, this master, the power of the universe god, swung up, waving a giant hand of magic light, and bombarded the fleet. The universe god made a move and covered the fleet with one hand. Presumptuous. There is also a figure rising into the sky in Xuanwu. His body was even bigger than this existence, and he punched it, shaking the world. Boom. The power of the two cosmic gods exploded fiercely, too fierce, the magic light collapsed violently, and a figure retreated, a strong and powerful middle-aged man with a beard on his face. It's even stronger than mine. The middle-aged man looked at the existence like a pillar in horror. The god of the wild devil, what's the matter? You cultivate your physique. You are a wild devil, and you actually lost to others in the battle of strength? What is the origin of this Xuanwu Empire? Shouldn't they be in the universe? Why did they suddenly come to my 10,000 Demons Empire? Humph. What's the use of knowing so much, but their posture is to send troops to destroy my demons. Next to the desolate demon universe god, two more demonic beings appeared. Both were universe gods, and their faces were very ugly. The other party directly killed their empire with a lightning-like offensive. The empire of 10,000 demons and the empire of thunder have been destroyed. If everyone wants to survive, you have only one choice, that is, to join the Emperor Xuanhuan and obey the orders of the Emperor. It was Lu Qianfu who spoke this time. With 2 small universes and the universe god pill, he has already broken through to the universe god in the time acceleration of the human sovereign kingdom. What? The Thunder Empire is destroyed, how is this possible? Yes, the Thunder Empire is powerful, and the Thunder Sovereign has another Eye of Thunder, and its power is terrifying. If you don't say it, it will be destroyed. Is this matter true or false? But it is very likely that it is false. After all, it is not so fast to destroy a cosmic god empire. Perhaps this is what they said deliberately, and the purpose is to shake our military heart. The 3 cosmos gods immediately communicated with each other. But seeing the terrifying aura of the army of the Xuanhuan Empire, they couldn't help but believe it. You still don't believe it? As he spoke, the civilization history of the empire flew out, and the history book evolved into a light curtain, and a vast war suddenly evolved. The Xuanhuan Empire attacked the Thunder Empire, and the battle continued. In the end, the Xuanhuan Emperor made his move, defeated the Eye of Thunder, and then charged and killed the Thunder Monarch. This is all true. Seeing this scene, the 3 of the wild demon universe gods trembled involuntarily. Of course, they could see that this was not an illusion simulated by means, but a real occurrence. The supernatural power was recorded in the history of an empire civilization, which was equivalent to letting them face the epic battle. The appearance of this scene immediately shook the hearts of the people of the 10,000 Demons Empire. The Xuanhuan Empire was too ruthless, and they used powerful means to tell them that the Xuanhuan Empire was invincible and that they were fully capable of destroying the 10,000 Demons Empire. Who can't see it? Even if it is the charge of the army, the Xuanhuan Empire has an absolute advantage. Emperor Lord 10,000 Demons, show up. You all already know my will, and I have no interest in wasting time with you. This is my decree. As Xuanhuan spoke, a decree representing his will appeared. His eyes looked into the depths of the 10,000 Demons Empire, which was a small universe. However, this small universe is a bit strange, like a portal, similar to the Gate of 10,000 Demons, with ancient patterns on it, similar to sacrificial patterns. He didn't talk nonsense, and directly attacked the Empire of 10,000 Demons with the most powerful empire's combat power. And he shot, in the hands of the gods, the seal of the gods became bigger and bigger, and the power covered the small universe. The Gate of 10,000 Demons. At the moment when the seal of the gods was about to fall, the stern voice of the Lord of 10,000 Demons uttered, and a boundless and huge portal of demons appeared, which was dozens or hundreds of times more powerful than the power of the cosmic god, resisting the power of the seal of the gods. Emperor Xuanhuan, the Lord of 10,000 Demons, has appeared.